the junior apprentice buried himself again. Introduction, senior brother, junior brother has buried himself again. Senior Lu Chen rubbed his temples, sighed helplessly. This kid, burying himself, has buried himself into the strongest figure of all time. This is a story that starts at the ninth peak of the Tsangyun sect, competing with the heavens. This is a story of a protagonist who swears to become the sixth senior brother, only to discover that everyone in the sect is the sixth senior brother. Where is the forbidden zone on earth? Even immortals dare not touch it? What? It's actually my own sect? Zhang Han was completely confused, getting involved in the drama himself. Chapter 1 The junior brother buried himself again. Qingzhou, Azure Cloud Sect. Here the land rises like a dragon, with layers of mountains and clouds shrouding the valleys, truly a place of natural beauty. Between the mountains and rivers, it is quite peaceful, only hearing the low growls of wild beasts. At this moment, a green sword flew through the air, breaking the tranquility of the mountains, revealing that someone was flying with a sword. On top of the 3-foot green blade, stood an old man and a young man. The old man had a youthful face and white hair, with an aura of immortality and a refined demeanor. He wore a long robe that exuded an indescribable elegance, and his body exhibited fluctuations in cultivation at the middle stage of the Yuanning period. This person is Elder Zhao of the Azure Cloud sect. The woman standing behind him looks to be about 16 or 17 years old. The girl's face is like a carved painting, with willow eyebrows lightly raised, and cherry lips smiling. The clear eyes reveal innocence. She wore a lake blue long dress, like chiffon like smoke, swaying gently in the wind. The girl following behind the old man seemed very curious, cautiously poking her head out to look at the mountain peaks under the sword. Is this the ninth peak? Elder Zhao nodded, his two fingers together, controlling the sword light steadily landing on the ninth peak. I have already greeted the sect master. From now on, you are a disciple of the ninth peak. Have you remembered what your uncle told you? Zhao Mengdai nodded obediently and repeated, Dai remembers, in the future, get closer to senior brother Lu Chen, and also second senior brother Conli, humbly learn, and cultivate diligently. Seeing Elder Zhao frown, Zhao Mengdai quickly added, oh, and stay away from third senior brother Zhang Han. After speaking, she was somewhat puzzled. Why stay away from the third senior brother? Did the third senior brother do something that made people envious and jealous of him? The peak master of the ninth peak, Yizifan, in my Tsangyun sect, has strength second only to the sect master, and can be described as amazing and outstanding. He has a total of 3 disciples. The eldest disciple has the strongest cultivation base and the strongest talent. At a young age, he has already reached the peak of the foundation building stage, renowned in the Qing continent. His swordsmanship is unparalleled, with a single sword capable of freezing 10,000 soldiers. Second brother Conli, with excellent aptitude, humble in character, and exuding the demeanor of a Confucian immortal. As for your third senior brother, he is incompetent and has been practicing for decades. Up to now, his cultivation is still at the foundation establishment stage, which is far behind the other 2 senior brothers. At this point, Elder Zhao sighed. Master Yezefan Feng is wise and insightful. How did he end up blind in the end? Did he take Zhang Han as his disciple? And after accepting Zhang Han as a disciple, he mysteriously disappeared and has not been heard from since. Between the two of them talking, a burly man walked over. He is burly, like a giant mountain, causing the ground to shake with every step he takes. The full beard on his face looks even more rugged. But this rough man, holding a book in his left hand, with his right hand behind his back, looks like a scholar. Confucius said, a gentleman is not respected if he is not imposing. That makes sense. As a gentleman, one must be firm, otherwise, credibility cannot be established. The rough man looked excited, licked his fingertips with his tongue, and continued flipping through the books. Since you have come, just accept it. The meaning should be, since you are here, just bury yourself here. This person's dominance is evident in the book. Heard the way in the morning, death in the evening is enough. I understand this now. It should be, if you hear that I am coming in the morning, you must die tonight. This is to advise the world. As a great man, one should be magnanimous and not hold grudges overnight. The rough man read while muttering to himself, immersed in it. Zhao Elder behind him had a very embarrassed expression. This person is your second senior brother. He cleared his throat. This sentence gave the rough man a start. His gaze moved away from the book and landed in front of him, chuckling, Elder Zhao is here? I was too engrossed in reading the sacred book. This must be the junior sister, right? Zhao Mengdai was not afraid of this strong man at all, but asked eagerly, second senior brother, what book is this? It's quite interesting. You're talking about this book? It's called Luangyu, written by an ordinary person, seems to be called Confucius, should be a warrior. Con Li replied. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Elder Zhao on the side is full of black lines on his forehead, and this Con Li doesn't seem to be a reliable character. After a moment of hesitation, he reminded Meng Dai, in the future, just follow senior brother of the ninth peak to cultivate diligently, and don't get involved in anything else. The old man still has things to do, so he's leaving first. After speaking, Elder Zhao controlled the sword light with a determined look and hurriedly left. Although Kong Li seems rough, his mind is still very delicate, muttering, why does the sect seem strange recently? Many elders look nervous, as if something is about to happen. After speaking, he looked at the junior sister apprentice and said, let's go. I'll take you to see the eldest senior brother and the third junior brother. Zhao Mengdai nodded like a chick pecking at rice, very obedient. Before long, the two of them arrived at the mountaintop. At this moment, Liu Kan is practicing swordsmanship. Between a swing and a thrust, the sword light is overwhelming, flooding the sky, and the whistling sword energy fills the space between heaven and earth. As Kong Li and Zhao Mengdai reached the mountaintop, the sword energy dissipated like the tide. Kong Lishan's expression became serious, truly worthy of being the senior brother. His control ability is extremely frightening. Lu Chen put away his sword and looked at the two people. Are you Zhao Mengdia's junior sister? I won't be polite. After joining the ninth peak, you are my disciple of the ninth peak. If you have any questions about cultivation in the future, feel free to ask. If someone bullies you, just tell your senior brother. In my Sangyun sect, we protect our own. When it comes to this, Lu Chen squinted his eyes. At this moment, the thick white clouds above the sky are cut in half by an unknown breath, revealing a clear and vast space in the middle. Zhao Mengdai obediently nodded, looking at the senior brother with admiration on her face. Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, and a clear voice, like that of an oriole, sounded, by the way, two senior brothers, where is the third senior brother? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen and Kong Li were both stunned. Yeah, where is that stinky kid? They closed themselves off for a few years, just coming out now, but they overlooked Jiang Han, completely unaware that Jiang Han was no longer at the ninth peak. Practitioners practice, time passes like a white horse through a crevice, a few years of time, just a flick of the fingers. Kong Li smiled bitterly and said, third junior brother must have buried himself again. On the side, Zhao Mengdia's cherry lips opened, presenting a heart shape that can fit 2 eggs. With an uncertain tone, he asked, did third senior brother die? That stinky kid has a strong life. Although his cultivation in the foundation establishment realm has not changed for decades, he cherishes his life very much, excels in health cultivation, and his lifespan is not lower than that of a core formation realm cultivator. Regarding Jiang Han, senior brother Lu Chen is also very helpless. His third junior brother, with average talent, can be said to have broken his heart. And every few years, it will mysteriously disappear for a period of time. Last time, he and Kong Li went to find someone. In a vast ancient battlefield, after digging up tens of thousands of graves, Jiang Han was finally found lying in a coffin in the last ancient tomb. Others lie flat at a young age, the third junior brother lies dead at a young age. Chapter 2 Foot massage is also away. After listening to the complaints of the two senior brothers, Zhao Mengdai finally understood why her uncle had always warned her to stay away from the third senior brother. Cherish life? In addition, he is also unskilled, at the ninth peak for decades, and still only at the foundation building stage, indeed mediocre talent. In addition, there is also a hobby of lying down like a corpse. Is this really a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect? Kong Li looked at the eldest senior brother and asked, should I go and bring back the junior martial brother? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengdia's eyes lit up, and she volunteered, saying, senior brothers, Mengdai has nothing to do recently, so let Mengdai help you find the third senior brother. They, as the Zhao family of the cultivation world, are usually strict in discipline and rarely have the opportunity to go out and play. Just take this opportunity to experience the world. After a slight pause, Lu Chen nodded. Soon, a burst of sword light erupted from the fingertips and infused into a piece of jade slip. He then handed the jade slip to Zhao Mengdai and said, this sword imprint contains my peak strike, capable of cutting down any cultivator below the nascent soul stage. Then pat the storage bag around the waist. Only 1,000 paper cranes formed by yellow talismans fluttered their wings and flew out of the bag. This 1,000 paper cranes carries a hint of the third junior brother's aura. Follow it, and you will find the youngest junior brother. Lu Cheng did not stop Zhao Mengdia's request. That junior sister apprentice, please go ahead and wait patiently for my good news. After speaking, Zhao Mengdai couldn't wait to leave the ninth peak, just like a wild duck going crazy. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Phew, phew, phew. The heavy panting sounds, a few strong men bare-chested, are vigorously wielding the Luoyang shovel in their hands. Faint spiritual power fluctuations circulate on the Luoyang shovel. They are gravediggers, walking between the tombs of the world, competing with the dead for the power of creation. Brothers, let's put in more effort. This is an ancient giant tomb, most likely containing burial items of powerful experts in the deity transformation realm. Even if it's just some fur, it's enough for us to make a big deal, a red-necked cultivator said. Upon hearing this, The other cultivators were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Cultivation path, divided into condensation, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation, spirit transformation, refining spirit, returning to void, crossing tribulation, and ascending to the peak. There are 4 stages in a realm: early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. The burial objects of the strong in the transformation realm are enough for them to dominate during the foundation building period. Bang! Suddenly, the shovel seemed to hit a coffin, making a deep wooden impact sound. After a few Toon Raiders exchanged glances, they exerted force and pried open, accompanied by a creaking sound. The coffin lid, along with the heavy stones, was pried open along with the dust. Their eyes met. Inside the coffin board, it was unexpectedly empty. There was nothing at all. This is quite strange. You should know that the burial atmosphere here is excellent, and it is a well-known feng shui treasure land. Just as they were puzzled, a cold voice sounded, "What year is it tonight? Immortal ancient, ancient, ancient? Who dares to disturb my sleep?" Hearing this sentence, the bodies of several gravediggers present stiffened instantly. A chilling thrill rose from the soles of the feet, rushing straight to the head. They exploded directly. What year is it tonight? Ancient times? Distant past? These are extremely ancient times. Could it be that the owner of this tomb comes from the mythical ancient era of immortals? Ancient cultivator, faked death? Elder, the junior is ignorant and impolitely disturbed you, please forgive me. The red-necked monk knelt down first, knocking his head as if pounding garlic. Other grave robbers saw this and followed suit. At this moment, a gust of wind blew around the necks of a few people, and they widened their eyes and shivered fiercely. Bowing requires closing your eyes, shutting off your consciousness, worshipping sincerely. Even the dead know to close their eyes, don't you understand? A cold snort sounded. Several people were so scared that their livers and gallbladders shattered, they quickly closed their eyes, and their bodies trembled. Time passed by minute by minute. They seemed to sense something was amiss, and now it was surprisingly quiet. Immediately, they opened their eyes. I saw a figure pass by in front of me, as fast as if it had oil on its feet, with astonishing speed. Foundation establishment initial stage? Deceived by a low-level cultivator who was playing tricks. At this moment, the red-necked monk lowered his head and took a look. I found that their storage bags and the spiritual tools like the Luoyang shovel on the ground were all taken away. Damn it! While they closed their eyes and sealed their consciousness, I stole the things. At this moment, their feet were slightly cold. Upon closer inspection, the slightly defensive cloth shoes underfoot also fell victim to the poison hand and were stripped away. They were completely naked except for a pair of underpants. If it weren't for the fact that underwear is cheap, I'm afraid there wouldn't be any left. Falling Smoke City. A delicate young man walked on the street, covered in mud, looking quite disheveled like an unearthed ancient artifact. Though several foundation establishment cultivators didn't expect to dig up so many good things, tens of thousands of spirit stones, and quite a few elixirs. The boy grinned. Doing those things is the most damaging to one's karma. These spirit stones, spiritual tools, are the source of cultivators' sins. Let me bear the consequences alone. The young man had a righteous and resolute look, as if he was willing to go to hell. This time is too dangerous. The burial chi inside the body completely surged out, rolling endlessly, breaking through the formation set up to defend itself. The boy reflected for a moment. Otherwise, with his means, it is simply impossible for a few foundation establishment cultivators to break in. Just as the boy was lost in thought, a yellow origami crane gently landed on his shoulder. He was stunned for a moment, looked back, and saw a charming and beautiful girl. Are you the third senior brother of the ninth peak, Zhang Han? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's face showed a hint of doubt, and he asked tentatively, who are you? I am Zhao Mengdai, the niece of Elder Zhao from the third peak, and also a new disciple of the ninth peak. Zhao Mengdai stuck out her tongue and curiously looked at the young man in front of her. Indeed, it is as rumored. This third senior brother is very weak, only has the cultivation of the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and there is a very forced taste. Just like if you don't put in a little effort, your state will fall. She was a little worried that in this world full of strong people, third senior brother might accidentally be killed by someone. But one advantage is that it looks really good. Hello, junior sister. Zhang Han is not being distant either. Two senior brothers asked me to take you back to the Tsangyan sect and told you not to run around outside all the time. What does it mean to blindly run outside? The world is the most refining of the heart. The courtyard cannot raise a 1,000-mile horse. The blessed land of famous mountains cannot cultivate the strongest who can reach the peak. Read more, understand more, that is the great way. Zhang Han said with emphasis and sincerity. This statement makes some sense. Zhao Mengdai listened, nodding frequently, and a few unusual colors appeared in her beautiful eyes. Isn't this the same young man who was said to be useless and uneducated by her uncle? Junior sister, senior brother will take you to a good place for cultivation and enlightenment. After speaking, the two of them arrived at the largest Ihong building in Luoyan City, making Zhao Mengai blush and stomp her feet on the spot. Sister apprentice, don't misunderstand. Senior brother is a decent person. Senior brother is only here to wash his feet. Zhang Han rubbed his sore feet. Zhao Mengai blushed and said, is this what you call cultivation? What kind of cultivation is this? Why doesn't it count? Foot massage is also a way, hand technique is also a method, a therapist is also a master. As the saying goes, the way and method are natural. I know an old master, whose skills are excellent. Zhang Han looked at Zhao Mengai, who fled the door, shook his head. This girl really doesn't know how to enjoy. After speaking, he turned and walked into the private room, specifically requesting to have technician number 9. Before long, an old man walked into the private room carrying a wooden basin in his hands. As soon as he arrived, he revealed a big yellow tooth and smiled at Zhang Han to provide service. Hey, isn't this Master Jian? It's been 10 years since we last met. Things have changed, but people have not. After speaking, he quickly squatted down, pressed Zhang Han's feet into the wooden basin, and a glint of light appeared in his eyes. The funeral atmosphere has dissipated a lot. It seems to have escaped death once, but there is still some residual. The withered palm, like a tree branch, vigorously massaged the cold feet of the river. Just a very faint black gas, instantly dissipated. Zhang Han narrowed his eyes. This old man was the only one who saw through the mystery of his physique. His physique is the body of 10,000 burials. Bearing the curse of the heavens, it seems impossible to break through to the nascent soul realm. And, the power will be dispersed every few years. Actually, don't underestimate him just because he's only in the early stage of foundation building. In fact, he has already cultivated to the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm 8 times. However, 8 times, all went back, had to rework again. The only slightly comforting thing is that it didn't regress to the qi condensation stage. It is precisely because of the dispersal of power that Zhang Han is seen by everyone in the Sanyan sect as a 9th peak idler who is idle and unambitious. Fortunately, after dispersing his internal energy, Zhang Han discovered a solution. Just bury yourself under the big tomb every time you disperse your power. With the burial atmosphere of the tomb, suppress one's own burial atmosphere. In this way, a portion of the Tao fruit can be preserved. For example, right now, he has 8 golden cores in his body. Although only at the late stage of the condensation realm, he can be called invincible below the nascent soul realm. Even an ordinary Yuan-ing realm cultivator can beat someone up. Chapter 3 Take this body, come to the world for a while. Old man, long time no see, you're not dead? This is a unique way for the two of them to greet each other. You're not dead either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han smiled faintly. After burying himself, he will come to find this old man at the first moment of awakening. 8 burials, adding up to nearly several decades of acquaintance between the two. Several decades ago, this old man was very old, and he was on the verge of death. But now, decades later, I am getting old. This is a seemingly immortal mortal. Old man, can you teach me how to stay healthy? How do you achieve immortality as a mortal? Hearing this, the old man with missing teeth grumbled, is this cursing him to die? In this chaotic world, life is as fragile as grass and leaves. Surviving is increasingly difficult, and lacking the courage to die, one can only exist in a half-dead state. The toothless old man didn't care whether Zhang Han understood or not. He rubbed Zhang Han's soles hard, making Zhang Han grimace in pain. Okay, the service is done. 3 spirit stones. So expensive. That hint of funeral atmosphere, I'm afraid even the powerful in the deity transformation realm cannot help you resolve it. This is quite a bargain. After speaking, the old man left the private room with a wooden basin. After eating a few pieces of fruit, Zhang Han was getting ready to take a comfortable nap. Just then, I remembered that the cheap junior sister was still waiting outside the Yihong building, so I immediately ran out. Sure enough, Zhao Mengdai looked at him angrily, wishing she could tear him apart with her hands. Threatened to sue the senior brother. She was so angry that her neck turned red and her cheeks flushed. This appearance adds a few more shy and charming qualities of a young girl. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Zhang Han dared not say much and casually took out a gift. That is a bronze comb. Seeing the bronze comb, Zhao Mengdia's eyes lit up, but she held back, stubbornly turned around, and crossed her hands in front of her chest. How does this third senior brother carry his daughter's things with him? I'm sure you don't flirt with girls often, do you? The heart is too heavy with worldly desires. Such a person would find it difficult to achieve success on the great path. After decades of practice, still at the early stage of foundation building, I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the golden core realm in this lifetime. However, Zhao Mengdai secretly glanced at the bronze comb. Her heart moved slightly. The comb's design is really beautiful. If junior sister likes it, you can take it. Seeing this posture, Zhang Han smiled, and this little junior sister was as easy to coax as a child. A small object, a piece of candy, forgets anger, and the mind is very simple. In the end, Zhao Mengdai pursed her lips and silently accepted it. By the way, this bronze comb has spiritual fluctuations, which can keep the hair dark and shiny. Where did senior brother get it from? Girls will always be girls, even if they embark on the path of spiritual practice, they still love beauty. Jung Han coughed once and did not answer. Can't just say, is this what he dug up underground? Jung Han quickly changed the subject. By the way, decades ago, when I first went down the mountain to practice, I went to a place called Fangjia village, and there are still some unresolved karmic ties. I will settle this cause and effect, then I will follow you back to the Tsungyan sect. The color of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. In the eyes of the master, decades pass in the blink of an eye, time flies. However, for ordinary people, these decades are enough for a person to experience the cycle of life and death. Jung Han walked with his hands behind his back, his steps were swift and his pace was fast. The foundation establishment stage is already capable of flying in the air, but flying in the mortal world is ultimately too shocking and vulgar. Zhao Mengdai chased directly behind, using all her strength to barely keep up. Third senior brother is at the foundation establishment stage, while she has reached the later stage of foundation establishment in her cultivation. How come her speed can't keep up? This third senior brother is a bit extraordinary, but on second thought, it doesn't seem that surprising. After all, my own strength is not that great. If I don't even have the ability to escape, then I can only wait to die. The Zhaos had once gathered many weak independent cultivators, who surprisingly possessed various body movement techniques. If you can't improve your cultivation, you can only focus on improving your skills in escaping. This is a compromise with reality. One person in front and one person behind arrived at a small mountain village at dusk. The smoke curls up here, it's the time when the food is ready in the world. There was a hint of reminiscence in Jung Han's eyes. Decades ago, when his body was first affected by the Wanzan calamity, he arrived at Fangjia village by a stroke of luck. At that time, he had the idea of retiring, so he chose to stay in Fangjia village for a while. One day by chance, I saw a farmer busy farming and suddenly got inspired. Crops can be planted, why can't he plant them himself? This is the source of burying oneself. The house where Jung Han originally lived was rented, and he owed 3 taels of silver. Due to various reasons, unable to repay. So many years have passed, I don't know if I can still find the former landlord or his descendants. Return what you owe to others. This is Jung Han's simple cognition. Being a cultivator and the other being immortal does not change anything. However, this is still a bit difficult. After all, several decades have passed, enough to send off a generation. Jung Han and Zhao Mengdai walked in the village, and many villagers from Fangjia village peeked out, looking surprised and amazed. A handsome man and a pretty woman, like immortals. The two of them should be descendants of a prominent family in the city of Luoyin, right? Their temperament is too ethereal. Many of the elderly people stared blankly at Jung Han, feeling that Jung Han looked familiar. However, when carefully recalling this figure, my mind is blank. Inquired at the Women and Children's Information Agency at the village entrance. Jung Han only then learned that his former landlord and his entire family had perished in a war. In a chaotic era of war and turmoil, not even a tune was left behind. Jung Han sighed. This is the life of ordinary people, not in control, like a floating duckweed, wherever it drifts, it takes root there. Half a point can't help itself. The two of them had to return without any achievement. On the road, Zhao Mengdai blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion, third senior brother, you were also a cultivator back then. Do you lack this bit of silver coins? Why not just buy that house directly, why rent it? Jung Han's eyes looked a bit empty. Throughout one's life, even for cultivators, aren't they always just borrowing? Renting this physical body, coming to the mortal realm for a while, then returning it after death, leaving the mortal realm. Zhao Mengdai was stunned for a moment, she had never seen herself from this perspective before. The third senior brother in front of me has a unique wisdom and a very special insight into the great way. Did she always underestimate this widely recognized, uneducated, third senior brother of the ninth peak before? Just as Zhao Mengdai was stunned, Jung Han coughed and chuckled. Of course, mainly because I was too poor at that time and couldn't afford it. Jung Han laughed heartily. This cause and effect, destined to not be directly resolved. Just like life, there are always unfinished regrets. He is not a person who pursues perfection. It's time to go back, the whole Qingzhou has been off lately. Jung Han narrowed his eyes, although he was lying motionless, it doesn't mean he doesn't know anything. Sanyun's sect is the #1 sect in Qingzhou, who dares to act recklessly. Moreover, third senior brother can rest assured. When it comes to this, Zhao Mengdai lowered her voice, leaned close to Jung Han's ear, and whispered softly. This time I brought a sword seal from senior brother Lu Chen, which can kill all living beings below the Yuanying stage. Jung Han shook his head, this girl's vigilance is too lax. The aura of that sword seal, faintly emanating. A person with a keen mind will definitely notice the clues after careful consideration. And the killer move, once known by others, can it still be considered a killer move? Brother Lu Chen considered many risks, but did not anticipate that the biggest risk was actually handing this matter over to the junior sister to handle. Zhao Mengdai still doesn't know the seriousness of the matter, and said carelessly, "Don't worry, junior sister is covering for you." "I'm afraid it won't hold." Zhang Han's gaze moved away from Zhao Mengge's just developing and still unremarkable chest, then glanced casually at the sky above. Chapter 4, The Strongest Foundation Building in History. Above the dome of the sky, in the boundless clouds, two figures were hidden within. They were cultivators from the Evil Extreme sect. The Evil Extreme sect was in the Green Continent, and its overall strength was second only to the Zhongyan sect. One of the two men was named Chu Shi, and the other was named Liao Chen. "Brother Liao, we may have been targeted." At this moment, Chu Shi frowned, not knowing why. He felt that something was wrong, like he was being watched by some horrible beast. However, who could keep an eye on them? They were all late-stage Jiedan realm cultivators. Such strength was not considered weak in the Green Continent. Liao Chen laughed. "Brother Chu, you're too worried. Right now it's not that others are staring at us, it's that we're staring at others. I can't imagine that in this mortal city, I would still be able to meet two cultivators from the Zhongyan sect. Thanks to the gift of heaven, the two of them happened to be passing by. Prior to this, in order to cultivate the evil laws, they had already refined several mortal giant cities. A rough estimate is that the pit killed almost hundreds of thousands of mortals. That's going to wear them out. Those two little dolls in Fangjia village, with cultivation in their bodies, if they were killed and refined, it would be too much better than those mortals." Suddenly, Chu Shi frowned, his gaze locking onto Fangjia village through the clouds, where it was just a moment ago. Only a young girl remains. The other guy, where did he go? Where are the people? Liao Chen was also stunned. In the blink of an eye between words, the person was gone, but their divine sense, clearly, had locked down there. A fly that runs can't escape their detection. He had some impression of that teenager. He should be the third senior brother of the ninth peak of the Zhongyan sect. The ninth peak had produced two major demons, and it was unexpected that there would actually be a waste of space to make up the numbers. This incident was once reduced to a joke on the Green Island. Strange, where could that punk pop up in the blink of an eye? "You were looking for me?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. The two men turned around with a thud in their hearts, but what greeted them were two sword lights that looked like swift thunder. Clang! The sword light was strangely fast, and with a poof, it pierced through the eyebrows of the two men, stirring up the divine souls that were dormant among them. A shot in the arm. The two men's bodies shook violently, the pain that could not be suppressed, and the smell of death. With their remaining weak consciousness, they stared dead ahead. Only a man came with his feet on the clouds. His fingers merged, using his fingers as a sword, and there was a faint sword light at the tip of his fingers. The one who struck out was clearly the ninth peak's uneducated waste of a third senior brother. It was just that there was a huge discrepancy between the teenager's domineering stance like this and the punk they remembered. Early Foundation Establishment realm? How is that possible? Chu Shi, Liao Chen, and the two of them used their last ounce of strength to roar out their shock. Zhang Chen didn't say a word. He wasn't an ordinary Foundation Establishment realm. Within his body, there were 8 heaven and earth golden pills. The so-called golden dan of heaven and earth was a golden dan that had melted the breath of the great Tao. The current him, even though he was in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, his strength far exceeded that of his peers, and he was the strongest Foundation Establishment realm in history. "You are blessed. No one else is looking for you. I'm going to break a karma with your hundreds of years of hard work." Zhang Chen spoke flatly, his sword pointing and swinging forward, only to see the sword light that blazed to the point of being like a vast sun instantly flooding forward. At this moment, 2 suns appeared in heaven and earth. One hangs high in the firmament. The other, on the other hand, was whistling out from Zhang Han's fingertips. The 2 late Jiedan realm cultivators couldn't block it at all, and their remaining fleshly bodies instantly turned into flying ash. They were stubborn and half-assed for mercy, at the same time very bony, not even a grunt. At the place where they stood, the sword light was vast and the killing intent was so great that the flesh of the late stage of the Jiedan realm was gone. But strangely enough, there were also 2 storage bags suspended, intact, and detained between Zhang Han's palms with his open hand. This is the ultimate control of one's own power. 1 point less. The storage bag must be lost. As the 2 elders of the evil extreme sect were killed, 2 black funeral chi floated out and instantly disappeared into Zhang Han's body. Vaguely, there seemed to be chanting sounds, as if the sky was full of gods and demons chanting. At this moment, in the sky above Fangjia village, dark clouds and thunder flashed. Then it poured down rain. The entire villagers of Fangjia village froze, each with tears glistening in their eyes and an emotional look. Falling Smoke City has been in a drought for 2 or 3 months now.
and many crops are showing signs of burnt seedlings. This is really a timely event.
Zhao Mengdai of the Fong family village stretched out her white jade hand and caught the rainwater that landed. A hint of a strange color appearing on her face. This rain is a bit strange. Actually with a bit of spiritual power.
This is spiritual rain? However, before she could look deeper, a divine sense was transmitted from the jade slip at her waist. After checking it out, she couldn't help but grind her crystal and baby tiger teeth. That thousand-dagger third senior brother said he had a stomach upset and had to go and fix it. Now he said that he was going to take a step ahead and go back to the clan. Immediately, without much hesitation, she turned around and chased after him. Boom! After Zhao Mengdai left, the electric light continued to shine. A blood-colored thunderbolt blasted into the old willow tree at the head of the village. It clicked, and the willow cracked, showing cracks in the lightning-struck wood, charred and blackened. However, this thunder contained majestic spiritual power. Under the nourishment of spiritual power, the old willow tree, instead of dying, had gained a few more magical properties, with the possibility of psychic evolution. This was Jiang Han's handiwork. Beheading 2 late-stage Jiedan cultivators and using their lifetime cultivation to warm up the entire Fong clan village. To avenge the karma of that year, a few tales of broken silver. On the mountain road of the Tsongyan sect, 2 more figures appeared. One is Jiang Han. The other, a rambling, sometimes crossed arms, sometimes grinding her tiger's teeth, was her little sister. Good. Third senior brother, how dare you abandon me? The reason why you came back safely this time is thanks to me covering you. Zhao Mengdai muttered. Along the way, the two had gotten acquainted. Yes, thanks to senior sister's cover. It was a safe journey. Jiang Chen let out a bitter smile. There were already 2 elder brothers who were in charge of him, and now there was another little sister. It looks like it will be hard to touch the fish on the cultivation path in the future. The 2 of them returned to the 9th peak, and Kong Li, as always, was reading the whirligig, sounding and looking excited. The sun said, "The dead are not willing to give up day and night. TSK, too domineering, killing to the point of not giving up day and night. This is a tough guy." Kong Li held the book, turned around between excitement, saw Jiang Han, froze for a moment, immediately laughed and ran over. While holding Jiang Han, he surveyed his senior brother for any injuries. He, as a person, could least bear to see his own senior brother get injured. Dare to hurt their 9th peak people? He will have to come to the day and night once. Senior brother, this whirlwind language of yours is good. Next time remember to bring a few more over. Not enough for senior brother to read, Kong Li said with a smile. The small action of checking for injuries was seen by Jiang Han, and his heart warmed slightly. I'll be sure to do it next time. Senior brother, you're considered a learned man who has read the corpse books well now. By the way, where is senior brother Lu Shun? It's not like you don't know. Born to be a cultivation fanatic too, has closed down to impact the peak of the Jiedan realm, striving for an early Yuaning. For the eldest senior brother, Kong Li was admired from the bottom of his heart. Good-looking and talented, not to mention extra hardworking. A true genius who works hard and has talent at the same time. Don't you think it's exasperating? Truly worthy of being the first genius of the 9th peak. The number 1 sword cultivator in the Green Continent. Chapter 5, There's a burial realm inside me. Junior brother, this year's Green Continent Foundation Establishment Trial. You have to participate no matter what. You've been absent for more than 10 consecutive years. The clan side is quite vocal, saying that if you don't participate in the trial again, your annual salary will be cut off. As soon as he heard that he had broken his yearly salary, Jiang Han's eyes snapped open. That's not acceptable. He had a special physique that was like a bottomless pit, and he needed a large amount of resources to cultivate. Cutting off his annual salary is killing him. Seeing Jiang Han this excited, Kong Li thought that Jiang Han didn't want to participate again. This little master is good at everything. It's just that the natural talent is a little bit poor, and the strength can never be raised. For how many years? It had been hovering at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. This year, you and junior sister Zhao Mengdai will participate in the trial together, so you can take care of each other. After a pause, Kong Li put away the whirligig and inserted it in the waistband of his pants, saying, "Don't worry guys, this time I'll let Sumu from the 1st peak look after you in secret, so nothing should happen." The 1st peak of the Sumu, known as the small land sinking, at such a young age, he had cultivated to the peak of the foundation establishment realm, and was only 1 step away from the Jiedan realm. With this kind of strength, among the younger generation of the Green Continent, it was quite bright. Sumu, that kid has always disliked me. thinking that I'm idle and uneducated. He'll bail me out? Jiang Chen frowned. I'm not bad, and I can protect senior brother. But there's a small request. Zhao Mengdai revealed her crystallized baby tiger teeth, then patted his little chest in a I've got you covered kind of way. What's the request? Bring me a bronze mirror. Jiang Chen agreed with his mouth, but he was already muttering inside. It's something that depends on chance, buried in the wrong place. Not to mention the burial goods. The aura did not even have a few mouthfuls to suck. Alright, stop fooling around. All go back to cultivate.
This year's Green Continent Foundation building trial.
Evil Extreme Sect is hemorrhaging money,
contributing 3 million spirit stones to reward the first place.
Jiang Chen's eyes lit up.
3 million spirit stones were simply too tempting for him after dispersing his power.
The Evil Extreme Sect is this generous? 3 million spirit stones isn't a small amount anymore. Kong Li nodded and said, naturally, it's not a small amount.
The Evil Extreme Sect heard that 3 geniuses had been produced, so they must have thought that they could take the top 3. That's why they're so crazy, right?
In the Green Continent,
in terms of overall strength, it was still their Songyun sect that was the strongest though.
But for the new generation, the Evil Extreme Sect already had the momentum of a latecomer.
Their Songyun sect, apart from Su Mu and his little sister who could slightly carry the banner,
the rest of them didn't have too many bright spots.
I'm participating in the foundation building trial this year,
so I'll make sure not to dishonor the clan and definitely take first place. Jiang Chen grinned. Kong Li followed with a smile and nodded frequently. Not striking Jiang Han. If anyone bullies you and little sister during the trial,
tell senior brother and I'll block his clan. He swung his fist, and a wave of psychic energy erupted from his muscles for a brief moment.
In just an instant,
Jiang Han had keenly captured that his second senior brother's strength was already almost at the late Jiedan stage.
Among the younger generation,
one could indeed laugh at the group.
It's true that second elder brother is the best for me.
My ultimate dream is that for the first 200 years, I will let my master protect my path.
For the middle 200 years,
I will let my elder brothers protect my path.
And for the second 200 years,
I will let my elder brother's disciples protect my path.
Jiang Chen looked like he was lying flat,
causing Zhao Mengdai to spit out her tongue in disgust one after another. I had thought that the third elder brother might have some skills despite his uneducation.
In hindsight, she was still too naive. Hey, junior sister, what's that look on your face? Jiang Chen preached. This is not what I said. When I traveled in the mortal world, those earthly saints said something about the 3 principles.
Young from the father,
the master is the father.
Long from the husband,
I don't have a husband.
So from the senior brother,
old from the son, means,
from the senior brother's disciples. Zhao Mengdai shook his head repeatedly when he heard this,
and without eyes, he went back to his cave to cultivate. This senior brother is uneducated and too much of a headache.
She had to cultivate properly, or else she wouldn't be able to shelter the senior brother in the foundation establishment trial.
Strangely enough,
for this senior brother, she nonetheless did not hate it.
Instead,
there was more of a sense of wanting to take refuge.
Jiang Chen cupped his fists and left, returning to his cave. Immediately,
from his storage bag, he offered up 200,000 spirit stones, and in the midst of the flesh pain, he crushed them in one hand. Surging spiritual energy gathered crazily above his head,
gradually forming an ancient formation. 9 pillars of aura fell from the formation, connecting the 9 acupoints on Jiang Han's body.
Jiang Chen sat on his knees, closed his eyes, and looked inside his body.
There were 8 golden pills suspended in his dantian.
The body of the Dan was branded with extremely complicated runes, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had been carved into it.
These Jindans, without exception,
exuded the aura of the peak of the Jindan realm. It was just a pity that it couldn't last past the moment of cracking the Dan and transforming into an infant.
And it fell apart, 8 times all the time, dispersing his power 8 times, burying the abyss 8 times,
and retaining the heaven and earth Jindan Dao fruit 8 times. These 8 Jindans were suspended like stars,
echoing each other, the trajectory of the planets.
And underneath the Jindan was a world of gray mist,
tumbling with perishing funeral chi.
It was hard to imagine that a living being would actually have such a majestic burial chi within its body, and that it had gathered into a miniature world. The 10,000 burial robbery body was as terrifying as it was. In the midst of the majestic burial air floated 2 bewildering black breaths. If there were cultivators from the evil extreme sect here, they would have been shocked. It was because the aura was similar to their missing elders Liao Chen and Chu Shi.
At this moment, Jiang Han's consciousness came within the burial realm. Burial breath.
He looked at the 2 bewildered black breaths in front of him and spoke indifferently. The 10,000 burial robbery body was able to detain a trace of the burial chi of a cultivator after death. And, once detained within the burial world, he could then go through the other party's memories and also inherit their immortal arts. This is not a normal inheritance. Rather, it's a flawless inheritance of proficiency, sensibility, etc. Immediately, Jiang Han grabbed those two breaths and pressed them into the center of his brow at once. With a loud bang, the memories of those two elders, and the immortal arts they had learned, were all known to him at once. The Evil God Codex. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of blood red, roughly functioning, and in the outside world, his essence, his breath swelled along with it. It was an immortal art that allowed one's strength to briefly explode. Warfare is the best way to fight. At this moment, his heart was strange, as if he had been subconsciously practicing the Evil God's Code for hundreds of years. From the obscurity of the first reading, to the bewilderment when practicing hard, to the surprise when slightly accomplished, to the pride when the fire is perfected. The hundreds of years of withering cultivation of these two evil extreme sect elders had been condensed into a moment of epiphany when he inherited. In just a moment's effort, he had gained hundreds of years of hard cultivation from others. That's way too fast. If outsiders knew about it, they would just gasp in disbelief. The 10,000 burial robber body was still the name Jiang Han had come up with, and he had searched through the many ancient texts, and there was no physique similar to his. Throughout the ages, tracing the long history, he is the only one. It was like an aberration of this heaven and earth in the underworld. A variable of this heaven and earth. Chapter 6 Non-Acceptance of Recommendations. Outside, Jiang Chen's consciousness returned from within the burial realm. The formation overhead dissipated with a bang. As he watched the scene, his heart twitched hard, and blood dripped from his heart. 200,000 spirit stones. How many pitfalls? No. How much hard work has been accumulated to have this 200,000 spirit stones? Luckily, that Evil God's Codex's immortal artifact was not bad, so it wasn't a waste. Without the need to deliberately cultivate his senses, the mysteries of the Evil God's canon flowed in his heart. This was also the reason why Jiang Han's cultivation dared to touch the fish. Hundreds of years of hard work were at his fingertips. Cool. It's cool. What was even more refreshing was that the speed of the 10,000 burial robbery body cultivation was hundreds of times that of a normal person. This was evident from the fact that he had cultivated to the peak of the late Jiedan stage 8 times. Unfortunately, carrying the curse of the heavens, trapped under the Yuan-ing realm, dispersing his power time and time again resulted in him being an early stage foundation establishment realm. Uneducated dude disciple in the eyes of the world. Opening the burial realm consumes too much. Plundering a late Jiedan realm cultivator consumes that much. Then for a Yuan-ing realm cultivator, wouldn't it take millions of spirit stones to open the burial realm? Jiang Chen staggered. This time in the foundation establishment trial, he had to win first place before he could do so, otherwise there's no rice to uncover. Time passed and half a month passed. During this half a month, Jiang Han's cultivation remained stable. Stable to within an inch of its life. But after resolving the aftermath of dispersal, the foundation was solid. The only bad thing was that his storage bag had become empty. Alas, it's still the same mediocre early stage foundation establishment realm cultivation. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. However, he possessed 8 golden dan and killed indiscriminately under the Yuan-ing realm. Who dares to claim invincibility? Who dares to call himself undefeated? He kicked it to death. This foundation establishment trial, I'm afraid it's going to be a ripple. In the memories of those two evil extreme sect elders, it seemed that the evil extreme sect attached great importance to this foundation establishment trial, and a lot of tactics were planned to purposely target the Songyun sect. It was possible that the plundered memories were crippled, and it was also possible that those two elders weren't at a high enough level to be involved in the specific plan, causing Jiang Han to not know the specific details. But it gave him a wake-up call. This trial may be in great danger. Jiang Chen was out of the gate and flew straight to the Songyun sect's Immortal Ascension platform. On the Immortal Ascension stage, a large and good head of a crowd of disciples had already come at this moment. You're the latest. This time, the one leading the group was elderly of the first peak, and when he saw Jiang Han, he revealed a look of hatred. The ninth peak is full of talents. An eldest senior brother Lucian is even impacting the Yuan-ing realm. The second brother has the elegant name of Ru Xian. The youngest sister is a rising star. LOL. Just Jiang Han is the most uneducated. The early worm gets eaten by the bird. Elderly. I'm not late either. If you say come at the hour, I'll come at the hour. Jiang Han coughed dryly and quickly squeezed into the crowd, standing beside Zhao Mengdai. Zhao Mengdai was a bit speechless. but she still obediently gave up a position and stood in front of Jiang Han, as if she wanted to block all the wind and waves for him. With this kind of gesture, Su Mu, who was watching from the side, shook his head one after another. Elder Li, who was on the high platform, was even more infuriated to the point that his temples were bulging. This kid, he's stepping on the right spot. It was still a few breaths away from the 6th hour, and it wasn't strictly late. After calming his emotions, Elder Li moistened his throat. Most of the cultivators of the Foundation Establishment realm from the thousands of sects throughout the Green Continent will participate in this Foundation Establishment trial, and the difficulty is quite a bit higher than in the past. The location of the trial is still the Tianxian secret realm. The rules of the trial are simple. When the time comes, each of you will be issued a token. Once the token on your body is taken away, it means failure. After the battle for the token, 1,000 people will be left behind for the final showdown. After a pause, Elder Li said in a deep voice, Foundation building trials. Magic treasures are eyeless, and within the Tianxian secret territory, there are quite a lot of leftover creations. Killing people and seizing treasures. Not a few things. I hope that you, each and every one of you, can go home safely. One and not less. A flash of color appeared on his face, and his lips moved slightly, wanting to speak. Finally, 1,000 words dissipated into a single, flat phrase, depart. At that moment, with a boom, precious light flowed, only to see that in the sky, a huge spirit boat had suddenly appeared. Numerous disciples rose up in the air and landed on the spirit boat. Jiang Chen was no exception, except that he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. Su Mu, on the other hand, was following behind, and he was going to defend Jiang Han. In fact, he was 100 times reluctant in his heart, but the second elder brother of the Ninth Peak, reading the whirlwind language, came to him, and had a long conversation with him for an hour. The knee strikes, as cathartic as a raging storm, never stopped. In the end, I had to say yes to save my life. Along the way, there was no danger. After all, the Zongyun sect was still the #1 sect in the Green Continent nowadays, although the evil extreme sect had come to the forefront later on, and had a tendency to separate itself from the others. However, for the general forces, the Zongyun sect was still a behemoth that should not be messed with, and the Zongyun sect was notoriously protective. Who dares to come in here? A few days went by in a flash. Everyone was practicing on the way, and Sumu observed Jiang Han practicing a few times, but in the end, he shook his head. This kid does nothing but sleep and look at the view. It's really uneducated. No wonder after worshipping the Ninth Peak, there was still this lack of progress. It would be a hell of a thing to progress. After a few days of trekking, the spirit boat descended on top of a towering mountain. Jiang Chen and the others jumped off the spirit boat. At that moment, Jiang Han raised his head and looked into the sky, only to see a precious light whistling past his head. There was a steady stream of visitors. The Foundation Establishment trial was a major event in the Green Continent. Many of the young talents of the sects took this as a good time to make a name for themselves. Among them, the 3 major geniuses of the evil extreme sect were especially bright. At such a young age, he had cultivated to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. The leader, Li Yang, was even carrying a trace of Dan Qi. This was the trend of being close to conjugating the Dan. It had to be said that the evil extreme sect's 3 masters of one sect had been in the limelight lately, and were rumored to have a natural talent that surpassed Lu Xin's. Yin Jiu of the Yin Corpse sect was equally bright. Although no Danqi had been born yet, his cultivation had also come to the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. His entire body was chile, as if he were an ineradicable ice. It was rumored that Yin Jiu was not a living being in the normal sense of the word. Instead, it was the corpse of a nameless powerhouse whose flesh did not decay after death and was reborn to give birth to a spirit. It is rumored that with some memories of his predecessor, his talent is straight ahead of the younger generation, pointing straight to the third in the Green Continent. The Divine Heavenly Cliff sect's first genius was a woman named Yi Lu. Its looks were stunningly beautiful, its figure was shapely, and its brows were even more demanding with a lust-like solicitude. It was only the occasional silence that showed a serpent-like gleam in her beautiful eyes. Obviously, this is not an easy role. Jiang Chen withdrew his gaze. As time passed, the major clans of the Green Continent gradually arrived. The evil extreme sect's leading elder smiled and looked at Elder Li, asking, "Elder Li, the people have arrived. It's time to open the order box." Elder Li looked at the evil extreme sect's leading elder and spoke indifferently. "When do I, the Zongyun sect, act in a way that requires you to point out?" He had no good feelings towards the evil extreme sect at all. repeatedly massacring mortals on a wide scale in the Green Continent, interfering with the order of the mortal world, and completely disregarding their Tson sect's warnings. The corner of the evil extreme sect's leading elder's mouth twitched as he accompanied a smile. "I'm just suggesting. Advice is not accepted." Elder Lee directly rebuked, not giving face at all. Chapter 7 Jian Han's Blessing. The evil extreme sect's leading elder's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. Just a pair of eyes that were as gloomy as jackals. Elder Lee does not care. Refreshing. "You are difficult, that is your own business. I am cool on the line." He pointed his finger forward, and in an instant, the entire sky suddenly rained stars like meteorites, smashing into the cultivators present at the trial. However, the faces of the crowd were not the least bit alarmed, and instead, they took the initiative to extend their palms. The starlight did not have the ability to attack, and after landing steadily in their hands, it revealed the form of the token. This is the trial dragon order. There is only one for each person. Once it is taken away, it means the trial has failed. I believe the rules of it. The elders of your clan have already made it clear. Without further ado, the trial opens. Elder Lee looked to the elders of the major clans in the Green Continent, and those elders nodded their heads whether they were willing or not. With a flip of their palms, a piece of broken stone appeared from their hands and then flew into midair, where it reorganized into a portal. The entrance gate to the Tianxian secret realm was held by all the sects in the Green Continent. The portal was stone in color, with many complicated runes branded on it. With a boom, the runes glowed, dropping waves of power, causing the entire stone door to be shrouded in a curtain of light. This light screen prevents cheating. Once a cultivator beyond the Foundation establishment realm broke in, it would cause a chain reaction in the light curtain, thus decapitating the transgressor. The door to the secret realm opened, and the cultivators from the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect were the first to swipe away. One by one, they passed through the stone door. A large group of several hundred people. Oddly enough, there was not a trace of disorganization. Instead, they were very regular and neat, seemingly combining into a formation. But on closer inspection, there was nothing to see. Seeing this scene, Jiang Han's gaze flickered slightly in thought. The moment they walked into the stone door, Li Yang of the evil extreme sect, and Yin Zhou of the Incorp sect looked back and watched the group of Tsongyan sect disciples, a hint of a smile emerging from the corner of their mouths. It's like a hunter watching his prey. The cultivators from the other sects in the Green Continent followed closely behind. The disciples of the Tsongyan sect were no exception. Sumu walked at the front. He was the rookie of the Tsongyan sect, and his strength was among the strongest. Jian Han, stay close to me later. Elder brother Kongli also said that this trial is mainly for you to fish in troubled waters, so that you won't be penalized by the elders for last year's salary. And in the meantime, you can see the cruelty of the cultivation world. Of course, I can't protect you all the time. If you're in danger, remember to shout for help, and make sure you do it loudly. Sumu really did not treat Jian Han well, but it was in the sect, outside. All of their Tsongyan sect disciples, mutually beneficial, were ironclad. That's something he still carries with him. When it was time to protect his calf, he, Sumu, was not weak. At those words, Jiang Han nodded, his face expressionless. Sumu sighed slightly with a bit of a grudge as she looked at Jiang Han's care-filled appearance. He didn't actually despise Jiang Han. What he had was just a strong envy. Only the well-protected could be this ignorant of the cruelty of the future. Who dares to be simple all the time without a bottom line behind it? In the cruel world of cultivation, maintaining the appearance of an overgrown child was the most enviable. Although it is said that the Tsongyun sect protects the calf, but in comparison, the ninth peak is even more protective of the calf. Jiang Han is an example. Su Mu, Zhao Mengdai, and other Tsongyun sect disciples passed through the stone door one after another, and the light curtains wandered over their bodies, and after detecting that they did not exceed the Foundation establishment realm, they were let through without blocking them. When it was Jiang Han's turn, he had just approached the stone door and hadn't even taken a step yet, only to see the entire secret stone door tremble. Immediately afterward, a deep roar rang out. Get out! Get out! Get out! Waves of sound rolled like a tsunami, pressing heavily on Jiang Han. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Could it be detected that he possessed 8 jindans in his body? It must be known that because of the burial chi cover, no one had been able to gain insight into his true cultivation for decades. I wonder if it's an illusion. He clearly heard a strong fear in those 3 rolling words, the kind of fear that instinctively repels awe far beyond itself. This stone door, could it be that it was afraid of the 8 heaven and earth golden pills in his body? The heaven and earth Jindan. fused with a trace of the heaven and earth great Tao. Such a Jindan cultivator was known as a heavenly destiny cultivator.
Not one in a million. Jiang Han, on the other hand, possessed 8 of them.
It's not surprising that Stonegate creates fear. Noticing the probing divine sense, Jiang Han's body thumped and feigned a dozen or so steps back, looking at the stone door in shock and bewilderment. With a stunned look, the world of cultivation is dangerous, and you can't afford not to be meticulous. Making yourself a loser in the eyes of others can camouflage you and reduce attention.
As far as he knew,
quite a few old monsters in the central continent had a hobby of collecting extreme organs, collecting the strongest organs of the heavens and piecing them together in his body in a vain attempt to become the strongest cultivator in heaven and earth. He was of the 10,000 burial physique and had 8 golden dawn in his body. Once those old monsters knew about it, the end would be miserable. Seeing Jiang Chen being blocked by the stone door and retreating in a sorry state, Su Mu, Zhao Mengdai, and the others' expressions changed. Nothing much happened when they passed through the stone door. Instead, it was Jiang Han who was in a lot of conditions. This gate of entry was only for cultivators whose cultivation level exceeded the foundation establishment realm, and Jiang Han's cultivation was far from that level. This situation instantly attracted the attention of quite a few Yuaning elders. They mistakenly thought that there were Jiedan realm cultivators mixed in, but when they saw that it was Jiang Han, they all frowned as if they were constipated. The other cultivators participating in the trial were stunned for a moment, and then cacophonous laughter rang out like waves.
Jiang Han? Song Yun sect's #1 waste? Ha ha.
It's mostly because the stone sect all despised this person and told him to get lost.
They noticed the cultivation level on Jiang Han, which was only at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, and it was still very barely the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. It seemed that the slightest movement would cause them to fall to the chi condensation realm. No wonder the stone door reacted so dramatically,
because this is the foundation building trial, relying on a very bare qualification to cultivate to the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. It was indeed possible to be rejected by the stone gate. The stone gate disliked Jiang Han for being too weak, rather than letting him in. This is absolutely unique in the Green Continent, worthy of being the #1 waste of the Tsongyan sect. Don't let me encounter this trash within the Tianqian secret territory, or I'll be the first to eliminate him.
Hey, don't argue with me. Many people looked at Jiang Han, teasing in their eyes, scrambling to book to waste Jiang Han.
Zhao Mengdai looked through the stone door and waved her pink fists, looking like who dares to touch my senior brother.
This is even more shameful to a lot of people. How can you be so downtrodden as to rely on a woman for shelter?
The evil extreme sect's leading elder laughed out loud as he stroked his thinning white hair and walked forward, personally next to the stone door of the secret realm.
He operated his mana and punched out a passageway.
I can't imagine that the Tsongyan sect still has such trash.
It's really rare.
Since the stone gate dislikes your cultivation too low and won't let you in,
then I'll open a back door for you. After all, cultivation isn't easy. A flirtatious voice rang out. Jiang Han didn't care and walked straight to the back door. However, he held a grudge, and that was something he remembered. You brat. So rude. Working so hard to open the back door for you, and you don't say anything nice?
The evil extreme sect's leading elder said with a smile. Then the boy wishes this elder as little trouble on the path of cultivation as that hair of yours. Jiang Chen was expressionless as he stepped into the back door and disappeared in front of the crowd. Many elders of the Green Continent covered their mouths when these words came out.
It appears to be a blessing, but it is a detriment.
The corners of Elder Li's mouth rose as he nodded slightly. Worthy of being a disciple of his Tsongyan sect.
LOL. Everything is good, but the cultivation is too weak and the talent is too low. With Jiang Han going in, the entire Green Continent, all the cultivators participating in the foundation establishment trial, had entered the Tianqian mysterious realm. The stone door closed heavily with a bang,
turning into countless pieces of debris and returning to the hands of the various elders of the Green Continent. Collecting his share of broken stones, the corner of the evil extreme sect's leading elder's mouth twitched. Finally suppressing the anger he had just felt, he deliberately spoke loudly. I wonder which clan will take first place in this foundation building trial. The corners of his mouth turned up, clearly trying to get back. Their evil extreme sect's new generation was superbly strong and had the tendency to lead the Green Continent. That waste Jiang Han, just like the current Song Yun sect, has gradually sunset. The Incorp sect leader took over and said, it definitely won't be the Song Yun sect. If I remember correctly, the Song Yun sect's results seem to be pretty poor, right? These words made Elder Li's face gloomy. Chapter 8, Selling Yourself. Elder Li's expression was somewhat helpless. After all,
Their Songyun sect's new generation was far from having a bearer like Lucian and Kongli. It's at an awkward stage of green and yellow. So in the green continent, the Songyun sect's impending fall from grace had already been reduced to a consensus. So this foundation building trial, the results shouldn't be too different from the last one. Winning the championship? In this regard, Elder Li no longer had any hope. He just hoped that as many people as he brought in this time would go back. Looking at the silent Elder Li, the evil extreme sect's leading elders had a teasing look in their eyes right now. They had already hung their knives already, just short of swinging them down. This time, the Songyun sect was destined to end up miserable. The Tianqian Stone Gate possessed the power of teleportation, and cultivators who stepped into the mysterious realm would be randomly teleported to various parts of the mysterious realm. Although Zheng Han and Su Mu, Zhao Mengdai and the others stepped into the stone door with their feet back and forth, they were still spread out. The moment Jiang Chen entered the Tianqian mysterious realm, the jade simplex at his waist was shining madly with light. Zhang Han, if you are in danger, remember to shout for help. Be sure to speak up and light the beacon and wolf smoke charm. This was the voice transmission Su Mu had left behind. His words urgent. Brother, where are you? I'll come to you. Don't be afraid. I've got you covered. Zhao Mengdia's voice was soft and sticky, and a trace of anxiety could still be heard. After all, when he passed through the stone door, Zhang Han's performance was too crotchety, and many disciples from the evil extreme sect, Incorp's sect, and other sects had said that they wanted to get rid of the evil. Zhang Han had now become the #1 celebrity of the Green Continent Foundation establishment. Many people were interested in hunting Zhang Han. After briefly informing him that he was currently unharmed, Zhang Han put away the jade slip. He was perfectly capable of defending himself in such a small scene. It was better to let Su Mu and Zhao Mengdai free up a bit of time and each seek their own creations. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed a bright color. A crazy money-making idea that instantly takes shape in your mind. You can't make money without it. Although the speed of the 10,000 burial physique cultivation was indeed very fast, similarly, the resources consumed could be considered astronomical. Right now, all he could think about was earning spirit stones. Immediately, Jiang Chen's figure flashed as he walked within the Tianqian secret territory. The world here is no different from the outside world, only a few more points of bleakness and barren. The Tianqian mysterious realm was a great sect in the Green Continent called the Tianqian Holy Land 10,000 years ago. It was once immensely brilliant. There were countless geniuses under the door, and there was even an old ancestor at the peak level of the questioning realm who was about to ascend to immortality. However, I don't know what happened, but it was destroyed overnight. The ancient heritage of the world went up in smoke, leaving only an empty shell. Some people said that old man Tianqian was tainted with unspeakable taboos and had stumbled upon bad luck. Others say that the path of immortality is a broken path, and that the end of cultivation is just asking for the truth, and that immortality does not exist in the world. When he thought of this, Zhang Han's heart snapped. It was unimaginable. What kind of powerful enemy was that? To exterminate a mighty powerhouse and clan in silence. Jiang Chen secretly vowed to break the curse of his physique and ascend to the absolute peak of power. Otherwise you'll end up like an ant. On the way to catch up, Zhang Han performed secret techniques, and between the tumbling of his mana, his appearance, height, bone structure, and breath all changed accordingly. A strand of funeral qi traveled all over his body, completely concealing the last trace of it. The current him, even his fellow disciples of the Songyun sect couldn't recognize him. Finally, Zhang Han set up a wooden sign on top of a mountain in the Tianqian mysterious realm. It says, selling the whereabouts of Songyun sect's Zhang Han. 4 words labeled in big red letters. Fake it or lose it. And, for the sake of authenticity, he had attached a trace of his own original breath to the wooden sign. Within the Tianqian mysteries, the information about his whereabouts was arguably the biggest hotspot at the moment. I don't know how many Green Continent cultivators wanted to get rid of him. Therefore, Zhang Han intended to sell his whereabouts. Instead of letting others pit him against him, he should take a little initiative and sell himself out, so he can more or less make a profit. Jiang Chen leisurely lay on a rock, his hands resting behind him, crossing his legs and slightly squinting his eyes, waiting for the fish to take the bait. After about half a quarter of an hour had passed, a dozen figures emitting a cold aura swept over. Jiang Chen didn't even need to open his eyes to know that the visitors were cultivators from the evil extreme sect. That chill that emanated from within his bones was too recognizable. One of the black-robed cultivators at the head of the group had his entire body covered under a black robe, revealing only a pair of eyes. Is it true what this sign says? Jiang Chen stretched his waist, stood up, and replied, believe it or not, you have your own judgment. The black-robed cultivator looked Jiang Han up and down, then sensed the aura on the wooden sign, and had an answer in his heart. How many spirit stones? Child and old man. 1,000 spirit stones per person. The black-robed cultivator had a chill in his eyes, but he still threw away a storage bag. Lead the way. Weighing his storage bag, Jiang Han shook his head slightly, looked around at the dozen or so cultivators present, and said, 1,000 spirit stones for one person, and seeing as there are so many of you, it'll be a slight discount of 10,000 spirit stones. These words caused the eyes of the evil extreme sect cultivators present to go chilly. However, the black-robed cultivator ended up throwing in a second storage bag. I hope you won't swindle us, or else you'll know how miserable you'll be if you offend the evil extreme sect. Don't worry, a fake is worth 100. Jiang Han collected the storage bag with satisfaction and continued. You guys wait first, there are more than enough who want to kill Jiang Han. Many cultivators in the green continent want to kill this son. When he finished, he continued to lie down lazily, quietly waiting for business to come his way. A few cultivators of the evil extreme sect, their eyes were incredibly chilly, and their palms touched the magic treasures at their waists, as if they were about to make a move, but it was stopped by the black-robed cultivator waving his hand. This person was already a corpse in his eyes. There's no rush in trying to kill. When the time comes, he will make this person spit out what he has eaten. An hour later, dozens more cultivators came. Without exception, they were all clamoring to kill Jiang Han, and after determining that the scent on the wooden sign belonged to that punk Jiang Han, they willingly paid the spirit stones. Jiang Chen was ecstatic in his heart. With this dumping, he directly earned around 50,000 spirit stones. Hurry up and lead the way. Don't delay us. The black-robed cultivator's voice was permeated with impatience. Fine. I'll take you there now. Jiang Chen's figure swept forward, followed by the evil extreme sect, and the rest of the scattered cultivators, each with a look of excitement on their faces. The number one waste of the green continent is going to die in their hands? I'm going to pull out the stops and take this man's head off myself. Just for the record, when we see Jiang Han later, whoever kills him will be counted. In their eyes, Jiang Han's strength was only barely at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and killing it wasn't much more difficult than pinching a mole cricket. Hearing the vicious words behind him, Jiang Chen didn't move. I wonder how these people will look after learning that he is Jiang Han. Chapter 9, Childish Fake 1 for 100. The cultivators who followed closely behind each had their own intentions, and did not appear to be striking out at each other for each other's dragon orders. Yet it was just a temporary, unspoken understanding. Once Jiang Han had been decapitated, then the peaceful situation at hand would be very difficult to maintain. After a bit of rushing, Jiang Han selected a canyon and bent down to rush downward. The reason for stopping here is purely because it's the perfect place to kill someone and raise their ashes. Everyone, Jiang Han is hiding within this one canyon. Don't let him escape. Hurry and block it. Jiang Chen yelled at the top of his lungs, staging a scene of thieves shouting to catch thieves. Ha ha, thanks for reminding me, fellow Daoist. I really forgot about this. The moment they descended into the canyon, the many cultivators had a very tacit understanding and offered up their magic treasures to block all the ways out. 10,000 elephants sealing formation. With this formation in place, not to mention escape, not even sound can penetrate. The 9 specters beheading road formation. Once you force your way through, the power to behead your body will explode. In an instant, the precious light rushed to the sky. A dozen formations took shape in midair and flew into the canyon, sealing the place until no fly could get out. Seeing this scene, Jiang Han forced himself to hold back his inner laughter. These cultivators sold themselves without even realizing it, and it's not clear whose retreat they are blocking. Many of the casual cultivators had a strong look of excitement on their faces with some mischief. That kid, Jiang Han, has mediocre qualifications and is notoriously uneducated. Just now, he almost couldn't enter the Tianxian mysterious realm because of his weak strength. Yet it was this kind of mediocrity that managed to join the Songyun sect, causing many people to hate it. One must know that the Songyun sect is the number one sect in the Green Continent. In fact, it wasn't Jiang Han that they hated. They only hated themselves for not being Jiang Han. Songyun sect's Jiang Han, is he really here? At that moment, the black-robed cultivator was the first to feel that something was wrong. He dispersed his divine sense and quickly covered the entire canyon. Yet he found nothing, no trace of Jiang Han. Kid, how dare you swindle me? Bellowing voices exploded flat on the ground. Many ancient trees, rocks, and so on, turned into flying ashes under this terrifying sound wave. The other cultivators gradually realized that they were being tricked as well. their faces grimacing as they realized that they had been tricked. How bold! Not killing is not enough to vent your anger. Many cultivators made their voices heard and flashed their magic treasures. The black-robed cultivator even offered up a 10,000 soul streamer, ready to refine Jiang Han and torture him until his lifespan dried up. So big. Yet Jiang Han always still had his back to the crowd. Just as the crowd was about to strike, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the entire canyon. As if the heavenly Tao was coming in person, the great mountain trembled and shattered in a clicking sound. The many cultivators looked horrified and felt that their bodies were very heavy, having been locked by the pressure and unable to move. The black-robed cultivator's gaze was grave as he slowly landed on that one, with his back to them. No matter how his mana worked, he could never get rid of this pressure. Like he was carrying 100,000 mountains. What a marvelous fixation treasure! But it's of no use if it can't kill us. Where had the cultivators of the evil extreme sect received such anger? One by one, they opened their mouths in indignation. Senior brother Zhou, please also make a move to kill this son. Seeing that Zhang Chen still had his back to them, they gritted their teeth in anger and immediately requested the black-robed cultivator to take action. Still, they were a little evasive between words. This was because they all knew that the black-robed senior brother Zhou was bent on focusing only on the final. It was unlikely that he would strike in order to avoid being analyzed for weaknesses in his moves by someone who was interested in doing so. A master has to keep his head down and not show it too easily. Sure enough, after hearing this, the black-robed cultivator did not move a muscle, and they were instantly disappointed. It seems like senior brother Zhou still doesn't care to make a move. However, what they didn't know was that the black-robed cultivator was already cursing inside at this point. He also wanted to take a shot, but he himself was one of the suppressed. Suddenly, the black-robed cultivator's heart jumped wildly, noticing the entire canyon, which seemed to be shrouded in a faint golden power. Dan Qi? Normal conjunctions were ancient in color, and only the supreme heaven and earth conjunctions would be golden in color. This guy, could he be a heaven's destiny cultivator? The more I think about it, the more alarmed I get. Kid, kneel down and kowtow and apologize for your mistake, then fake it and pay for it, but we can consider giving you a pain in the ass. Some of the cultivators broke free from the pressure on their bodies and blasted to kill Jiang Han. In an instant, the precious light rushed to the sky. They grinned sardonically. However, at the next moment, Jiang Han, who always had his back to them, gently raised his palm and closed his 5 fingers one by one, with a firm grip. A power far more abundant than 100 times that of the Foundation Establishment realm instantly erupted. Not even a miserable howl was made. The cultivator who had just sworn that he could hold Jiang Han instantly vaporized. Flesh, blood, and bones were completely turned into flying ash and dissipated under that terrifying power. However, their storage bags and dragon orders were kept. It's the only sign that proves they were here. With such an appalling scene, the black-robed cultivator looked directly confused. Is this person's fake one for all? Fake 1 for 100 is to make you pay out 100 times the amount of spirit stones instead of letting you, on them, blast out 100 times the terrifying power of the Foundation Establishment realm. The black-robed cultivator had been dumbfounded and had the intention to flee. But that bunch of damn people set up a bunch of formations to block all the back roads. The black-robed cultivator secretly gulped, taking his first serious look at Jiang Han. It's strange. Who is it? Could this person be Jiang Han's protector? Is he making a trap to kill them? Was the Zhongyun sect's heritage that terrifying? Even a punk is equipped with such a powerful path protector? Your Excellency doesn't kill me. I think you want to know something from my mouth. I can know everything. But, the black-robed cultivator was about to talk about the conditions. However, at that moment, he suddenly realized that his forehead was cold. Reaching out, I wondered when there was an extra finger of blood in the hole. His lips quirked, but his eyes were rapidly going lifeless and his life breath came to an abrupt end. At the moment of his fall, a strand of funeral qi floated out and was detained in Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Chen remained expressionless. Bargaining? He was too lazy to bother bargaining. To say it, just say it. Say it or kill it. Jiang Chen collected all the storage bags and dragon orders. Then he sacrificed a portion of his spirit stone to open the burial realm and go through the black-robed cultivator's memories. Within moments, his eyes narrowed slightly. Hidden Soldier Valley, Tianxian's secret treasure. The evil extreme sect, Incorp sect had finally gotten the location of the Tianxian Holy Land's treasure trove after all the fumbling of the Foundation Establishment trials. And this time, they're going to move the treasure trove altogether. They have made a lot of preparations to be sure. There were few points of information about the specifics of the treasure trove that the black-robed cultivator remembered. But to make the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect go through so much trouble, they were definitely not simple goods. Moreover, it was still a treasure left over from the Tianqian Holy Land in the past, adding a few more touches of mystery. Without lingering, Zhang Han headed straight for the Hidden Soldier Valley. He's going to intercept. For the evil extreme sect as well as the Incorp sect, he didn't have a single bit of good feelings. These two clans and their Tsongyun sect had a history of friction and were not in harmony. Not so much a world feud, but close. Going against these two clans interested him. Chapter 10 Treasure Trove Riot. 10,000 soldiers. The Hidden Soldier Valley was located in the northwestern corner of the Tianqian mysterious realm, and there were several ancient formations on the way to mask the scent, making it difficult to find the trail. However, it's good to know that the ancient formation has been broken. Therefore, Zhang Han was barely stopped in any way and was considered to have picked up the slack. The closer we get to the Hidden Soldier Valley, the heavier the fury becomes. The last thick fury, directly diffuse in the air. Just inhale a mouthful. Nostrils, skin seems to be cut by a knife-like. Also, scattered bodies began to appear on the ground. The surrounding mountains were wrecked and in a state of disarray, obviously after a bitter battle. Among these corpses, there were human races as well as the demonic beast clan, Incorp sect. The evil extreme sect must have paid a certain price, which is why they killed here. If they knew that Zhang Han was as relaxed as he was walking leisurely, they would definitely be furious and spit out blood. They're working for Zhang Han for free? Looking at the ground, the mountain-like, fat demonic beast carcass, a grotesque thought flashed through Zhang Han's mind. This thing, if you bake it for dinner, it should be pretty good, right? But just the thought that this demonic beast corpse came from the Incorp sect caused a pang of diarrhea. It must be known that a large portion of the disciples of the Incorp sect belong to the In spirit. After death, the body is reborn as a spirit and is called a In spirit. In other words, it's possible that this currently dead demonic beast died hundreds of years ago. The dead, the ghosts, having eaten a lot of demonic beast meat, eating ghosts hadn't really been tried. But in the end, Zhang Han's reason overcame the hunt and he left. Only, when he left, the corpse of the demonic beast on the ground was gone. Half an hour later, Zhang Han sneaked all the way to the Hidden Soldier Valley without alerting anyone from the Incorp sect or the evil extreme sect. Hidden Soldier Valley, rumored to be the treasure trove where Tianqian Holy Land placed its weapons. Many powerful weapons are hidden here. Just before Zhang Han arrived, the entire Hidden Soldier Valley erupted in a burst of brilliant light, resembling immortal light. Immediately afterward, densely packed, rain-like weapons shot from the Hidden Soldier Valley into the sky. Shoo! The air was broken open, and the space was strewn with white mist-colored weapon trails. 10,000 soldiers moving in unison. The forceful chi emanating from that weapon looked like it was going to tear the sky into countless pieces. The treasure trove has gone berserk? Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. It's better to come early than late. Just arrived and it's harvest time. These were all weapons treasured by the Tianqian sacred ground, and casually taking away a few of them belonged to a great creation. It's good to storm off and muddle through, so that it's better to go for the cutoff instead. Jiang Chen's gaze fell ahead, only to see 10,000 soldiers whistling, among which were swords, sabers, axes, hammers, and so on, but the most powerful still belonged to the ancient sword, especially the first few handles. However, at this moment, Zhang Han ghostly noticed the corner of the Hidden Soldier Valley. Freshly shoveled out fresh yellow soil was half covering a sword-shaped scroll. Very deliberate. It's like, this sword-shaped scroll, burying itself in order to cover up. Jiang Chen was suspicious for a while. However, right now, 10,000 soldiers were moving. So let's collect a few weapons first. Immediately, a huge suction force erupted between his palms and grabbed at the dragon-shaped ancient sword at the head of the group. This ancient sword was very extraordinary, flowing like a true dragon. Jiang Chen's palm was like a vice, and the dragon-shaped ancient sword was subdued in his hand with a clang. Humph! At that moment, two cold grunts sounded in unison. Inside the buried soldier valley, two youths swept out explosively, staring at Zhang Han in death. At the same time, dozens of figures followed and swept out together, quickly collecting the weapons that shot into the sky. The two youths looked somber. They had worked so hard to open the treasure trove. How did they sneak in a picker-upper? The two men were not angry. The cultivation aura on his body was odd, seemingly only at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, yet it flowed with the slightest hint of the Jedan realm. Let go of your stinking hands. Don't contaminate the holy soldier. At those words, Jiang Chen glanced at the two men. Working his mana, A surge of power that far exceeded that of the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm erupted out. Put! The blood mist exploded. And one by one, the palms of the cultivators from the evil extreme sect as well as the Corp sect exploded. Those weapons that had been plundered into his hands fell in unison and were taken away by Jiang Han with a wave of his sleeve. The two youths looked gloomy. They were trying to get Jiang Han to let go. Between containing their anger, the two of them operated their mana to kill Jiang Han. They were originally Jiedan realm cultivators, only to half-chop their cultivation and fall to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. This was to avoid being blocked by the stone gate, thus entering the Tianxian secret territory. Jiedan realm? Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. With a wave of his palm, a dozen seized weapons vertically transformed into shields and blocked in front of him. However, under the raging mana being declared, the weapon only resisted one blow before shattering with a loud bang. Jiang Chen didn't take a hard hit and chose to avoid it, his body rushing towards the bottom of the hidden soldier valley. Humph! The black-robed youth looked at Jiang Han's escaping figure, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Is that all you've got? If it wasn't for a weapon blocking it just now, that guy would have been decapitated. Immediately, he wanted to go after him, but was stopped by the purple-robed youth beside him. Don't chase after them. Big good weapons rushed into the air. Don't pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. As long as this person is still in this Tianxian mysterious realm, he won't be able to escape us. The black-robed youth nodded at his words. The two rushed into the sky together, collecting the weapons that flew out, their faces showing ecstasy every now and then. Earned it big time. At this moment, Jiang Han descended below the hidden soldier valley. At first glance, the sword-shaped scroll shook away the yellow earth that covered it. The two sword chi transformed into feet to make a hard lunge, and they were strangely fast. All at once, it disappeared into Jiang Han's eyes. This sword-shaped scroll has become refined. As he said this, Jiang Han spread out his palms. The dragon-shaped ancient sword that had suppressed it just now began to become blurry and finally drifted away with the wind, just as if it didn't exist. In fact, from the moment he offered a dozen or so weapons just now and actually couldn't block a single strike from those two half-cut Jiedan realms, he understood. The so-called 10,000 soldiers moving in unison was, in fact, all inspired by that one sword-shaped scroll. That sword-shaped scroll was the origin of the 10,000 soldiers. The Corp sect, the evil extreme sect, were still in the dark and foolishly went forward to collect them. It was predictable that the two clans had collected to the end, only to find that it was a waste in the end. And then a bunch of people are there, yakking about reconciling the day's accounts and wondering where they went wrong. Can even imagine the excitement in those people's faces. Jiang Chen dispersed his divine soul and immediately tracked it. Such a shrewd scroll was definitely not simple, and if one could obtain it, it would definitely enhance one's strength. Jiang Han frowned when he had chased him halfway. What's going on? It was clear that he sensed that the sword-shaped scroll was here, but when he arrived, it was empty, just as Jiang Chen was confused. The sound of a clanging sword rang out. Hurrah! Thousands of weapons shot out from a distant mountain, instantly drowning Jiang Han in them. A few moments later, in that one mountain, the sword-shaped scroll rode two sword chi and slowly walked out. The thick smoke dispersed, and where Jiang Han stood, a mountain behind him had become a sieve, translucent from front to back. This wave is very raw. However, Jiang Han is unharmed. It was a bit of a mess, though, and the clothes were rather ragged. In the tattered clothes, dozens of purple defense talismans could be seen affixed to Jiang Han's body. A dozen of these talismans had consumed their mana and dimmed. It was these talismans that blocked the blow that caught him off guard just now. You old six! The sword-shaped scroll emitted an ancient sound, just as if the human race could communicate. Who is a decent person who puts so many defensive talismans on their body? Don't you think it's airtight? Same to each other. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He just now, actually almost let a scroll. Ambush? Chapter 11. This man can handle. Sincerely, Jiang Chen had always had a habit of being afraid of death and pain. That's why he had spent a large sum of money to refine many defensive talismans, just to avoid the situation at hand. With a wave of his palm, Jiang Chen quickly changed himself into a new outfit. The sword-shaped scroll was cocky and took advantage of the opening to erupt in a burst of swordlight, chopping towards the dozen or so purple talismans that had lost their sheltering ability just now. Where they were located. What the sword-shaped scroll didn't know, however, was this. With Jiang Han changing into a new outfit, the spent talisman had been replaced. He is really afraid of death. Boom! Swordlight waves and trails of swordlight traversed the sky, pressing down on the great mountains within the secret territory and trembling. Normally,
It was difficult to perfectly unleash the attack power of an ownerless magic treasure. However, the attack power of this sword-shaped scroll was surprisingly powerful. A rough estimate was that an average mid-Jiadan realm cultivator wouldn't be able to make it through at all. Faced with a blow, instead of retreating, Zhang Han wrapped his palm in surging mana and violently grabbed forward. With a click, the sword light was directly crushed. It's flowing and it's dry. You're not in the Foundation Establishment realm. The spirit of the sword-shaped scroll opened its mouth in surprise, and seeing Zhang Han's tricky strength, it immediately tried to ride the sword light away. However, it was already too late. Zhang Han stepped forward and held the sword-shaped scroll in a death grip, and no matter how much the sword-shaped scroll's mana was ventilated, his palm always remained as motionless as a vice. Submission or death. In response to Zhang Chen's warning, the sword-shaped scroll was very mouthy. I am the Heavenly Xian Holy Land Sect Suppressor Treasure, tempered by the Supreme Immortal Calamity, carrying the majestic heaven and earth Tao fortune. And you want me to recognize you as my master? Do you have such a blessing? Zhang Han soured on him and looked indifferent. I've always had a shortcoming. That is, I like to eat hard without any blessings. When he finished speaking, the virtual image of a heaven and earth golden pill was reflected behind him. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy boiled up as if they were bowing to their heaven and earth monarch. The golden dan of heaven and earth is not something that can be condensed by a very human being. Actually condensed the heaven and earth golden dan? It's quite a bit of talent, but is still not qualified yet. The voice of the spirit of the sword-shaped scroll was calm. Zhang Chen was silent. It was only at this time that the golden light behind him flourished, and immediately afterward, the second heaven and earth golden dan emerged. Heaven and earth gold pill? This stuff, he's got plenty of it. 8 times he was buried. 8 times he shaped the fruits of the Tao, and the frustrations that ordinary people could not endure were slowly reversed into creations by him. Once feathered, it would be a powerful leaning against him. Not a cage. 2 heaven and earth golden dan? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Throughout the ages, never seen who can have 2 heaven and earth golden dan. This is not allowed by heaven and earth. This time, the voice of the sword-shaped scroll spirit was no longer able to hide its surprise, because it's just so beyond the pale. After so many years of traversing the heavens and earth, he had been accompanied by strong men in the past, but I have never heard of anyone who has conjured 2 golden dawn. Those 2 heaven and earth golden dan, although they looked small, were as majestic as the stars. The 2 heaven and earth golden dawn operated rapidly, traveling star trajectories. The surrounding spiritual energy boiled and whistled like a river. On top of that, Zhang Han had enchanted the evil god cannon and was very life-thirsty, burning only a tiny bit of his potential. But still, the battle power has increased quite a bit. The heavy pressure caused the surrounding void to ripple. At this moment, Zhang Chen didn't open his mouth to speak. He didn't bother to bull asterisk. If you don't have an eye for it, just destroy it forcefully. Although his cultivation level was not high, this sword-shaped scroll was not the scroll of yesteryear. You can tell that it's been mortally wounded and its power is greatly diminished. I may submit to you. The spirit of the sword-shaped scroll was silent for a while and slowly replied. Jiang Chen nodded, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, a drop of essence blood appeared out of thin air, and the sword-shaped scroll took the initiative to fuse it, completing the blood recognition. Jiang Chen wasn't very surprised by this, because taking stock of the situation is what mature people should know how to do. Dignity. It's just a stupidity called hot blood. Staying alive is what matters. A wise man will consider everything in the context of staying alive. Thereafter, you and I will not be divided into master and servant. Both sides are equal. But when I need you, you must do your best to come to my aid. In the face of such frank words from Zhang Han, the sword-shaped scroll coughed dryly, seeming a bit guilty and very human. Alas, for the sake of such candor, I'll tell you the truth. When I fused my essence blood just now, I secretly interconnected the calamity chi in my body with you, and if I am calamity thereafter, you will also passively follow along and share it. The so-called robber's chi is a mark of heaven and earth. Things that go against heaven and earth are often envied by heaven and earth and, therefore, are marked by a robber's chi. There is no telling when such a calamity of heaven and earth will come. The spirit of the sword-shaped scroll was a little guilty. Zhang Han, this guy can really get along. Too honest, to treat each other as equals, but it is a surprise to it. Looking at Zhang Han's frozen expression, the color of guilt in the sword-shaped scroll's heart grew stronger. I can spell out the backlash and chop off a portion of the robbing chi, cutting down the effects of the robbing chi on you, deceiving this uninitiated and sincere little fellow. As the spirit of the scroll, it really felt bad in its heart.
No harm done. Jiang Chen's voice was flat, and his expression didn't move in the slightest. At those words, the sword-shaped scroll spirit froze, and the guilt in his heart grew stronger. It's so sincere. Totally naked teenagers. You don't need to feel guilty. In fact, that drop of essence blood just now, it wasn't mine, but I forced it out on the corpse of a demonic beast. Jiang Chen said indifferently, I can control you through that drop of demonic beast essence blood, but that robbing chi of yours can't affect me. When he tasted and ate the ghost, he took a small bite and barely managed to spit out the bitter bile. Still, the simplicity of his nature forced something useful out of him. For example, essence blood, such as the runic bones of demonic beasts, and so on. At those words, the sword-shaped scroll spirit was dumbfounded. Meaning, he made a pact with an animal? The good Jiang Chan all get. Bad at all to take. This guy, he's older than the adult at 6. Seemingly sensing the emotional fluctuations emanating from the sword-shaped scroll, Jiang Han continued, don't think about breaking free. That concluded contract was reinforced by me 3 times. Really only 3 times? Why, I don't quite believe that. The spirit of the sword-shaped scroll asked rhetorically. It's true that there's just a little bit more reinforcement. Jiang Chen's thumb and forefinger were slightly spread some distance apart. A little bit? Sword-shaped scrolls don't believe it anyway. This guy, he had more city and heart than some old monsters, and his cultivation was extremely weird. It was clearly only the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, a rather reluctant sort. It's one of those things where you can let a fart bounce off of you and risk having your cultivation fall. But somehow, this guy was different in the extreme, ridiculously powerful. The eye is submissive and has nothing to say. This guy, with his talent and very much in the city, can't say he's going to do anything great. Jiang Chen opened the sword-shaped scroll. On the head of the volume, there were several ancient characters, with flowing forms and immortal style, and the words were as if the great Tao was stretched out across the top. 10,000 fierce soldiers chart. As the head of the scroll opened, the picture was pulled open, and on it were drawn a variety of weapons. There are swords, tripods, knives, axes, arrows, bells, hammers and other assorted things. As the image unfolded, a ferocious aura blossomed. Even the air was filled with biting cold. Jiang Chan's eyes quickly swept over and noticed the 3 divine swords in the center of the screen. No doubt about it. These 3 divine swords were definitely the 3 most powerful of the 10,000 soldiers. One of the handles, a good-looking, even a little jumpy. If it's more than a person, it's kind of similar to the character of a street skater without a straight face. The other 2 handles, on the other hand, had been thoroughly covered in crimson blood, and no form or details could be seen. Immortal. Blood? Jiang Chen stared at the blood, sensing a trace of transcendent power from it. That power belongs to Xian. Chapter 12, but you didn't get into a fight? This sword-shaped scroll is truly extraordinary. Had crossed paths with Xian, and it also injured an immortal, which was why there was immortal blood left on top of the scroll. Xian is not simple. That is the realm above the inquiry. Currently the continent they were on, Xian had completely fallen into legend. It's been 100,000 years since anyone has ascended. Moreover, the old monsters who asked for this realm have been heard to have died out. Of course, there is another way to put it. It was those old monsters who were asking for the tripods that were either in death seclusion or hiding in a cave-blessed land to slow down their aging. This scroll actually once injured an immortal. Could it be that this matter, and the destruction of the Tianxian Holy Land, were somehow related? Jiang Chen didn't think deeply about it. He never worried blindly about things that had nothing to do with him. All he felt now was a rush of excitement and celebration. He was excited that such a supreme treasure had been obtained by him, and it was a great help to him on his future path of immortal cultivation. Thankfully, thanks to the big disability. Otherwise, he is still really possible, not the opponent of this scroll. Jiang Chen put away the sword-shaped scroll and left. The purpose of this visit was not lost on him. Capture a sufficient number of dragon orders first to ensure that you can pass the first round of selection. Then take first place at the finals and win the 3 million spirit stones. Earlier, he was a little hesitant. I don't know how to take first place while hiding my strength. Now it's finally getting some traction. This 10,000 soldiers fierce map is the best front. When it came to the finals, his main body didn't need to exert too much force. Just the 10,000 soldiers fierce diagram could crunch and kill indiscriminately. Everyone would not think that it was because he had strength. They would only think that it was aided by a magic treasure. As for whether or not he would be harboring any problems, he wasn't worried at all. Unsurprisingly, he meticulously stayed in the Tsongyan sect on weekdays. Which ungrateful one dares to kill the ninth peak of the Tsonyan sect to seize his treasures? Not to mention the clan. His senior brother Lucian was the first to refuse. The reputation of being the first genius of the Green Continent was not something to be ashamed of. When he really got angry, the older generation of Yuaning realm powerhouses dared to fight in blood. Zhang Han didn't doubt the strength of the 10,000 soldiers' fierce figure. This figure, mastering an earthly supreme mystery. That's a cluster asterisk 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 asterisk. The word 10,000 soldiers is actually the axiom of group beating. One weapon can't beat you. Two weapons can't beat you. What about 1,000? 10,000? Totally crushable, right? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's speeding stopped, a strange look in his eyes, and then casually masked his body's aura. Skillful hid behind a rock. 3 cultivators were facing off in front of them, and their eyes were covered in blood as well as a ferocious light. A look of mutual suspicion. These 3 people, one wore a black robe, one wore a purple robe, and one wore a white robe. Wasn't it the 3 Jiadan cultivators who had met him in the Hidden Soldier Valley before and wanted to kill him? These 3 Jiadan cultivators were also ruthless to themselves, half chopping off his cultivation and dropping his realm just to blend into this Tianqian secret realm. It was thought that by making the greatest sacrifice, the creation would be attained. Who knew that it was still intercepted by Jiang Han? The black-robed youth sacrificed a black ink blade, and the clanging blade sound rang out. The weapons I worked so hard to collect, why are they gone? I trusted you with them for safekeeping, and you're screwing me over like this? Before this, our evil extreme sect senior staff, but with Urine Corp's sect and Green Hidden Pavilion senior staff, reached an agreement to excavate the secret treasure together. You guys renege like this? Be careful of triggering a conflict between the 3 sects. The black-robed youth spoke in a deep voice, but his brows quickly tightened, because the purple-robed youth and also the white-robed youth's faces carried the same bitterness as bewilderment. It seems they are also confused. The purple-robed youth came from the Incorp sect. He sighed and said, "This matter is strange. We don't know what's going on." They had clearly done their best to seal the weapon inside the storage bag. How could it disappear for no reason? The black-robed youth chortled coldly. "Things are given to you for safekeeping, and you actually say you don't know?" The 3 of them just talked and sprayed at each other for a long time, and Jiang Han hid behind the rocks and listened for a long time. At that moment, the voice of the Sword Scroll Spirit resounded in Jiang Han's mind. "You seem concerned. Is this ready to persuade a fight?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Han sighed and said, "It's meaningless. After squatting here for so long, they actually haven't fought yet." At that moment, he was ready to turn around and leave. However, a hint of breath was accidentally given away. "Who?" Alert voices rang out, followed by a shocking blade, slashing like lightning. Bang! The rock in front of Jiang Han was instantly chopped to pieces, and the blade was unabated as it chopped at Jiang Han, but it was crushed by Jiang Han with 2 fingers. "It's you?" Without the cover of the rocks, Jiang Han's figure was completely exposed. The black-robed youth and the others instantly recognized Jiang Chen. Their eyes were fierce. Their mood was already depressed, and when they encountered this thief, they couldn't wait to abuse Jiang Han ruthlessly. The black-robed youth was the most excited. It was because he had fought with Jiang Chen, and with just one strike, he had forced this person to drop his magic treasure and flee for his life. In his eyes, Jiang Han's strength was generalized. "You look familiar. Which clan?" The black-robed youth offered up an intelligence jade slip and flipped through it, and Jiang Han curiously looked at it, which actually contained detailed information about various clans and major geniuses, vague on cultivation, qualifications, and specializing in jutsu, small to weak, etc. Of course, these are only for the best group of cultivators. The vast majority of the cultivators' descriptions had only a few words. "I can't believe there's no record of you on there." The black-robed youth from the evil extreme sect frowned. Strange, this person was able to hide under their noses for so long. It couldn't be a generalized nameless person. The purple-robed youth and the white-robed youth also each offered up intelligence jade slips to detect Jiang Han's identity. Yet still nothing. At that moment, Jiang Han smiled and said, "Black-robed brother, stop pretending. Aren't we in the same gang? You dropped the weapons within the Tianqian treasure trove and asked me to ambush here to get rid of these 2. You and I know this matter very well. Don't dilly-dally. Strike together." After saying that, with a prancing motion, he operated the evil god cannon. Whoever had kept the group from fighting, then he simply added to the fire. The purple-robed youth and the white-robed youth came to a sudden realization. Dropped it? No wonder they obviously sealed the weapons. But when they counted them, there was nothing. They stared at the black-robed youth in death. "It's shameless. and trying to blackball them and put the blame on them. The black-robed youth looked at Zhang Han with a dumbfounded look on his face, his mind working frantically as he almost asked Zhang Han offhand which elder had sent him. He suspected all. The only thing I didn't suspect was that Zhang Han was punking him. It was because the evil god's canon was not something that ordinary evil extreme sect disciples could cultivate. Boom! The purple-robed youth and white-robed youth couldn't help themselves and blasted out to kill the black robes. The black-robed youth let out a long whistle and hastily met the battle. It was a mess for a while, and the three of them had already killed their eyes, with all kinds of killing moves appearing frequently. Jiang Chen leisurely sat on the sidelines and watched, calling out from time to time, "Black-robed brother, I'll pillage for you." The sword-shaped scroll was hidden inside Zhang Han's sleeve, and he was more and more afraid of Zhang Han. This guy pitched a fit. "With your strength, you don't need this kind of intrigue," the sword-shaped scroll spirit asked. "It's too hot to walk a few steps, and you're asking me to strike? Is it so much strength that you have no place to use it? Or are you a homicidal maniac? Why go to all that trouble blah 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 when there's a way to save energy?" Jiang Chen stood up and walked towards the three. At the moment, they killed until they were exhausted. Seeing Jiang Chen walking, the black-robed youth laughed loudly. "Brother, kill them and go back to claim the credit." Jiang Chen nodded and snapped his fingers to shoot out several stone-sized points of light, sealing the cultivation of the white-robed youth as well as the purple-robed youth. "Many thanks to the brothers for their help." The black-robed youth clasped his fists and bowed, looking grateful. "You're welcome, and so are you." Jiang Chen grinned and watched as his own cultivation was also sealed in the black-robed youth's dismayed expression. Chapter 13, Targeted? The three were sealed and unable to move. Jiang Chen skillfully peeled off the dragon orders and the spirit stones and other cultivation materials from the three. The black-robed youth and the other three came to a sudden realization that they were being punked. They killed each other for nothing. And this man was cheap. Jiang Chen noticed the micro-expressions of the three. "Don't look so indignant. Even if you guys don't get screwed with your strength, the end will be the same." That one sentence is a killer. The three men's chests rose and fell, reddening. "That's being pissed off. Why don't you kill us? How much trouble would it be to kill you all and then have to manage to bury you? It would be better to sell you. It just so happens that I know a mine owner." Zhang Han's smile was like a spring breeze, but in the eyes of the three, it was like a ghost. Sell them for mining? They were, at least, also cultivators of the hallowed Jidan realm. "How dare you?" The three of them looked agitated, feeling that Zhang Han would never dare to do such a rude thing. Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense. One only realizes that one has slept when one wakes up, so there are some things that they don't want to believe until the moment they materialize. Under the three people's shocked and angry expressions, Zhang Han skillfully threw them into his storage bag. The cacophony of voices instantly dissipated. The world cleared up. The storage bag had been specially modified by him to accommodate living people. Jiang Chen was friendly and there were two ways to treat an enemy. First, to be besties, the bone-crushing kind. Secondly, to make them gold masters with deep pockets. These three, for example, were soon sold to him for mining. You can make more money if it's gone, but if your conscience is gone, you'll make more money, Jiang Chen said leisurely. Of course, there can't be an ounce of mercy when it comes to the enemy. At that moment, Zhang Han's heart moved and 3 jade slips appeared in his palm, tapping on the evil extreme sex piece. The complicated information instantly came into view. With that, he flipped through the Tsong Yun sex information. Zhao Mengdai, the most gifted cultivation girl of Zhao's immortal cultivation clan, is exceptionally talented and gifted, and is in danger of becoming the evil extreme sex archenemy. Recommendation: eradicate. Su Mu, little Lucian of the Tsong Yun sect, is highly talented. Recommendation: eradicate. Seeing this, Zhang Han was a little curious about what the mainstream powerful clans of the Green Continent had to say about him. With that, he flipped the jade slip. River Cold, decades-old foundation building, the first joke of the Green Continent, the young generation of the Tsong Yun sect, the most unthreatening person. Suggestion: after destroying the Tsong Yun sect, consider raising it as a human pet. Jiang Chen looked odd. Turns out, everyone thought he was the waste of a 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 waste all along. Ha! In that case, he was relieved. After all, waste is a protective color. Jiang Chen clicked on the Incorp sex jade slip, and the evaluation of him was almost the same. Think he'll die of old age on the foundation building realm. Last piece. Zhang Han kind of didn't want to look at it, and I guess there was nothing new about it. Guess that's just another word for him being a loser. But he clicked on it anyway. This piece of intelligence jade slip came from the Green Hidden Pavilion. Zhang Han didn't know much about the Green Hidden Pavilion.
This sect never expanded to occupy resources and never took the initiative to cause trouble.
However, the odd thing was that the clan's depths were not weak in the Green Continent rankings.
No one knew where such a tame sect had laid down such a family foundation.
Soon, Zhang Han locked onto the Green Hidden Pavilion's evaluation of him. River Cold. Cultivation Waste Material. Foundation Establishment Realm Ashes Level Genin.
This line was followed by a small line of small letters in red. There is a possibility that this sun is burdened with an extreme organ,
but the likelihood is extremely low and has no validation value. Seeing this,
Zhang Han broke out in a cold sweat.
The pole organ. He's being watched?
Although it is elaborated later in red, saying that this is highly unlikely and no verification is possible.
But what if there really was an old monster from the Middle Continent who was so idle that he was willing to give it a try? Wouldn't he be in danger then?
The old man of the Middle Continent.
A good pole organ.
They believed that after piecing together a complete set of extreme Dao organs, their cultivation talent could skyrocket wildly. At that time, one could blast open the path of inquiry with supreme talent,
knock on the heavens, and open the immortal gate again. There's no doubt about it. That's a bunch of crazy people. Old lunatics who only want to become immortal.
There were 36 continents in their southern brightness continent, of which the Middle Continent was the most powerful. The old monsters there,
each one of them cannot be underestimated. Jiang Chen decided to ask for clarification, and with a slap of his storage bag, the white-robed youth's figure was revealed. I ask. You answer. If you can't, kill.
At those words,
the corners of the white-robed youth's mouth rose. Is this a request?
Then the initiative is on him.
However, in the next moment,
Zhang Han's palm slapped down and pressed on top of his left shoulder. A majestic mana that could not be shaken raged.
Pust. The white-robed youth's entire left arm was instantly shattered,
and there was a tendency to spread throughout his body.
In his panic, he remembered Zhang Han's warning just now. That's a tough one. Saying one is not two. I answer.
Jiang Chen loosened his grip. Who collected this intelligence jade slip?
And is there any other use for it other than for use in the Green Continent Foundation establishment trial? The entire Green Hidden Pavilion's intelligence, collected by tens of thousands of spies. This jade slip is currently only used for the Foundation establishment trial.
Cold sweat oozed from the white-robed youth's forehead,
fearing that he would say the wrong thing. Why are you asking this, fellow Daoist?
As soon as the words fell,
Jiang Chen's eyes were like beams,
shooting out two terrifying pillars of light.
Pust.
The white-robed youth's chest burned and scorched out two large holes.
It wasn't a fatal wound,
but it made him grimace.
I said. I ask. You answer.
And don't pry if you shouldn't.
The white-robed youth bitterly smiled and clasped his fist, and Jiang Chen waved his sleeve, taking it back into his storage bag. Green Hidden Pavilion. What kind of place is this? One of the eyes of the old monster of Central Continent? Jiang Chen mused.
This was what he was most afraid of. It was curious as to which spy was so horrifyingly minded that he could see the possibility of him having an organ of the extreme Dao.
Still, the other side guessed wrong.
He is not burdened with pole organs.
Rather, his entire body, itself, was the extreme Dao. Once he's allowed to break the spell,
he'll be the brightest of the brightest. He was now experiencing his 9th dispersion.
This is the last time.
It has to work or there won't be enough lifespan left.
Dispersing the power once consumed too much longevity.
If he hadn't been good at nourishing himself, he would have had to fall the first time he dispersed his power.
Gathering his thoughts,
Zhang Han looked toward the pale sky.
At this moment,
the Foundation establishment trial had already proceeded to a white-hot stage, continuing to fight and kill for several days.
Many people could not hold on to their dragon orders and left the field in dismay.
Although he hadn't participated in the collection of dragon orders, the black-robed youth and the other three had a portion of them in their hands. Altogether, he now had a total of over 1,000 dragon orders on hand,
barely squeezing into the top one.
000 based on past experience. First place can be rewarded with 3 million spirit stones. Zhang Han touched the sword-shaped scroll.
What business is it of mine if you participate in the trials?
The sword-shaped scroll spirit detected a hint of something wrong.
If you work hard and win, it won't be long before you get to meet a stronger me.
Jiang Chen smiled and patted the sword-shaped scroll with an encouraging look. With these spirit stones, then the possibility of him breaking his body's magic spell increased by 1 point.
Right in the middle of the conversation between the one person and the spirit, the entire Tianxian mysterious realm shook with a loud bang. Immediately afterward, the earth shook. In the center of the Tianxian mysterious realm, a huge floating earth floated up, shaped like a martial arts stage. The final is about to open. Chapter 14. A poor man's temperament cannot be concealed. The flow was a large piece, in a regular square shape. At this moment, a stone pillar broke out of the ground, and in the center of the floating soil, it quickly surrounded the shape of a party's martial arts arena. At the top of each stone pillar, a savage beast was carved, and they are all different, in various forms, as barbaric as they can be. It made the entire floating earth martial arts arena look like the cave of 10,000 beasts where parasites were kept. This was the ancient Tianxian Holy Land's martial arts arena. In the past, the geniuses of the ancient Tianxian sacred land had once conquered this floating land, and now it's repeated. It's like a race across the ages, each in their own way. The floating earth martial arts arena is accompanied by an ancient and towering monument that blends in with the arena. An ancient character was branded on top of the stone tablet. 100. Between the strokes of the font, the wild and drenching implications are obvious. There was once someone who had fought 100 battles on this one martial arts stage without being defeated. Obviously, this is the best record for this arena. In the grooves of the word 100, a lot of dust has accumulated, and it seems that the word has not changed for a long time. In other words, the record of not being defeated in 100 battles has yet to be broken by anyone. In fact, looking at the ancient and modern times, between the same clan, the same age group to cut, 100 battles without defeat, all belong to the king's record. Boom! The roar continued. Suddenly, the void cracked open. A dozen ancient mirrors came whistling from the outside world and ended up hovering over the martial arts arena. The mirror gave off a grayish glow, reflecting everything in the martial arts arena and transmitting in sync with the outside world. The final was seemingly a final between Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. In reality, it was rather a kind of sparring match between the great clans, a kind of reserve and genius reserve. It was an early contest between future Zanyans. So, the whole of mid-continent is very concerned. Can't wait to descend the phallus and observe this last final. At this moment, the disciples of various large and small sects in the Green Continent were all doing one thing. That was to run to the location where the clan placed the Tongshan mirror and pick a good spot to sit down. Then focus on the final round of the Green Continent Foundation building trial. Who can kill through all the geniuses and take the final first place? This battle is a common sight on all continents. Countless pairs of eyes were staring. At this moment, the evil extreme sect's leading elder held his head high as he walked in stride to Tsongyan sect's elderly and buzzed his mouth. The finals are about to begin. So why doesn't elderly hurry up and announce the dragon order list so that the final spots for the finals can be approved? A hint of playfulness emerged from the corner of his mouth. Oh, by the way, could it be that you're afraid that your Tsongyan sect has too many wastes? And there's a possibility that you'll be eliminated too much in one go, and you don't dare to look at it straightly. That's why you're delaying the announcement? At this time, the Incorp sect's leading elder also came over. Yes, your Tsongyan sect's #1 waste in history, Jian Han, is a reputation that has spread far and wide. The first few times he was timid and hid his head, not daring to take part in the trial. I wonder if he can squeeze into the finals if he takes part this time. The Incorp sect's leading elder laughed as Green Corp's chi burned in flames across the sky. His cultivation had reached the mid-yuaning stage, and he was at the same level as elderly and the others, which was why he dared to flirt. Could elderly not hear that these two were flirting with their Tsongyan sect? Can he not know what level Jian Han is at? The finals? It's good to be alive. However, everything can only be endured, because it's indisputable. Other than Lucian's generation that could astonish the entire Green Continent, their Tsongyan sect had not produced any astonishing level characters for a long time. Zhao Mengdai is good, but it's a pity that she started too late, and it will take a few more years for her to become a success. Many Green Continent sect elders looked over. Elderly knew it was time to make the announcement. Immediately, the sleeve robe rattled and a beam of light shot out from it. In a flash, a dragon roar sounded and the beam of light dispersed, revealing the body. It was a purple list, and it was clearly the dragon order list. Only the dragon order list, swished into the Tianxian mysterious realm, and finally landed over the floating earth martial arts stage, opening slowly. Located at the first place of the dragon order list was none other than Li Yang of the evil extreme sect, capturing 13,000 orders. Second place, Yin Jiu of the Yin Corp sect, capturing 10,080 orders. Third place, Divine Sky Sect's Yi Lu, capturing 9,300 orders. Fourth and fifth, respectively, were occupied by two other supreme geniuses from the evil extreme sect, capturing over 8,900 orders. In the top 5 of the list, there wasn't a single disciple from the Tsongyun sect. The evil extreme sect, on the other hand, occupied a full 3 My evil extreme sex prosperity is expected.
The evil extreme sex leading elder laughed out loud.
Within the Tianxian mystery, there was an ancient mirror reflecting the scene, so even the disciples who were in the evil extreme sex main camp could see the scene. One looked excited. They, the evil extreme sect, had a promising future. Li Yang and the other 3 senior brothers were too competitive. Without any surprises, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Song Yun's sex Lu Shen, fighting with the Song Yun sect openly and secretly for thousands of years. This was the first time to win this honorable and comfortable. Congratulations to the evil extreme sect. Ditto 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 ditto. The In Corp sect and also the evil extreme sect's 2 leading elders were holding each other's feet. Elder Li naturally knew that this was done to him, trying to deliberately embarrass him. His eyes skimmed over the first 5. Luckily, in the 6th position, Su Mu's name was seen.
As for Zhao Mengdai, who ranked outside the 50th place,
ranking one after another, there were also names of Song Yun sect disciples that appeared. What surprised him a bit was that Zhang Han, that kid, actually managed to hang on and squeeze into the final, and just 1,000. Only one more dragon order than 1001.
Elder Li was already very pleased that Jiang Chen could behave like this.
After all, he had no longing for Jiang Chen, per se. This foundation establishment trial, I'm afraid it will end badly.
Elder Li secretly projected.
Of the 1,000 who squeezed into the final, their Songyun sect disciples only occupied roughly 0.5%, while the evil extreme sect occupied 50%. The In Corp sect occupied 30%. These 2 clans, alone, took up a large portion of the finalist spots within the Tianxian secret territory. With the announcement of the Dragon Order list,
the disciples who received the qualifications for the finals rushed to the Floating Earth Martial Arts Stadium. Jiang Chen similarly rushed over and met Zhao Mengdai and Su Mu at the martial arts arena.
3rd senior brother? Surprise surfaced on Zhao Mengdia's pretty face. Seeing Jiang Han, Su Mu's pupils shrunk slightly, a little unconvinced that Jiang Han had squeezed into the finals. This guy, he's still alive without their shelter? And managed to make it to the finals?
It must be known that 1,000 names or less is not considered no requirement. With Jiang Han's cultivation level that was a bit barely at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, it was too surprising that he could do this. It seemed that he had, in the past, somewhat underestimated this 3rd disciple of the 9th peak. Zhao Mengdai fluttered her big eyes and asked curiously,
by the way, senior brother, how did you squeeze into the finals?
Having anticipated that he would be asked, Jiang Han had already thought of a set of words to say when he arrived.
Money makes the devil work,
and at a price of 100 spirit stones for a dragon order. It was acquired from the hands of some casual cultivators, Jiang Chen said with a smile.
Su Mu was speechless. The attitude that had so easily changed shifted back. Those casuals are willing to sell? The dragon orders they have on hand are going to be taken away from them in the end anyway,
so they might as well sell them to me for at least 100 spirit stones.
Jiang Chen replied, dripping with water.
Zhao Mengdai spat out her tongue and picked at her fingers.
In total, I spent more than 200,000 spirit stones, which isn't too expensive. It's a good deal. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. 200,000. Not expensive? The Zhao family's industry. So lucrative? But is this true? Because 3rd senior brother doesn't look like a rich man.
Where did 3rd senior brother get more than 200,000 spirit stones? Zhao Mengdia's pair of big eyes revealed a thoughtful color, then looked at Jiang Han,
waiting for an answer.
At those words, Jiang Han's heart felt like it had been slammed.
LOL.
What a good judge of character. It seems there's no hiding the poor man's temperament.
Elder brother, I get up early in the morning, save money, and occasionally into the mountain range, hunting some demonic beasts for sale.
So a piece of spirit stone saved.
Zhao Mengdai fluttered her big eyes and sighed. Senior brother is working so hard. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Hard or not he didn't know,
because it was all made up as he touched his upper lip to his lower lip. Zhao Mengdai seemed to have made up her mind about something and said,
Senior brother,
next time I'll have the clan send over some pocket money,
and I'll share some of it with you then. It's just pocket money. Just keep it for yourself. Senior sister. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Although he was poor and loved money, how could he ask for his own sister's pocket money? Besides, how much pocket money can there be?
Before Jiang Han could finish his refusal,
Zhao Mengdia's voice rang out. 300,000 to 400,000 spirit stones. I can't spend them all, so there's no harm in giving some to senior brother.
At those words, Jiang Han froze in place as if he had been hit hard.
Su Mu, who was on the side, also froze. Chapter 15, First Round Finals. The Zhao family,
a large immortal cultivation family in the Green Continent, was involved in quite a few industries, but Zhang Han never thought that it was actually so rich to the point of not looking like someone from a barren place like the Green Continent. 400,000 spirit stones, still only pocket money. That Songyun sect do not dare to be so bold. Could it be that the Zhao family that Zhao Mengdai was in was not the Zhao family of the Green Continent? In that middle continent where strong people were like clouds, it seemed that there was also a Zhao family, and it was also a royal family with only one hand to cover the sky. LOL. People are more angry than people. If such a cultivation background had been given to him, Zhang Han, then he wouldn't have gone so miserably all these years. Senior sister, is your father still lacking a father? Jiang Chen asked. What are you thinking about? Zhao Mengdai waved her pink fists and ground her crystalline baby tiger teeth. So Zhang Han gave up. By the way, how is this final going to be? Jiang Chen asked. The always cold Su Mu took the initiative to speak. The top 100 on the Dragon Order ranking will engage in a sparring match, thus determining the top 10. And these 10 are tentatively designated as the top 10 of this Green Continent Foundation establishment trial. Jiang Chen frowned. Tentative? Su Mu continued to explain. Of course, between the bottom 900, there are likewise cuts, and the 900 determine the top 100, and these 100 can challenge the tentative top 10 of the Foundation establishment trial at any time. Win, and you get to fill in for the other guy, one step up. So that's how it is. Many thanks to senior brother Su Mu for clearing up his doubts. Zhang Han cupped his fists and bowed. Su Mu wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only turn it into an admonition. Remember, don't try to be brave, and when you admit defeat, be sure to speak up. Got it. Jiang Chen touched his nose. At this time, a burst of untimely cold laughter rang out. Ha ha, it's useless to admit defeat out loud. The bones are all torn apart for you, and the soul is all raised for you. We'll focus on the disciples of the Zhongyun sect. The ones who spoke were disciples from the Incorp sect as well as the Evil Extreme sect. Ever since Zhang Han had been blocked by the stone door of the secret realm, he had completely fallen into the synonym of waste. Those few rolling words were still reduced to a laughingstock of the Incorp sect and the Evil Extreme sect. To be so wasted as to be disliked by the secret doorway is simply mind-blowing. Dare to threaten my Zhongyun sect's disciples? You should be glad that the grand competition hasn't started yet, or else I would have made fun of you first. Su Mu glared at those few Incorp sect, Evil Extreme sect disciples for a few moments, his killing intent heady. As he said, he never wimped out when it really came to protecting his calf. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Zhang Han with rare gentleness. Don't listen to them, there's no need to have too much pressure. The Foundation Establishment Trial Competition, as long as I, Su Mu, am around, the top 3 will definitely have a place for me in the Zhongyun sect. These words seemed to be said to Zhang Han and also to himself. Zhao Mengdai lightly nodded her head with a resolute face. She also wanted to perform well and never drag her feet for the clan. Elder brother, cheer up a bit and try to make them put you in their sights next time. Jiang Chen looked odd. At this moment, quite a few cultivators were still flying towards the floating earth martial arts stadium. Boom! The air bursts. At this moment, a burly teenager rushed over, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Who could it be if not Li Yang of the Evil Extreme sect? It's crazy. The golden Dan Qi on his body rolled over, sometimes transforming into a hissing golden dragon, sometimes transforming into a golden ape with its head and feet hanging down. Beside him followed 2 equally stunning teenagers who had also formed a trace of Dan Qi, only slightly less imposing. The crowd automatically gave way to a passage with awe in their eyes. These 3 geniuses from the Evil Extreme sect had already formed a trace of Dan Qi. One could step into the Jiedan realm at any time. The cultivation level appeared to still be at the Foundation Establishment realm, but the battle power was definitely very perverse, especially Li Yang. That golden Dan Qi. This was the qualification to condense the golden Dan of heaven and earth. Even if he couldn't become one in the end, it was still enough to laugh at the general Jiedan realm. However, anyone who had the slightest connection with the heaven and earth golden pill was not simple. Many people were in awe, secretly feeling that the Evil Extreme sect was really going to rise this time. The Zhongyun sect may fall into the past tense. Looking at the awe in the eyes of the crowd, the 3 Li Yangs wore a look of everything should be so on their faces. Oh, little land sinking Shuemu? At this time, Li Yang met Su Mu, who made the motion of wiping his neck and said indifferently, Lucian isn't as weak as you are. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Chen in a careless manner, then led the 2 geniuses of the Evil Extreme sect forward to the Evil Extreme sect's gathering place. Su Mu clenched his fists and crackled. A little while passed, Injio from the Incorp sect also came,
his entire person gloomy.
There was a piece of 5 emperors copper coin imprinted in the middle of his brow.
Through the 5 emperors' coins, it seems to hear the roar of the heavens, and seems to see the bloodlight of the burning sky. There's always been a rumor about this Injio. It says that he is some powerful person who died and his flesh did not decay, and on that basis was born again with a spirit.
Injio also just took one more look at Sumu as well as Zhao Mengdai, the latter more because she was pretty.
The divine sky sexy Yilu was also present, with her national color and exquisite figure.
Between covering her mouth and smiling lightly, her charming bones were heavenly,
causing many male geniuses present to fall into a trance. I don't know if it was the unique jealousy between women,
but Zhao Mengdai had a disgusted look on her face as she rushed at Jiang Han and asked,
"Senior brother Jiang Han, what do you think of this woman? What's the point of covering your mouth all the time? If you don't use your mouth, you can donate it to someone in need."
Zhao Mengdai snorted and laughed. The divine sky sex Lui Yi seemed to have heard Jiang Han's tirade, and her beautiful eyes looked over, flashing a trace of color. As the numbers arrived, the discussion of who would win the title grew louder and louder.
The popular candidates were none other than Li Yang and Injio. No more fooling around. People have already arrived.
The Green Continent Foundation Establishment Trial Grand Final is going to officially begin, Zhao Mengdai said with a straight face.
Jiang Chen nodded as he looked towards Sumu,
who was currently resting with his eyes closed and his breath calm.
A powerful gene was brewing within his body.
There was no doubt that the clamor of the outside world couldn't affect Sumu at all. This guy's heart is too quiet.
Abandon all distractions. There is no woman in your heart, nothing outside of it,
and you draw your sword naturally, God.
At this moment,
a dozen or so ancient mirrors issued a sound in unison. It was the evil extreme sect's leading elder in the outside world who spoke through the ancient mirror. The first round of the finals of the Green Continent Foundation building trial competition will now begin, and the top 100 players on the Dragon Order list will be randomly and uninterruptedly assigned opponents until the top 10 are battled out. As soon as the words fell, a number plate appeared in the hands of the top 100 cultivators on the Dragon Order list. At the same time, the floating Earth martial arts arena was divided into 50 small martial arts arenas, each labeled with a number plate.
Sumu,
Zhao Mengdai and the others understood and swept towards the small martial arts arena where they were.
The first final round. It's on. In an instant, shouts and killings shook the sky. All sorts of precious lights rushed up, and mana surged and collided. Jiang Han was happy to be free, because he was ranked dangling at the 1000th place on the Dragon Order list. The queue was also lined up for the second round.
With his hands behind his back, he returned after taking a stroll around the drill ground.
Senior brother Jiang Han, why aren't you worried at all?
Looking at Jiang Chen's dangling appearance, a few junior disciples of the Tsongyun sect looked puzzled.
Maybe stupid people get stupid?
They wouldn't have had so much trouble if they were as mediocrely qualified as senior brother Jiang Han. All the troubles of the world come from not being on top.
Upwardly mobile, not capable enough to break in, downward, and can't delegate. What's there to worry about? After looking around just now,
with senior brother Sumu's strength,
the top 5 are secure.
Senior sister Zhao Mengdai will definitely have no problem ranking in the top 20, Jiang Chen said with a smile.
As for the first, that's even more stable. He'll just go out and take it. Chapter 16 Who's Cold Snort? The top 5 is secure. But what about number 1?
Senior brother Lu Xin and senior brother Kongli. Each of them have taken first place in the Green Continent in the Foundation Establishment Trial Competition. The several junior disciples of the Tsongyun sect looked resigned and guilty.
They're so indisputable. Heavens, if this time,
our Tsongyun sect can win first place, I'd be willing if you let my cultivation skyrocket 3 times from now on.
You're too vicious. I'm willing to have my cultivation skyrocket 5 times.
Those young masters fought each other to redden their faces. Jiang Han rubbed his temples.
These junior brothers, they were even more greedy than he was, taking all the benefits. However, as a practitioner of immortality, one has to have such thoughts to be able to do so. I'll take all the advantages. I'll take all the chances. The journey to cultivate immortality was originally a journey against the odds, competing with heaven and earth for creation, competing with people for creation, and taking one more point of chance, one more point of possibility to become an immortal.
The first round continues.
Sumu played consistently, winning 3 straight sets to inch his way into the top 5. Jiang Chen's gaze inadvertently landed on Zhao Mengdia's body. At this time,
Zhao Mengdai also won 2 matches. The aura has gone from being a little timid in the beginning to being able to hold its own. This time, the junior sister's opponent was a genius from the Incorp sect.
Jiang Chen's brows couldn't help but furrow. because from start to finish, that Corp sex genius always had a lustful look on his face. Beauty, if you're willing to sleep with me for a while, how about treating this one as a win for you? Wang Speed hemmed and hawed and laughed. At those words, Zhao Mengdia's pretty face turned iron blue, and with a long shout, she carried her sword and directly stabbed over. The sword light pressed down brilliantly, the air blazed and finally exploded. Wang Speed's pupils shrank. This niece was quite rigid. However, the more rigid the beauty, the more conquering it is. His cultivation was at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, while Zhao Mengdai was only at the late foundation establishment stage. There's still a small realm difference between the two sides. It would be easy to pin down the other side. Immediately, Wang Speed opened his palm, which became black and flowed with a metal-like luster, and grabbed Zhao Mengdia's long sword. Clang! The sound of metal buzzing resonated violently. Wang Speed had thought that he could tame Zhao Mengdai, but he hadn't expected that the other party's sword light would actually break through his defense. With a poof, it nearly chopped off his palm. Toast to the world. Containing anger, Wang Qiu transformed his palm into a fist and slammed his fist into Zhao Mengdia's head. It's running towards the killer. Fortunately, Zhao Mengdai drew her sword back in time to defend, which blocked the blow, but the petite body also stomped back, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Wang Speed didn't intend to let Zhao Mengdai off the hook, and with a slap of his storage bag, 3 scarlet rays of light surfaced in the middle of the void. It was clearly 3 blood-colored ancient umbrellas. The moment that ancient umbrella appeared, it shot out 3 rays of light to suppress Zhao Mengdai. Zhao Mengdia's pretty face changed and she realized that she couldn't move her body. Destroy your physical body, collect your divine soul, and let you fall into my dual cultivation soul from now on. The corner of Wang Speed's mouth grinned as he laughed loudly and quickly killed. Dual practice? Destroy the body and be reduced to all things for all eternity? Just thinking about this, Zhao Mengdia's delicate body couldn't help but tremble lightly. This was an absolute nightmare, yet she was powerless to struggle and resist. Now it's sealed to death. Zhao Mengdai wanted to turn her head to look at senior brother Jiang Han, but she still couldn't do it. It's useless to struggle. Who made you look delicate and a disciple of the Tsongyan sect? King Speed was blunt. The evil extreme sect, the Corp sect and the Tsongyan sect had already torn their faces apart. The clan's Yuan Ing elders spoke. When you meet a disciple of the Tsongyan sect, you don't have to be polite. If you can waste them, you can kill them. Wang Speed laughed harshly, and the moment he approached Zhao Mengdai, a cold snort blasted into his mind. The voice was not loud, but it was like a flat thunderclap that hardened and tore his soul sea apart. At this moment, he was like a flatboat in the middle of a raging sea. Just a cold grunt had given him such a feeling of helplessness. It's really like the power of heaven. The intense pain made him stop, half kneeling on the ground, holding his head with both hands and hissing up to the sky, his pupils filled with blood. At this moment, the 3 blood-colored ancient umbrellas behind Wang Qiu were even clicked and directly exploded. At this moment, he couldn't carry it anymore, and with a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood from his heart. Without the seal of the ancient umbrella, Zhao Mengdai regained her freedom, strangely in Wang Qiu's state. However, these evil cultivators, who squeezed their body's potential for years, had good and bad physical states. Without much thought, she directly swept down the martial arts arena. The Tsongyan sect's disciples hurriedly greeted them and caught the pale-faced Zhao Mengdai. Senior brother, I lost. Zhao Mengdai bit her red lips. The grades were worse than she expected. Stopping at 31. Such an achievement was indeed considered a good one in the average sects, but on the Tsongyan sect, it would only add to the joke. It's good that people are fine. Jiang Chen touched Zhao Mengdia's head and comforted her. This foundation establishment trial competition. Every Tsongyan sect disciple was carrying a lot on their backs. Zhao Mengdai nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Who? In the middle of the field, Wang Qiu finally recovered his mind. His eyes circled around like a falcon and finally landed on the Tsongyan sect's location. The Tsongyan sect's men had the most incentive to cause trouble. However, in the current Tsongyan sect, there were only 2 of the top 100 in the Dragon Order ranking. Zhao Mengdai was trapped by him just now, and Sumu was still in the middle of the great competition. The rest are a bunch of losers, with one loser among them. Is it possible for them, with a grunt, to make him feel like he's been hit? If that's the case, he'll just headbutt his head on tofu. At this moment, Wang Qiu realized that Jiang Han, this punk, was actually looking at him. Could it be that this person was causing trouble? He almost laughed at himself when he thought about it. It's not good to suspect anyone but this loser. Yo, fighting for your senior sister? Come up and hit me if you don't. Wang Speed provoked. then feigned an expression of sudden realization. By the way, forgetting that you ranked the first 1,000 on the dragon order list, you can't even make a move if you want to. Jiang Chen was silent because he never talked to dead people. Bad luck. Sure, wimpy. Wang Qiu gave a cold and related sound, and the evil fire in his dantian burned. Just now, I was so close to capturing the beauty alive and having a good time. Pity. At this moment, the first round of the final reached a white-hot stage. Li Yang of the evil extreme sect was the first to defeat all of his opponents and was temporarily ranked first. Li Yang had his hands behind his back, and his golden dan qi was spreading across his body. He stood at the end of the martial arts stage, his back to the crowd. A masterful silence. This scene, reflected through the ancient mirror, was known by the entire Green Continent. Many sect elders witnessed Li Yang's strength and lamented that this son's talent was too terrifying. If there was enough time, it would be possible to surpass Lu Shen. If this day came, the status of the Zhongyun sect was about to be turned upside down. The evil extreme sect was directly boiling, and the group was excited. Outside, the evil extreme sect's leading elder stroked his beard and laughed brightly as he said, Li Yang and your Zhongyun sect's Jiang Han seem to be of average age, but unfortunately, there's a world of difference. Elder Li's face paled at his words, but it was irrefutable. Moreover, Jiang Han was indeed a bit indisputable, and even if he wanted to defend his calf, he had no way to do so, so it's just a matter of swallowing it. His defeat made the Yin Corp sect and evil extreme sect even more arrogant. The first final round continues. Soon came the much anticipated one. Sumu vs Yin Jiu. Songyun sect's Little Lu Shun versus Yin Corp sect's First Genius. Chapter 17, you guys go together. I'm in a hurry. Floating earth on the martial arts field. Sumu had an upright figure and stood in the middle of the field like a javelin. He is like a pawn in a chessboard. His pace is slow but he is still killing the first step by step. Songyun sect Sumu. Suki introduced himself. I know you. Yin Jiu replied lazily, his voice carrying a bit of slackness, as if he never put Sumu in his eyes. At this time, the jade slip at his waist flickered. After glancing through it, he sked and shook his head. Sumu was unimpressed and made an inviting gesture. Next, please go all out. The world was spreading the word that he was Little Lu Shen, and he didn't want to live up to the expectations outsiders had of him. He's confident. Don't worry, I'll go all out. And you'll end up miserable. Yin Jiu laughed out loud. Just now, Li Yang of the evil extreme sect had personally sent word to take good care of Sumu. Not only did he want to make Sumu's Dao heart shatter in this way, he also wanted Sumu to be wasted from then on. That's why he'd sked and shook his head lightly, because he knows that another genius is about to fall. Boom! Sumu pointed one finger forward, and 9 illusory mountain seals appeared, quickly suppressing the fall. Then, he performed his footwork and turned into green smoke, approaching at great speed. At the same time, 3 purple flags suddenly appeared above Yin Jiu's body. The wind and clouds were in full swing, dropping gusts of suppressive power. Seeing Sumu, who had set up his attack with all his might, Yin Jiu laughed coldly, and his white and uncharacteristically pale palms slammed away. Those 9 illusory mountain seals flickered rapidly for a moment before they couldn't carry on and shattered with a loud bang. Is this the strength of your Little Lu Shen? Unconscionable and wasteful. This is the first waste. The sound was like a yellow lute, and it traveled out a long way. This is deliberate humiliation. After tearing apart the 9 mountain seals, Yin Jiu's body erupted with black mist, making him look like a prehistoric devil. He took one step on the martial arts arena and instantly light flooded the entire arena. In the midst of the extreme mana, Sumu's figure was forced out in a sorry state. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and the clothes on his body split open inch by inch. Don't show off in front of adults if you're a child's stance. Yin Jiu's voice was shrill, and the corners of his mouth hung with a few moments of scorn. Sumu gritted his teeth. His arm shook down, and the waiting flag was quickly subdued at this moment. However, halfway through the town, Yin Jiu lightly glared, just to see those 3 flags then exploded in midair and spontaneously combusted. You can get out if you're skilled at this. Yin Jiu had his hands behind his back. The 5 emperor's copper coins in his brow were flowing with a silky luster, and his entire person was flowing with an untouchable color. Yin Jiu was extraordinary, with the addition of a first life body. Plus, he had already cultivated some of his Dan Qi, so he was by no means something Sumu could win against. Sumu's expression was stunned. Her eyes flashed with a hint of bewilderment, but she still bit her lip in death. Again, all the blowback and questioning turned into 2 words. He's not convinced. Immediately, Sumu frantically burned his cultivation, and his cultivation which was already at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, actually rose a little bit more. He squeezed his fist and slammed it away, squandering his essence. Near the fist, a vortex that could cut through great mountains flowed, and there was so much flavor of Jiadan power now. Too weak, too wasted. Injio's body rose up from the ground, then kicked away, crushing all the power. It's not even a normal duel. It's extremely humiliating in every way. But Sumu's body fell back, but with a slap on the ground. He reversed his body back to square and killed again with red eyes. But time and time again, he was still defeated by Injio in an extremely humiliating way. As the Tsongyun sect disciples watched, their fists clenched, their hearts suffocating, so much so that their breathing was like the kind of hissing that wild beasts suppress to the extreme. Gloom and killing intent rarely appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. Could he not see that Injio was deliberately humiliating, wanting to strike Sumu's Dao heart over and over again, so that Sumu would be devastated from then on? The E9 sect, the evil extreme sect, really did everything to destroy their Tsongyun sect, but he couldn't make a move to interfere. Sumu and Zhao Mengdai were different. There was an obsession in Sumu's heart. This obsession keeps it fighting. Even if he made a move to interfere, Sumu still wouldn't give up and would fight until the moment of exhaustion. And Injio and the others also saw this, so they struck Sumu's Dao heart again and again. Pop! Sumu was once again defeated in a big way, and his body slammed helplessly on the ground. Injio stepped on Sumu's head, and pressed his toes against Sumu's head, rubbing it from side to side. The first genius of Tsongyun's younger generation, but nothing more than that. It seems that the second round doesn't need to be opened at all, and your Tsongyun sect can be out of the game. The rest of them are a bunch of losers among losers. After saying that, Injio snorted. The foot fired and rushed at Sumu's head, kicking it violently. With a bang, Sumu rolled down the martial arts arena and was quickly helped up by the Tsongyun sect's disciples. But Sumu's eyes were dull and lost their light. He had already been struck with a shattered Taoist heart. The Tsongyun sect is down and out. You guys can't do it. Let Lucian come. Injio was making a big deal out of the martial arts arena. Outside, through the ancient mirror reflection, the evil extreme sect, Incorp sect leading elders clearly saw all the details and laughed until their mouths were crooked. Comfortable. On the contrary, Elderly was on pins and needles. This was to rub out all the heart of the younger generation of their Tsongyun sect. Sumu was defeated, and his Dao heart was broken. Zhao Mengdai lost and stopped at 31. There is a second round left that has not yet been opened, but opening it or not is no longer relevant. After all, who else in their Tsongyun sect had the strength and dare to impact the top 10? The dust has settled. This time, their Tsongyun sect was going to be reduced to a laughingstock. Don't be discouraged, Elderly. We can't say that a miracle will happen in the second round, the evil extreme sect's leading elder said with a smile. Alright, the second round of the grand competition begins. With his announcement, the expressions of the major powers varied. The evil extreme sect, Incorp sect, and the others were still partying. The Tsongyun sect, on the other hand, was in dire straits. Across the stone mirror, the evil extreme sect elder was in the outside world, expounding on the rules of the second round. Let's change the rules slightly for the second round. This time, all of you will not be randomly assigned opponents. The opponents you find yourselves. You can have a duel as long as both of you are willing to do so. And it's not limited to 2 people. You can choose to have a multi-person duel, or even a group confrontational duel. In addition, you are rewarded with an opportunity to draw a wheeled signature. Once you are drawn by the wheeled signature, you do not need to participate in the grand competition. You can directly take a turn to become the 10th in this grand competition. Sure, it's a tie for 10th, but the reward is the same. When the second rule was spoken, many of the cultivators present boiled over. Once you're drawn, you can take a turn and tie for 10th? That's the equivalent of a lucky draw. The extraction will now begin. As soon as the words fell, the martial arts stage shot out with a boom. This ray of light constantly traveled over the bodies of various cultivators. The speed was not fast at first, but got faster and faster behind, turning round and round. With a final click, it stopped at Jiang Han's body. At this instant, countless blazing gazes probed over. Chosen? Who is it? This guy. Jiang Han? Many people hadn't expected that Jiang Han had directly won the lottery, possessing the qualification to rotate to the 10th. This is traitorous luck, right? Many envious gazes fell on Jiang Han's body. It was a pity that such a great creation was enjoyed by a wastrel. Let the scrapper get the light of day. Otherwise, with this wastrel's strength, even if he cultivated until the year of the monkey, It would be impossible to squeeze into the top 10. No need to take turns. I'll kill the top 10 myself. Jiang Chen stroked the 10,000 fierce soldier diagram, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the second round, he's going for the big kill, molesting his sister, breaking his brother's heart, piles and pieces. As a disciple of the Tsongyun sect, this can be tolerated? Once the turn was empty to the top 10, it meant that one could not take on those evil extreme sect, Incorp sect cultivators below the top 10. Zhang Han is not going to let those people go. You broke my Tsongyun Dao Xin. I'll kill your whole family. Under an astonished gaze, Zhang Han's body pranced onto the martial arts stage. Senior brother? Zhao Mingdia's pretty face changed. Elder brother Zhang Han, don't get carried away. Don't you want to die? The other Tsongyun sect disciples were also persuading. In fact, being an idle 10th, the sect wouldn't blame senior brother Zhang Han. The other disciples of the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect noticed Zhang Han, and each of them laughed heartily. Don't you want to prove yourself by your strength instead of your luck? Pure stupidity. Li Yang, Yin Zhou's eyes flickered, unable to figure out what kind of medicine this trash was selling inside his gourd. Today, I invite all the cultivators of the Incorp sect and the evil extreme sect to battle. You'd better get together. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Chen's voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the martial arts arena, triggering a round of earthquakes. Chapter 18, Kicking the Master. Mana Gaga Messy Killing. The words, nothing less than a storm. One person invites to fight all the disciples of the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect below the 900th rank? Crazy? It must be known that out of these 900, their two clans took up 600 places. In other words, Zhang Han, the number one waste of the Green Continent, had to fight 600 this time? In fact, let alone 600, even if it was 60, a mouthful of saliva from this person would be enough to drown Zhang Han. Crazy? The disciples of the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect all looked at Jiang Chen with the same gaze as they looked at a little cutie, like gazes at Jiang Chen. I don't know what kind of stimulation this number one waste of the Green Continent is suffering from. Outside, Elder Li, who was well aware of Zhang Han's strength, broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. Confused. The finals are no joke. In the final arena, it's life or death. Even if they were decapitated, they could only say that they were not as skilled as they should be. However, if something happened to Zhang Han, then the ninth peak wouldn't be in an uproar? The world of the Green Continent only knows Lu Xun, but unbeknownst to them, second senior brother Kong Li is equally terrifying. Immediately, Elder Li was prepared to forcefully terminate the match, but was directly vetoed by the two leading elders of the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect. They looked as if they were watching a show. Brother Li, look, you're in a hurry again. Young people have their own world of young people. We can't interfere too much. The two of them moved their bodies and sandwiched Elder Li one after the other, preventing Elder Li from leaving. Today, the Tsongyun sect must lose all of its face before it can do so. There was no doubt that Zhang Han's provocation had brought this farce to a climax. At this moment, the attention of the entire Green Continent fell on Zhang Han in the martial arts arena. Jiang Chen had completely become an existence like the attention of millions of people. Elder brother is in deep. Zhao Mingdia's face was pale and she didn't know what to do. Sumu struggled to get up, and many complex colors flashed through that pair of godless eyes. He knew that Zhang Han stood in the martial arts arena and struck out for him. A gaze was projected, either teasing or watching, and Jiang Chen ignored it. He stroked the 10,000 soldiers fierce chart. Ready? The 10,000 fierce soldier diagram seemed to have sensed Zhang Han's austere state of mind, and was rarely in a serious mood. It's been prepared for a long time. As long as you give the order, this place can be transformed into a battlefield that pours out the sky at any time, with rivers of blood flowing and blood staining the heavens. Only, once the 10,000 fierce soldier diagram is activated, it requires a flood of thick mana to support it, and I'm afraid you won't be able to carry it. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. With 8 heaven and earth golden pills in his body, his mana dared to be said to be number one under the Yuaning realm. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to expose his strength, why would he need the 10,000 fierce soldier diagram to make a move? He can push across everything by himself. There's no need to save mana. Kill a sky and earth. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his sleeve robe and the 10,000 fierce soldier diagram appeared with a bang. But the look changed, lest you be recognized by someone with a heart of gold. Instead of looking like a sword-shaped scroll, it transformed into a 10,000 soul streamer. The 10,000 soldiers fierce diagram hung behind Zhang Han, unobtrusive and unassuming. Zhang Han used mana to condense a throne and sat on it, his left hand resting on his chin as he lazily opened his mouth. Please, Evil extreme sect, Corpse sect, please, go to your death. He radiated his own cultivation. Early stage of the foundation establishment realm. The kind that doesn't add a bit of disguise. That kind of cultivation. As if the slightest fart crash could cause the cultivation to fall. He's provoking on the one hand and seducing on the other. Seeing a soft persimmon as arrogant as him, who wouldn't want to pinch it? This guy is so arrogant. Clean him up. Fine. As he wishes. Since he wants to fight us alone, let's fulfill him. In an instant, a figure roared up and rushed to kill the martial arts platform. The austere breath was astounding. Hundreds of foundation establishment realm figures went across the sky, killing Jiang Han on the throne. The moment they approached Jiang Chen, the 10,000 fierce soldier diagram, which was like a rag, erupted with a brilliant blood light. In an instant, 10,000 soldiers roared out, transforming into a torrent of weapons and moving forward. Those killing evil extreme sect, Corpse sect disciples froze for a moment. Immediately afterward the scalp tingled. They turned around to escape, but unfortunately, they were instantly covered by the torrent of weapons. Put! The weapon pierced through the body, tearing the torso and turning it into a blood mist, and the body failed to leave behind, evaporating directly. At this moment, the flowers of blood and bone bloomed in unison. The 10,000 soldiers' fierce figure was alarmed, no matter how freely it seized Jiang Han's mana and squandered it as it pleased. However, Jiang Chen's breath just didn't even fluctuate a bit. It's as if what it consumes is just 190% of Jiang Han's cultivation. This kid's store of mana was as unfathomable as an ocean. Is it really the foundation realm? What kind of magic treasure is this? The evil extreme sect, Corpse sect disciples in the back reacted and turned to flee. But still, they were covered by the torrent of weapons, first penetratingly cold, and then with no bone residue left. Under the two waves of weapon torrents erupting, the martial arts arena was completely enveloped by the smell of blood. Over 600 foundation establishment cultivators, none of them survived. Outside, the evil extreme sect and the Corpse sect's leading elders looked dumbfounded. That kid's magic treasure is so unbelievable? The self is not very good, but the magic weapon is killing indiscriminately? The casualties were too heavy, and the two watched with their hearts dripping blood, wishing to immediately drill into the secret territory to save one or the other. However, it was blocked by Elder Li's quick strike. Hey, look, are you guys in a hurry again? It's nothing for young people to lie down and go to sleep when they're in good health. Young people have their own world. Anyway, your evil extreme sect, Corpse sect has a big family, and the disciples can still be recruited again. Elder Li expressed his thoughts straightly, with an indescribable coolness, and was so angry that the evil extreme sect, Corpse sect elder's eyes were red and jumped straight to his feet. It was a moment of silence. Many gazes, avoiding Jiang Han, landed on the 10,000 soul streamer behind Jiang Han. Jiang Chen was a waste, but that 10,000 soul streamer wasn't a waste at all. Kicked the owner straight in the face and went on a killing spree there. What kind of fairy magic is this? One breath, 600 people in a row. Too psychic. This should be a foundation stage king's treasure. Injo's sorrowful voice rang out. The so-called king's treasure, claiming the title of king, being invincible within the foundation establishment territory, killing gods and Buddhas. And there's an extremely conspicuous feature, which is that it doesn't need to consume the controller's mana, so even the waste can be moved. He had already been paying attention to Jiang Han when this 10,000 soul streamer first appeared. The mana on Jiang Chen's body barely fluctuated for a moment. Manipulating a random handful of broken magic treasures would fluctuate a bit no matter how full of mana you are, right? So basically, it could be concluded that the magic treasure Jiang Han had utilized was the foundation establishment king's treasure. Injo let out a cold snort and said, the first use of the foundation establishment king's treasure has the greatest power, and the second time the effect is half nullified, so it can no longer be used for evil. This son, on the contrary, does not need to be too scrupulous. As Injo explained, many people came to a realization, but it was still a shock. Gnawing, they've seen it. I've seen the one that gnaws on the master's father. The one that gnawed on a magic treasure had never really been seen. This green continent's #1 waste, always able to waste to some new heights? Chapter 19, just for an audience with terror? The 10,000 fierce soldier diagram hovered behind Jiang Han, untainted by silken blood, with a transcendent flavor. Its ferocity cannot be ignored. Jiang Chen sat on the throne with a lazy look, a posture that made one's teeth itch to see. This piece of magic treasure was very competitive and directly pitted 600 cultivators. It's just that this owner is so wasted. They paid attention to the fact that Jiang Han, who was sitting on top of the throne, hadn't reduced his mana by half and didn't even take a breath. What does that mean?
This meant that Jiang Han hadn't put forth any effort at all for the 600 cultivators that he had killed in the pit.
There's something magical about them. After all,
the gnawing old man came to the cultivation world and started the gnawing magic treasure school. The Tsong Yun sect disciples looked agitated, and the indignation in their chests turned into tears that came out of their eyes.
Zhao Mengdai even felt a burst of dreaminess.
His senior brother's magic treasure.
On a killing spree?
Who cares who killed it? As long as we could decapitate the evil extreme sect and those dog bastards from the Incorp sect, everything would be worth it. Moreover, she had just noticed that the Wang Speed who had molested him had been focused on by senior brother Jiang Han and tortured before being beheaded.
Boom! At this time, the accompanying stone monument in the martial arts arena roared,
emitting a sound like a dragon's roar. The ancient word 100 branded on it is rapidly changing. The genius of the ancient Tianxian mysterious realm had gone undefeated in 100 battles.
And now, Jiang Han had killed 600 enemies in a row, setting a brand new record. Ka-ching!
The companion monolith cracked. A drop of crimson blood,
emitting blazing battle intent,
emerged from within it.
In an instant, Jingoism, 10,000 beasts hissed,
and the voices of the gods raged against the heavens rang out. It was as if the ancient battlefield of gods and demons had opened up.
The hearts of the surrounding cultivators followed the beating, as if they were about to explode.
They hurriedly covered their hearts and stepped back,
looking terrified. What kind of blood is this? Is it Jiang Han's reward? After all, Zhang Chen had set a new record by killing 600 enemies in a row. Tianxian war blood.
The voice of the sword-shaped scroll spirit resounded with a hint of remembrance and incredulity.
Finally, the drop of blood sped towards Jiang Han and landed in the middle of his palm.
Zhang Chen scrutinized this blood.
It's very odd. Not a normal blood form. Sometimes in human form. Sometimes in beast form. In evolving thousands of battle forms.
And it's wrapped in a light lightning bolt that kind of numbs your hands.
Finally the blood returned to calmness and was sealed in his jade bottle. Many people could see that the blood was extraordinary.
It's really a waste to give it to that punk. I didn't think that just by decapitating some dog scum,
I would still be able to kill rewards out of it. Zhang Chen lazily stretched his muscles.
These words infuriated the disciples of the evil extreme sect.
Incorp sect. You've got a bargain and you're still in the game? How dare this punk be so cocky?
If it wasn't for the 10,000 soul streamer behind them that gave strength, this trash wouldn't even have the qualifications to appear in front of them. The dog scum in the bottom 900 killed, and the dog scum in the top 100.
It's time to deal with them all together. Still, I'm in a hurry. You guys get it together. Zhang Chen's gaze fell on Li Yang and also Ingzhou.
The others were unimportant,
but these two, he must kill.
Beheading these two people was equivalent to cutting off the evil extreme sects and Incorp sect fortunes for the next 1,000 years. It's time for this farce to end. Li Yang spoke in a deep voice as he walked towards the martial arts arena step by step, his golden Dan Chi streaking across.
This was an expert who was about to form a Dan.
Just come and see the strength of the so-called foundation building King's treasure. Ingzhou swept towards the martial arts arena, with the two great masters holding down the field. The other disciples from the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect also took the field.
It wasn't really their turn to make a move,
but being able to see this cocky guy up close and personal,
how he fell,
was one of the great things in life. What Zhang Chen had just done with his killing spree would definitely not happen again. Let's not talk about the fact that the foundation building King's treasure would be greatly reduced the second time it was used.
Moreover, with two great masters sitting here, how could Jiang Han still show off?
Just as soon as they stepped onto the martial arts stage, their muscles gave birth to a chill that came over them.
Their eyes widened as that 10,000 soul streamer glowed, only to see a torrent of thousands of weapons sweeping in. How dare you? Stop! Ingzhou, Li Yang and the two of them were in a rage. Jiang Han killed someone in front of them? Could it be that this is not a foundation building King's treasure?
Why was it that the second time it was used, it was still the same as the first time, and there seemed to be no loss?
Late, the torrent of weapons swept down.
Not a single remaining disciple of the evil extreme sect, Incorp sect was left. All of them were chopped up.
This time, Zhang Chen had some control.
Those people only fell in their physical bodies, their storage bags and other things,
intact and preserved. These cultivators are too poor. They at least squeezed into the top 100. Is that how you, evil extreme sect, Incorp sect, treat the talented disciples? It's so hard for them to die.
Zhang Chen sighed as he touched all the storage bags away. The onlookers from the other clans all looked odd.
This person was still strangely nice? Killing someone off and fighting for them?
Ingzhou's face was gloomy and his voice was restrained.
but the monstrous killing intent could still be heard. Thinking that you've gotten a nice magic treasure, you're so complacent? Your opponents are us. Why do you need to kill others again? At those words, Jiang Han spread both his hands out with an innocent look on his face. You've told me I'm so carried away that I have to kick a dog twice when I see one on the road. Let alone them. Li Yang, Yin Jiao looked at each other. The ancient well of them still couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation, their chests rising and falling violently. This man is shameless. Finally, they swept out explosively one after the other. Li Yang surrounded the golden danqi and killed a great luo light with a single strike. Seeing this, Jiang Chen didn't take a hard hit, and his figure retreated backward. Being a cultivator and retreating in cowardice is really not cultivation material. Li Yang shook his head. If you want to fight, just fight. What's the point of wasting words? Those who don't shy away from battle are all dead. Jiang Chen's finger arm vibrated down, and the 10,000 fierce soldier diagram behind him soared in light as a tide of fierce soldiers erupted. Li Yang's nose twitched, and the golden danqi was instantly sucked out of him, while at the same time, his battle power skyrocketed. It was actually possible to hold back hard against the tide of ferocious soldiers. Brother Injiao, it's up to you. Upon hearing this, the corner of Injiao's mouth revealed a playful arc. He offered up a stone facet that surged against the wind and instantly collected Jiang Han into it, and Injiao's body flickered and turned into a stream of light, not entering the stone-faceted interior. This is capturing Jiang Han alive? Well, it looks like there's no escape. The strongest magic treasure is being held back. Then Jiang Han himself is a joke. Hey, this farce has really wrapped up. Many people shook their heads, feeling that Jiang Han was dead. Zhao Mengdai and the other group of Song Yin sect disciples were tense as they silently looked at the martial arts arena, waiting for a miracle to happen. Yet nothing waited. Did something bad happen to brother Jiang Han? They all knew Jiang Chen's strength very well, and it wasn't considered to be of the overly strong variety. To be able to perform today is entirely due to the power of the magic treasure. Within the stone-faceted space, Yin Jiao looked at Jiang Han and sneered. How does it feel to have your strongest means held in check? You expend all that effort just to have an audience with the terror? It's so hard for you. Jiang Chen observed the stone facet. This place was isolated from divine sense detection. It was a good place to kill and seize treasure. Immediately, a fist blasted forward. Haj terror? Yin Jiao wanted to taunt a few more times, but he was quickly stunned by this punch from Jiang Han. As strong as he was, he actually had a feeling of powerlessness that he could not avoid or block. It must be known that he was close to the Jiedan realm. This punch is indeed like the Hajj terror. Chapter 20, Qingzhou's first foundation establishment. A fist was swung, rolling spiritual energy boiled, and the space within the stone-faceted interior looked like it was about to crack. This punch was truly as Jiang Han had said. Hajime terror. Who are you? You're not Jiang Han. Injiao's face changed abruptly, looking at Jiang Han incredulously. What exactly is this person's cultivation level? It was too deeply hidden. It could never be some so-called one waste of the green continent. This fist exudes a terror that is comparable to that of a Yuaning. So young at the Yuaning realm? It's unbelievable. One life body. Injiao hissed, and that one of the 5 emperors' copper coins sealed within his brow fell off in response. Without the cover of the 5 emperors' copper coin, a cracked vertical stripe could be clearly seen in the center of his brow. The vertical lines were dark and undetectable at first, but lasted only a short while, and soon, they glowed brightly. Up to this point in his cultivation, Injiao had never even torn open the seal of the 5 emperors' copper coins. However, this punch right now made him perceive a strong life and death crisis. Had to use the first life body. Under the augmentation of the one world body, his power soared. However, Jiang Chen's fist was unrivaled, and everything was destroyed under its swing. Injiao's fleshly body was hardened and his divine soul cracked open by inches. One life body, 2 lives, yet after putting everything together, he still couldn't block Jiang Chen's punch after all. At this moment, he deeply sensed what it meant to have an audience with terror. He who had always prided himself on being a genius was killed under Jiang Han's single punch. What a blow! In the midst of the shattering of the Tao heart, his divine soul completely cracked open and died with despair. At this point, Injiao is dead. With a thought, Jiang Han left the stone-faceted space and appeared on the martial arts stage. The moment Li Yang saw Jiang Han, he completely tensed up. He desperately blocked the tide of ferocious soldiers to create an opportunity for Injiao. But Injiao failed to kill Jiang Han? Where's Injiao? Li Yang gritted his teeth. His body was strewn with wounds from his weapons, and he had already survived 3 or 4 waves of ferocious soldiers. He's waiting for you down there. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the 10,000 fierce soldier diagram seized more energy from him, erupting into an even more terrifying tide of fierce soldiers. Of course, his mana still didn't fluctuate a bit. With 8 heaven and earth golden pills, the mana was too vigorous. It was easy for people to misunderstand that he was a waste of space who only relied on the power of his magic treasure and half-heartedly contributed. Sensing the terror of that magic treasure, Li Yang cried out. He no longer had the arrogance of a genius and rushed to the outside world for help. Elder, save. However, before the words were finished, the tide of ferocious soldiers roared down. His physical body, his divine soul, everything about him cracked and then died out inch by inch under the tide of ferocious soldiers. Li Yang, meteor, outside. The evil extreme sect's leading elder was in a daze. Dead. All dead. Even if their evil extreme sect's family was large and powerful, such a blow would be enough for them to not be able to stand up for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Because there is so much randomness in the appearance of genius, maybe 2 a year, it's also possible that one won't appear for hundreds of years. The Incorp sect's leading elder was as if he had lost his life. His face was gloomy and his sorrow melted away. His head buzzed. He didn't dare to imagine how he would be punished by the sect when he returned. The two Taoist brothers don't have to be too sad. Elderly could barely suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Although the geniuses of your evil extreme sect, Incorp sect, were directly killed until they were vaporized. This also saves a lot of trouble without having to go through so much trouble to transport the bodies again. The evil extreme sect, the Incorp sect's leading elder was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Kill and kill. At this moment, all the cultivators in the entire Green Continent who saw this final match through the ancient mirror were silenced. They looked at Jiang Han incredulously and couldn't help but rub their eyes. Jiang Chen won? It did win. Killing through 2 major clans and killing through the top 10. In an unbelievable manner, he had cut down all his enemies and captured the first place in this Green Continent Foundation establishment trial. Yet most of them looked odd, because Jiang Han was able to win, all thanks to the power of his own magic treasure. The spells know too much. Move all by yourself. It's a dream come true to kill an all-around best by yourself. It's a dream come true, soldier. Countless people stared frantically at Jiang Han's magic treasure, wanting to see a reason out of it. But in the end it had to stop, because it doesn't look like much. This really seemed to be just a Foundation Establishment King's treasure that could only be used for ferociousness within the Foundation Establishment territory. Once against a Jidan realm cultivator, the advantage was all but gone. It's of the chicken ***** variety. It's tasteless to eat and discard. Jiang Chen had started a miracle. The king of the weakest trials in history for the Green Continent Foundation establishment. The greatest distinction for the weakest. Senior brother Jiang Han has won. Zhao Mengdai had a haughty look on her face. The faces of the other Song Yun sect disciples also carried pride. No matter what, just win. Che, your Song Yun sect can win first place with this? Some disciples from other sects expressed their disbelief. The trial isn't completely over now. If you're not convinced, go up and fight. Ah, our senior brother Jiang Han's magic treasure accepts kicks. But Song Yun sect's disciples looked indignant. They didn't dare to refute them when they said that elder brother Jiang Han was weak, but they were the first to deny it when they said that elder brother Jiang Han's magic treasure was weak. Che, we can't beat them even if we go up there. But we just can't. The other sect disciples called out. On the martial arts field, Jiang Han lazily stretched his muscles. There are no rivals on earth in the high places. Ask if they come from heaven. He glanced rather sadly at the sky. Then he grinned and said, since there's no one to challenge me, then I'll just barely be the number 1 Green Continent Foundation establishment. Jiang Han's smile was from the bottom of his heart, because the first place is rewarded with 3 million spirit stones. That's not a small amount anymore. With 3 million spirit stones, he would be able to quickly cultivate to the Jiadan realm, then proceed to try to break the Genesis spell. At that time, 9 heaven and earth gold Dan reflect this world, to transform 9 heaven and earth Yuan baby. This is scary to think about. One could imagine how terrifying Jiang Han's battle power would be once he succeeded in becoming a baby. It definitely won't just be a simple 9-fold increase. It could be a dozens of times like a boost in time. Immediately, Jiang Chen flashed away from the Tianxian mysterious realm. With a smile on his face, he arrived in front of the 2 leading elders of the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect, completely disregarding the 2 leading elders' faces that were already completely ironic. The 3 million spirit stone reward for first place in this foundation establishment trial should be rushing the 2 of you, right? The evil extreme sect's leading elder gritted his teeth and nodded. Their own promises had to be honored with tears.
Otherwise they would lose credibility in the Green Continent.
Between extreme reluctance, he threw Jiang Chen a storage bag. "Thank you, Elder. Next time there is this good thing, just look for me."
Jiang Han counted the spirit stones.
There were really 3 million spirit stones, and was instantly happy. Next time?
The two leading elders of the evil extreme sect and the Incorp sect nearly vomited blood.
"No next time. That's too bad. Will there still be friendly matches then?"
"I'll give you a discount when the time comes."
"Kill 10 and release 1. Jiang Chen cheekily pursued. He was just too poor to miss any opportunity to get money. "Jiang Han, you're really too deceitful." The evil extreme sect, Incorp sect elder roared angrily before whisking his sleeves away. Chapter 21, The Everlasting Mines. "Hey, if you really can't,
then make a discount on it.
Kill 5 and release 1?
However, the more Jiang Han called out, the faster the evil extreme sect, Incorp sect's leading elders ran.
Finally, in a puff of smoke, it disappeared into the sky. Elderly couldn't help himself. Discount? It was a shame that Jiang Han could think of it. However, it was still really soothing, killing the two major clans completely through. Of course, it just doesn't have a good reputation. After all, it was relying on the power of the magic treasure.
I didn't expect you kid to be deep in hiding. There are few and far between Foundation Establishment King's treasures.
And you actually have one? Elderly laughed. He was very enlightened.
Although immortal cultivators claimed to become stronger themselves, magic treasures were also a reflection of the immortal cultivator's own strength.
Good luck picking up a Foundation Establishment King's treasure. Jiang Chen gave a dry cough. Although the magic treasure is strong, in the end, the iron must still be hard.
Relying on the Foundation Establishment King's treasure, you can be the king and the hegemon within the Foundation Establishment territory.
What if the one we encountered was in the Jedan realm? Then it would have to be mute.
Elderly hesitated and finally said these words. Although Jiang Chen was currently weak, there was no hope of rising. This guy's biggest problem was that he was too lazy, too hungover, and not motivated enough to cultivate. Otherwise, it was impossible to hover in the Foundation Establishment realm after decades of cultivation.
Remember, all success depends on the efforts of the latter, Elderly exhorted. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nodded, with a look of realization and acceptance. Since it's an acquired taste, I'll rest today and tomorrow.
Elderly realized that this guy was a bit greasy.
Is this going to be a lie down to the end? At this moment,
the Tianxian mysterious realm radiated a soft light, and the cracked portal gradually closed. The disciples of the various sects left one after another. The Songyun sect disciples were no exception, strutting and walking with the wind. This time, the first place in the Green Continent Foundation building trial was their Songyun sect.
How could they not be arrogant?
Zhao Mengdai resumed her playful look, with a bit more pride on her face. One must know that she was now the #1 foundation building sister of the Green Continent.
You guys go back first.
I still have some things I need to take care of.
Jiang Han excused himself and left. Within the Tianxian secret territory,
he had captured several Jiedan realm cultivators alive, and hadn't had the time to sell them. Jiang Chen sped through the heavens and earth,
turning left and right, and after making sure no one was following him, he changed his face and left on a teleportation array. 3 days later, a dusty teenager appeared in the savage wilderness.
This belongs to the border of the Green Continent now.
It was sparsely populated and desolate, and even the demonic beasts didn't have more than a few.
Jiang Chen released the black-robed youth,
the white-robed youth, and the purple-robed youth, and threw them each an elixir.
The three of them looked at the elixir in their hands with stunned expressions.
After determining that it wasn't poison,
they tilted their heads and swallowed it.
Their bodies' aura clicked and soared, and they recovered to their original Jiedan realm. What do you mean by this? By releasing us and allowing us to restore our cultivation. Do you want to admit your mistake and earn our forgiveness?
They stared at Jiang Han,
their expressions unkind.
The price of the Jiedan realm is not the same as the price of the Foundation Establishment realm. Jiang Chen's voice was cold. The three froze for a moment.
What do you mean? Pack the goods so that they can be sold at a good price? They have a sense of magic. A Jiedan realm cultivator. His cultivation wasn't weak, but in front of this teenager, he was just a cargo to be sold. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you after I recover my cultivation? I'm invincible under Yuaning.
If you guys are not convinced, you can try.
With a cold snort, thunderous killing intent drilled into the middle of their soul sea. The three men's faces instantly paled. Just a moment ago, their hearts nearly stopped, sensing an unrivaled and terrifying heavenly might.
It seemed that the other party could crush them with a single finger if they wanted to.
Is this person still the #1 waste of the Green Continent? Hiding too deep? In their eyes, Jiang Han was gradually shrouded in a veil of mystery. What Song Yun-sek's first genius is Lu Shun? In front of Jiang Chen, the so-called first geniuses had to step aside. Even those supreme geniuses of the central continent were not as terrifying as this sun. From this sun's tone, it seemed that the Yuaning realm was also capable of doing a fight. Where to? The three men were honest. Digging. As they spoke, the four of them arrived at a mining area. In the middle of that desolate mine, there was a small pergola for shade, and on a long rattan chair lay an old man, topless, shaking a big bushel fan and looking pleased with himself. When he saw Jiang Han, he raised his eyes slightly. "You're here? What good stuff did you bring this time?" That early stage Yuaning wasn't very obedient last time, and it took a lot of effort to tame it. The moment these words came out, the black-robed youth and the other three furrowed their brows furiously. Early Yuaning? Even a powerhouse of that realm was captured? They had wanted to wait for an opportunity to escape, but now it seemed that there was no chance at all. They sighed at the thought. A strong man of the Jedan realm can only be reduced to a minor in the end. What surprised them even more was that Jiang Han was so young. How did he possess the battle power of the Yuaning realm? It's not even possible to start practicing from inside your mother's womb, right? Jiang Han smiled and said, "The ones caught this time are all good goods, rich and strong in years. Digging 100 decades won't be a problem," he said, walking up and dealing with the bushy-tailed old man. After some haggling, the deal was finally struck, selling almost 400,000 spirit stones. By the way, I have a hunch that this time when we dig up an immortal mine, we can't say there are immortal corpses. Are you interested? The bushy-tailed old man lowered his voice and said, "In the South Ming continent, Xian had been reduced to a legend. Some say the ferry road is broken. Others said that something had gone wrong with the immortal realm, and that it was no longer possible to ascend to the immortal realm after the questioning realm. Regardless of the claims, they all corroborate one thing. That's how hard it is to find an immortal. Immortality is too far away from me. With your old man exploring, it's done. Compared to living forever, living is the most important." Looking in the direction Jiang Chen had left, the bushy-tailed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately afterward, the ghost spoke. "Do you know what day it is?" Upon hearing this, the three youths looked stunned and hurriedly replied, 135,833,000,000 years of the Southern Ming calendar. The bushy-tailed old man shook his head, his expression cold. "Wrong. Forget the concept of time inside your heads. After this, your time is only today and tomorrow. If you can survive, that's tomorrow. I wonder what the name of this mine is." The three of them had never really seen such a bout of godly talk. "What's with the immortal corpse? It's just a dig. It's not like we're digging in the fairy world. This mine, it hasn't been named yet. But that little fellow, Jiang Han, did give old man a suggestion before? This place will be called the Eternal Life Mining Area from now on. Everlasting mines? What a great boldness. Even the old monsters of the Inquisition wouldn't dare to boast of their longevity, would they?" The pupils of the black-robed youth and the others shrank. Unbeknownst to them, they start their own alternative path from today. Chapter 22: The Ruthless Man Who Robbed the Heavens. Between a mountain, the mist lingered, and the spiritual energy whistled and surged, pouring in like a river. If one were to scrutinize carefully, one would find that there were several large gas-gathering formations in the small mountains. Any ounce of spiritual energy was perfectly calculated and perfectly utilized. At this moment, a long-bodied teenager sat cross-legged at the center position of the chi-gathering formation, enjoying the rush of spiritual energy. On top of that, there was a huge mountain of spirit stones piled up in front of him. As his cultivation revolved, the spirit stone in front of him shattered with a loud bang, turning into a storm of spiritual energy that followed the teenager's nostrils and drilled into the middle of his limbs and bones. Boom! That teenager's body roared as his cultivation aura skyrocketed extremely fast. Middle stage of foundation building. Late stage of foundation building. After breaking through 2 minor realms in a row, it was still going on. The mountains are quiet and off the beaten path. There was only the sound of breaking through the dullness. 3 months passed, and the spirit stones in front of the teenager replenished pile after pile. The cultivation fluctuations on its body were getting stronger and stronger. Later on, he directly broke through to the peak of the foundation establishment realm, just a step away from the Jedan realm. It's true that there are no years in immortal cultivation. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the teenager opened his eyes. His temperament became more and more dusty, as if he were an immortal on earth. Who is this person if not Jiang Han? Over the past 3 months, he had consumed 2 million spirit stones and pushed his cultivation to the peak of the foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop.
It had to be said that the body type of the 10,000 burial robber body was indeed very crazy. As long as there were enough resources,
there were almost no barriers or bottlenecks below the Yuaning realm.
Others may take years,
even a decade, but not him, highlighting a fast.
This was the reason why he was able to retrain 9 times in just a few decades.
After loitering for half a day,
Zhang Han stood at the top of the mountain, looking at the tumbling clouds at the bottom of the mountain,
and said indifferently, "There's nothing to do, so let's break through the Jiedan." This statement would be a shock if it got out and people outside knew about it. Having nothing better to do than break through the Jiedan? It must be known that how many immortal cultivators,
with white heads and a lifetime immersed in cultivation,
might not be able to break through to the Jiedan realm. And Zhang Han, just having nothing to do, wants to break through the Jiedan? How many people don't have this freedom? Cultivating immortality. That's how it should be. Zhang Chen offered up the remaining 1 million spirit stones, crushing them all and turning them into tides of aura.
In front of such surging spiritual power,
those whose physical bodies were not strong enough would not dare to approach,
because the flesh will tear.
Only Zhang Chen's face was expressionless. He didn't waste half of these auras, devouring them all perfectly. 3 days later, Zhang Han's cultivation completely broke into the Jiedan realm. Boom!
Dense golden light erupted from the Dantian, making Zhang Han's entire body look as if he were a golden Buddha statue. The dome of the sky was cloudy and incomparably auspicious. But amidst the auspiciousness, there were monstrous lightning flashes accompanied by thunderous booms.
When concluding the heaven and earth Jindan, there would be a Jindan tribulation.
It was rare for normal Jiedan robbers to have that powerful of an attack.
Zhang Han was an exception.
As if mirroring Zhang Han's path, the attacks were unrivaled, and the heavenly robberies colored some of their features and became raw.
In response, Zhang Han's face didn't have any ripples,
for he had experienced it 8 times,
and now it was the 9th.
Once he succeeded in conjugating the Dan, then within his body,
9 heaven and earth golden dawn would appear. For ordinary geniuses, to be able to condense a heaven and earth golden Dan would be smoke from their ancestors' graves.
If people knew that Zhang Han's body possessed 9 of them,
wouldn't they be shocked to the eyeballs? At this time, the thunder light rolled over,
and in a burst of piercing silver awnings, an ancient robber gate slowly coalesced out.
Boom! A roaring sound rang out,
only to see about a 10-foot thick 7-colored robber light splitting down from the sky,
approaching in a flash. Zhang Chen didn't even look at it.
His palm soared against the wind, directly enveloping the 7-colored robbing light in his hand to quell it.
Then he ran his mana to refine it, and threw the thunder pill,
which had been refined to the point where only pure power remained, into his mouth and crunched it down in one bite. The sword-shaped scroll spirit has been watching in the dark,
and it was startled. There are thousands of ways to cross over. This guy, crossing over like this? Swallow the heavenly robberies directly as if they were small snacks. And by the looks of that ease,
it seemed like this wasn't the first time he'd done it. The man was young,
not more than 40 years old. At such an age,
one could only be considered a small child in the immortal cultivation world.
How many heavenly tribulations could one experience?
It must be known that many with lesser qualifications may still be in the foundation establishment realm at the age of 40, or even stuck in the chi condensation realm for the rest of their lives. If you offend the heavenly tribulation like this,
aren't you afraid that you'll be marked by the tribulation chi? And from then on, the heavenly tribulation will accompany you and the thunder god will strike you? The sword-shaped scroll spirit reminded Zhang Han not to go too far. There is still a bit of reverence for the underworld. After all, there's a god 3 feet above your head. Hijacking gas? Stuffed teeth?
It's not very scary if it's not stuffed with teeth.
Zhang Chen replied with a serious face. Raise your head 3 feet and there is a god. But raising his head 3 feet was too far,
and he still trusted his 3 inches between his palms. It was a world within his grasp. Even if a 3-foot god came, he could be subdued between his palms. The sword-shaped scroll spirit was speechless for a while,
not knowing what to say. Rumble. At this moment, the waves of thunderbolts once again struck down horizontally.
Zhang Chen was still suppressing it with one hand,
eating the heavenly tribulation as a thunder pellet. After a few times like this,
the heavenly tribulation slowly subsided.
Zhang Chen looked at the robbed door,
as if waiting for something.
Normally after a tribulation, within the gate of the tribulation, the power of the heavenly seal would be bestowed.
Refining the power of the heavenly seal within the Jindan was the only way to truly become a heaven and earth Jindan. The power of the heavenly seal allows the heaven and earth Jindan practitioner to be attuned to heaven and earth.
In this way, there are 2 benefits. First, due to the fact that it was attuned to heaven and earth, the mana replenished rather quickly, almost constantly. Secondly, the barrier that existed for operating mana would be much reduced, and in this way, the speed of casting spells would be greatly increased. It was precisely for this reason that those with the Heaven and Earth Jindan often had raw strength that was not comparable to ordinary people. Why is there no power of the heavenly seal in this conjugation? Could it be the reason for the ninth conclusion of the Heaven and Earth Golden Dan? Jiang Chen frowned. At this moment, that one ancient robber gate was about to dissipate. Once it dissipated, that meant that there was no possibility of condensing the power of the heavenly seal at all. Immediately, Jiang Chen's body exploded and shot straight up into the clouds. He's a man who likes to have no blessings and enjoy them hard. Since there was no power of the heavenly seal, he would seize it himself. The sword-shaped scroll spirit was a bit surprised. Kid, what are you doing? Are you taking power from the sky? Jiang Chen offered the sword-shaped scroll in his hand and said in a deep voice, what can be done? It won't give it, so I can only rob it. How do I grab it? Kill the robber gate. The sword-shaped scroll was speechless for a while. This kid, really bold enough. Anyway, it was the first time it had seen someone who dared to ransack the heavens. What the sword-shaped scroll didn't know was that Zhang Han's humongous temperament was already in the process of being cultivated in earlier realms. Chapter 23 Extreme Realm Golden Dan becomes. Within moments, Zhang Han was holding a sword-shaped scroll and killed before the robbed door. Pop! The big foot kicked forward, and after a slight flash of lightning, the robbed door shattered in response. That rough? Do we have to give it a face? What is cultivation? The so-called cultivation is when the Tao doesn't listen. Then fix it up a bit. After saying that, Zhang Han leaped into the middle of the robbed door. There was still undispersed robotic light here. Very disorganized. Just like the thunderstorm space. Boom! As soon as Jiang Chen appeared, he caused a chain reaction. A dozen or so thunder beams struck horizontally, each one about 10 feet thick, just like a thunder dragon. Jiang Chen was expressionless as he poured his mana into the sword-shaped scroll. 10,000 soldiers whistled out, a handful of them surrounding him, setting him off like a supreme soldier immortal. With a movement of his finger arm, a torrent of 10,000 soldiers swept forward. As strong as a thunderbolt, it was also torn apart inch by inch. The 9 Jindans in the body levitated in unison, traveling star trajectories. At this moment, Jiang Chen's mana was nearly never exhausted. Has heaven and earth been drained? He blasted through dozens of thunderstorms and kept going deeper and deeper. But Zhang Han still hadn't found any trace of the power of the heavenly seal. He sighed softly in regret. It seemed that the ninth conjugation could only go the route of an ordinary person. Just as Zhang Han was disappointed and was about to turn around and leave, his eyes suddenly glazed over. In the midst of the deeper thunderstorms, he saw a hint of jumpy crimson power. Although there was only a trace of it, it gave him a sense of supreme fury. The Pole Realm. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. The so-called extreme realm referred to an extreme destructive power. The conditions for its molding are so harsh that the only time it is born is when heaven and earth are in their infancy. Why does the extreme realm power exist in this robber gate? Capture it and instead of the power of the heavenly seal, brand it in the ninth heaven and earth Golden Dan. And I wonder if it will be able to condense the extreme realm Golden Dan? Jiang Chen's eyes were on fire. The extreme realm itself was a power of extreme destruction. If it is branded on the Golden Dan of heaven and earth, he didn't dare to imagine just how powerful a Jindan of such achievement would be. Boom! As soon as he said he would do it, Zhang Han operated his mana and propped up the 10,000 soldiers' fierce diagram with all his might. Wherever his feet went, his weapons whistled away, like a supreme soldier immortal going out on patrol. The weapons evolved from the 10,000 soldiers' fierce diagram only existed for a moment before dissipating. Theoretically, as long as there was enough mana, weapons would be produced in an endless stream. Of course, ordinary people didn't have such profound magical power as Zhang Han. In a short while, Zhang Han killed the location where the extreme realm power was located. That hint of crimson power was demonic and ancient. Jiang Chen looked grave as he used his mana to condense a palm and carefully probed forward. As soon as he came into contact with the extreme realm power, across the palm of his mana, a desolate and pale murmur of thoughts instantly exploded in Zhang Han's soul sea. This extreme realm had been floating in the river of ages for an unknown number of thousands of years. Although it had no consciousness, the distractions it had accumulated over the long years were not simple. If it weren't for Zhang Han's incomparable perseverance, I'm afraid that with this outburst, his divine soul would be washed into blankness and reduced to a little cutie. After surviving the attack of the distracting thoughts, Zhang Han controlled his mana palm to hold the extreme realm in one hand and then lifted it up. A clicking sound rang out, and the mana palm light flickered with great strain. That hint of the extreme realm, which seemed to be only a hint, was really too heavy. comparable to a star. In the moment it was raised, the mana palm nearly crumbled several times. It was fortunate that Zhang Han's mana was surging enough to maintain the mana palm from dying. After wasting 9 cows and 2 tigers, he finally seized the extreme realm power. Before Zhang Han could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire space of the robber gate shook violently and was strewn with cracks, about to crumble. This robbery gate is going to dissipate, Jiang Chen cried out in secret. Immediately, he harnessed his sword-shaped scroll and rushed out at the last minute. That was close. Jiang Chen let out a light breath. He didn't stay idle, and immediately sat down on his knees and carried out refining with all his might. The extreme realm power was truly terrifying. Even though it had been sealed and suppressed by Jiang Chen, some of it spilled out from time to time, still causing the entire mountain to fragment. The sword-shaped scroll spirit looked at it and only felt his heart skip a beat. This kid, he's really too bold. The power of the extreme realm belonged to one of the most mysterious powers of the heavens, and branding it on the Jindan was tantamount to harnessing the heavens. The power of the heavens to harness the Pale Avenue? The path this boy has taken is unthinkable, and if it remembered correctly, Zhang Han had already condensed 2 Jindans before this. It should be the third one now. 3 Jindans, the first person in the history of the world, right? 5 days later, the austere aura that had always shrouded the mountains finally dissipated. Jiang Chen snapped his eyes open, and a crimson aura flashed through his eyes, bitingly cold. A huge mountain in front of him was rigidly chopped down a Zhanghai under this terrifying pupil on. Successfully conjugated. There was more than a hint of excitement in his voice. This time, the conjugation was different. It was an extreme realm golden Dan, and its power became more and more terrifying. After roughly estimating his strength, Zhang Han felt that it wasn't like he couldn't fight a late Yuaning cultivator. It's time to return to the sect, or else eldest brother, second brother, and senior sister should be worried, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although it was said that there were no years of cultivation, disappearing for almost 4 months was always a cause for concern. Immediately, he rushed straight to the Tsongyun sect. Along the way, many small clans, many loose cultivators and so on were discussing this Green Continent Foundation building trial. When talking about the first place Zhang Han, most of them had contemptuous gazes. They looked down on such a first place. It was thought that the reason Zhang Han had come first was simply to show off the ferocity of the magic treasure. This is the most comical Green Continent first foundation building. Say weak, right? There is a magic treasure that is invincible in the foundation establishment realm. Say it's strong, right? It was only invincible within the foundation establishment territory, and it was still relying on the power of the magic treasure. Many people called Zhang Han the first soft rice king of Qingzhou. Other people nibble on the old man and the wife of the strong man, but Zhang Han is not the same. Zhang Han gnawed the magic treasure. Zhang Han smiled at these comments and was very calm inside. This meant that his strength was still not exposed. You're not angry? The sword-shaped scroll asked. Jiang Chen shook his head. I aspire to longevity. This bit of gossip, on the contrary, is my protective color. When everyone else thinks you're wasted, you better have a few tricks up your sleeve. How difficult is it to live forever? The Tianqian warfather of old couldn't even do it, stopping below immortality. Upon hearing this, Zhang Han's heart stirred, wanting to pursue the secret stories of the past, but unfortunately, he was told that its spirit soul was crippled and incomplete. Jiang Chen nodded, not suspecting anything. It was because there were 3 ancient swords on the 10,000 soldiers' fierce diagram, and 2 of them were stained red with immortal blood. Therefore, the current 10,000 soldiers' fierce figure only has a partial memory. By the way, that battle blood belongs to Tianqian battle sovereign? Jiang Chen recalled the time he broke the record of undefeated in 100 battles and received a reward from the ancient monument. Half and half. I guess, half of it is the blood of a battle exalted, and half of it is probably immortal blood. Possible? Jiang Chen frowned. Yes means yes, no means no. What might that mean? How do you know that the immortals we cultivate and see are necessarily immortals? Who defines a fairy? The voice of the sword-shaped scroll spirit rang out lazily, with a few moments of pain. As the words were uttered, the body of the scroll trembled violently. Chapter 24, Who are you? These words brought an extremely sharp shock to Zhang Han. Immortality is the goal of their cultivation. But now someone comes along and tells you that the fairies of this world are not necessarily real. It's no different than a mortal, out in the cold. Hearing such a phrase, do you dare to say that all the people we've seen in our lives, all the people we've seen, have been alive? Its impact, probably so. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself. Looks like this blood is a bit extraordinary. Half immortal, half war?
He would not devour it hastily until he had thoroughly understood it. One never knows what the reaction will be after swallowing it, and it may not have a single effect, but a chain reaction. Jiang Chen didn't like things that were too far beyond his control. His cultivation is about the word stability. It has to be steady, or you'll pull the plug with too many steps. A person a magic treasure. Each has their own matters of the heart. Even rare no longer explore? Jiang Han silently rushed. 2 days later, finally returned to the Tsongyun sect. Inside the sect, many disciples threw smiles at him, and every now and then a boiling sound rang out. The Tsongyun sect is very pragmatic. First is first. They don't care how you came to be first. As long as they were the number one in their Tsongyun sect, they deserved to be treated as number one. When some of the elders saw Jiang Chen, their demeanor showed politeness. Just after returning to the ninth peak, junior sister Zhao Mengdai and second senior brother calmly rushed over. Third senior brother, you're finally back. Zhao Mengdai let out a light breath. What? Jiang Chen was a bit confused. If you don't come back, second senior brother is almost going to block the door of the Incorp sect. Zhao Mengdai spat out her tongue with a playful face. Why don't you block the evil extreme sect? Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, because eldest senior brother named the evil extreme sect to be blocked. At those words, Jiang Han's heart warmed slightly. The ninth peak was as warm as his home, and the two senior brothers treated him like an old father. Something's up. Reel up. Being told to Zhao Mengdia's face like this, calmly scratched his head in a bit of embarrassment. It's good that senior brother is fine. Take a good rest first. I'll take senior sister to cultivate first. As soon as he talked about cultivation, Zhao Mengdai beamed, her pretty face instantly losing its color. Elder brother Jiang Han's strength isn't that great. Why don't you let him cultivate? Waving her pink fists in protest, Zhao Mengdai wanted to pull Jiang Han down with her. You've been resting for several days' time. This time you're not allowed to touch the fish. Senior brother Jiang can't run away. In the next couple of days you'll have to double your refining. Kong Li's stout figure. Carrying Zhao Mengdai was just like carrying a small chicken. Striding, rushing out of the mountain. Jiang Han couldn't help himself. Now that he had Zhao Mengdai to help attract the attention of the two senior brothers, he could feel the fish for a bit. Just lying on the long rattan chair, he suddenly remembered Su Mu. I wonder what happened to that guy. At the foundation building trial, Su Mu was struck to the point where his Dao heart was shattered. I wonder if he has recovered now. With a thought, Jiang Han decided to go forward to the first peak. On the way here, he had heard something that had something to say about Su Mu. The current Su Mu was demoralized and still couldn't walk away from the shadow of that battle defeat. Many elders were at their wits' end about it and were anxious, but only dry eyes. With a broken Dao heart, you can only rely on yourself to remake it, because there are some truths, some paths, that can only be realized and traveled by oneself. A lone peak. Su Mu half leaned on a dead tree, slightly squinting his eyes and resting his hands behind his head, lazily basking in the sun. He was bearded and pudgy, completely lacking the willfulness of the former genius of the first peak. You're here? Congratulations on becoming the first foundation establishment of the Green Continent. Seemingly hearing Jiang Han's footsteps, Su Mu didn't raise his head and gave a greeting. Don't laugh at me. You don't know what kind of strength I have? That's just a false name. Jiang Chen shook his head and walked forward. Sitting on the deadwood pier, Su Mu looked at Jiang Han's move and was very wary. You want to come and say some grandstanding too? If so, you can leave now. Jiang Chen shook his head. I'm most tired of axioms. I came here today to ask you just one question. Su Mu looked at Jiang Han with slight surprise, hesitated, and said, You ask, who are you? Jiang Chen said slowly. At those words, Su Mu's numb face twitched slightly, and his eyes, like stagnant water, rippled. I'm the first genius of the first peak. I am little Lucian of the Tsongyun sect. I am the pride of the Su family as it once was. Su Mu revealed a bitter smile. These, however, fizzled out after his great defeat at the foundation establishment trial. What was once a prestigious name became a vanity. In fact, he knew that no matter if it was the Tsongyun sect or the Su clan, no one had ever blamed him, but he just couldn't get past his own. So one banishes oneself to a world of self-doubt. Jiang Chen shook his head and looked seriously at Su Mu, asking again, Who are you? Looking at Jiang Han's burning gaze, after a long time, Su Mu slowly said, I am Su Mu. Hearing these words, a hint of a smile appeared on Jiang Han's face. I've heard the answer I wanted to hear. One question out of the way. Farewell. Turn around and leave. At the end of the first peak, Jiang Han paused his body and stopped. Remember, you're Su Mu first and only second. After leaving the first peak,
Jiang Han returned to his cave. The first thing you do is lie down on a long wicker chair. It took several months of continuous cultivation to reach the Jedan realm. It was time to lie down and calm down a bit. The last few days were spent behind closed doors. So angry that his second senior brother, calmly, almost wanted to slam the door and threaten to give Jiang Han devil training. They didn't realize that Jiang Han had already formed a Dan now. The breath of the 10,000 burial robber body was unpredictable, and he intentionally concealed his breath, so that even the strongest of the strong couldn't pry into his true cultivation. In the past few days of lying flat, I heard that Su Mu of the first peak had gotten his act together and went forward to the immortal experience cliff to cultivate the stone in the hearts of many elders. Songyun's sect disciples finally fell. Su Mu was the one they had watched grow up, and seeing its disheveled appearance naturally didn't sit well in their hearts. They were curious as to what was going on. It seemed that after Jiang Han from the 9th peak made a trip here, Su Mu was like a different person. Their stereotypical impression of Jiang Han changed a lot. It seemed that this 9th peak's number 1 dude wasn't quite a dude anymore. Jiang Chen lay flat on the 9th peak for 10 whole days. 10 days later, a piece of news fermented within the Songyun sect. The Piaoi sect is asking for help. Unspeakable horrors have arisen in its sect, and as soon as it gets dark, people die. The Piaoi sect was a small sect under the jurisdiction of the Songyun sect, paying tribute on time on weekdays while the Songyun sect provided the necessary protection. The Piaoi sect asked for help, and the Songyun sect naturally couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At first Jiang Han did not care, until the task of purging the Piaoi sect of danger fell on his head. Chapter 25 Highly Efficient Buddhist Practices. No way. Learning of this news, immediately, Jiang Han expressed his refusal. In the end, he couldn't resist the threat of his second senior brother calmly, saying that if he didn't show up for the clan mission, he would have to double his devil training. Straight away, he said that he wanted to make Jiang Han a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator within a short period of time, build him up to be, truly, the first base building in the Green Continent, he said, showing a look of triumph. Jiang Han couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the so-called double devil training. It's just a clan mission. I'll take it. Go out more to see the perils of the world and you'll know the importance of strength. After all, senior brother can't shelter you for the rest of your life. The sea has changed. The dynasties have changed. This world is beautiful. Senior brothers can't always help you eyeball this world. There are some roads that you need to walk on your own after all. Kung Li spoke at length. Senior brother, are you failing? It is said that when a man is about to die, his words are good. An ominous premonition flashed within Jiang Chen. Elder brother, I'm in my prime. Who can't? Immediately, Kong Li hardened in front of Jiang Han. Harder fists. Rolling up his sleeves, the tiger made a gesture to take a big hit. Jiang Chen was busy begging for mercy. Seeing this, Kong Li could only give up. After all, his little master's small body was weak. There's a real possibility that this punch will go down and harden on the spot. Kong Li sighed slightly before offering a purple talisman and handing it to Jiang Han. There's a trace of my power of perceiving the true words of Confucianism in it, but it can transform calamities and persuade people to be good. Jiang Han accepted it with a smile. Kong Li is a bit helpless. This stupid senior brother all day heartless stupid joy. When can he really grow up? I don't even know if I'll be able to see junior brother become a Jedan cultivator in my lifetime. By the way, this is the sword talisman given to you by eldest senior brother. When you encounter danger, don't be reluctant to part with it and use it directly. Kong Li tapped his head and seemed to remember something. He hurriedly pulled out another talisman in the form of a small sword from his storage pouch. If this one was forgotten, with the love that eldest brother had for junior brother, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to avoid a scolding. This is something that eldest brother took time out of his busy schedule to refine. Many thanks to you two senior brothers. By the way, second senior brother, you shouldn't see me off. After all, I'm going for a training trip, not an inspection. After thinking about it, Jiang Han admonished. Then alone, he went forward to the sect task pavilion to receive a map of the Green Continent, and this was how he set off. The Driftless sect, located in the center of the Green Continent, was a subordinate sect of the Songyun sect. Its patriarch was an early Yuaning cultivator. It was rumored that the sect also had an old ancestor of the late Yuaning stage, but he sat down a few years ago. The avenue is relentless. The pinnacle of many cultivators' lives might be the Yuaning stage. If you can't break through this threshold, you can only die of old age in this realm. After 3 days of frantic rushing, Jiang Han was already close to the Driftless sect. But the weather was not kind to us, and there was a pouring rainstorm, and the rain would not stop. Jiang Chen came to a broken temple to escape the rain. At his cultivation level, he could completely avoid the rain, but there was no need, because on the rare occasion that he could enjoy the tranquility of the rain, he didn't want to waste it. A broken temple listening to the rain, but with some flavor. The rainstorm slapped the roof tiles and clattered. Jiang Chen didn't feel annoyed, but rather found it quite interesting. Compared to the withering silence of cultivation, he could hear some rich variations in this monotonous knocking sound. This rainstorm is bound to trigger flash floods, and I wonder how many mortals will be buried in this natural disaster. The water outside the temple is getting faster and faster, and it's only a matter of time before a flash flood erupts. Just as Jiang Han sighed, a monk walked in with a pestle and mortar, his clothes untainted by rain. Amitabha Buddha, I can't imagine that you have such a compassionate heart. Unlike the average immortal cultivator, Jiang Chen sized up the visitor, dressed in Buddhist robes, with a clanking head and a stocky body, like a furious Vajra of the Buddhist sect. This person's cultivation was not weak, reaching the peak of the Jedan realm. May I sit down? The monk politely inquired. Jiang Chen nodded and said, this broken temple has no owner, so there's no need to inquire. The monk smiled slightly and said, it's also better to ask more questions, even if it's unowned, as long as there are people around, it will somehow have a master. Jiang Chen nodded. Where there were people, there was a Jianghu, there was no denying it. By this time, the current outside the broken temple was getting stronger. A mouse accidentally fell into the middle of the current and struggled in terror, trying to crawl into the broken temple. Seeing this, the monk smiled, recited the Buddha's name, and then extended his demon bucking pestle. The rat crawled in along with the pestle and mortar, its wet and shivering body. Jiang Chen watched this scene with interest. It was said that those who practiced Buddhism had the virtue of good life. Today's look is a good one. Sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of mole crickets, and loving the moth gauze-covered lamps. Just as Jiang Han was about to emote a bit, the monk raised his demon-subduing pestle and slammed it down. Ow! The mouse gave a wail and then offered his liver and brain. Jiang Han's color is odd. This monk, it's a bit odd. To save the rat in the water is our Buddha's compassion. To kill the rat just now is to eradicate the scourge. Amitabha Buddha. Monk mouthing Buddha's name, chanting sutras for rats to be transformed. Jiang Chen looked at the monk and couldn't help but stick out his thumb, his heart filled with admiration. What constitutes efficient Buddhist practice? Here it is. Save the rats, kill the rats, and overrun the rats. A mediocre little mouse was hardened by this man's 3 swipes of merit. Even if a Buddhist ancestor saw it, he would have to shout out a high monk ah. After some chanting, a flash of Buddhist fire popped out from the monk's fingertips. Crackling and burning, the rat carcasses were quickly incinerated. By the way, I still don't know the senior monk's name, Jiang Chen asked. With this guy's efficient cultivation of Buddhism, it won't take long for him to become famous throughout the southern Ming continent. The common name of the young monk has been forgotten, but there is a Dharma name, named Jianjin. Scholar may call me Little Monk Jianjin. Monk Jianjin folded his hands. My name is Jiang Han, Jiang Chen said. The two climbed the night. By the way, is cultivator Jiang Han going forward to the driftless sect? At that moment, a touch of gravity appeared on Monk Jianjin's face. Rare as it was, Jiang Chen nodded, but didn't say anything more. The yin and yang of the driftless sect is rebellious and bizarre, and it is even rumored that when it gets dark, people will die. And the driftless sect invited several immortal ambassadors from nearby sects to come and help, but without exception, they all died violently. Now that I have no choice but to turn to the upper sect, the Tsong Yun sect, I don't think it will help. Monk Jianjin looked at Jiang Han, a flash of worry in his eyes. So evil? Jiang Chen's heart stirred as he asked. I wonder if brother Jianjin has a solution. There is one way to do this, and that is to run, and not actively dabble in karma. Jiang Chen looked odd. He wanted to run, but this was his clan mission for this trip. If we don't finish, we'll have to go back and receive the devil's training from brother Conley. At the moment, the rainstorm had stopped and it was dawn. When the rainstorm infests the earth, there will be waves on the earth, and I am going to go to the world to help the people. Scholar Jiang Han, I'll see you again. You're very wise. If you want to become a monk again, just come to me. Monk Jianjin, with his pestle and mortar, swept up into the air and disappeared from Jiang Han's sight. With this person's character, I'm sure he'll be able to furiously swipe another wave of merit. Jiang Chen's gaze condensed. He doesn't hate brushes that do something like that, just hate brushes that only do superficial work. People are brushing off the meritocracy, but they're really doing something. Chapter 26 A Blood Moon. Early the next morning, Jiang Han arrived at the mountain gate where the drifting sect was located. He was up in the air, overlooking the entire Piaui sect. The land of this clan rises up from the dragon and serpent, with rolling hills, and the mountains flow far and wide, and the afterglow is full of charm. In fact, in terms of feng shui alone, this place is definitely not bad. Although it is not as good as their Tsongyun sect, in a normal small sect, such feng shui is already good. How could there be a problem with such a cavernous place? Suddenly, Jiang Han's eyes gazed slightly as he spotted a number of mortals in the mountains. In general, immortal cultivation sects would only allow mortals to step in when they were recruiting disciples. It was rare to see something like the Piaui sect, which allowed mortals to come and burn incense and worship. Moreover, Jiang Han had also discovered that the objects those mortals worshipped were not immortals or the great Tao of heaven and earth. Instead, it was an unspeakable monster with a sharp mouth and fangs. Immortals are not immortals, and demons are not demons. It seems like the driftless sect is really in a mess. Zhang Chen muttered that among the worshipping crowd, there were a few foundation establishment cultivators. That look of worship and fear in his eyes did not seem to be faked. Immortal cultivators are supposed to be unafraid of heaven and earth. Only a fearful heart would worship. It was scared out of its wits. Just what kind of unspeakable monster could toss an immortal cultivation sect into this hellish state? Even going so far as to set up a shrine to worship for the sake of peace in your heart? With that thought in mind, Jiang Han swept towards the Piaui sect's main hall with a single leap. This is the Piaui sect's grand hall. Thank you, outsiders. Dare to set foot here. Is it don't want to die? In an instant, several cultivators of the late foundation establishment realm surrounded them. Each of them looked at Zhang Chen with an unfavorable expression. Their taut nerves slackened when they sensed that Jiang Han only had a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation on him. With such a cultivation level, they could crush it with a single finger. Unbeknownst to him, the so-called middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation was just something that Jiang Han had deliberately released. After all, with his cultivation level, it wasn't realistic to stay at the early stage of foundation establishment. That would be too fake and would instead be noticed by someone with an agenda. You don't have to be too nervous. I'm Songyun Immortal Envoy Jiang Han. Let your patriarch come. Jiang Han said indifferently. With a cultivation like yours, you're still at Songyun Immortal Envoy? I think it's hard for you to even meet our family patriarch's dog. A few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators laughed. A mere mid-foundation establishment cultivator, who was not even as good as them, still dared to pretend to be an immortal envoy of the Tsongyun sect? Zhang Chen was expressionless as he offered up the Tsongyun Immortal Order. Several late-stage foundation establishment cultivators looked at each other and stared at the Tsongyun Immortal Order for a long time. Light flowed above the Immortal Order, emitting a strong immortal flavor. Could this person really be the Tsongyun Immortal Envoy? But it doesn't make sense. How could the Tsongyun Immortal Envoy only have a mere mid-foundation establishment cultivation? Could it be that this pale cloud Immortal Order is a fake? On the other side, in the corner position of the large hall, two old men stood with their hands folded. One of the old men was dressed in plain robes, and he was the Piaui sect's patriarch, Ning Han. As for the other one, it was Nan, the Grand Elder of the Driftless sect. Grand Elder Nan looked toward Patriarch Ning Han and frowned. Patriarch, is this person really the Tsongyun Immortal Envoy? Ning Han slowly retracted his gaze from the Tsongyun Immortal Order. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Grand Elder Anan shook his head imperceptibly. The higher-ups are so hard to serve. Speech is cloudy. It's much better to just say you don't know either, and prefer to beat around the bush like that. Immediately, he sent out a soul thought, letting those late foundation establishment cultivators teach Jiang Han a lesson. If it really was a Tsongyun Immortal Envoy, I think it must have a few strengths. How else would you have dared to come here to clean up the weirdness? Kill. With Anan's instructions, those few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators wailed one by one and went forward to kill. At this time, Jiang Han stepped backward. Then between his two fingers appeared the Confucian True Scripture talisman gifted by his second senior brother. The talisman's purple light flowed, emitting a vast late Jiedan stage pressure. It hadn't been used yet it was already as terrifying as it was. With a loud boom, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators present, each one of them spat out blood with a wow, forcibly subdued on the ground by a great pressure. His bones made clicking sounds and he couldn't move. They looked at Jiang Han in a very stifled and wretched manner. Obviously, the other party was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment cultivation, and they could have crushed them to death with a single finger. But they can't help it. The purple talisman in the other party's hand was extraordinary, most likely gifted by an early Yuaning powerhouse. They screamed in their hearts. In fact, at this moment, how could they not know that the other party was the real deal Songyun immortal envoy? Moreover, this person's status in the Songyun sect was definitely not low. Otherwise, how could there be so many magic treasures? The person is not great, but the magic weapon is quite powerful. At this moment, Zhang Han glanced at the corner of the Great Hall with a slightly deeper meaning. Grand Elder Anan cackled inwardly as they masked their breath and hid their tracks. Did the other side still find out? This was simply not the kind of perceptiveness that the middle stage of Foundation establishment should have. That sharpness, not even the early Yuaning patriarch had ever given him such a feeling. This kid, like a million years old. And there is a biting coldness, like the extreme realm of heavenly might approaching the world. At this time, drifting patriarch Ninghan said indifferently, this person should be the Songyun immortal envoy. And Nan, you have the eyes to not recognize MT. Tai, and have angered your honored guest. That teenager is wasted. But the magic treasure was not bad, and in the tens of millions of kilometers nearby, only their upper sect, the Songyun sect, had such a means left. After that, he walked out on his own accord. Grand Elder Anan looked unmoving as he followed behind, clearly accustomed to taking the blame. The two of them walked towards Zhang Han, one after the other. Piaoi sect master Ninghan snorted. We disciples of the Piaoi sect have eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai, and I'm really sorry for disturbing the immortal envoy. Jiang Chen looked at the two old men with a slightly deeper meaning, and between his movements, he put away the purple talisman. How could he not know that these late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, the reason why they dared to make a big fuss, must have signaled behind them? I guess these two old things, who have been here for a long time, have been watching the show. If being sorry helps, the cultivation world should be harmonious. Reparations aren't made that way. Jiang Chen deliberately punctuated a few sentences. The drifting patriarch Ning Hanwei smiled as he handed out a storage bag and said, this storage bag contains 10,000 spirit stones, which I picked up just now. It should be Lord Immortal Envoy, right? Jiang Chen's expression didn't move as he took it in. A mosquito is still meat. One size does not fit all. And it's time to say thank you for picking up my storage bag. But to make amends, you still have to make amends. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Jiang Chen said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Ning Han was considered a smart person and understood Jiang Han's words. That storage bag just now was originally picking up Lord Immortal Envoys. It can't be considered a compensation. Here are 100,000 spirit stones, sent to Lord Immortal Envoy, and I ask that Lord Immortal Envoy not blame my Piaoi sect. Ning Han laughed and immediately handed Jiang Han a storage bag. His insides were dripping blood. 100,000 spirit stones was not a small amount to him. There's no need for you to be polite, Patriarch. Such a small matter is not something I usually take to heart. After catching the storage bag, a hint of a smile appeared on Jiang Han's face. You want to get rid of him with 10,000 spirit stones? If you don't let this old thing bleed a little, you really think he, Jiang Han, can just take it? I've already had thin wine prepared to wash the dust for Lord Immortal Envoy. So please, Patriarch and also Lord Immortal Envoy, move over. Grand Elder Anan made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Chen nodded and didn't object. Before long, the trio arrived at an island in the middle of a lake. The pavilions here are full of ancient colors. During the meeting, Jiang Han probably knew the current situation of the drifting sect. Once it gets dark, there are bound to be cultivators who die violently. The method of death is surprisingly consistent, deformed into unspeakable weirdness, and then falling in agony. As for the pattern of aberrations, it's hard to tell, like it's random. After a few drinks, it was already dark and the lanterns were gradually lit. The mountains are a little more ruddy. Your driftless sect is quite leisurely, actually lighting up red lanterns. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Han detected a hint of something wrong. Immediately afterward, he looked up into the sky. Where's the red lantern? It is clearly a blood moon. Chapter 27, The Twin Planet Creepy. In the sky, a blood moon hung brightly, dropping crimson light. Instead of being cool, the moonlight carried a bit of heat, shining on the body. It seemed to make the blood in the body boil along with it. Jiang Chen's control over his body was extremely strong. Any hint of the slightest change is clearly and acutely sensed. Could this be the eve of the so-called aberration? It all starts with blood? Stemming from blood? You must not go out in the dark. Situ Chen, hurry up and take Immortal Envoy Song Yun back to his room to rest. Grand Elder Anan looked anxious. Immediately, a young man came from outside the island and knelt down beside the pavilion and made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He wanted to look straight at the blood moon, straight at the darkness, and see how monstrous everything really was. Still, reason suppressed the inner urge. Everything is safe. After all, to be able to make an early Yuaning cultivator anxious, that so-called aberration should not be unusual. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Han left with Situ Chen. Watching Jiang Han's back as he left, Grand Elder Anan touched the wine cup in his hand. Sovereign, how long do you think this Lord Immortal Envoy can stay up? Drifting Patriarch Ninghan spoke indifferently. How long one can stay up depends on how many magic treasures this person has. I can't imagine that the Tsong Yun sect sent such a loser. The two of them asked and answered questions with a calm demeanor, without a trace of confusion from worrying over the future of the sect. Grand Elder Anan nodded and looked up at the sky. The blood moon hangs high. Next to the blood moon, the other stars were eclipsed, except for the intertwined twin stars that shone brightly. Situ Chen youthful appearance, not very old, quite a chatterbox, all the way in Jianghan chat non-stop. Immortal Envoy, be careful. Recently the sect has been on edge, and there are already many people who have developed a fear of cultivating immortals. Even privately, there are many cultivators who worship the unspeakable monster for peace of mind. At those words, Jianghan nodded his head. He had already seen it when he arrived. Fear of the unknown. Even a group of people such as immortal cultivators, who wielded transcendent powers, were no different from mortals. In the end, immortal cultivators are just people with strong mana. Human nature is always wary of fear. Before long, the two walked to a courtyard. I won't disturb Immortal Envoy's rest. Situ Chen clasped his fists and prepared to take his leave. Jiang Chen nodded and urged Situ Chen to be careful himself when he went back. After all, the blood moon was not simple. Just then, there was a loud knock on the door outside the courtyard. Jiang Chen frowned. It was dark. Who else was visiting? Outside the courtyard in the cold, a familiar voice rang out. Lord Song Yun, Immortal Envoy. Situ Chen seeks an audience. These words caused Jiang Han's eyes to narrow as he looked at Situ Chen beside him. In confusion, if it was Situ Chen outside the courtyard, then who was this beside him? Could there be two Situ Chen? At this moment, the blood moon shone even brighter. The knocking on the door outside the courtyard became urgent, and that one voice was thick with anxiety. Lord Immortal Envoy, you have encountered unspeakable horrors. Open the door quickly. At this moment, the courtyard door was kicked open. The one who came face to face was none other than Situ Chen. Lord Immortal Envoy, you've encountered weirdness. Hurry up and go with me to an audience with the Patriarch. The Patriarch has a way to fix it. The one outside the door. Situ Chen said anxiously. It's not that I'm meeting creepy. It's that you're in a mess, isn't it? You're all cracked up. Jiang Chen took a step back and stared warily at the two Situ Chen in front and behind him. The man is still weirdly nice, cracking himself up and caring about him. Whether or not they were trying to screw him over, of course, was impossible to say. His soul power was in full swing, scanning everything around him, and finally his gaze coalesced slightly. The Situ Chen by his side looked at Jiang Chen and said with an innocent expression, Lord Immortal Envoy, I'm the real Situ Chen. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. Don't pretend. Who calls themselves by their first name? That's when he noticed the stars in the sky. Today, Gemini is on duty and at its brightest. Gemini, twinned in one. Could the aberration have something to do with the astrolabe? Outside the door Situ Chen laughed. Lord Immortal Envoy has a discerning eye. He is an imposter. Jiang Chen nodded and walked towards the door to Situ Chen. And in the moment of proximity, a slap was quickly slapped out. Vast mana instantly flooded down. With a poof, the door was instantly shattered by Situ Chen. Bizarrely, though, no blood or bone erupted. Only a wisp of black smoke. Don't get too happy. It's also true that I didn't say anything about you. Jiang Chen possessed 9 jindans. How keenly he perceived heaven and earth. Telling the difference between the real and the fake wasn't that hard for him. Hey, you're smart. That doesn't fool you. The pupils of Situ Chen by his side were scarlet. His body suddenly bent, and red hair grew all over his body. Countless bone spurs broke through the body. Yet bizarrely, the blood didn't trickle down. Instead, it surrounded the circumference of the torso like flowing blood-colored armor. By this time, it was impossible to distinguish its appearance. Let's just say it's cool and humanoid. The twin star seal amongst its brow flickered with a faint starlight, adding to the bizarre aura. At this time, Jiang Han realized that the blood in his body was also starting to become hot. Immediately afterward, with a flash of light, his main body actually split into 2 halves. He split in 2. In fact, Jiang Chen could have stopped it. With his vast mana, it was enough to do everything, but he held back. Since he was coming to purge the weirdness,
Naturally he could not avoid encountering some dangers. Just be sure to get the right degree of it.
Welcome to Creepy Base Camp. Split in two you will be much less powerful.
It's not a cut for 2 decline.
It's a significant decline.
The hoarse voice was like gravel rubbing against the ground.
You're a Gemini creepy being? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice.
The pupils of the ineffable monster in front of him shrank.
And although he didn't answer, Zhang Han already knew the answer from his expression. It seems that the aberrant form is related to the astrolabe. Source from the heavens above. If a Gemini star appears, then the corresponding aberration is that the body is split in two. If it were any other star, it would have corresponded to a different aberration. Jiang Chen looked at his doppelganger with interest. At this moment, his doppelganger had the urge to produce aberrations, but it was hardened and suppressed by his main body with his mana, and the control was firmly in his own hands. He can recover whenever he wants. I'm surprised you don't have an aberration, the deformed Stuart Chen said hoarsely. To be more precise, it was no longer Situ Chen, but the Gemini planet creepy beings. Surprised? Something even more unexpected is yet to come. Instead of being weakened, I have an extra doppelganger to beat you up. Cheap, double the pleasure for one. Surprised? Surprised? Happy? Jiang Chen grinned. Tonight he would capture this Gemini creepy being alive and study it thoroughly. With his keen intuition about cultivation, he vaguely felt that this was opening up a certain cultivation path. A kind of cultivation path that is different from the traditional cultivation of immortality. Boom! Jiang Chen violently clenched his fist as his mana surged. That doppelganger was just like him, with the same clenched fists and the same surge of mana. A fist swung down, and double the power exploded together. With a loud boom, the pupils of the Gemini creepy beings tightened. This punch was too stunning. The mana was surging like an ocean. At this moment, it was like seeing its own milk. Put! All of the bone spurs of the Gemini creepy beings crumbled under this punch. The bloody armor even evaporated straight away. Foundation building? Jiadan? Yuanying? The Gemini creepy beings exclaimed. It's just a mediocre little Tsukiji. Come on, double the pleasure for you. Jiang Chen maneuvered his doppelgangers and erupted into a mana attack together. The Gemini creepy beings wailed. As a bizarre being beaten by a human cultivator? It's too undignified. What it didn't know was that Zhang Han had eaten even ghosts. I'll fight you. With a loud boom, the Gemini creepy beings, their bodies exploded with bloodlight, just like a sea of blood. In a short period of time, it even directly broke through Zhang Han's mana attack and went straight to kill him. Die! The sea of blood rolled over, and the Gemini seal inspired a brilliant light. No one could carry that terrifyingly weird power. Once covered, Zhang Han would surely die. However, just as the Gemini planet's bizarre beings approached Zhang Han, thinking that they were about to get their way, only Jiang Chen's pupils were seen to flash with a hint of crimson light. It was pale, but far beyond all the crimson colors of the world, for this is the forbidden power of the heavens. The Extreme Realm. Chapter 28, Requesting the Duke to Chop Demons. The Extreme Realm. An extreme destructive force born at the beginning of the flood, not humanly possible to control. However, it was sealed within the Jindan by Jiang Han, making Jiang Han the first Extreme Realm Jindan cultivator on Earth in all ages. Boom! The Extreme Realm Jindan operated crazily, and Jiang Chen's eyes turned crimson. Red eyes, dancing hair and hunting clothes. At this moment, Jiang Han was like a god of death descending on Earth. The Gemini creepy being locked eyes with Jiang Han's scarlet eyes and froze for a moment first. Immediately afterward, a hint of fear was born in a heart that had never produced fear before. What kind of look is that? It's as merciless and cold as the heavens, just as sad as if you had to see the end of the years, and it possessed unparalleled power, as if it could be decapitated with just a glance. One look determines life and death. Roar! Under the thick crisis of life and death, the Gemini creepy beings whistled at the moon. The red of the sky poured out from the blood moon, resembling a river of bloody stars. Meanwhile, the twin stars in the firmament, expanding at breakneck speed, soon crowded half the sky. At this moment, the Pyamyo sect, the nearby mortal kingdom, the mortal villages, an unknown number of living beings raised their heads in unison, looking at this scene with a bewildered expression. The twin astrologers descended upon the world, and the rivers of blood reflected in the heavens. What kind of big scene is this? Their hearts were filled with endless fear, and they directly knelt on the ground. For some time now, people have been dying one after another as soon as it gets dark. Not only did mortals die, but also immortal cultivators. People have been on edge for a long time. Even an immortal's life is like a piece of grass. How can he not be afraid? This is the moment when mortals bow down. The cultivators also worshipped, not daring to raise their heads. They say that the Tsong mortal envoy is here. Dare I ask where the Gungzi is? Please, Your Excellency, behead the demon. Kowtow to Mr. Execute the evil. Countless mortals hissed, their voices containing a lot of helplessness. The immortal sect rises. The mortals suffer, or are reduced to chores, or become consumables for immortal cultivation. The immortal sect is in decline, and the mortals are suffering as chaos reigns. The cry for help echoes between heaven and earth. Boom! At this moment, a demonic crimson power chopped out from within a courtyard of the driftless sect. It was followed by a click. Under the countless horrified gazes, the huge twin stars in the firmament even disintegrated with a bang. The Tsong mortal envoy decimated the stars? In an instant, the sound of cheering covered the entire mortal realm, and countless mortals went wild. Inside the yard, Zhangchen slowly withdrew the extreme realm Jindan power. Once the extreme realm came out, the weirdness immediately subsided. In the face of absolute power, whatever you are weird or not, just chop it off. The power of the extreme realm is as terrifying as it is. Jiang Chen muttered, slightly operating the extreme realm Jindan. He had killed a bizarre being whose battle power was approaching that of a Yuaning. It must be known that he has been very restrained and has reserved his strength. At first, he had wanted to leave the Gemini creepy beings alive, but he had underestimated the power of the extreme realm. Jiang Chen stared at the sky dome for a long time and withdrew his gaze. The twin stars he had just decimated were not real stars, but just a trace of projected power. Either way, it's good that it's been decimated. The Misty Sect bizarre incident. So that's how it's solved? Kind of easy. Jiang Chen touched his nose, not knowing why. He always felt that something wasn't quite right. Burial world. Jiang Chen sacrificed a large amount of spirit stones, all of them, and then opened the burial realm. His consciousness sank into the burial realm, where a black power appeared. It's not the same as the burial breath of unusual beings. This funeral breath was more than a little hideous. It was the deformed Gemini creepy being. Jiang Chen pointed his finger. Although the consciousness of this bizarre being had sunk, there were still relevant memories to plunder. After a long time, Jiang Han's consciousness returned to the outside world, and his eyes revealed a flash of sharpness. According to the chaotic memories of that Gemini aberration being, it came from the driftless sect. Someone had utilized the formation to grab a sliver of power from the polluted stars beyond the pale. These tainted astral forces, once projected onto the bodies of cultivators or mortals, produce unspeakable aberrations. Jiang Chen's gaze flickered slightly as the moment floated by. Polluted stars beyond the pale? Could there be a hint of connection between this and the breaking of the immortal path in the Nanming continent? Probably knowing part of the truth. Jiang Han rubbed his brow. Sure enough, things were far from as simple as he thought. The Piaui sect created its own bizarre beings, then played it off and begged for help from their Xongyan sect? Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled as to what the Piaui sect was trying to accomplish by going to so much trouble. In any case, at this moment, he was wary of the driftless sect. Those two old guys, they are by no means good. The entire driftless sect is in danger. This seemingly normal task is getting a bit uncontrollable. Fortunately, Jiang Han opened the burial world and gained an early insight into part of the truth. Otherwise there's a real risk of being led by the nose. Although Jiang Han didn't hold the initiative, he wouldn't suffer under information parity. And the most important point was that his Jiang Han strength was far from what it seemed. That's his greatest strength. The magic treasures gifted by the two senior brothers hadn't been utilized yet. All in one. Other people's bottom cards may be hidden away and they can't afford to use them. However, Jiang Han's bottom card was considered. Which one was better to use? Meanwhile, the island in the lake. In that pile of pavilions, Patriarch Ning Han, as well as Grand Elder and Nan, both of their pupils shrank, and they couldn't help but look towards the starry night in the firmament. The blood moon was still there, but the projected power of the twins was gone. Patriarch, what fluctuation did you just detect? The corners of Grand Elder Annan's mouth throbbed, clearly suppressing some sort of shock in his heart. I sense a hint of the extreme realm. Ning Han's voice was flat, but his heart was already in turmoil. The extreme realm, rumored to belong to the power of the immortals. Human beings exist, but are extremely rare and not humanly tame. Since cultivators were unable to master the power of the extreme realm, the power of the extreme realm could only be fused amongst the magic treasures. From this, it could be seen that Tsong immortal envoy was definitely in possession of an extreme realm Dharma treasure. A magic treasure that melted a trace of the extreme realm could no longer be called an ordinary magic treasure. Instead, it's Wangpa, the so-called king's treasure.
claiming the title of king and being a hegemon,
is extremely powerful.
The grades of magic treasures were categorized into spiritual treasures, true treasures, king treasures, ancient treasures, and heavenly immortal treasures. There are 3 grades, upper,
middle, and lower.
A little speck of the power of the extreme realm could accomplish a king's treasure. If it was completely pure power of the extreme realm, it would be comparable to an ancient treasure, not even weaker than a heavenly immortal treasure. This is the terror of the extreme realm, the amount of miracles.
Grand Elder Anan gritted his teeth and said, "The Gemini projection force has been decimated.
We've suffered a heavy loss this time."
Piaomyao Patriarch Ninghan looked calm and glanced at Grand Elder Anan. "The pattern is small. You now pass the order down.
Say that the bizarre power has been quelled, and that tomorrow there will be a banquet for the Tsong Yun Immortal Envoy,
and that the clan and the country will be celebrated together."
Anan froze for a moment, then a look of realization appeared in his eyes.
However, he didn't say anything more, but backed out.
The OP's tactics are truly devious.
That Tsong Yun Immortal Envoy, who was only 30 or 40 years old at the end, was too young in the cultivation world.
It simply couldn't play with these old monsters who had practiced for hundreds of years. The mind is not at all above a level. Played you to death and you're still in the dark.
Chapter 29 Path of Incense. Terrorist Immortal Cultivation? Early the next morning,
the news that Tsong Yun Immortal Envoy Jiang Han had beheaded the demon and flattened the bizarre being spread throughout the entire Piaui sect at a fiery pace. The nearby mortal kingdoms have likewise heard of it.
In one day,
I don't know how many mortals cheered and looked excited.
It's been a scary time.
As soon as darkness descended weirdly and it was accompanied by people dying violently,
everyone's nerves were on edge.
Luckily, Immortal Envoy Tsong Yun stepped in at the last minute and cut down the demon with a sword. This celebration was huge, and the Piaomyao sect decided to have fun with the people.
Even ordinary mortals could go to the Driftless sect to attend the grand ceremony and catch a glimpse of the Tsong Yun Immortal Envoy.
Jiang Chen had naturally heard of this news,
and he frowned, smelling the flavor of intrigue. "I'm giving you the Piaomyao sect to decapitate the demons, and you're playing mind games for me?" He, as a person,
had always been one to repay the kindness of a drop of water when it springs from the spring. "But if you play with your mind, then I won't be blamed for stabbing you all over your busted eyeballs."
At this moment, outside the courtyard, Piaomyao Patriarch Ninghan and Grand Elder Nan were already waiting. In order to send off Lord Tsong Yun Immortal Envoy,
specially set up a farewell banquet, also invited the mortals in the neighborhood. I hope Lord Immortal Envoy will not refuse.
After all, with the people to enjoy. This time,
I'm really thankful to Lord Tsong Yun Immortal Envoy for making a move to kill Guile.
The Piaomyao Patriarch looked respectful as he bowed and bent down to clasp his fists, completely not holding a stance because of his cultivation at the early Yuaning realm.
Jiang Chen looked at the Piaomyao sect patriarch with a slightly deeper meaning. This person was very modest. If it wasn't for the fact that he had gained an insight into part of the truth in advance, there was a real possibility that he would have been swindled by this person.
In that case, let's go.
Jiang Chen smiled faintly, then pushed out the door and walked at the front, his face deliberately feigning a look of pride and complacency.
Since the Driftless sect wanted to play, let's play with them.
He wanted to see what kind of medicine the Piaui sect was selling inside its gourd. Looking at Jiang Han's striding,
proud and complacent appearance,
the Piaui patriarch,
Ning Han, and the Grand Elder, and Nan, shook their heads slightly and unnoticeably.
Waste is waste, relying on the power of the magic treasure. The tail goes up to the sky.
Still really think you have 2 brushes?
Without the extreme realm Dharma treasure bestowed by the Tsong Yun sect's higher-ups,
this person wouldn't even be considered a dog's ass. But that's fine.
They were caught in the middle of their trap.
After all, they are still young. On this IQ experience,
where to play them?
Driftless sect,
asked the Immortal Terrace. The wide green stone plaza was covered with a red carpet, and a group of Jiedan realm elders from the Piaui sect were all present. The disciples of the entire sect were displayed above the square,
carrying ancient swords in neat formation. On top of that,
the outside of the mountain was crowded with mortals who had come to catch a glimpse of Jiang Han.
With Jiang Chen's arrival, voices rang out from the mountains. Immortal Envoy Jiang Han, Lord Immortal Envoy.
The voice was wild and excited. With a single effort to cut down the demons and purge the weirdness,
Jiang Han's prestige had undoubtedly reached its peak.
Such a big scene, so that the always low-profile Jiang Han a little uncomfortable.
No,
he must not be so publicized in the future.
At this moment, Jiang Han's mind echoed with the voice of the sword-shaped scroll Spirit. Scared out of your wits, aren't you? Actually, there's nothing wrong with being high-strung. The higher you are, the more you cry, the more milk you get. How boring would it be to cultivate immortality for a lifetime, if you can't sing brilliantly? At those words, Zhang Han shook his head and replied with his soul thoughts. I do not seek splendor, but only immortality and longevity. At this time, Driftless Patriarch Ninghan as well as Grand Elder and Nan came over with a smile on their faces. Lord Immortal Envoy, see how inspiring you are when you decapitated the demon with one force? All the people admire you. Grand Elder Anan smiled and held a stinky foot for Zhang Han. At this point, Ninghan appropriately timed his comment. Thanks to Lord Immortal Envoy's single thought to save the living, Zhang Chen watched the two perform expressionlessly. These two spoke with punctuation he didn't believe. It was dangerous, like a viper counting on him. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Han took his seat. The feast has officially begun. During the meeting, Grand Elder and Nan vigorously touted how powerful the Song Yun sect was. As soon as the touted Song Yun Immortal Envoy came out, the many weirdnesses dissipated. There was absolutely no problem that the Song Yun sect couldn't solve. Many mortals, cultivators listened with gusts of applause and excitement. Zhang Chen was expressionless, too lazy to listen to such nonsense. Instead, he quietly exuded his 9 times of Jiedan quenching soul thoughts. During that time, no one noticed, including the early-stage Yuaning Patriarch Ninghan. After all, if one were to talk about the strength of the divine soul, even a cultivator at the peak of the Yuaning realm was not as terrifying as him. After all, he had once had 9 peak Jiedan great rounds. In that time and time again of tempering, the divine soul had long since become solidified. Under the divine soul coverage, the entire Pyumiao sect was visible for hundreds of miles around. There were mortals and immortal cultivators here, and the scene could be described as shocking. Suddenly, Zhang Han's eyes stared, then it coalesced with a bang on top of a nondescript white cloud. That piece of white cloud seemed to be a bit thicker than ordinary white clouds, and inadvertently, there was an extremely faint fluctuation emanating out. It's extremely easy to overlook. Even though Zhang Han was paying some attention now, staring for a long time, it was still hard to notice much of a difference. Zhang Chen secretly operated the Extreme Realm Golden Pill. His pupils tinted with a hint of blood color. The Extreme Realm Blood Eyes, which can survey many falsehoods. Under the augmentation of the Extreme Realm, the white cloud in his eyes gradually dispersed its illusions, revealing his true form. It is a incense burner. 3-legged, 2-eared, hipped dome. The body of the furnace is branded with an auspicious ferocious beast, and the body was surrounded by many auras of transparent color. Inside that incense and fire furnace, there was also a blood moon floating. This blood moon was exactly the same as the blood moon when the bizarre beings appeared. The so-called weird spirits. Could it be this incense burner? At this moment, Zhang Han's gaze locked onto the transparent aura that surrounded the incense burner. Above that transparent breath, it was as if he saw the figures of beings sinking in and out. Is this the power of incense? This incense burner was clearly collecting incense. In just an instant, Zhang Han figured out a lot of things. The confusion in his mind dissipated in this moment. He had always been curious and wondered why the Driftless sect had gone to so much trouble to create bizarre beings. Right now it's finally figured out. At first glance, it looks like someone is using the creepy beings to create panic. People in panic, fearful situations are in desperate need of spiritual sustenance. In this process of seeking spiritual support, it is extremely easy to give birth to the power of incense. In recent days, throughout the land of the Driftless sect, those cultivators with fear in their hearts, the mortals, constantly bowed to the bizarre beings. During this time a constant flow of incense power is generated, and the power of these incense and fire is collected by the incense and fire furnace hidden in heaven and earth. Some people take the sword and follow the path of incense to terrorize the immortals. Having figured this out, there was no more confusion in Zhang Chen's mind. This mighty feast of so-called rejoicing shall rise up, trying to use me as a pawn to create a bigger panic. If the weirdness comes back at this time, and the weirdness beings, and beheads me, in full view of the public, under the witness of thousands of living beings, the panic will only become more prevalent, and at that time, people will only believe that even the Song Yun sect is unable to behead the weirdness. Under extreme panic, the living beings in this area, naturally, will die to worship the bizarre beings, and then completely fall into the power of incense as a donor. Incense offerings to the body. In the light of a decrease in longevity, in the heavy case of a violent death, this is an abnormal seizure. Something is bound to happen. Zhang Chen secretly deduced in his mind. No wonder the Piaui sect had to go to the Song Yun sect to invite the immortal envoys. It turns out that they wanted to borrow the Song Yun sect's prestige to make trouble. Well, in the end, it was him who came. If other geniuses of the sect, or elders came, they would probably be pitched to death. It's a sword fighting, evil cultivation. Jiang Chen thought of himself as not being a righteous man, and if it were usual, he wouldn't have paid any attention at all. But the matter is to be blamed for bringing him into it. Since he had messed with him, he should not be blamed for being ruthless. This drifting sect was very bold and actually dared to use him as a pawn. It was just that the only thing they had missed out on was that they had severely underestimated his strength. He, Jiang Han, was not a cultivator that could be taken down at will. Suddenly, Jiang Han's eyes narrowed slightly. He swept a glance at the incense burner in surprise, realizing that the burial qi in his body, in a rare occurrence, had actually slowed down its flow by a hair's breadth. The entire reason why he had difficulty in becoming a Yuaning was because the 10,000 burials physique was too special. The funeral qi rolled and rushed, enough to decimate all life, and the Yuaning would naturally be suppressed under such circumstances, thus making it difficult to transform into a baby. But this incense actually has the effect of slowing down the flow of burial energy? Does it mean that if the incense is large enough, it can suppress the burial gas, thus allowing him to be a smooth Yuaning? Incense, and those who believe in all beings. Jiang Chen breathed sharply, and perhaps, he could borrow the power of all beings to transform the baby. He's on a path that's really too hard. Gathering the power of all beings in heaven and earth will barely allow him to have the possibility of a newborn baby. It seemed that he had to participate in this matter of the drifting sect even if he didn't. Just as Jiang Han was secretly deducing all the finer details, the sky boomed with an explosive sound. A hint of a smile surfaced at the corners of the mouths of the two Piaui patriarch Ning Han and Grand Elder Nan. Good show is on. Chapter 30. I'll take all the benefits, and you'll carry the karma. Boom! A huge boom sounded from far to near, like heavenly thunder exploding. The many cultivators of the driftless sect, as well as the mortals in the mountains, covered their ears, their eardrums nearly shattering. However, despite this, some of the many mortals who were close to the drifting sect were still roared to death and their torsos exploded. Mortals are ultimately too fragile in the face of transcendent power. At the moment, the sky darkened, casting large shadows. No matter whether they were cultivators or mortals, they all raised their heads in shock and looked blankly at the sky. Only black mist rolled in the dome of the sky, one layer stacked on top of the other. There were as many as 9 layers in total. Moreover, it was accompanied by filaments of thunder, very oppressive, like a heavenly collapse. In that rolling black mist, 4 humanoid beings as tall as great mountains suddenly appeared, their carcasses blocking out large swaths of sunlight. It was abrupt, as if it had coalesced directly out of nothingness. This scene pulls the visual oppression right full circle. Only Jiang Han knew that these 4 bizarre beings had coalesced from that incense and fire furnace. It was unknown what grade of magic treasure that was. Anyway, Jiang Han looked at it with a blazing gaze. Absolutely extraordinary. It can collect the power of incense, as well as seal bizarre beings and receive the aberrant power of tainted stars. These 4 humanoid beings grew sharp mouths and fangs. The head was even more peculiar. Not a human head or a demon head. Instead, it's a rotting star. The 4 bizarre beings stepped into the air, and the surrounding spiritual energy was torn apart as the astral winds rolled. They each represent different polluted stars. They are Heavenly Fury, Breaking Army, Tian Lang, and Fluorescence. Creepy beings reappear. I don't know who yelled out, fear in their voice. Wasn't the bizarre being decapitated by immortal envoy Song Yun? Why would it reappear? Could it be that even immortal envoy Song Yun was unable to completely suppress the evil spirits? In an instant, panic and fear raged through the crowd. At this moment, many mortals actually knelt on the ground and rushed to pay homage to those bizarre beings. What they didn't know was that strands of transparent incense power danced out from them, consuming their longevity and burning their origin before disappearing into the incense furnace. A smirk of triumph surfaced on the faces of the drifting patriarch, Ning Han, and the Grand Elder, and Nan. That's the effect to be had. The incense produced after an extreme panic is the strongest. Please, Lord Song Yun, immortal envoy, kill the evil spirits. We will hold the back for immortal envoy Song Yun, so that Lord Immortal Envoy will have no worries. Ning Han, Annan and the 2 of them retreated behind Jiang Han, egging him on. In fact, it didn't matter if Jiang Chen made a move or not, because these 4 bizarre beings were originally set on Jiang Han. Even if Jiang Han didn't take the initiative to move forward, he would still be hunted down. Sure enough, it came at me. Jiang Han had been psychologically prepared for the scene and wasn't the least bit surprised. Are these the terrifying powers of the tainted stars? Just a trace of power projected from it had such a terrifying effect. If these stars truly descended upon the southern brightness continent, they would definitely shock an epic. Might actually start a horror fix. Boom! The breaker creepy being swung down with a fist, and the silver light was monstrous. The fluorescent bizarre being was surrounded by rushing flames like a sea of fire. The two bizarre beings struck out in unison. A fluctuation that even an early-stage Yuaning cultivator wouldn't dare to face directly. Ning Han, Anan and the two of them had their pupils shrunk. Even they could smell the smell of falling. And that Son Uni mortal envoy was only a mere middle stage of foundation establishment. It's a suppression of unequal strength. Who can stop the bizarre advent? This person is categorically unable to break the game. And there is only one way to die. Only what happened next left them dumbfounded. And even in the midst of intense contemplation and low self-esteem, second brother help me. At this time, Jiang Han's figure stepped back, holding a purple talisman between his two fingers. It burst into flames. This was a magic treasure gifted to him by his second senior brother, imprinted with the senses of his second senior brother as he recited the Confucian scriptures. I heard the second elder brother say that he could persuade people to be good and move the enemy to speechlessness. Jiang Qin didn't know exactly how strong it was. As the talisman burned out, a scripture emerged, golden, seemingly containing the great Tao Confucianism to the truth. After a moment's pause, these golden scriptures boomed into a huge fist. Then he took the initiative to kill the two bizarre beings in the sky dome. In the moment of proximity, 5 fingers stretch, snap, snap, snap. A couple of big smacks went out in an instant. A violent impact erupted out, and those two bizarre beings were jerked into free rotation in midair. Their mouths and faces exploded in a bloody mess, and half of their heads snapped right off. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen looked odd. Is this what the second brother said? Persuading people to be good? He came up and smacked me right in the mouth, so I was really touched that I couldn't say anything. I'll be damned if I'm going to be able to speak with my mouth all pumped up. You have to use your fists to persuade people to do good. Just as second senior brother was sensing the talisman to persuade people to be good, the Sirius star creepy beings and the heavenly fury star creepy beings followed closely behind. Their mana rolling and their killing power astounding. Eldest brother help me. Jiang Chen crushed the sword talisman in his hand. With a boom, monstrous sword intent erupted from the sword talisman. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in biting sword intent, and the surrounding mountains roared and shook. A sword pressed against the sky. Bang! The Sirius star creepy beings, as well as the heaven's fury star creepy beings were chopped in half in an instant, and the rolling sword intent was still erupting, annihilating all of their remaining bodies. At the same time, the other two bizarre beings were smashed by inches by the fists. It was a moment of silence. Countless gazes, staring daggers at Jiang Han, with only strong shock in their complexion. This person's magic treasures are endless. Other people kill the enemy by strength, but this Son Uni mortal ambassador kills the enemy by his senior brother, while others were relying on their talents to work hard to cultivate immortality. This person had a backer on his back and pushed his way across. It's really strong when you have a backer. This person is not good, but they are envious. People who have a backer talk a lot harder and have a straight back. Alas, such a high-intensity battle is really tiring and a bit depleting of essence. Jiang Chen sighed with his hands behind his back as he stared at the Lang Lang. With these words, the corners of Ning Han's mouth twitched when he heard An Nan, who was on the side. You just offer up a magic treasure, and the cultivation fluctuating in your body doesn't even fluctuate a bit. Tired? Their faces were ugly at the moment. Originally, he wanted to use the 4 bizarre beings to decapitate Jiang Han to establish his authority and create fear, using this to draw more power from the incense. But now the calculations have all come to naught. Creating such a big scene and failing to end it, they were heartbroken. At this moment, they were staring at Jiang Han, their complexions uncertain. For a while, he didn't know whether it was better to personally kill Jiang Han or continue to hold back. Luckily, the stupid kid didn't know they were counting on this person yet. However, with this person's mind, I'm afraid he'll never know he's being counted in his whole life, right? As far as conspiracies go, they're on the level of grandparents. Jiang Chen was still too young and tender compared to them after all. Sensing the fervent gazes from all directions, Jiang Han's heart stirred, knowing that his chance had come. This is the perfect time to gather incense. The incense, which could briefly suppress the burial qi in his body. Without the influence of the burial qi, he could quickly shatter his Dan and transform into a baby in that instant. Borrowing the wishes of all beings in order to become a Yuaning is one path. Any chance of breaking the curse? Jiang Han would not give up and would try. 9 times of conjugation is just too miserable. Even though the current him was the strongest Jedan in the heavens and the earth, it still couldn't compensate for the trauma in his heart. He's really trying to get ahead. Jiang Chen coughed dryly and spoke. The strength of my Songyun sect is there for all to see. Those who believe in me will protect your true spirits and never fall. His means of gathering the incense was considerably softer. Well, by snubbing. The lulls are only clueless, not brain damaging. And it wasn't a dry run like those two old guys from the Misty sect terrorizing cultivation. Of course, the incense that coalesces in this way is just not much. The room was abuzz with these words. All the mortals throughout the mountain were too excited to speak. Protect the true spirit from falling? They stared at Jiang Chen with fiery eyes. Seeing that the mood had arrived, Jiang Han moistened his throat and continued. If the fall is infinite, the heavenly Tao won't even allow it. Realizing that what I just said was too full and could be tainted with karma, he hurriedly pushed this piece of karma onto the great Tao. I'll take all the benefits. You carry the karma. Chapter 31, with this mouth, can you become immortal? Protect the true spirit and never fall. This was not only a great attraction to mortals, but also to the cultivators of the Piaui sect, as well as other nearby casual cultivators. Songyun sect, is it really that fierce? Actually, Jiang Han didn't know if the Songyun sect was that fierce, because he was blowing it. Forget the rest for a moment and fool around. Even if there is a great cause and effect, that will come later. When his cultivation had reached the point where there was none in the ages, even if karma came to his door, he would let it come in all its glory and go naked. After all, if you're here, you can't leave anything behind. Songyun sect, Lord Songyun immortal envoy. The voices of exclaiming frenzy rang out. The mortals present, as well as some of the cultivators, had completely become Jiang Chen's fervent believers. What great dominance is it to protect the true spirit in the river of ages and never fall into the calamity? In the midst of the constant devotional bowing, a transparent aura rose from them. Heck, it was the power of incense. Only this time, these forces of incense and fire were not floating towards the incense furnace in the dome of the sky. Instead, it was deposited at Jiang Han's side and did not disperse. The power of incense and fire lingered, and although it could not be touched or seen, it had a faint scent. Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a drag, and was instantly refreshed. His frontal bone gave off a faint glow. The divine soul that was dormant in the spirit platform became much sharper. The sound of grand and uninterrupted prayers of all beings came to my ears. It's amazing, like becoming a god on high. In a trance, Jiang Chen's divine soul floated up and kept rising upwards. In his line of sight, the entire driftless sect kept getting smaller, and after that, the entire green continent, and even the entire southern brightness continent, were becoming smaller. Jiang Chen's heart is more and more transcendent, seems to want to rush into the chaotic universe, exploring the wonders of heaven and earth, the truth of the avenue. Just then, a soft eep sounded, shocking Jiang Chen's soul. Then the divine soul returns to reality. There was no more of that marvelous scene that he had just seen before his eyes. That scene just now was very peculiar, seemingly incarnated as a supreme immortal, overlooking the flooded universe there. Luckily, that soft eep just now woke him up. Otherwise the consequences are hard to predict. If he had been traveling in the divine void for hundreds or thousands of years, then this body of flesh that he had left on earth would probably have decayed long ago. Incense cultivation is endlessly marvelous. Jiang Chen pondered slightly. In the southern Ming continent, it's too difficult to become an immortal. All beings brainstormed and derived many ways to cultivate immortality. For example, incense cultivation, extreme cultivation, dual cultivation, and so on. One good thing about these wildcards, they are thieves in the early stages. It's the later stages that pull the crotch. Immortal envoy Songyun, immortal envoy Songyun. The frenzied voices are still echoing. Ning Han and Nan and the two of them cackled inwardly as they listened to these pious words. Damn! Here comes the smashing. The power of incense and fire are dried out. White, transparent, a strand attached to the body. Absolutely unrecognizable. Ning Han stared at Jiang Han with an uncertain expression. This person actually relied on fooling around and seized the power of incense? However, that Jiang Han's clear and bright eyes revealed sincerity everywhere. This son should simply be boasting about the Songyun sect. It just didn't occur to me that after a burst of bragging, there was actually a birth of the power of incense. I can't imagine that this kid, a fool has a fool's luck, crooked, but instead, easily condensed a lot of the power of incense. It's really a lot easier than them creating fear and drying up to grab it. Alas, the collection of the incense of all beings is based on one mouth alone. If the environment of heaven and earth allows it, this is afraid that one mouth is not going to become immortal? In an instant, Ning Han's eyes turned, his mind extremely active.
He was pondering how he could steal the power of incense from Jiang Han.
The 4 deadly progenitors, all decapitated. He could no longer induce terror,
while Ning Han's mind was active.
Unbeknownst to him,
Jiang Han was likewise somewhat distressed at the moment, because he realized that it was okay to smell the incense,
but he couldn't absorb it directly. That's not surprising at all.
Cultivating incense required special techniques and meridians,
none of which he possessed. Immediately, he glanced at the incense burner that lay dormant in midair. If you can get this item, you should be able to absorb the incense without any problems. But how about to get it? Straight up robbery?
Those 2 old nobodies from the Piaui sect were only at the early Yuaning realm and the peak of the Jedan realm in terms of strength.
True suppression is not a big problem. The problem was that there seemed to be another mysterious powerhouse hibernating within the Driftless sect. That softy just now came from within this Driftless sect,
coupled with the fact that the incense and fire furnace was not of low grade, and the method of incense and fire cultivation was not like something that a small continent like the Green Continent could possess. The powerful person hibernating within this Piaui sect was becoming more and more mysterious. He didn't want to offend the other side unless it was a last resort situation.
The opponent's strength was unknown, and if it exceeded the Yuaning realm, there was nothing he could do.
If it was possible to pass along the incense burner without God realizing it, this was naturally the best thing to do.
With a thought, Jiang Han asked if the sword-shaped scroll spirit could seize the incense burner without disturbing anyone. After a long pause,
the sword-shaped scroll spirit replied,
yes.
Jiang Chen was delighted in his heart and communicated with his divine soul.
What solution? If you want to be godless, you have to take advantage of people not paying attention.
The sword-shaped scroll spirit replied thus.
Jiang Chen was speechless for a while. Was this a deliberate attempt to amuse him? This guy, too, is not very reliable. Its figure has 3 swords, 2 of which are covered by immortal blood, so I guess the other 2 are a bit more reliable. But it can't be helped. Right now this map is in its possession.
Just as Jiang Han was thinking hard, Ning Han took the initiative to speak up and break the silence. Lord Immortal Envoy's magic treasure is really powerful. The magic treasure form is majestic and frighteningly powerful. He was ready to praise Jiang Han, but after thinking about it, he really couldn't think of anything for Jiang Han to praise.
Cultivation, right? Cultivation doesn't work. Talent, right? Nothing but good looks. Therefore,
he could only praise the other party's magic treasure.
Jiang Chen didn't move, quietly waiting for the other party to speak.
If it wasn't for the fact that there was still a mysterious existence hibernating within the Piaui sect, he really couldn't help but slap this old undead to death.
Ning Han took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and said, Lord Immortal Envoy, could you do my Piaui sect one more favor?
Oh,
Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly.
I have a magic treasure that I would like Lord Immortal Envoy to temporarily keep for a few days,
while the old man and the Grand Elder have something they need to leave.
The others are nowhere near as reliable as Lord Fairy Envoy. Ning Han clasped his fist once more and said,
rushing into the void, only to see the incense burner hibernating in the middle of the white clouds. Thud, quickly swept in, and then suspended in front of Jiang Han. He wanted to let the incense burner stay by Jiang Han's side for a few days and then slowly suck up the power of the incense around Jiang Han. Oh, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered. The surprise came so unexpectedly.
He was just now pondering how he could seize this incense burner without God realizing it.
It didn't occur to me that the other side delivered straight away. Jiang Chen suppressed his inner excitement and appeared unmoving on the surface.
The weirdness has been suppressed and I'm in a hurry to return to the clan.
So you're making it difficult for me.
At those words, Ning Han stiffly shoved a storage pouch at Jiang Chen.
There's 100,000 spirit stones in there. That's all I've got. Thanks to Lord Immortal Envoy. Jiang Chen coughed dryly. His heart was already happy,
but he still pretended to be in a difficult situation.
That's all you have though, but the eldest has more, right? Grand Elder Anan,
who had been quietly watching from the sidelines,
instantly stirred. What? Staring at him?
He didn't want to give Jiang Chen spirit stones, but he couldn't resist Patriarch Ning Chen's murderous gaze.
Finally, with an awkward smile, he rather tangledly handed Jiang Chen 100,000 spirit stones and said, naturally, we can't let Lord Immortal Envoy work for nothing. Jiang Han accepted it with a smile. Alas, I'm not much of a small hobbyist. I just like to collect small rocks. He looked rather embarrassed,
then grabbed at the incense burner with one hand.
Boom!
The incense burner vibrated and something subtle changed.
Chapter 32. Are you afraid of being emptied?
The incense furnace erupted with gusts of suction, transforming into an infinite black hole that swallowed up the power of the incense and fire from Jiang Han's body little by little.
And the incense burner, which had absorbed the power of Jiang Han's incense, let out a hint of a cheering sound. Vaguely, a strong longing came through. It seemed to suck Jiang Han dry. In response, Jiang Chen did not move. Suck it up now, and spit it out later, and it'll be as messy as it gets. At this moment, Jiang Han's mind moved, separating a strand of his divine soul, and wrapping this strand of divine soul in layers with the power of incense. Boom! The incense furnace came and went, still absorbing, and sucked in this power of the incense wrapped around the divine soul with a bang. After a period of celestial darkness, the sliver of Jiang Han's divine soul came to the interior of the incense burner. This was the first time he, for the first time, glimpsed the real scene inside the incense burner. What he hadn't expected was that inside the incense furnace, there were mountains and rivers and earth just like the outside world. A blood moon was in the sky. On top of the endless pale earth, there were countless, muddled humanoid silhouettes wandering about. These humanoid silhouettes, one by one, knelt on the ground, their eyes lifeless, as if they were slaves. It was reflected by the power of incense. Unlike Jiang Chen's power of incense, these were unnatural seizures, being forcefully plundered with fear by Ning Han, Anan and the others. So it's different. The wishes of all beings are also the grievances of all beings. Jiang Chen muttered, then flipped his hand seals. Those who were absorbed in, belonging to his incense power, quickly wriggled, condensed with each other, and even transformed into the appearance of a seal. This imprint was the seed that Jiang Han had left here. With this seed, it can take root here and then be turtled up. With the power of your own incense, you assimilate the power of other incense. In this way, there will be no shortage of incense power. At that time, as long as he had control over the incense and fire furnace again, he could perfectly devour the power of the incense and fire and use it to transform into a baby. After doing this, Jiang Chen slightly opened his eyes. What he left inside the incense furnace was just a trace of his divine soul, and it didn't have much effect on his main body. At this time, Ning Han snorted and said, "I'll be counting on Lord Immortal Envoy for these few days." Jiang Chen nodded, and with a movement in his mind, he asked, "Are the two of you on important business that you must stay away from the drifting sect?" Being somewhat frozen by Jiang Chen's question, Ning Chen looked odd. He was just trying to pit the power of incense on Jiang Han. The so-called temporary departure from the driftless sect was just an excuse that would logically shove the incense burner to Jiang Han's side. But when Jiang Han asked this, he naturally couldn't reveal himself, and could only say stiffly, something life-threatening. "In recent days, I have been very happy to get along with the two of you, and if there is something fatal to deal with, I must not be hasty." Jiang Chen's face revealed a look of worry as he said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, the two of you must take away the Jinzong treasure, so that you can ensure your own safety and be foolproof." Grand Elder Anan frowned. The Jinzong treasure was an important means of their Piaui sect, responsible for guarding important locations such as mountain gates, ancestral lands, and treasure vaults. Once taken away, the defenses of these places will be reduced. Patriarch Ning Han's eyes showed hesitation. He was only pretending to leave but on second thought, he gritted his teeth. Since it's a play, it's natural to do the whole thing. Definitely will take it away. After all, this trip is treacherous. We will leave first. This incense burner will be in the hands of Lord Immortal Envoy. After saying that, he left with Grand Elder Anan. Ning Han really did listen to Jiang Han and took the Jinzong treasure away. Then all the way out of the driftless sect. The patriarch isn't afraid that something will happen to the clan? Anan frowned slightly, never feeling quite right. What could happen? Could it be that if we leave for just a few days, the entire clan could still be emptied by that punk? Ning Han let out a cold laugh. That silly boy. With his eyes revealing a clear and stupid color. He really didn't believe that the other party was capable of counting on him. Instead, it was them who had been counting on that silly boy at every step. It was estimated that in a few more days, the power of the incense on that silly boy would be devoured cleanly by the incense burner. After devouring that guy's incense power, what do we do with it? Anan asked coldly. Speaking of this, Ning Han's eyes flashed with a strand of killing intent so thick that it couldn't be any denser. Kill. Aren't you afraid of the Zhongyun sect pursuing you down for killing? What are you afraid of? As long as God doesn't know, who knows it was us? Besides, we have that being to peddle. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, looking as if they were holding Jiang Han. After making sure that Ning Han, Anan and the two of them had left, Jiang Han grinned from ear to ear. Sword axis. Do you have a way to completely subdue this incense furnace? Jiang Chen asked. The power of the incense and fire inside the incense burner was being slowly assimilated by him. It's like, the ingredients for cooking are there, but the tools for cooking are not yet. This is useless as usual. Simple. Just hit the suit. Leave that to me. The sword-shaped scroll spirit responded faintly. That aggressive? Just to be clear, I don't have a reward for you. Jiang Chen looked odd. When things go wrong, they go wrong. This particular sentence, still coming from this unreliable sword-shaped scroll. No reward, no reward. This incense and fire burner. It's changed hands 3 times. I hate soft-boned magic treasures. Between the magic treasures, there is its own induction, and it can sense that the incense burner has changed ownership 3 times. Jiang Chen looked odd as he weighed the weight of the sword-shaped scroll. It probably weighs about 3 pounds. He felt that at least 2 pounds of it was backbone. A phallic hate of soft bones? And he suppressed the sword-shaped scroll, making it live as something he hated. Are you sure you don't harbor a grudge? Are you afraid that you'll devour your master in the future? Jiang Chen kept a few more eyes in his heart, but he remained motionless on the surface. Then it's all yours. Make sure you fight until you're convinced, and I won't care if I don't watch. You're not available? As he spoke, Zhang Han changed into a black suit, and his handsome face was covered by a mask. No time, a bit of manual labor to do, lifting and carrying. At nightfall, a figure appeared in front of the Piaoi sect's treasure trove door between silently. Who? The treasure vault guards looked towards that one figure with vigilance, their palms quickly feeling for the magic treasures at their waists. But before he could move, he fainted. Treasure trove. Here I come. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The reason why Ning Han had been allowed to take the Jinzong treasure with him was so that it would be a lot easier when it came time to ransack the treasure trove. Ning Han, Annan and the rest of them, smart as a whip. They thought they had counted on Zhang Han, but they didn't realize that they were the ones being counted on. With almost no powerful obstruction, Zhang Han easily arrived within the treasure vault. His eyes snapped open. Spirit stones, move. Spells, move. Pills, elixirs, move. Looking at Zhang Han as if he had been pumped up, the sword-shaped scroll was speechless for a while. Is this the kind of manual labor Zhang Han is talking about? Lifting and carrying? It does seem that is moving and lifting. But this move, it's all about money. Chapter 33 I am not a god, nor am I an immortal. Jiang Chen was frantically carrying it, the kind that didn't know how to get tired in the slightest. After half an hour had passed, all the floor tiles of the treasure vault had been dug up by Zhang Han, completely empty. Well, empty in the truest sense of the word, as clean as a dugout. After emptying the treasure trove, Zhang Han didn't stay idle and went straight to the Piaoi sect's ancestral land. The ancestral grounds likewise did not encounter much strong resistance, with only a few guards. But where is his match? The guards were knocked unconscious between the lifts of their hands. After wandering around the ancestral land, there's nothing of value here. In the end, Zhang Han was in a shrine, packing away all the tablets enshrined inside with a brain. These tablets are made of good spirit wood and can be sold for quite a lot of money. The Piaoi sect had been unkind to him and still wanted him to be righteous to the Piaoi sect, but the ancestral land Zhang Han didn't go any further. That mysterious existence was most likely hibernating in the middle of the ancestral land, but from the looks of things, it should be in seclusion. Such a commotion couldn't even awaken the other side. After leaving the ancestral ground, Zhang Han went straight to the spirit medicine garden. Most of the night passed, and Zhang Han emptied the Piaoi sect, then left the Piaoi sect while the night was still young. A day later, he appeared within a large mountain. Had to stop. It was because the sword-shaped scroll was ready to completely refine the incense and fire tripod. Boom! Sword-shaped scrolls and incense cauldrons emerged, each emitting a strong and powerful aura. The incense tripod was mysterious, bathed in endless incense. 3 feet, 2 ears, hipped dome. Looks magnificent and atmospheric. This is a treasure of unknown grade. Jiang Chen guessed that it was more than likely at the level of a king's treasure upper grade. Magic treasures are categorized into spiritual treasures, true treasures, king's treasures, ancient treasures, and heavenly immortal treasures. The king's treasure upper grade was already terrifying. Not to say it's rare in the world, but it's no longer something an average person can have. Are you sure you can beat it? Jiang Chen looked grave. The sword-shaped scroll spirit smiled scornfully and said, during the ancient immortal cultivation period, someone coalesced the kingdom of faith, millions of living beings, and lifted the nation to become immortals. Compared to that kind of largesse, this incense burner is just a hair's breadth. At those words, Jiang Chen's heart shook. So fierce during the ancient cultivation period? However, placing him in the ancient cultivation period, He was also the brightest of 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 the brightest. 8 Heaven and Earth Golden Dawn. 1 Extreme Realm Golden Dawn. Throughout the ages and tracing the long history, he was the only one. Boom! The sword-shaped scroll erupted into a torrent-like tide of weapons. The 10,000 fierce soldier diagram is indeed as its name suggests. 10,000 ferocious weapons swim against the current. With a buzzing sound, the incense burner condensed the incense, and all the beings made a pilgrimage to suppress it with incense, which was equally unwilling to show weakness. Go for it. I'll sweep for you. Jiang Chen sat down on the side, holding his chin as he watched. The sword-shaped scroll spirit was speechless for a while. That's it? It was really just a case of skimming the surface and watching dryly without doing anything. However, right now is not the time to sulk. First suppress this soft bone Dharma treasure. Boom! The two magic weapons fought over the sky. The strength they erupted with was no weaker than the early Yuaning realm. Even when killing to oblivion, even a mid-Yuaning realm expert wouldn't dare to be careless. Going up there would be blasted into crumbs. Taking advantage of the big fight between these two magic treasures, Jiang Han took stock of what he had gained. 1,800,000 spirit stones, all kinds of spiritual medicines, 3,890 plants, all kinds of pills, 1,000 bottles. Jiang Chen grinned. The harvest was not small. At this moment, the incense furnace and the sword scroll had already been killed to a white-hot stage. However, the sword-shaped scrolls were clearly superior. Jiang Han wasn't surprised by this at all. After all, the sword-shaped scroll was a suspected existence that had once killed an immortal. There is still immortal blood left on the scroll screen to this day. This was, without a doubt, a badge of honor in a time when immortality was nowhere to be seen. A day later, the incense burner was finally defeated and completely beaten. It's really worthy of being a future heavenly immortal treasure. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. On the surface, the sword scroll spirit seemed to scoff, but Jiang Han knew that it was already happy inside. It's just a pie-in-the-sky statement. It's not like it takes any effort to say it. Everyone is happy and full of value for money. The incense burner. With a thought, Jiang Han branded a trace of his divine soul onto it, completely completing the recognition, and the power of the incense in the furnace was assimilated by 10%. Next, it's just a matter of time. In a month or two at the most, full assimilation will be complete. At that time, one could try to go for the shattering of the Dan and transforming into a baby. Of course, one also needs to be prepared for anything. 99% certainty could only be barely enough to give it a try. And what he wanted was foolproof. Just as Jiang Chen was about to move to leave, a buzzing sound came from outside the mountain. It rumbled. Two strong auras arrived at breakneck speed and finally landed in front of Jiang Han. These two were dusty, their chests heaving, their breath disorganized. It was obvious that a lot of cultivation had been expended in order to rush here. Jiang Han, you actually dare to empty our Piaoi sect? In vain. My Piaoi sect still treats your Zhongyan sect as an upper sect. Ning Han gritted his teeth, his killing intent austere, his cultivation fluctuations at the early Yuaning stage undisguised. The mountains trembled, and a fierce wind swept through the mountains, sending sand flying and destroying all the trees. Unforgivable. Anan was equally angry. The moment they returned to the sect, they were simply dumbfounded. The treasure trove has been emptied. The floor has been dug up. It's a dig. The elixir garden is gone, and the weeds in it are not spared. What's even more hair-raising is that even the plaque from the ancestral land is collected as it is. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. You still know that my Zhongyan sect is your upper sect? Creating panic with bizarre beings, drawing on incense, and trying to scheme against my Zhongyan sect with the intent of beheading immortal ambassadors. Upon hearing this, Ning Han and Nan and the two of them were shocked in their hearts. This guy actually saw through their scheme? Could it be that this person has been pretending to be confused and treating them like monkeys all along? In the end, it was even a ploy to empty their Piaoi sect, and they were kept in the dark. This Sun City is really too deep. Even they had been counted by Jiang Han. Hundreds of years of literally living to be a pig. Ning Han's face was grim as he said indignantly, even if your mind is like a demon's, your strength isn't very good, and a mere mid-stage foundation establishment won't change the ending. Anan took a step forward with his left foot, exuding a cultivation level at the peak of the Jedan realm. He was showing signs of infant transformation now, and his strength was likewise not to be underestimated. This was provoking Jiang Han. Right, just a punk who relies on the power of magic treasures to be able to resolve a dangerous situation. Your magic treasures have already been used up when dealing with the four fiends' bizarre beings. Let's see what else you have up your sleeve. Left foot first. Chop. Jiang Han's extreme realm Jindan erupted with a roar,
and a flash of crimson flashed across the heavens and earth.
In an instant, spiritual energy boiled and a vast pressure descended, causing half of the mountain to collapse. A magic weapon? That's just his disguise. He was strong because he was strong enough in himself. Put!
A crimson light flashed and blood sprayed out.
Annan's pupils shrank as a thunderous, destructive force rushed into the middle of his skull. Starting from his head, he decimated his divine soul and suppressed his physical body. In the next breath, his entire body exploded on the spot. With one move, Jiang Han's 8 heaven and earth Jindan operated together, spiritual energy roaring and mana surging, flooding towards Ninghan like a tidal wave. Don't you dare kill me, gone.
Ninghan hadn't even finished speaking when Jiang Han killed him with a big killing move. You're not a foundation builder.
You're a Jindan. You're not an ordinary Jindan. You have 1, 2, 3, 9 Jindans in you. Ninghan was shocked to the point of no return. Directly operating the mana of the Yuaning realm, he formed a mana shield in front of himself, but it still couldn't block Jiang Han's strike. Ka-ching!
The mana shield shatters.
Ninghan's entire chest shattered as a terrifyingly huge force was applied to his body. His body was like a cannonball,
smashing through a mountain and ending up stuck in another large mountain in a very sorry state.
Ninghan was too surprised to speak. The mana of the Yuaning realm was actually no match for the mana of the Jiedan realm? This so-called little cutie that he's always despised turned out to be so powerful. The immortal extermination bow. In a state of panic,
Ninghan reached out and rushed to grab the storage bag. Only a large bow with a mysterious luster flowing through it appeared in his hands with a loud bang. Quickly hitch the arrow feather to it and pull it to a full moon. Shoo! The arrow feathers branded with runes instantly shot towards Jiang Han.
Terrifying killing intent covered the surrounding heaven and earth. In an instant, all the beasts prostrated themselves on the ground,
hissing in low voices, their eyes filled with fear.
One arrow, and all the beasts hibernate. Looking at the arrows that were blasting away,
Jiang Han spoke indifferently.
I'm not a god, nor am I an immortal. I wonder if this arrow of yours can kill me.
When he finished speaking, his eyes were colored crimson.
Bloody eyes. The Extreme Realm. Chapter 34, Crazy Ninghan.
The Extreme Realm was originally the most violent destructive power in this heaven and earth. Once the Extreme Realm was out,
it was invincible. Boom! At this moment, the immortal exterminating arrow shot out,
and the spiritual energy boiled like a sea.
However,
just when the immortal destruction arrow was only 3 inches away from Jiang Han's eyes, it came to an abrupt halt and was fixed in midair.
It was a very bizarre scene. It's the same as if heaven and earth had somehow fallen into silence.
Ninghan's pupils shrank as he realized that there was a hint of crimson power lingering around that immortal destruction arrow.
The Pole Realm.
Before this, he thought that Jiang Han only possessed Extreme Realm magic treasures. It hadn't occurred to him that Jiang Han was the one who had directly grasped the Extreme Realm power.
It seems that this immortal destruction arrow is still unable to exterminate me. Zhang Chen extended his index finger and pointed it at the arrow. With a click, the powerful immortal exterminating arrow cracked in inches before his fingertips and turned into debris. Ninghan's pupils tightened. So powerful. This guy, he's considered the strongest Jindan ever, right? How else could it be possible that just the mere realm of Jindan made him an early stage Yuaning? Tremble? To become a king or a villain has its own destiny. And on this point, I have nothing to say. It's just that the old man cultivates immortality. Originally against the sky. It's just a lost bet. The old man is resigned to his fate. There's no excuse for you to kill me, but I'm going to die dragging you with me. Ninghan's eyes revealed a color of madness. The fact that he cultivated immortality with terror and did not follow the usual path was enough to see that he was a person who dared to gamble. Those who dare to gamble never lose. Immediately, his hand seals flipped rapidly. With a boom, a formation totem was instantly branded on the ground, which should be some sort of marking technique. My life for yours. Ninghan laughed maniacally and slapped his hand on top of his head. Berserk power catharsis. His head, his flesh, was splitting apart inch by inch. The moment the blood and flesh fell, it directly burned and turned into essence that quickly surged into the formation on the ground. Boom! A brilliant beam of light emanated from the formation, reflecting a swirl like a bright mirror in midair. A savage aura was revealed from it. There seems to be a hint of baby change. The path of seeking immortality is divided into qi condensation, foundation building, pandan formation, yuanin, infant transformation, transforming into a god, refining the god, returning to the void, transmigrating, and inquiring about the tripod. The strength of the infant transformation was already terrifying. Is this that mysterious being from the Piaoi sect? Jiang Chen's voice was flat. When Ning Han, whose divine soul was about to dissipate, heard these words, his thoughts were complicated. He hadn't expected to be shocked hard the moment he was about to die. Could it be that this son has always known that there is a mysterious existence within their driftless sect? At the moment, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind and wanted to say something, but at this time, the last trace of flesh and blood in his entire body burned out, cultivating immortality for hundreds of years, and in the end it was a waste. At this moment, the driftless sect's ancestral land, on top of a dilapidated altar, there was a dry corpse with a drooping head. There was not a trace of the breath of life in its body. However, at the moment, that dry corpse opened his eyes with a roar, and a flash of essence shot out from his pupils. In the poor countryside of the district, someone actually dared to take away Lao Fu's incense burner and killed 2 of Lao Fu's servants. I don't care who you are. If you mess with the old man, this matter will not be settled. After saying that, the dryad pointed a finger into the void, only to see that an ancient well rippling with water had appeared in front of him. The shimmering ripples in the well gradually leveled out. In the end, he coalesced into a human figure. This silhouette, very vague, in the cohesion out of the moment, seems to be what interference. Instantly fragmented, dissipated. The dryad frowned as he pointed his finger once again. That withered branch-like finger forced out a drop of blood that dripped down into that ancient well. A flash of blood, only to see the fragmented figure from earlier coalesce once again. Only it still looked blurry. This person is a bit odd. The heavenly chances on his body are disorganized, resembling a foreigner in this heaven and earth. The dryad mused. Spinning around, he no longer paid any attention to it, and his palm quickly rushed to grab at that ancient well. Strange things happen. His palm could actually directly penetrate the ancient well, and in the next second, it appeared within another piece of space. At this moment, Jiang Han raised his head. Just in time, he could see a palm as dry as a withered branch grasping at him. The palm of the hand was not large, but it had a terrifying feeling of swallowing mountains and rivers and covering the dry heavens. A former powerhouse of the infant transformation realm? With just a slight sense, Jiang Han roughly guessed the strength of this person. The palm of the hand was as light as thunder and pressed down. On the way, his fingers were stretched out and were slightly closed, obviously trying to tackle Jiang Han. It's just a palm. You can't do it. Let your main body do it. The color of blood flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes again, and the power of the extreme realm rumbled to the surface. Only this time, the extreme realm condensed into a pocket-sized blood-colored spear that pierced through. Pust. That one dry palm was killed with a ragged hole. However, the palm only paused slightly, and in the end, it quickly blasted down. With a bang, a huge upper palm print appeared on the ground in response. When the palm slowly lifted, there was no Jiang Han inside. At the most critical moment, Jiang Han dashed away. A soft eek sounded. Obviously, for failing to subdue Jiang Chen, the dry corpse showed the same surprise. Trying to kill me? I'm from the Tsong Yun sect. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently. He's analyzing the odds. It's true that it can be beaten and countered, but at a cost. If he could hide for a while, after he advanced to the middle stage of Jiedan, the situation would not be so passive. Trying to use the Tsong Yun sect as your bottom card, thinking that this will make me jealous? Don't say you're from the Tsong Yun sect. Even if you're an elder of the Tsong Yun sect, I'll kill you as usual. The dryad's hoarse voice rang out. Jiang Chen was silent. He wouldn't use the prestige of the Tsong Yun sect to deter his enemies. The reason why he said that he came from the Tsong Yun sect was more of a pride, because he knew that the Tsong Yun sect, the ninth peak, would always be his solid backing, no matter how difficult it was for him. Save your dog's life and kill you in a few days. Jiang Chen harnessed the sword-shaped scroll and, with a boom, left his sword light. At the same time, he crushed the clan's communication talisman. A bombshell was transmitted. The pewter sect mutinies. On the other side, the dryad on the altar looked at Jiang Han, who had already escaped, with a cloudy expression. He stood up and opened his mouth in a long whistle. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in all directions rushed to flood his body in an almost terrifying manner. Not long after, that dried-out body actually became much fuller. Moreover, the cultivation aura on his body was so much stronger than the peak of the Yuaning realm. That's not surprising. It was because he had, at one time, been an infant transformation realm powerhouse. The means, the insights, were by no means comparable to a mid-foundation establishment realm cultivator. Run, there is no place for you in heaven or on earth. With the devouring of spiritual energy, the dry corpse had become a youth with a plump spirit like jade. His name was Chu Long and he came from the middle continent.
had to flee to the Green Continent because of something.
Only now,
Because he was injured. His cultivation had fallen to the peak of the Yuaning realm.
Kill me in a few days? It's been a long time since I met a teenager who was so flamboyant. 40 years of cultivation. At such an age, one could indeed only be considered a teenager in the cultivation world. At that moment, Chulong took a step and stepped into the ancient well.
The water ripples enveloped it all at once.
When it reappeared again,
it was on the spot where Jiang Han was just now. He held his hands behind his back, his white hair dancing. As soon as it appeared, the mountains clicked. The pressure was just too strong. Chulong's eyes flickered slightly, suspected of detecting something. Immediately afterward, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he took a step into the air and instantly disappeared. Chapter 35. He really went up when the clan was in trouble.
Song Yun Sect, 9th Peak. A tyrannical aura emanated from the cave where Lucian was. The Piaui sect has mutinied? How dare you touch my junior brother? In the next second, a green-colored swordlight shot straight up into the sky, like it was cutting the sky in half. Immediately afterward, a teenager in green clothes stepped on top of the sword blade and whistled away. He didn't care one bit if the Piaui sect affected or not, but touching his little brother, that would never do. Hilltop Kiosk. Second senior brother Kong Li's brow furrowed, and his hand involuntarily tightened, clutching the ancient book of whirling dervishes, which he usually cherished, into a ball.
Eldest senior brother is still in the critical period of breaking through the Yuaning,
and to come out now, isn't it obvious that he's going to fool around? Rescuing junior brother, I alone is enough. After saying that,
he harnessed a gourd and dashed across the distance like thunder.
Regarding this scene,
senior sister Zhao Mengdai was in the dark.
Why did the two senior brothers suddenly become so agitated? On weekdays,
the two senior brothers were all plain and serene,
never contentious or impatient.
Zhao Mengdia's initiation time was still short, and she was not yet qualified to go through the sect's secret stories.
Naturally, he didn't know anything about the news Jiang Han had summoned back, but with a little thought, she could already guess some of the reasons why. Mostly it involves third senior brother Jiang Han.
Otherwise the two senior brothers wouldn't be so out of it.
Thinking of this,
Zhao Mengdia's heart clenched violently. She must not let anything happen to senior brother Jiang Han.
With this in mind,
she offered a jade pendant from her storage pouch.
The jade pendant was very ancient in shape, engraved with endless auspicious clouds and other totems. An air of grandeur came over him. This is the summoning jade pendant. Only it wasn't an ordinary family's summoning jade pendant. After all, it was too grandiose. Looking at the jade pendant in her hand for a while,
Zhao Mengdai gritted her silver teeth and still sent out a sole thought.
Meanwhile, the entire Song Yun sect was in waves.
The news of the Piaui sect's mutiny circulated within the higher echelons.
The first peak, second peak, third peak, and other peak masters, elders, and others were all shaken with rage. They considered themselves to be taking quite good care of the driftless sect. Upon receiving the request, Jiang Han was dispatched to assist at the first opportunity, and there had been elders following up in secret.
Once the problem couldn't be solved with Jiang Han's strength,
then the elders who were secretly following up would step in. But such dedication in return for a reckoning? The Piaui sect is simply ungrateful,
without the need for any meeting to finalize the matter. At the first moment, the second peak master personally led a bunch of elders in a huge swarm,
killing the driftless sect.
The most important thing on this trip is to protect Jiang Han's well-being,
the second peak master emphasized again and again. What face is not face? A little bit backward. Dare to bully their Song Yun sect disciples?
They were the first to refuse. Although their Song Yun sect had fallen a little bit over the years, they had never been ambiguous about their disciples.
When it's time to strike, it's time to strike.
If it chills the hearts of the clan's disciples,
then what's the point of having this clan? The so-called clan. This is the place to rely on the mountain. When things do not really on, next time who still care about you? When the people are scattered, the team will not be easy to lead.
So voluminous that the small clans nearby shivered.
When they saw that Song Yun sect's Yuaning realm powerhouse, their minds worked frantically inside, reflecting on whether they had offended the Song Yun sect. Many sects raised their clans in an uproar,
feeling that the end had come.
However, soon, they saw a bunch of Yuaning realm powerhouses and even infant transformation realm powerhouses behind them. At this point, they instead lightened up. To send out a Yuaning realm powerhouse could be targeting small clans like theirs,
but it was none of their business to send out a bunch of experts from the Yuaning realm
and the infant transformation realm, just who offended the Song Yun sect? That's right,
the Song Yun sect is notorious for protecting its calves.
Don't you know that? there was a burst of discussion. None of them knew what was going on. After all, this kind of momentum was enough to start a battle and destroy any medium-sized sect in the Green Continent. On the other side, the evil extreme sect had also received wind of the situation. They had spread their eyes all over the vicinity of the Tsongyan sect, and any hint of wind and grass could not be hidden from their eyes. On that day, the evil extreme sect had quite a few elder-level figures flying in the direction of the Piaui sect. Among them was another cultivator shrouded under a long black robe that carried the smell of decay. It emanates from within the bones. It was the smell of death as the lifespan was about to run out, and it was extremely uncomfortable. With a loud boom, Chu Long's figure descended. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I told you, even if you hide to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to get away from me. After saying that, he waved his sleeve with a boom. Rolling winds rolled toward the mountains with a metallic sheen. All of the large trees in the mountains were reduced to pieces. The view of the big, bare mountains opens up a lot. A number of formations could be seen laid out ahead. And seeing this, the cold smile at the corner of Chu Long's mouth grew more and more intense. The middle stage of foundation establishment was the middle stage of foundation establishment, and the formations set up appeared to be too rough and easy to detect. Shatter! Chu Long snorted coldly and pointed a finger over. Surging mana surged and turned into a beam of light that flooded towards the formation in front of him. With a loud boom, the formation all swung clear, revealing a figure. It was Jiang Han's back, hiding inside a formation. As usual, you can't avoid the word death. Chu Long sneered, and then the palm of his hand opened up and surged against the wind. To slap Jiang Han to death was just like slapping a mosquito to death. It's the ultimate humiliation. Boo! The palm swept over, and the great mountain that was as high as several hundred feet was hardened and shattered in half from the top of the mountain to the waist. Just as Chu Long was gloating, his pupils shrank. Only that one figure belonging to Jiang Han was actually transformed into green smoke and dispersed. What? Is that figure a fake? The moment Chu Long reacted, the earth beneath his feet all glowed. A berserk aura instantly enveloped the area. It was clearly the power of the formation. Son and mother formation. Chu Long's face was gloomy. The formation he shattered just now was just the trigger. Or to be precise, a trap. Once the trap formation was destroyed by someone, the formation under his feet would activate. Chu Long gritted his teeth, his complexion showing rare anger. Cultivating for hundreds of years, I never thought that I would be counted by a junior. Disgraced and disgraced. Boom! At this moment, the power of the formation under his feet bullied and killed him. These powers, although not so much as to put his life in danger, made him a mess. The whole thing was cloaked and pudgy. As a former infant transformation realm powerhouse, this was unbearable. Kid, don't let me catch you. Chu Long stifled an incomparable voice echoed through the mountains. At this moment, the entire Green Continent was surging with dark currents. The Tsongyun sect, evil extreme sect, and Chu Long moved around Jiang Han. Jiang Chen, who was the instigator, was in the middle of a mountain, making a leisurely breakthrough. He had mountain after mountain of spirit stones piled up in front of him. The mouth nibbled on the heavenly material. Every pore on his body was spewing unimaginable amounts of essence. This scene, if any outsiders were here to see it, they would be shocked. What kind of luxury cultivation is this? Swallow. As soon as the 10,000 burial physique moved, Jiang Han's physical body completely transformed into a bottomless black hole. For all spiritual energy, it came and went, devouring it to the bone. At the same time, Jiang Han's cultivation was in the midst of a sudden surge. This physique would meet its first hurdle at the Yuaning realm though, and it was like a curse. But among the previous realms, that could be said to be no bottleneck at all. Although the Yuaning realm was miserable, Jiang Han felt that it wasn't unjust. After all, the front of the cool so long, Yuaning realm to the point of curse how. 2 days passed in a flash. At this moment, Chu Long came with a pudgy face, and he had an extra compass in his hand. The compass was red with blood. He had been searching for Jiang Han for the past 2 days, but there was nothing. That kid, it's like he's vaporized. The compass, which excelled in locking down the breath, had been doused with his blood and activated again and again. But there is still no sign of Jiang Han. Just when Chu Long was a bit disappointed, a light snapped before his eyes. To be more precise, it wasn't his eyes that lit up. It was the compass in his hand. And that means revealing the guy? You won't die this time? This time, Chu Long learned to be shrewd. Quietly slipping past, he finally found Jiang Han's trail within the large mountain. After double-checking that this was Jiang Chen's main body, his eyes instantly spewed fire. But it was restrained. Because I don't know if that brat has set up a formation trap or something. This sun's cultivation fluctuations are actually that obscure? Even old me doesn't know this person's exact cultivation level. It's rather odd. For the strength of the inferior is no secret in the eyes of the superior. A situation like Jiang Chen's was close to non-existent. Chapter 36, No. Are you serious? As a superior, you can't actually see through an inferior? If this gets out, it will more than likely be a laughingstock. Chulong's expression took on a bit more gloom. One must know that he was once an infant transformation realm powerhouse. His cultivation was many times more profound than this young man. But at this moment, there is actually some hesitation and caution. The district was a middle-stage foundation establishment. Even if it was in the process of breaking through right now, even if he succeeded, he would only have a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation at most if he held up the sky. What is there to fear from such a cultivator? Could it be that he was counted by that teenager in the last great mountain with a formation, resulting in being conditioned to fear? Never. Chulong shook his head and directly denied it. It should be that he was hunted out of the shadows in the central continent. So much so that he has become cautious and timid in his approach to everything. The path of cultivation is to support the bold and starve the timid. When this matter is over, it's time to restore the heart of the Tao. After analyzing it slightly, Chulong finally came to a conclusion. That mid-continent experience was truly thrilling. Especially that clan. This incense burner is what he stole from within that clan. He also accidentally bumped into that sex cultivation method. If that kind of cultivation method was made public, it would shock the entire continent. This secret, of course, he dared not tell. Otherwise, there would really be no more room for him in the entire heaven and earth. Thoughts turning back, Chulong's attention returned to Jiang Han. Gazing at the place where Jiang Han was in seclusion, he was astonished for a moment. A small place to sit on one's knees and cultivate has been laid out by this person. Chulong counted. Not only staggered, actually squeezed into a dozen defense formations. Nope, there are two other extremely well-hidden sub-mother formations. I have to say, this time Chulong really learned to be shrewd. The whole body breath hibernated, enduring the anger in his heart. It's too pitiful. If he had killed him rashly just now, he would have made a mess. Against a junior, killing the opponent was a nail in the coffin. But make a mess of yourself and you'll be laughed at. Just to be sure, Chulong also used his blood to catalyze the compass. After carefully deducing it several times, he even accidentally unearthed another child-mother formation. Chulong couldn't calm down for a long time and couldn't help but utter curses inwardly. That kid is really shady. Totally. The pitfalls are not a problem. But putting that aside, one had to lament this person's attainments in formations, which definitely belonged to the genius level, taking advantage of the space and making the most of it. Although Chulong wanted to strike down this teenager, his heart was still born with the love of talent. He licked his lips, his eyes sinister and uplifted. On the other hand, it was an honor to stifle such a genius. After deducing it again and again, ensuring that the formations had all been found out, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Chulong's mouth. Immediately, he leapt forward to kill. You're dead. The cold voice instantly echoed throughout the mountains. Chulong raised his hand and pressed it forward, and in an instant, dozens of magic treasures shot at Jiang Han together. Boom! Treasure light rushed to the sky. Whistling air-breaking sounds shook the mountains and forests, and everywhere there was a biting, attacking and killing aura. Break it for me! Chulong laughed, his expression maniacal. Those magic treasures erupted with an even brighter light, as if a dozen rounds of blazing suns were lighting up the mountains. Jiang Chen blasted his eyes open. At the same time, one defense formation after another surfaced in front of him. Jiang Chen held his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, without a single fluctuation of emotion on his face. It was because he had already broken through to the middle stage of Jiedan. Under the Yuaning realm, the only bottleneck that could limit his breakthrough was poverty. The fluctuation of the breakthrough on Jiang Chen's body gradually disappeared, which caused Chulong to watch with a cold smile on his lips. This person is really a wimp, and this is how he was scared into failing his breakthrough? He wouldn't believe that Jiang Han had succeeded in his breakthrough. After all, a breakthrough in just 2 days? This was simply not something a human cultivator could do. Boom! At this moment, the magic treasures roared in the sky, splitting out beams of light like rainbows, constantly bombarding the formation in front of Jiang Han. With a click, the dozen or so defensive formations in front of Jiang Chen completely went up in smoke. The two sub-mother formations that were extremely deeply hidden by him were similarly unable to carry on and shattered after holding on for a few moments. At this time, Chulong's body moved, bullying and pressing in front of Jiang Han. Indeed, the bountiful god is like jade. What a handsome young man. That day, with the help of incense,
The person who traveled to Taishu on the wind was you, wasn't it?
You want to get close?
I'll kill you even if you climb close.
Jiang Chen spoke indifferently.
At those words,
the corner of Chu Long's mouth twitched.
He was cultivated at the peak of the Yuaning realm and had a glorious past at the infant transformation realm.
Moreover, at this moment, the advantages and disadvantages of killing strongly were already very obvious.
This teenager, how was it that he was so brazen that he dared to say that?
To get close to him, he would also have to kill him? It's so infuriating. The strong side is coy and the weak side is aggressive? Faced with the enraged Chu Long, Zhang Han's expression was flat. He is not what he used to be now. Early stage Jiedan and mid stage Jiedan.
Although it seemed like only a small realm had been raised.
But don't forget,
he had 9 Golden Dawn.
And any small enhancement would be a surge in him. Peak Yuaning? Not unkillable. Be careful, there's someone behind you. Jiang Chen pointed to the sky behind Chu Long.
Immediately after that, his entire body's cultivation surged, preparing for a sneak attack.
Meh, Chu Long sneered.
With this little trick, he still wanted to pit him? He had been staring at Zhang Han and had long since detected him secretly running his cultivation.
No need to ask. It must be a reckoning. Don't engage in all these useless tactics.
One should still die.
It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. A cold humming voice rang out. Chu Long's palms flowed with surging mana.
And above his palms,
countless immortal mountain seals surrounded them.
The immortal mountain seal looked lifelike. A great mountain undulating with the vastness of a mountain and the lines of a mountain range.
A palm flung out. 10,000 immortal mountains moved. Boom!
The sound of breaking air rang out as 10,000 immortal mountains were about to press down, about to smash Zhang Han's head.
However, just at that moment,
the situation suddenly changed. Only a vast array was instantly lit up near Chu Long's side.
There are still formations I haven't found?
Chu Long felt like he was going crazy at this moment. It was only after fixing his eyes on it that he realized that the formation, which had just taken shape, moreover, it was still molded on the ruins of the dozen or so formations he had just destroyed, drawing on the power of the other broken formations to complete the most crucial step of metamorphosis.
In other words, by striking out to destroy the formation, he had in turn become the key point for this formation to take shape.
He had been counted by Jiang Han,
and without realizing it, he had become a link in the other party's completion of the formation. This is the equivalent of, what? Me striking out and killing myself? This guy, he's really sinister. Noticing the strength of the formation,
Chu Long did not hesitate and directly turned his offense into defense.
The palm shrouded in mana retracted to his body, and like a furious Vajra,
he slashed at the suppressed formation.
Boom!
The surging mana collided with each other,
the light annihilating after the collision,
and the roaring sound was unceasing.
Chu Long was simply going crazy. Mana raged, constantly impacting his physical body. In no time at all,
they were in rags and looked very distressed.
Fortunately, in the end,
the formation was still suppressed by him, or else this old face would really be completely untenable.
Ha! At this time, Zhang Han let out a light eep, then said, "There's someone coming behind you." Chu Long grimaced, trying to swindle Lao Fu again?
Old husband is so smart.
You think he'll still fall for it? He simply ignored it. However, right at this moment,
a terrifying sword light came across the west and east, illuminating a small slice of the sky.
Chu Long was shocked. No, for once you didn't lie to me? Are you serious? Chapter 37, Sword Art, Divine Continent Land Sinking.
The brilliant sword light slashed horizontally, seeming to tear the sky dome in half. The waves of sword chi boiled and suppressed the surrounding spiritual energy.
At this moment,
the only thing between heaven and earth was the rising and unending sword chi.
A bitterly cold autumn feeling swept through heaven and earth. It's not because fall is here. Instead,
the little sword fairy came.
Jiang Chen recognized that sword light at a glance.
Before the person arrived,
the sword light disliked the face first. Such overbearing behavior,
such a unique sword chi,
was undoubtedly from his eldest senior brother's handiwork. Because second brother Kong Li is different. The second senior brother, Kong Li,
claimed to be nothing more than a Confucian immortal, but was actually a physical cultivator. Before the person arrived, the vast blood chi disliked the face first.
Boo!
The brilliant sword light quietly disintegrated and transformed into a spring rain, with dozens of large mountains stretching out enveloped in this sword rain.
Cultivators above the Yuaning realm escaped quickly, thousands of miles in an instant.
If you don't block the scene on a large scale,
then it's useless even if your sword chi is strong, because it doesn't hit anyone at all.
Chu Long's face was gloomy as he hurriedly offered up a stone mill-shaped magic treasure.
However, before Chu Long could infuse much power into it,
The stone mill merely emitted a grayish glow before it was shattered by the rain of swords. However, this also gave Chu Lung a chance to catch his breath. He gritted his teeth, his eyes showing his heartache, and he leaped forward to pull away from a safe distance, avoiding the attack of the large amount of sword raining down on him. It was only then that he was able to catch his breath a little and raise his head to look up at the sky.
I wonder who your honor is. This questioning was not met with any response. A moment later,
a figure dressed in green clothes stepped on a sword and came.
It was Lu Shen.
If your excellency wants to kill my senior brother that badly, then there's no need to exist in this world. Lu Shen's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent.
This was the first time Jiang Han had ever seen his eldest senior brother get angry like this.
One must know that in the eyes of commoners,
eldest brother had always been gentle and refined, and if it's not a big deal, it's a three-way tie. But people have scales.
Lu Shen's scales were his senior brother,
Jiang Han.
Chu Long would probably want to die if he knew that Lu Shen had always been benevolent and his only antagonist was Jiang Han.
So cold, remote, and the only sure way to die. He found it. Suddenly, Chu Long's face turned from grave to a hint of ecstasy. It's not right.
Although this person looks at the raging,
sword light heaving, but the cultivation is actually only a half-step yuaning. Moreover,
it seemed to be in the middle of a breakthrough state.
You want to die?
Instead of honestly shutting down to make a breakthrough,
you're making a big deal here? You're only a half-step yuaning? Chu Long was obviously much more calm. Half-step yuaning realm cultivation. It's enough to kill you. Junior brother, move back a bit. I'll kill this person first, then I'll catch up with you.
Lu Shen collected the only smile on his face. Then the Qingfeng sword chi under his feet erupted,
transforming into a green dragon. Roar! The green dragon whistled down,
surprisingly carrying a few moments of terrifying majesty like a true dragon.
Jiang Han stepped back obediently. If eldest brother wants to make a move, then let eldest brother make a move.
It was not convenient to divulge his strength for the time being.
The 10,000 burial robbery body itself was an innate organ of the extreme Tao, and it's still the full body polarized kind. This was enough to drive the many old monsters cultivating the extreme Tao throughout the entire middle continent crazy. Once discovered and involved, the entire Xon Yun sect, and even the entire Green Continent, had no way to live. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was watching, ready to come to his rescue at any time. In case eldest brother was not defeated,
he would not hesitate to step in.
Try not to be exposed. And in case you are,
it's still elder brother who's most important.
9 layers of sword chi transformed into form.
Watching the green dragon sword chi roll down, Chu Long's heart shook wildly, and his face transformed from the calmness he felt just now into gravity. The way of the sword is divided into 9 realms.
Separately, gathering sword energy, sword chi transforms into form.
The sword was monstrous. The heart of the sword is clear.
Sword intent follows the heart. Taishu's sword spirit. The great Luo sword domain. Infinite sword realm. Tongtian Kendo. For each stage, there are 9 levels.
The sword chi that Lu Shen unleashed was shaped like a green dragon and was so lifelike that it could almost be mistaken for the real thing.
This was the 9th level of sword chi transformations. Cultivating to the 9th layer of sword chi transformation at the Yuaning realm was simply a genius among geniuses.
Normally at this realm of Yuaning, it was already good enough to be able to figure out how to transform sword chi.
Reach the 9th floor? Non-geniuses can't do it.
The green dragon sword chi chopped down,
as fast as thunder.
Chu Long put away all the contempt in his eyes and put out his full strength to resist. His sleeve robe was windless, only to see that above the arm, there was a white mist wrapped around it. If you look closely, where is this white mist? This is clearly the power of the incense of all beings. The green dragon sword chi whistled down, and Chu Long struck out with both hands, wanting to bind the green dragon.
At this moment, the sword roared and the dragon roared. The two forces were colliding, exchanging blows, in a life and death duel.
The power of incense and fire that surrounded Chu Long's arm was chopped away by inches.
In the end, the sword chi had the upper hand, a sword to cut down all beings. Junior.
Chu Long gritted his teeth and burned his cultivation.
He had a premonition that he would not be an opponent.
So, make sure you turn the disadvantage around before you fall into a disadvantage. His breath climbed in knots.
This is a life and death fight. Can't care too much. Even if it affected his foundation and longevity, he would have to briefly return to the cultivation level of the infant transformation realm. Just as he was about to return to the infant transformation realm, an extremely strong suppression came from the void. It's light, but very decisive and dry. Aha! Chu Long's torso shook. His expression changed, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth.
The thunderous and violent destructive power rushed into his body at an unknown time,
disrupting the burning of his cultivation. Strangely enough, the disturbing force only existed for a moment and quickly dissipated. In a frenzy of rage, he rushed to look in the locked direction and happened to see Jiang Han. This man? Categorically impossible. That destructive force was dry, powerful, and precise, instantly interrupting his process of burning his cultivation. Such an old gaze, such a horrifyingly exquisite control. At first glance, it was whichever old monster was counting on him. It's so insidious. It directly interrupted his cultivation burning at the most crucial moment. That's just a lot of hate to go around. Just as the confusion set in, the sword light from above the firmament became more and more piercing. Chu Long gritted his teeth and raised his head. Even he smelled a hint of a life and death crisis. At this moment, a surging sword light chopped down. Within the sword light, a huge pure land was outlined. There is a world in the sword. This person's swordsmanship was equally brilliant. That huge piece of pure land wrapped in sword light suppressed it. In the moment of proximity, the pure land shattered and the earth cracked. Shenandoah. Land sinking. Watching this scene, Jiang Han slowly spat out 4 words. This eldest senior brother of his sword Dao talent was really good, and the sword technique he executed was exactly what the Songyun sect had included. One of the best sword techniques. When it was first given out, it was the kind of thing that made even the patriarch's flesh hurt. The name of that sword art is Divine Continent Land Sinking. That's odd. The last 2 words are the same as Big Brother's name. It's just as elaborate as it was for Big Brother. Of course, this was just Jiang Han's guess. An intuition. It can't be. That heaven-defying sword art is really a sect, tailor-made for eldest senior brother, right? Chapter 38, is it for him? Chu Long's pupils tightened, and a strong unwillingness flashed across his face. Which of the seniors practiced this kind of metamorphosis? A deep hissing sound rang out. He was originally burning his lifespan, and was that close to restoring his cultivation? Briefly, to the infant transformation realm. But with that mysterious senior's hand, all intentions, all null and void. Boom! The Divine Continent Land's sinking sword technique blasted down, and terrifying sword light filled every inch of heaven and earth. Destructive power ravaged the surroundings and rolled on. Chu Long opened his hands and tried his best to work his entire body's mana. Yet the result is still the same. With a poof, the sword light killed him inch by inch, drilling into his pores, destroying his meridians, bones, dantian, and everything else. What kind of terrifying swordplay is that? It was only a half-step Yuaning, yet his battle power was already not inferior to that of a peak Yuaning realm powerhouse. Of course, the biggest reason was that he had been sneak attacked by a certain old 6th senior. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so miserable. Poof! Chu Long's physical body was completely blown apart, and his divine soul was crushed together inch by inch, drifting away into the heavens and earth. At this moment, he had a remnant of consciousness. For some reason, he felt an incomparable sense of relief throughout his body. The divine soul is free from the cage of the physical body and is free as if it had attained the way. The divine soul fragments blew away with the gale, spilling into other corners of the heavens and earth, and his vision became wide open. When his only remaining consciousness was about to completely dissipate, he saw an army of Songyun sect cultivators coming in great numbers. One of them was led by an infant transformation realm expert. Immediately after that, he saw the evil extreme sect's army of cultivators. Inside was also an infant transformation realm cultivator shrouded under a black robe, whose lifespan was about to end. His eyes flicked to see another muscular man hurrying along. The way of hurrying was rather peculiar, striding and leaping through the mountains. Every step that falls leaves a deep footprint. Hercules is taking all the resistance and transferring it hard to the ground, moving forward at breakneck speed with no resistance. Although it was on foot and not in the air, the whole thing was like a shower of stars. The speed was actually not slowing down at all. This person was definitely a physical cultivator. Not only that, in the distant heavens and earth, a young girl and an old man were likewise rapidly arriving. The young girl had a pair of long legs that were slender and straight, and her face was absolutely beautiful. As for that old man, his entire body was filled with the aura of a superior person, causing people to be in awe. The garments on the others were graceful and elegant. There is a stamping pattern on the left shoulder, and it is clearly from the Zhao family in the middle continent. Someone from mid-continent? A man of that stature actually came to a tiny green continent? What's going on? Too many people are coming, and there are powerful people out there. Why are they here? Somehow, Chu Long had a feeling that so many powerful people were mostly here for the same goal. Associated with Lu Shun, Who had come to Jiang Han's rescue? Could it be that all these people were here for Jiang Han? What is such ability of a small mid-stage foundation establishment to attract so many cultivators? This person is not simple, so terrifying that it's unimaginable. In fact, I should have realized a long time ago that one wrong step leads to a wrong step. And sadly, 1,000 years of cultivation can't withstand a single thought. Sighing slightly, Xulong's soul thoughts eventually disappeared into thin air, and there was not a single trace of it in this world anymore. Ahem! At this time, Lucian dryly coughed a few times, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. A faint robotic light flowed from his body. The firstborn tribulation. Jiang Han instantly knew the crux of Lucian's problem. In the ancient period, the great roads were open and all paths were unobstructed. That's why the cultivation path of ancient cultivators was often so auspicious that they would only encounter a heavenly tribulation when they were in the transition realm. But really, if you want to get real, this can't really be considered a robbery. This was because the transition realm itself was a screening and test by the heavenly Tao. Survive to qualify for the next step in your practice. But in the latter days there was a change in heaven and earth. All kinds of heavenly robberies came out horizontally, just like a swarm of demons. Even if you weren't a cultivator of the transitional realm, there was a chance that it would split you. And for some reason, the more demonic the genius, the more likely they were to be struck by lightning. Maybe that's what's called being envied. Is senior brother alright? Jiang Chen asked as he moved forward. Lucian transported his energy and forcefully swallowed a mouthful of rebellious qi, and the robotic light on his body internalized quite a bit. He waved his hand in mock relief. I'm fine. Jiang Chen frowned straight away as he watched. Logically speaking, with his senior brother's natural talent, this tiny bit of robotic light could be completely and strongly suppressed. But why is it getting worse? And it's trending out of control. The Great Luo Yuaning Tribulation. At this time, the name gradually surfaced in Jiang Han's mind. This is one of the 10 major metamorphosis robberies. But anyone who has this calamity can be said to have 10 deaths. But once you get through it, then there is really a straight path for cultivation thereafter. And the ceiling for the future will become higher. Ahem! At this time, Lucian couldn't hold it down any longer and coughed violently, spewing out a piece of robotic light from his mouth. The small hill in front of them was instantly covered by the robbing light and crumbled into powder all of a sudden. At the location of its forehead, a heavenly tribulation mark even appeared. Senior brother. I'll rest for a while. Take care of yourself. Senior brother is fine. Just, without even finishing his words, Lucian couldn't hold on any longer and directly fell down with his head tilted, luckily being held up by Jiang Han. It's about to be time to transcend the calamity. Jiang Chen sensed the light of the calamity. In fact, originally, senior brother Lucian was about to cross the threshold, but knowing the news that he might be in danger, he rushes in despite all the sealing of the sky. This resulted in a complete disruption of the rhythm of the original breakthrough. That's why this scene occurred. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering the solution, he was suddenly alerted. Sensing the surrounding heaven and earth, there were many austere auras rushing this way, and the target seems to be locked on him. Is it friend or foe? Jiang Chen couldn't tell the difference. No one would put good or evil on their face. To a certain degree of cultivators, unless they really can't help it, resting anger is completely unnoticeable. There are even some very deep city people who give you an air of still being kind, but it is possible to stab you in the back. At that moment, Jiang Han didn't hesitate and directly took senior brother Lucian to vanish. In everything, you have to plan for the worst. This is the most important gauge for survival in the world of cultivation. Immediately, Jiang Han tapped a finger on the Qingfeng sword, then supported senior brother Lucian, stepping on the sword and whistling as he sped away. The Jin Dan in his body operated frantically, and a steady stream of mana was poured into it. It caused the Qingfeng sword to emit a wailing sound of being overwhelmed. Luckily, the Qingfeng sword didn't have a spirit. If it did, it would more than likely be crying. First time being mana fed. It turns out that saturation is the way to go, and that feeling of having bottomed out is very strong. Jiang Chen's practice of squeezing the Qingfeng sword in such a way would not fail to earn him a scolding if eldest brother Lucian knew about it. Eldest brother couldn't even be bothered to swing this sword with any force, but Jiang Han stomped up and stepped on it, and feeding it with mana until it holds up. However, Lucian had completely fainted, and the robotic light on his body was getting thicker and thicker. It's a terrible state to be in. The Great Luo Yuaning Tribulation would definitely not be able to cross over if he relied on himself anymore. And they are in far more trouble than that. There was no telling how many scents were locking onto him right now. Whether it's friend or foe is unknown. He had offended the evil extreme sect and the In Corp sect. and there were quite a few people who secretly wanted to kill him. Luckily, he hid his strength and gave the impression of being harmless. Otherwise the talent would be revealed and the hostile forces would have more than that number of people trying to kill him despite everything. Jiang Chen wasn't a sitting duck, and when he saw a large mountain some distance away, he set up a camouflage means within that one large mountain. Use it to make those who killed him go around in circles. Chapter 39, A young girl's blush is better than all love words. Laying out a pit-killing formation was easy for Jiang Han to do. Strangely enough, he knew these pitfall formations at a single point and enjoyed pondering over them. There's always some subversive approach to pitfalls. This time, he had emptied the entire Piaui sect, with all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures, stuffing it full of pots and pans. That's why there was almost no shortage of materials for arranging formations. This was definitely the most extravagant time since Jiang Han had set up the array. No need to be catty at all. Just go for attack maximization. That was why Jiang Han had played a lot of whimsical ideas in it. The pit-killing formation can be described as interlocking. One ring is more pitiful than the other. There's always that one ring that can pick you anyway. After doing so, Jiang Han swept off into the distance with senior brother Lu Shun. To cross the threshold, it was natural to seek a quiet place. There is no room for error in this matter. The Great Luo Yuan Ing Tribulation, known as one of the 10 most terrifying heavenly tribulations, was rumored to be 10 deaths. Faced with such a heavenly calamity, Jiang Han needed time to ponder over how to crack it next. The Driftless Sect. The master of the second peak held an army to kill, preparing for a big battle. Before the mountain gate, he cautioned the other elders to be more careful and not to be careless. Although the Piaui sect was their lower sect, there were still experts present within the sect. He didn't want the Tsongyun sect to suffer any casualties. Every disciple, elder, was the treasure of their Tsongyun sect and must not be abandoned. Hand over our sect disciple Jiang Han, or kill without pardon. Also, your Piaui sect's patriarch, the Grand Elder. If you're sensible, hurry up and get out. Take the blame, and you won't be killed. The second peak master's feet stepped on the mid-air, and his voice was like a flood bell that shook the mountains. Without any further ado, his divine soul domineeringly roamed around the Piaui sect with impunity. After roughly scanning across the room, his entire complexion clouded over. The Driftless sect patriarch was not present. The Grand Elder is not there. And most importantly, Jiang Han wasn't there either. Could it be that the two great experts of the Piaui sect had gone forward to hunt Jiang Han? Jiang Han's strength, on the other hand, was only in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. This place is sure to be a disaster. Just as the second peak master's face was gloomy, the Driftless sect raised all the cultivators up and down the clan to come out and surrender. This scene caused everyone in the Tsongyun sect to freeze. In their expectations, the fact that the Piaui sect dared to defect meant that there was some backbone. After all, no one is stupid enough to do something they are not sure of. So to raise the clan to come out and surrender now was indeed a surprise to many. Surrender is fine, but where is your patriarch? The second peak master glared at the second elder of the Driftless sect. Dead. Being stared at with hair all over his body, the second elder of the Driftless sect hurriedly replied back. At those words, the second peak master's expression revealed a ripple. Dead? Would an early stage Yuaning cultivator fall so easily? The Green Continent was not another continent, and the overall strength of the Green Continent was on the weak side. That's why cultivators at the early Yuaning realm could already hold their own. Even in some small places, it was enough to become an old ancestor of an open clan. What about your second elder? The second peak master then asked. Yet the answer was the same. All dead. The second elder looked forlorn, and there was no longer a trace of willfulness on his face. He is responsible for guarding the soul lamps of the ancestral land. But just now, the soul lamps of their patriarch, Grand Elder, and including that one new mysterious being, had all gone out, one after another, occurring over the course of a few days. To say there's no connection, Cootie, don't even believe it. And they have one more thing in common. That is, these three people, successively, had all gone forward to hunt down the Tsongyun immortal envoy. It's just that the ending is saddening. The strongest go out and hunt down the weakest, but in the end it turns out that the strongest fall. What horrible things happened in it. At first, they thought that it was the reinforcements from the Tsongyun sect that saved the life of the Tsongyun immortal envoy, but now they knew that was certainly not the reason. Who really did it? To be able to kill the peak of the Jiedan realm, the early stage of the Yuaning realm, and a former infant transformation realm powerhouse? Although it was the realm that had fallen and was greatly inferior. But, such strength is still fine. The second peak master was still undeterred, and his divine soul swept through every inch of the Tsongyun sect. Jiang Chen and the others still couldn't find it. However, he found an interesting thing. That is, the Piaoi sect's treasure trove, spirit medicine nursery and other places were actually all swept away. Stealing treasure troves and digging for elixirs. Other than Jiang Han, I really can't think of anyone who can be that. At this moment, an extremely crazy idea surfaced in his mind. Could it be that Jiang Han had stepped in and emptied the entire Piaoi sect after realizing that the Piaoi sect had mutinied? But soon the crazy idea was vetoed by him. What is Jiang Chen's strength? As the peak master of the Tsong Yun sect's second peak, he really knew too much. As the number one dude of the ninth peak, that kid had always been negligent in his cultivation. It's not the same as big brother Lu Xun and second brother Kongli. It's simply too much of a difference. At this time, the Tsong Yun sect tied up the entire Piaoi sect. All of them. After some careful questioning, it is true that the floating sect has not been wronged. And what Jiang Han said is true. The driftless sect was indeed preparing for a mutiny. And there was a long time to prepare for this mutiny. With further questioning, the second peak master knew a bit more news. The reason for the surrender was solely because the patriarch, the great elder, had fallen. The backbone is dead. The people are scattered. So the end result of this mutiny was that the clan was raised in surrender. At this moment, the second peak master's mind was extremely active. The backbone is dead? Was it killed by Jiang Han? This idea was even crazier than emptying the entire Piaoi sect just now. Everyone, hurry up and rescue Jiang Han. None of my Tsong Yun sect's disciples can give up. The second peak master's voice was low. Definitely can't let anything happen to Jiang Han. Yes, the Tsong Yun sect's many elders, disciples, and the like nodded solemnly. They had come on this trip to rescue Jiang Han. Jiang Chen was too weak to withstand the toss. If they were one step slower, the kid would be in a much harder position. Other side, a young girl, an old man sitting on top of a gourd. The young girl was none other than Zhao Mengdai. Her stunningly beautiful and somewhat childish face with a look of anxiety. With the life and death of her third senior brother still uncertain, it was indeed difficult for her to feel at ease in her heart. Next to Zhao Mengdai, there was an old man sitting in a Taoist robe with a somewhat dry and thin figure. The old man tilted his head and took a sip of the spirits, instantly grimacing. The Tao robe on his body hunted and his mouth smashed, savoring the good taste of the spirits. Silly girl, you're afraid you're not going to fall in love, the old man said with a smile. When these words came out, Zhao Mengdia's face instantly red-warmed. The blush of a young girl trumps all words of love. Zhao Mengdai just stomped her foot. Elder Zhao Yi, what are you talking about? What exactly is the cultivation level of the young boy who can make you so concerned? How many years have you been practicing? Elder Zhao Yi was just like checking his family. Cultivating for decades. Cultivation. Amount. Zhao Mengdai dryly coughed. Jiedan realm? It's barely acceptable. Zhao Yi pondered slightly. However, Zhao Mengdia's face was still colored with embarrassment. This time, it was Zhao Yi who was less calm. Peak Foundation establishment? He dropped the request much lower. Zhao Mengdai smiled awkwardly and said, he is in the middle stage of foundation building. Elder Zhao Yi held his forehead as he was silent. You're only in the middle stage of foundation establishment? To put it bluntly, such a cultivation level was not worthy of Zhao Mengdai at all. Cultivating for decades. This is only comparable to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Practice is practice for dogs? Ha, that's kind of interesting. I sense that kid's aura. With that said, the gourd pressed downward and rushed towards a large mountain. And that one big mountain was clearly the place where Jiang Chen had left his array. Chapter 40, is your third senior brother really in the middle stage of foundation establishment? The gourd is suspended in the mountains. Zhao Yi told Zhao Mengdai to stay on top of the gourd spell while he went alone to look for Jiang Han. After all, it didn't look like a safe place to be. The poor mountains are hibernating with a lot of demonic beasts. The mountains roared with the roar of beasts. That kid chose this place, mostly because he wanted to avoid danger with danger. It's kind of smart. It's just that in the path of cultivation, if the talent is too poor, this little bit of cleverness can't make up for the gap. On the contrary, it will only expose the fact that you are not strong enough. Zhao Yi walked into the mountains, and suddenly the mists rose, obscuring his divine sense. He shook his head, his frontal bone glowing as he opened his third eye to perception. All the surrounding scenery was as if it was close at hand. After reaching the infant transformation realm in cultivation, one could tap into the various wonderful uses of the body and develop them into divine abilities. For example, the third eye, after the potential has been realized, can provide insight into sight and hearing, and enhance the dynamic perception of the surrounding environment. For example, some people,
whose tongues are naturally flexible and hard, can evolve divine abilities such as the immortal tongue-eroding sword.
In the path of cultivation, metamorphosis began after the Jedan realm, and after reaching the Yuaning realm and the infant transformation realm, a qualitative change would begin to occur. The mists disrupting the sight and hearing are just some small tricks, Zhao Yi commented.
Such a formation could only trap the average foundation establishment realm cultivator.
In front of the Jedan realm, Yuaning realm existences were basically nothing.
One could imagine how destitute that what Zhang Han was,
being hunted down to the point of exhausting his means.
Then, when he thought about what county head Dreamfly had said, that kid Zhang Han only had a cultivation level of the middle stage of foundation establishment.
He didn't have much goodwill towards Zhang Chen anymore.
So timid and devoid of a genius heart. I really don't know how the dream butterfly sheriff's mistress got her eyes on this person.
After being used to staying in the poor countryside, one's eyesight will become low, and now that the king's strength has skyrocketed,
he should be capable of dealing with the county lord's robbery.
It's time for the county lord to return to the central continent.
Zhao Mengdai actually came from the Zhao family in the central continent.
It's just fostered in the Zhao family in Qingzhou. Zhao Yi shook his head. Although he hadn't met Zhang Han, he already had a preliminary impression. Knowing some small wisdom,
small tactics,
just like the townspeople,
cannot be counted as the means of the heavenly.
Oh, suddenly, formation fluctuations flashed ahead.
Zhao Yi shook his head once again. The little good impression he had left all dissipated. That's not how formations are set up.
It's too blunt. What's called a formation when it can be seen at a glance? After rescuing the sun,
he must make the other party understand the gap between him and Zhao Mengdai.
Of course, he'll tell it politely. After all, at the other party's age, in the cultivation world,
he could only be considered an uninvolved teenager.
Teenagers have hot blood and an unyielding fight.
He didn't want to ruin the other man's passion.
Didn't want him to fall into depravity at his best age.
Because he had experienced such darkness, he instead wanted to send light to others.
Of course, one has to be self-aware. The gap exists. That's a fact. Thinking of this, Zhao Yi violently waved his sleeve, and the berserk mana instantly declared down. Boom! The formation on the ground shattered with a loud bang. Countless fragments of the formation floated up from the ground and rose into the sky. Zhao Yi was a bit surprised, but didn't care. This formation was really useless. Trapping the middle stage of foundation establishment was a bit of a stretch.
That Zhang Han himself was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator.
And the formation he set up couldn't actually trap a mid-foundation establishment?
It wasn't that he meant to throw cold water on it.
He couldn't even look at this sun, let alone Prince Xiao.
The difference between this son and those true young talents of the central continent was really too great.
Kid, I'm coming to save you. Don't be afraid.
Zhao Yi walked forward and patted the back of the one sitting cross-legged on the rock.
Just after touching it, that back figure instantly dissipated.
Fake? Zhao Yi's expression changed slightly. Before he could slow down, he jerked his head up to look at the sky, only to see that the fragments of the formation just now had fused together with the formation arranged in midair. The formation in midair just now had not taken shape, so it could not be perceived. Plus, who would have thought that someone would actually set up a formation in midair? The attainment and level of formation that this required was by no means unusual.
This is the true form of the formation. First, paralyze the enemy. Let the enemy relax their vigilance. Then delay the enemy with a fake body. And finally wait for the formation to take shape in midair. Calculating step by step. This son, he has a lot of city. At this moment, the formation erupted down. That kind of killing power was completely not comparable to the front formation just now. This time, even a cultivator at the late Jedan realm or even the early Yuaning realm might be killed.
But Zhao Yi was an expert of the infant transformation realm. He swung out with one sleeve.
Mana was endlessly declared,
tearing apart the suppressed formation.
After all, the difference in strength is too great. However,
amongst the fallen fragments of the formation, there was a bright flash of light.
In the next second, a brand new formation took shape. A condom formation? Zhao Yi's expression changed. It was too close. It was already too late to fend it off, and could only simply pour a film of mana over his body. Boo! There was a loud roar. Zhao Yi's entire physical body was caught in the attack of the new formation. It wasn't enough to injure him, but he grimaced in pain, especially that old face with the nose. Only after a quarter of an hour did the formation dissipate. Zhao Yi escaped, bulging with large bags, not just on his lower body, but all over his body. Boom! The redness and swelling on his face dissipated only after he operated his mana and had swallowed an elixir, replacing his clothes with an intact one.
He took a deep look at the ruins of the formation before leaving the mountain. Zhao Mengdai looked at the lone Zhaoyi and asked, "Elder, where is Zhang Han?" Zhaoyi glanced at the sheriff and sighed slightly. At least he was a member of the Zhao family. And the first thing the sheriff master cared about was actually an outsider? "Is that brother Zhang Han handsome?" Dryly coughing, Zhaoyi asked. "Your senior brother Zhang Han, is he really in the middle stage of foundation establishment?" After thinking for a while, Zhao Mengdai nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Zhao Yi was in a bit of a trance. He was actually pitted by a mid-foundation establishment cultivator in such a miserable manner. If your cultivation was weak, there was a chance that you really wouldn't be able to get out. By the way, how is his heart? Like to study formations? He was still a bit undecided. The cultivation level of some formation geniuses was indeed quite a bit weaker than the average cultivator. Zhao Mengdai was a bit embarrassed and her face was slightly red. Third senior brother wishes to lie down, and is usually idle and dislikes cultivation. She had never really seen third senior brother seriously cultivate. However, every time he encountered danger, third senior brother always managed to turn it into a blessing. At those words, Zhao Yi's face didn't look too good. It was estimated that the formation was not set up by Zhang Han himself, but was a forbidden formation that had been sealed beforehand by some formation master. That Zhang Han had gotten the forbidden formation from somewhere. If you are in danger, activate the forbidden formation. The forbidden array thing was also a precious thing in the middle continent. With only a little cultivation, one could unleash a formation at the level of a formation master. Forbidden formations, precious. So he had just encountered a trap formation. Presumably only one. This person is idle. So what do you like about him? Elder Zhaoyi asked. Zhao Mengdia's cheeks blushed slightly and she muttered, arguing that she didn't like third senior brother. Still, it was a fragrant trance. Like what? In fact, she didn't know if she really liked third senior brother. It's possible that he just enjoys the looseness of staying with the third brother. She had felt this way before. She was still very young at that time, and still in the Zhao family in Zhengzhou. It was an unusual afternoon when she fell asleep in her mother's arms. Slept well that day. There was not a single idle thing in his mind, let alone a worry. It's just that after that day, she left the central continent, far away from her loved ones. After that, he ran for 20 years, broke his writing and literacy, and was initiated into cultivation, without a moment's pause. Chapter 41, The Great Luo Yuaning Robbery. Also Old 6? Elder Zhaoyi, we'd better go find senior brother Zhang Han first. Nothing must happen to him, Zhao Mengdai said in an urgent voice. Zhao Yi nodded. In order to come to this tiny green continent within a short period of time, he used a large teleportation array and 3 air-breaking talismans. If the mission failed, and the dream butterfly sheriff was disgruntled and reported to the king, then his good days were considered to be over. Although infant change realm powerhouses are rare in the green continent, they are as plentiful as dogs in the middle continent and are everywhere. The southern bright continent, the 36th continent of immortal cultivation. Among them, there is no doubt that the strength of the central continent is the strongest. Fixing the central continent. If you don't have a few points of strength and heritage, it's really hard to move an inch in the central continent. Next, Zhao Yi led Zhao Mengdai all the way after Zhang Han's footsteps. I don't know if Zhao Yi's luck is good or bad. Call it luck? Zhang Chen's main body shadow hadn't even touched it. Call it bad luck? Most of the formations Zhang Chen had set up had been hit by this person. Moreover, the formations Zhang Han had set up could be described as whimsical and heavenly. It will give you the feeling that you've been duped and screwed. But when it's not the same, Zhao Yi screamed in agony. In this tiny green continent, he had gotten a bruised nose several times, and in the latter times, the intensity of the formation had increased significantly, and even he had been injured. Why does this son have so many forbidden formations on his body? The whole body is pressed on forbidden formations? Zhao Yi had mistakenly thought that Zhang Han was afraid of death up to this moment. Because of fear of death, all points are forbidden formations. Song Yun sect, Zhao Yi were all searching for Zhang Han. An evil extreme sect was no exception, but there wasn't even a single hair of Zhang Han to be seen. A large living person is as good as gone. The cultivators of the evil extreme sect were confused for a moment. Was the information wrong? In the Green Continent Foundation establishment trial, Zhang Han was only at a mere early stage of foundation establishment, and it had only been a short time since then, so his cultivation shouldn't have changed greatly, and he would probably still be around the early stage of foundation establishment. A mere early stage foundation establishment had concealed the senses of so many of their strongest men? Elder Li, should we retreat first? The Tsongyan sect seems to have strong people coming as well.
in case we bump into them. At this time, an elder from the evil extreme sect asked tentatively. His eyes lingered on the black-robed old man and his body was slightly bent, obviously taking orders from this person. Retreat from what? Once we meet, we can't fight to kill. The black-robed old man grunted coldly and casually took off his black cloak, revealing his parched torso. The veins and other blood vessels protruded from the skin and looked like they were covered with small green-colored snakes. Unusually hideous. His name is Li Hu and he's Li Yang's dad, a half-step infant transformation powerhouse. Only the lifespan is approaching. Therefore, he wanted to kill Jiang Han at the last moment to avenge the severance of his son and grandchildren, so that he could relieve his hatred. But now, Jiang Chen's shadow hadn't even touched it. The old man's life expectancy has dried up, and the road of cultivation has finally come to an end, so it doesn't make any difference if I live a few years more or a few years less. Li Hu let out a sardonic smile, and his fingertips quietly cracked open and opening. Sticky, dark red blood dripped from his fingertips, in a steady stream. The latter grew faster and faster, dripping in larger and larger amounts, like pillars of blood. A ferocious aura exploded, as the evil extreme sect watched Li Hu's behavior. One by one, they stepped backward and couldn't help but gulp madly. It's not a craving, it's fear that spurs the saliva to go wild. This is their evil extreme sect's forbidden technique. Blood demon wheel. The consequence of this was that Li Hu's already dried up flesh appeared to be more and more dried up. The flesh of his face was plastered to his cheekbones, making it look even more hideous. Take my blood, burn my life. The blood demon wheel appears. A low voice rang out like an ancient demon god murmuring. A rumbling sound was heard. The mountains shook in a heady way, and between those drops of blood writhing, they transformed into a blood-colored chakra, then gradually lift off. Li Hu's face was expressionless as he took a single step and arrived on top of the blood-colored roulette wheel, then sat cross-legged on it. At this moment, a deep, low roar rang out. Around its side, countless palms stretched out from that blood-colored wheel. It was as if it wanted to drag all the living beings sitting on their knees on top of the chakra heart into hell. You guys follow, Li Hu said with an expressionless face. Spinning his finger, the blood-colored wheel whistled and rushed into the distance. This was the blood demon wheel that he had condensed with his lifespan, and it could track down anyone who had a tie to his bloodline. Jiang Chen had beheaded his son and created a karmic bond with his bloodline. This secret technique can only be performed once in a lifetime. The reason is simple. Because after casting it once, no matter how high your cultivation level is and how strong you are, you will fall within a short period of time due to the damage to your origin. On the other side, Jiang Han put Lucian down. At this moment, Lucian was covered in robotic light and was about to break out of his body. But elder brother Lucian's eyelids were drooping and he was still sleeping. In such a condition, it was almost impossible to cross the threshold. The great Luo Yuan Ying tribulation. 10 deaths and no life? I'm going to seize that ray of life and cut the heavenly rift into a straight path. Jiang Han slightly clenched his fist. The great Luo Yuaning tribulation was known as the curse of Yuaning realm cultivators. However, for those who carried this calamity, there were almost no cases of successful newborns. Therefore, the other 9 Yuaning tribulations, which were on par with the Dala Yuaning tribulation, were known as the heavenly moat. Of course, compared to Jiang Han's 10,000 burial physique curse, these so-called 10 great Yuaning robberies were just small potatoes. Boom! At this moment, the sky above was covered with dark clouds, and the wind was blowing furiously in the mountains. Silver lightning flickered in the sky and earth, then gradually turned into ink. The thunder was like a pounding drum, getting denser and denser. Lucian's body trembled slightly, and the Yuaning aura on his body exploded. Only it was very disorganized. Although he hadn't reached Yuaning yet, there was a biting coldness that was comparable to that of a mid-Yuaning. Jiang Chen was staggered, worthy of being the first genius of the green continent on the surface. Not yet a Yuaning. There was a fluctuation comparable to that of a mid-Yuaning. What would happen if this really stepped into the Yuaning stage? Moreover, eldest senior brother Lucian's cultivation was only 90-odd years. Such an achievement at such a young age. It was enough to envy a group of old men who had spent hundreds or even thousands of years to cultivate to the Jiedan realm. If he were to fight against Lucian, he would have to use 50% of his power. Here comes the thunderbolt. Above the dome of the sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and the thunder dragon murmured, releasing raging thunderbolts. Not just any silver lightning anymore. Instead, it's black. It was as if there was a huge black beast that was opening its huge mouth of the black abyss and waiting for someone to come. Jiang Chen observed. This Dala Yuaning tribulation was very peculiar and could even be said to be a bit of an old six. Don't look at this heavenly calamity at the moment. It looks like a big battle, but in reality, it hasn't really shown its power yet. Right now, I guess it's to drain the power of the ferryman, and then give the wave a big one at the end and just bury you. Seeing this, Jiang Han let out a slight sigh. If only there was someone to help eldest brother block the robbery. But who to get to block the robbery? He massed his breath and set up formation traps. Even an infant transformation realm expert would be touted around. Chapter 42 Flash-Moving Graves. If I had known that this great Luo Yuaning robbery was so old 6, I would have intentionally left some loopholes so that those people could use it to find me. There's not even anyone to block the robbery now. Jiang Chen sighed slightly. This was a bit of a blunder. He hadn't expected those Yuaning realm, infant change realm cultivators to be this bad. At this moment, he pulled out a jade pendant. There were a dozen points of light on it, but 8 of them dimmed. Which unlucky person had touched all the trap formations he had set up? Was it intentional, or was it accidental? To be able to encounter his trap formation time and time again, I really don't know whether to say it's good luck or bad luck. And, at the end of the day, this isn't even dead? Just as Jiang Han was a bit surprised, a blood-colored wheel sped by, and it was followed by a group of cultivators. Jiang Chen froze. Where did so many people come from? After seeing clearly that the other party came from the evil extreme sect, great ecstasy flooded his heart. I was worried about where to find a cultivator to block the robbery. It's not? It's coming now. For the evil extreme sect's nemesis. He didn't have the slightest mental burden of killing as many as he could. The blood demon wheel whistled. Li Hu sat cross-legged on it, his eyes opening and closing as a gloomy aura flowed through them. It was followed by hundreds of cultivators from the evil extreme sect. Their mouths were yelling that they wanted to capture Jiang Han. Now, Jiang Han could barely suppress the wildly rising corners of his mouth. To kill him? It's simply a joy to have more than just someone to hold the fort. And, in the process, decapitate the enemy. It can be a double whammy. The blood demon wheel was extremely heavy with fury, and endless bloody hands stretched out in a hideous and sinister manner. Although Li Hu was about to die of old age, his cultivation was still intact, and he deliberately released his half-step infant transformation aura. A mere foundation establishment realm should be very fearful when they got to see a half-step infant transformation like him, right? He glanced at Jiang Han, trying to see fear and panic in the other's face. Yet none of these are available. On Jiang Chen's face, there was nothing but blandness, and a slight rise in the corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress. The eyes of the evil extreme sect's elders, disciples, and others lit up. Jiang Chen is here? No. There is also a heavyweight figure. Jiang Han's eldest senior brother Lucian is also there? They were ecstatic in their hearts. I thought that I was just chasing after a punk Jiang Han, but I didn't think that there would be an unexpected blessing. Immediately, they offered up their magic treasures, sharpening their swords and looking fierce. Why are you guys coming now? Jiang Chen's voice was soft. This sentence dried the silence of the evil extreme sect cultivators, including Li Hu. What took you so long? They sharpened their knives. But Jiang Han's tone, how did it sound? Just like a host receiving a guest? Don't just stand there. Come over and get together. Jiang Han said with a smile. These people were not within the shroud of the robbing light, so they wouldn't be targeted by the great Luo Yuaning robbery. This perverse scene caused the cultivators present in the evil extreme sect to be wary. When things go wrong, they go wrong. After calming down for a moment, they looked up, only to notice that the sky was already dark, and it flickered with bursts of robotic light. This guy, so sinister? Is he trying to trap them with the help of the robbing light? Immediately, hundreds of people stopped dead in their tracks. Li Hu sat on top of the blood demon wheel, glanced at the heavenly tribulation, and suddenly laughed coldly a few times. This illusion is quite real. It looks like a real heavenly calamity. It's a pity. You'll only be in the foundation establishment realm. Your senior brother Lucian directly fell asleep and didn't wake up. Even his cultivation has come to a standstill, so just ask who's in the middle of a robbery? At those words, Jiang Chen's heart was delighted. This man is so big and smart. The reasons are all thought out for him. I would have thought that the group was not that easy to get on board with. However, after this person explained it that way, the cultivators of the evil extreme sect were already stupid. Are you Li Yang's father? Jiang Chen asked coldly. See, the father of the tiger has no son. Indeed. They are all crouching dragon phoenixes, but whether they are pro-life or not is unknown. Jiang Chen nodded. Humph, we'll see if it's true once we try it. Li Hu coldly snorted, while then waved his sleeve robe. Only an ancient umbrella flowing with glazed colors was seen flying towards the sky with a loud bang. Jiang Chen's heart thumped. This person was really cautious. And you want to test it with a magic weapon?
It seemed unlikely that trying to pit this group of people against the robbery would be possible. However, what made Jiang Han unexpected was that this glazed ancient umbrella wasn't even attacked by the Deluo Yuaning Jie after wandering around in the sky for a while. It even pierced through a portion of the hijacking cloud. Still, it didn't cause a backlash. It gave the appearance that the Deluo Yuaning Jie was weak and could be taken at random. Old 6. Definitely old 6. This Dala Yuaning Jie ghost is very refined. Jiang Chen, who had sworn that he was bound to become the oldest 6, saw through the calculations of this Dao Lord Yuanin robbery at a glance. I'm just playing a pig in a poke. For some reason, Jiang Han had a whimsical thought. It always felt like there was an old 6 who was in charge of the heavenly tribulation hidden behind this great Luo Yuaning tribulation. That did him a favor. A subtle coincidence formed at the moment. God has helped to pit you against your destiny. At this time, Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly, adding fuel to the fire. Old thief. No need to try. I'm just pitting you. The heavenly calamity has been prepared. Please enter the jar. The glazed ancient umbrella struck through the heavenly tribulation. And there wasn't a single movement of the heavenly tribulation. Boy, still want to swindle us? Don't waste your breath. You're so timid and fearful. If you let a group of people kill you, you should be desperate, right? Li Hu sneered. But he did not know that this sentence is in Jiang Han's mind. The surprise came too soon, right? A group of people? Can't wait. The more the better. It meant that it could share the pre-consumption of this old 6th great Luo Yuaning robbery. LOL. For once in life, honesty is rewarded with extreme distrust. What's wrong with the world? The honest one, not trusted. The one who slips through the cracks is seen as a believer, even if it's a lie. The world had finally gone mad into something he didn't recognize. Kill. Li Hu was the first to kill. He was still sitting cross-legged on top of the blood demon wheel, which was still a magic treasure. After all, it was coalesced with his blood, and with burning longevity added to it, it contained a strong attacking and killing power in itself. As Li Hu killed, the other cultivators of the evil extreme sect followed closely behind. Kill Jiang Han first, then slaughter Lu Xin. Without Lu Xin, the first genius of the Green Continent, then the already declining Song Yun sect would only intensify its despondency. At that time, I'm afraid that the Green Continent will no longer have the splendor of the Song Yun sect. 1,000 years of greatness will begin in their hands. At the thought of this, the many cultivators of the evil extreme sect looked uplifted and felt that their blood was going to burn as a result. They hissed loudly and came forward to kill. In a flash, he stepped within the attack range of the Dao Lord Yuaning tribulation. In an instant, an extremely subtle fluctuation instantly enveloped the crowd. That was the unique solemnity of the heavenly calamity. When you come here, it's just like at home. Just lie around casually. No need to be too formal. Jiang Chen grinned. Li Hu's face was blue. He had the strongest cultivation. How could he not sense that heavenly calamity aura? They're locked in. This kid, he's actually telling the truth. Li Hu was remorseful and hurriedly told the evil extreme sect's cultivators to retreat first. He didn't have much time left in his life, so as long as he could kill Jiang Han, he would have no regrets. A large number of evil extreme sect cultivators retreated backward, trying to avoid the range of the heavenly tribulation's attack. They used every means possible. There are burning recluse symbols. There's harnessing the magic bullet. There is the casting of the body. In a short period of time, it rushed across a long distance, however useless. Once you're targeted by the heavenly calamity, you're really locked in. Boom! At this moment, the great Luo Yuaning tribulation that had brewed to the extreme split down. Ink-colored robotic lights gushed with surging mana, almost every one of them comparable to a Yuaning realm powerhouse making a move. Those disciples of the evil extreme sect screamed miserably and turned into robbing dust. As for the elder level, it was a different story, as they screamed miserably twice. Watching this scene, Jiang Han sighed. Man, why do we have to work so hard when we're in a situation where we're going to die? Using means to disappear is nothing more than flashing to move the grave in the end. Chapter 43, I will pave the road to the 9 heavens. Ink-colored heavenly robberies continued to bombard down, and although they were only appetizers, the attacking ability they contained was not weak at all. The great Luo Yuaning tribulation was truly a heavenly rift. Even for geniuses, there were very few who could survive this calamity. Under the ink-colored heavenly tribulation bombardment, the disciples of the evil extreme sect, the elders and so on, none of them were spared. All of them were turned into tribulation ashes. Li Hu, who was sitting cross-legged on top of the blood demon wheel, had his eyes glazed over as he raised his hand to shatter a dozen or so inky heavenly robberies that were flooding in, his expression somber.
I've said there's a heavenly calamity, but you guys still want to come, listen to people and eat your fill. It's a pity you're all backbones.
There was no fluctuation in Jiang Chen's heart. The evil extreme sex desire to kill him had never died.
Naturally, he didn't have to be polite. I didn't want to bully the small with the big, but on the road of cultivation, who dares to say that they had a straight path all the way? It's not your fault that you fell. It can only be said that you messed with an existence that you shouldn't have messed with. Today's death is a matter of time and fate.
Li Hu had an expression that he had already taken Jiang Han.
He slightly lifted his arms and released his own mana, and behind him, the waves were dense, and 3 rows of golden chimes coalesced with a loud bang. There were 9 honors in a row, 27 in all. Above the chimes, intricate patterns were branded. At this moment, these lines glowed in unison, and a leisurely bell cauldron sound rang out, majestic and magnificent.
There is no doubt that the sound alone can kill.
Li Hu stared at Jiang Han, only to his disappointment.
That teenager's face never displayed a trace of panic.
That vibe is very calm. It's not pretend. Rather,
it emanates from within the bones.
Where does this kid's confidence come from? Is there reinforcements? Or is it relying on the sleeping, unconscious Lu Xun, the first genius of the Green Continent?
Li Hu faintly probed the surrounding heaven and earth and did not find any reinforcements.
Kid, come over here to die. See me as if I were a god. Kowtow one step at a time, and I'll give you a hard time. Jiang Chen's expression didn't move,
and at this moment, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. At the first step,
the aura on his body grew crazily.
From the middle stage of foundation establishment,
it instantly skyrocketed to the middle stage of Jiedan.
Li Hu's eyebrows furiously jumped and his mouth slightly opened.
This son is hiding so deeply?
He had been showing himself in the middle stage of the foundation establishment realm, hiding it from everyone in the entire Green Continent.
A moment later, Li Hu calmed down and sneered. It's only the middle stage of Jiedan. It's far from enough. It's better to go to your death obediently. Jiang Chen took his second step.
The sword-shaped scroll quietly appeared in his hand. The biting aura was unconcealed and vast,
just like a torrent.
Li Hu's heart jumped wildly.
What grade of magic treasure is this? Could it be at the level of a king's treasure?
Quite a lot of tricks, but unfortunately, in front of a half-step infant transformation realm powerhouse,
you're still not enough.
Before Li Hu could finish his words, a huge beam of sword light came blasting in to kill him. The heavens and the earth looked like they were about to break open.
Li Hu's face changed slightly, and with the point of his finger, the row of golden bells behind him crossed in front of him.
Dang! The sword light and the golden chimes clashed together. Crisp voices ring out.
Sound waves roll in. The 9 Jiedan in Jiang Chen's body operated together, and his mana surged,
pouring a steady stream onto the sword-shaped scroll.
At this moment, the sword-shaped scroll was frantically swimming in faint light. A hint of immortal power inside was activated.
The spirits of the scrolls were shocked.
What raw mana?
It's not much worse than the half-step infant transformation realm,
right? This kid, he's really getting mysterious.
The speed of cultivation breakthroughs was strangely fast, and the mana reserves were very sufficient.
With the infusion of mana, the 10,000 fierce soldiers reappeared and continuously bombarded the golden chimes.
The clanging sounds were loud and sparks were flying.
With a click, the
entire 9 golden chimes shattered. The golden light dissipated between heaven and earth.
Li Hu's pupils shrunk. This son's mana,
not a single bit of it was like a mid-Jiedan stage.
There is a great tendency to go on and on.
It's just relying on the power of a magic treasure.
I'd like to see just how many more times you can blast out this kind of battle power.
Before the words were finished,
what greeted Li Hu was a second wave of sword light.
Then the third wave. The fourth wave. Not a single pause in between.
Li Hu's expression changed and he was stunned. Was this guy really a mid-Jiedan stage?
Li Hu gritted his teeth and hurriedly used the remaining 2 rows of golden chimes to block himself.
A clanging sound rang out. At first, it could have been a stalemate, but at that moment,
Jiang Han violently raised his sword-shaped scroll and his mana reappeared. A 5th wave, and a 6th wave of sword light followed.
Jiang Chen was just like a relentless hyping machine, without any semblance of exhaustion. Ka!
The remaining 2 rows of golden chimes shattered in response.
Li Hu's body cackled.
Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he fell backward a few steps, but he was stopped hard.
His face was cloudy, and after a pause,
he offered up a party of ancient seals that whistled with the sound of wind and slammed into Jiang Han.
Jiang Chen wasn't spoiled. The 9 Jindans roared, and up and down his body, countless weapons surrounded the ferocious light. Before the ancient seal could smash down, it was crushed away by a torrent of weapons. At this moment, the only thing in Li Hu's heart was shock so thick that it couldn't be any thicker. At that moment, the red aura of Jiang Chen's pupils flickered as he utilized the power of the extreme realm. The extreme realm.
The destructive power that existed when heaven and earth were born. It was an unyielding existence in heaven and earth, but it was hardened and tamed by Jiang Han. The extreme realm was pervasive, invading Li Hu's spiritual platform like running thunder.
Li Hu was also decisive. The first time the forehead bone glowed, sheltering the divine soul. His 7 orifices bled as he sensed a terrifying, all-consuming force scurrying through his divine soul with impunity. Put! Li Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath instantly withered. Jiang Chen took a step forward at this time. The pace seemed slow, but the actual speed was quite terrifying. In just an instant, he arrived at Li Hu's side. Jiang Chen swung his palm high and slapped Li Hu off the blood demon wheel. With a loud boom, the blood demon wheel even exploded under such furious power. Li Hu's face is swollen high, hair fluttering, looks unusually wretched. He looked at Jiang Chen incredulously. Mid-Jiedan stage violently beating him as a half-step infant transformation realm? The man, step by step, but instead of kowtowing, it's a violent beating. The sword-shaped scroll arrived before the tip of Li Hu's nose, and at this moment, Jiang Han only needed to send the sword shaft gently forward, and Li Hu's entire body would have to explode. But Jiang Chen didn't kill Li Hu. I expect you wouldn't dare to kill me. Li Hu sneered. This teenager, in the end, was still afraid of the evil extreme sect. In the face of Li Hu's provocation, Jiang Han didn't respond, but only raised his head and glanced at the great Luo Yuaning Jie. The first wave of the consuming heavenly tribulation of the great Luo Yuaning tribulation had already passed. Right now the second wave is pretty much brewing out. The inky robotic light grew darker and darker. This robbery was completely unconventional, and Jiang Han couldn't guess just how many more waves were left. Kid, kill the old man if you have the ability. I'll go ahead and wait for you and your senior brother down below. The great Luo Yuaning tribulation is a broken path, a heavenly punishment. It's impossible to cross it. Li Hu laughed out loud, but the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. He only saw Jiang Chen raise his hand to strike a piece of golden light, but strangely enough, it didn't kill him, but sealed his whole body's chi gate. Even more so, he squeezed out all the remaining mana within his body. Under Li Hu's incredulous gaze, Jiang Han swung it up. Like a burning stick, it danced in his hand, and then he clasped it with one hand and shook his finger at the heavenly tribulation. Is this using him as a burning stick? You and see how I break this heavenly wrath. I'll renew senior brother's broken path. I'll pave the way to the 9 heavens of Fuya. An indifferent voice rang out. Chapter 44, A white dress shakes the heavens. Boom! A dull sound rang out as an ink-colored heavenly tribulation blasted down. The ink-colored heavenly tribulation split down, just like a slit floating above the dome of the sky. Jiang Chen clasped Li Hu's torso and swung it violently over against the heavenly tribulation. A whirring sound came from his ears, and Li Hu's pupils shrank. This is really dancing around like he's a burning stick. Ha! The knot in his throat rolled, but just couldn't make a single sound. Jiang Chen had sealed his chi gate, and now he, unable to move, was no different from a humanoid weapon. Boo! Under the clash, the heavenly tribulation that blasted down shattered into pieces. The heavenly tribulation fragments fluttered everywhere, and the entire heaven and earth looked like it was colored with ink-splattered landscapes, but it was also accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. It's really a good head. Actually able to block a heavenly tribulation? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. Li Hu inwardly uttered curses, but nay, his whole body was sealed, and not a single sound could be emitted. A half-step infant transformation. He was considered a dignified figure in the Green Continent, but to actually be used as a humanoid spell? This heavenly calamity isn't fierce enough. Dog heavenly Tao, come again. Jiang Chen pointed at the great Luo Yuaning robbery and cursed. The rumbling sound reverberated wildly, echoing between heaven and earth. Li Hu secretly screamed that it was not good. This little brat, really damned you put on a show, but I'm the one who takes the beating? After a thunderous sound, pieces of heavenly tribulation dangled down. Jiang Chen lifted Li Hu over his own head, transforming into a humanoid meat shield. There was a crackling sound, mixed with the sound of breaking bones. Li Hu's breath shriveled up a great deal. He was hanging on to his last breath just to see how Jiang Han would die. The great Luo Yuanin robbery is untouchable, but any person who crosses the robberies will die 10 deaths, which is a heavenly rift. This person actually presumed to help his senior brother to level such a great calamity? It's simply a fire starter. This wave of heavenly tribulation gradually disappeared, and Li Hu was only left with his last breath. The third wave of heavenly tribulation was brewing, and not quite like in the past. the ink-colored tribulation light changed drastically, no longer ink-colored, but pitch black. The entire dome of the sky became furious, and even the clear wind that blew over became austere. Ahem, the great Luo Yuanin tribulation is going to be powerful, and all beings are equal in front of the heavenly Tao's tribulation. Li Hu spat out blood as he spoke, his body was in tatters, and the seal left behind by Zhang Han shattered along with it. So at the moment, he can talk. Jiang Chen looked at the Dalai Yuaning tribulation that was truly showing its power, and instead of having fear in his eyes, he was very excited. He tossed Li Hu aside. The next robbery could not be blocked with this remnant of Li Hu's body. I'm about to die, so I'm holding on to my breath to see how you'll fall. Li Hu's face showed unwillingness. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly, his white clothes hunting. He stood under the dome of the sky, ready to shake the heavenly calamity with just his body. If there was no way out here, then he would kill his way out. If he couldn't even shake these 10 great Yuanin tribulations, then he was even less certain to break the curse of the 10,000 burial tribulation body. The heavenly Tao is irreversible. Li Hu was full of mockery. It was undeniable that Zhang Han's strength did far exceed that of an ordinary mid-Jiedan realm. But so what? In front of the heavenly Tao, it was still a drop in the ocean. Just as he was contemplating, Jiang Chen's body moved forward. The cultivation level of the originally mid-Jiedan stage actually had a rising trend. Although it was slight and not obvious, it was like a suppressed volcano, harboring a terrifying energy inside. Moreover, there were fluctuations in Jiang Chen's body that were familiar to him. Watching Li Hu's eyebrows lightly raised, this kind of waves, could it be the evil god codex? How could an outsider from the Tsongyun sect possess the evil god's code? His gaze was surprised as he looked at the white figure in front of him with a complicated gaze. At this time, Zhang Han was only stepping on the dome of the sky, a white suit shaking the sky. This was the cultivation he remembered. Against all odds, fast and furious. Why should we change ourselves when the heavens don't do what we want? It is this heaven and earth that should be changed. He hated Zhang Han, but envied him all the same. At this moment, a clear sound of a dragon's roar rang out. In the tumbling black clouds, a pitch-black true dragon drilled out, as many as hundreds of them. This is a dragon-shaped heavenly calamity. The biting robbing wind blew and swept down, and the trees, grasses, and other plants of the several large mountains beneath Zhang Han instantly went up in smoke. Hundreds of dragon-shaped heavenly robberies, wrapped in enormous destructive power, blasted down. The sound was piercing and the spiritual energy was boiling. A distance of several thousand feet around Jiang Chen was completely covered by the heavenly tribulation. Watching this scene, the corners of Li Hu's mouth surfaced a hint of a smile. Wanting to shake the heavens with just one body would ultimately be a price to pay. In the next second, however, the corners of his mouth, which had risen wildly, suddenly stopped. Only Zhang Han's dantian saw the faint shadow of 9 golden dawn emerge. It froze him straight away. 9 gold pills? And all 9 are the strongest heaven and earth golden dan? No wonder the battle was so raw. Throughout the long history, there is no such person, right? 9 golden pills. Appalling. The sword scroll spirit finally understood why Zhang Han's mana flowed continuously every time he infused it. Because 1 tops 9. Can this not be fierce? Boom. At this time, Zhang Han thoroughly operated the evil god cannon, and his body's cultivation ushered in an explosion. Late Jiedan stage, peak Jiedan, half-step Yuaning. The evil god's codex was still functioning. Only Zhang Han's cultivation level had been circling around at the half-step Yuaning realm. At this moment, Jiang Chen also vaguely sensed a shackle that seemed to exist within his body. Could it be that the difficulty of the 10,000 burial robbery body to break through the Yuaning realm is not a curse? Rather, the shackles come from within the body? Sensing his rising cultivation level, Zhang Han didn't think much about it and just licked his lips. Now was not the time to think about this. What one should think about now was how to break through the robbery punishment. Soldiers come. Jiang Chen didn't inspire the 10,000 soldiers, but personally carried the sword-shaped scroll and ascended to the sky step by step. The sword-shaped scroll, shaped like a sword, was held in Zhang Han's hand. Just a sword with a somewhat peculiar shape, without any sense of incongruity. A sword slashed horizontally, and monstrous sword light erupted. The oncoming head of true dragon robbing light was instantly torn apart by the sword chi. After his cultivation had skyrocketed to half-step Yuaning, Zhang Han's battle power was incomparable. Not enough to kill. Jiang Chen spoke indifferently, taking a step toward the sky, ascending to kill an immortal. At this moment, the dragon's roar wailed to the heavens and the sword light erupted. Those dragon corpses that were transformed by the robbing light fell down one after another. The dragon corpse was too real, huge in size, covering the sky, flowing with a dark robotic light that looked lifelike. At this moment, he was chopped down without any dignity, just as if there was really a mortal immortal chopping the dragon. Jiang Chen's hair danced, completely unlike a Jiedan realm cultivator. A quarter of an hour later, hundreds of true dragon robber lights were cut down to nothing. The surroundings of Jiang Chen's body were covered in pitch-black fragments of dragon corpses, making him look as if he had stepped out of the darkness. However, Jiang Chen's body radiated a light golden color. The sword shaft in his hand was even more like the Hao Yang, the brilliant aura breaking through the darkness. Even the darkness is thick, but the dawn will break. The sword in your hand is the guarantee that you will never fall. Li Hu looked at this scene with a stunned expression and finally sighed helplessly. There was so much in that sigh. There is regret, helplessness, and worry. No one knew what Li Hu was actually thinking at this moment. However, it was definitely related to Zhang Han. Going against such a genius would definitely be a nightmare for him and the evil extreme sect. This person then dared to cut down even the great Luo Yuaning Jie. Chapter 45, I burned paper money for Tendo. The first wave of the great Luo Yuaning Jie was based on consumption, but instead of consuming Jiang Chen, he used it to kill hundreds of disciples and elders of the evil extreme sect. The second wave of Yuaning robbery used Li Hu, who was at the half-step infant transformation realm, as a meat shield and was unharmed himself. As for the third wave, Zhang Han himself personally struck out, ascending to the heavens, cutting down the robbing dragon. A white coat shakes the heavenly robberies. At this point, the three waves are over, but Jiang Chen's expression was taut as he looked away from the heavenly tribulation without a hint of relaxation. This heavenly calamity was different, possessing a certain amount of spiritual intelligence, like a wily old six who was calculating everything, until the last moment. You don't know exactly how this heavenly calamity will deal with you. Zhang Han vowed to become an old six, and as a qualified old six, he had to remain vigilant against the other old sixes. His intuition told him that the heavenly calamity was definitely not simple. Moreover, the robbing light transformed from inky color to pitch black, and it was vastly different from the usual silver heavenly robberies. The dark clouds above the sky rolled over like an ocean. If one's body were to look across the sky and stand at a higher latitude, one would realize that the robber cloud was extremely vast, one layer stacked on top of the other. There were as many as 9 layers in total. Boom! The first layer of robbery clouds stormed and rolled. Jiang Chen's heart thumped and his eyes flashed. At the same time, the second layer of robotic clouds, the third layer of robotic clouds, the fourth layer of robotic clouds, all the way to the 9th layer of robotic clouds, all of them stormed. A solemnity swam between heaven and earth. The beasts of the mountains hibernate, hiding in caves and shivering. A distant, ancient fear, seared in the bloodline, was slowly reviving. Boom! Black robberies of light drilled out from the 9 layers of robberies clouds, one flooding the dome of the sky and covering it. At this moment, all the robberies moved in unison. The dying Li Hu's pupils shrank, and a trace of fear grew in his heart. If he were to face such a heavenly tribulation at Zhang Han's realm, his heart would inevitably despair, probably scared out of his wits before he even started. But that one white figure, standing across the abyss, his face as calm as a clay sculpture, shaking the 10,000 robberies alone in that one body, that teenager, who had practiced for only 40 years, but the heart and perseverance were no worse than those old monsters who had practiced for hundreds or thousands of years. At this moment, that old 6th grade Luo Yuaning Jie seemed to no longer be hiding, but was preparing to blast with all his might. Zhang Han's mind became more and more alert. Sure enough, among the densely packed robber light, a small portion of the robber light's trajectory was deviated, and at any time, it might change the target of the attack. Noticing the subtle change, Zhang Han was aware of it. This was an intention to secretly blast his eldest senior brother? At this moment, eldest brother had not yet awakened and was completely incapable of fighting back. Any attack could potentially injure eldest brother. Boom! The speed of most of the robbing light skyrocketed, taking the lead in killing Jiang Chen. This was a preparation to hold Zhang Han back, and then the remaining part of the robbing light so that they could kill the main lord, Lu Xun. Unfortunately, it had been detected by Zhang Han long ago. Boom! The sword-shaped scroll detached from Zhang Han's palm and flew in the direction of Lu Xun. With the shelter of the sword-shaped scroll, it was enough to cut down that small portion of the heavenly calamity. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he completely let go of his hands and dealt with the 10,000 sorrows. The golden Jiedan was running, and Jiang Chen's fists were tinted with gold color. He swung his fist toward the sky, his mana gushing out. Ka-ching! The sound of shattering rang out.
A heavenly tribulation shattered in Zhang Han's hands,
crushing into nothingness. Half of it left.
Jiang Chen hardened himself and killed his way through the tide of heavenly tribulation. 10,000 calamities are upon my body,
but my body will not fall. On the other side, the sword-shaped scroll lived up to Zhang Han's expectations, shaking out a torrent of weapons and cutting across his body.
With a supreme and ferocious army, he hardened and separated a pure land to come. Lucian was still sleeping,
but was currently unharmed,
and Zhang Han withdrew his gaze.
At this moment, the heavy clouds began to dissipate, but for some reason,
there was always a wave of uneasiness in Zhang Han's heart. It was as if they were being counted, but it never occurred to me exactly what was wrong.
2/4 of an hour later,
most of the dark clouds in the dome of the sky dissipated,
and the kind of characteristic biting coldness of the heaven and earth cataclysm was gone.
It was reasonable to say that Zhang Han could breathe a sigh of relief,
but the longer it went on, the tighter his nerves became. It's not right. Wasn't the great Luo Yuaning tribulation known as the 10 heavenly tribulations of the Yuaning realm? Isn't it known as the 10 deaths? Although it wasn't considered too easy just now,
it was still too peaceful for Jiang Chen, who was used to seeing life and death crises.
Suddenly, Zhang Han cried out in secret, gazing in the direction of eldest senior brother Lucian, only to see a pitch-black colored robber cloud appear silently behind eldest senior brother Lucian.
Only, looking at the formation was not big,
more like a cloud in the mountains.
But that small piece of pitch-black colored robbery cloud gave Jiang Chen a sense of crisis. It was even denser than when he had just shaken the heavens with his white clothes. This old sixth heavenly robbery has killed a horseback,
and the robbing cloud around senior brother Lucian is its true form.
The heavenly tribulation that was just crossed was just a diversion, only possessing most of the power of the Downlord Origin Tribulation's main body.
Jiang Chen instantly figured it out. How insidious,
dividing most of the power of the main body to split the heavenly robberies,
thus confusing everyone. His own body, on the other hand, hid and retained the energy that would surely kill the robber lord. Like a viper, it kills in the nick of time. The average person, really, would be fooled into reacting. Jiang Chen was the first to react to it this quickly.
With a clench of his teeth, his fingers slightly tapped his torso and his shirt bulged.
In his sleeve robes, a purple body protection talisman flew out, while it burned up. This was his means of body protection,
which had once taken 3 years to refine.
Under normal circumstances, he would never move. But now, in order to keep his big brother, he put up a fight. The body protection talisman was gone, so it could be refined again.
But with big brother gone,
it's really gone. At this moment,
the body protection talisman hissed and burned.
It was a bit of an odd scene. The body protection talisman was like paper money,
especially with the black ashes floating around.
It was even more graphic. Like, I burned paper money for the heavenly way, and after that, I angrily chopped the heavens and did not ask.
The purple talisman completely burned out,
turning into a blessed stream of light that sped away, quickly approaching Lucian. But in the end, it was a step too late. At this moment,
the black robbing light floating behind Lucian had already been brewed. The robbing light was dark and lustrous,
emitting a metal-like biting coldness, bombarding Lucian without reservation.
The power that erupted from it was not much worse than when the 10,000 thunders blasted down in unison just now. Jiang Chen's eyes were glazed over. He had been careless after all,
though his reaction,
which was already considered overwhelming,
still counted as an omission. Just as the pitch-black heavenly calamity was about to blast into Lucian's body, only a faint purple light was seen emanating from Lucian's body. The purple light looked soft, and it didn't seem to have much defense. However, to one's surprise, it actually blocked the ferocious De Luo Yuaning tribulation. The purple chi only surfaced for a moment, and soon it burrowed into Lucian's body and disappeared. Jiang Chen noticed the scene and his pupils shrank.
What's that purple aura? It's like the saints of heaven and earth come with their own purple energy.
Only, now was not the time to ponder on this.
As Jiang Han maneuvered the protecting stream of light to pour over Lucian's body,
then taking a step forward,
his palm slightly clenched, the sword-shaped sword shaft appeared in his hand. An infinite amount of sword light flashed.
He slashed his sword at the great Luo Yuaning Jie's body. At this moment, he was indeed enraged. Chapter 46, It's Seal and Crazy. Jiang Han's nature, always calm, never did anything too radical, unless it touches his backbone. His scales, on the other hand, were the 9th peak, then the Tsongyun sect. Boom! With the pouring of mana,
the immortal blood remaining on top of the sword-shaped scroll emitted a faint luster. It caused the body of the scroll to be tinted with a faint hint of immortal light.
Jiang Han chopped down with a sword with anger. The sword light was unbeatable. and it cut the de luo yuaning jia into two halves. Jiang Chen didn't understand the way of the sword. He just believed in two truths. First, the force is great for miracles. Second, if you can't kill with one sword, then two. Shu. After the collapse, the Dala Yuaning Jia did not dissipate, but instead fled in two directions, one on the left and one on the right. Finally, it converged in midair and refused into a single robotic cloud, and all the way to absorb the broken robotic light. Rapid growth. The range of robotic light spread hundreds of feet. Staring at the scene in front of him, Jiang Chen didn't say a word. Carrying the sword-shaped scroll diagonally, he once again ascended to the sky. Twice, he had shaken the Great Luo Yuaning Jia alone, killing the Great Luo Yuaning Jia and causing it to retreat. The Dala Yuanin robbery, which was known as a heavenly rift, was beaten as if it were a lost dog. Such a formidable battle record. Throughout the long history, only Jiang Han one person, the dying Li, who laughed miserably at this scene. He knew that he was not destined to get what he wanted. This teenager, is he more than raw? It's simply horrible. It was said that the Great Luo Yuaning tribulation was a broken path, a wall that hindered geniuses and demons. But this son came, dressed in white, with a sword shaft, pushing against the wall. When the wall comes down, there is the road. In the thick of unwillingness, Li Hu swallowed his last breath and fell. Boom! On the other side, Jiang Han's muscles flowed with the luster of the heaven and earth Jindan as he took one step in the air, cutting through the golden light in the pitch-black heavens and earth. In a short while, he stood on top of the robbing cloud. This wasn't the first time Jiang Chen had killed on the robbing clouds. When he first crossed the Jiedan robbery, he also looted the heavens in passing, and directly looked at the sword-shaped scroll spirit. With his feet on the robbing cloud, Jiang Han's gaze flickered slightly. This Yuaning tribulation, it seems a bit different. To be more precise, it was the robbing aura that was different and gave people an eerie feeling. Little hijacker, don't run, surrender and lose half, Jiang Chen said indifferently as he held the sword-shaped scroll, running all his mana, ready to strike at any time. These words, if heard by outsiders, would definitely stun a field of eyeballs. Is this a threat to the divine havoc? It was estimated that the Great Luo Yuaning Jia himself was also wondering. I've been chopping ancient demons all my life, and for the first time I've been threatened by someone blocking my doorstep. A low, rumbling thunderclap sounded, as if in response to Jiang Chen's threat, but the Dao Lord Yuaning Jia main body didn't dare to come out. Seeing this, Jiang Han took the initiative to walk towards the depths of the heavenly tribulation. Here more and more dark, cannot see the fingers, naked eyes, soul and other means of detection, have been suppressed. Jiang Chen's face was subdued, and his divine soul was suppressed as it was. Anyway, if something comes close, then fight or die. If you can't beat them, run. He is one of those geniuses who belongs to the category with the least baggage. This Taoist heartbreaking thing was simply not possible with him. It's not because his Taoist heart is hard enough. Rather, he simply doesn't have the heart of the word. He cultivated immortality, not seeking to be the strongest, but only seeking to live forever. In the depths of the heavenly tribulation, the tribulation chi here was getting more and more out of place, and it completely lacked the vastness and fierceness of the heaven and earth's punishment. Instead, it's a bit eerie. But say eerie, right? It doesn't count, either. Retaining a trace of indomitable will. Jiang Han's heart resonates, like seeing a lofty mountain of God, although fallen but the remnants of the body to stand. All in all, the hijacking gas was very odd. There's something eerie and to the point contradictory about it. Jiang Chen encountered such a heavenly calamity for the first time, and he couldn't help but have an extra heart in his heart. But whenever you encounter something wrong, it's usually dangerous. It's always good to be careful after all. A short distance forward, in a shadowy corner, where a bolt of lightning hovered, it was the very essence of the Great Luo Yuaning Jia. Its body wasn't as vast as the robbery cloud outside, only about a palm. At this moment, the Dao Lord Yuaning Jia's body was flickering, as if it was drawing power from nothingness to repair its own body. It's that scent. Jiang Chen stared into the void, his eyes flashing with a hint of extreme power as he tried to see through the truth behind the void. Meanwhile the sword-shaped scroll hummed, ready to strike. You're still a bit fierce right now, and the odds are, let's say, 9 and 1. 9 for my senior brother, 1 for you, but it's not 10 out of 10 after all, if 7-3 is better. The sword scroll spirit froze directly upon hearing these words. Doesn't 9-11 have the best chance of winning? How is it that 7-3 is more secure? This math, who did you learn it from? But the next second, the sword-shaped scroll spirit directly froze.
Only Jiang Chen said indifferently, if you were split into 7 pieces and then sealed into 3, then my senior brother's chances of winning would be 100%.
After saying that, Jiang Han held the sword-shaped scroll and went off with a sword. Brilliant sword light erupted with a primal beauty.
The principle of miracle with power is practiced.
And there is no skill at all. It is all about strength. Boom! The great Luo Yuaning Jia was hit.
It's the only thing that's been chopping people since the beginning of time.
And this is the first time it's been chopped by someone. Bang! The great Luo Yuaning Jia exploded into 7 pieces, and endless robotic light erupted out. Vaguely, it seemed as if some angry roars were coming from the void.
That's the voice of the word. Jiang Chen looked indifferent as he quickly pinched his hand before striking out a piece of ceiling light.
He did not stop and did so 3 times. At this moment, although the great Luo Yuaning Jia still appeared to be a whole, it had actually split into 7 pieces. Not only that, but on top of this cracked 7 pieces, 3 layers of seals were reinforced to prevent this Dala Yuaning Jia from converging again. Its power is sort of greatly diminished. Jiang Chen's move was tantamount to sealing the way. In fact,
the reason he had gone to such lengths was entirely because Lu Shen still had a calamity to overcome.
After all, this was ultimately Lu Shen's own robbery. Moreover, the robber light after crossing the tribulation contained a huge amount of vitality, which could strengthen one's own origin. Without that, the robbery would have been in vain. So, it was a question of how to cross the threshold without injury and still gain the benefits of crossing the threshold. Jiang Chen's solution was to cripple the root of the problem. No, this great Luo Yuaning Jia was crippled by him. You really are a deviant, cultivating the immortals but not honoring the way.
100 pounds of backbones in all realms, and you alone have 99 pounds. The sword-shaped scroll spirit sked.
It's sealing and it's madness, so why should we fear the way of heaven? You can't live without being crazy. Jiang Chen shook his head.
He doesn't think crazy is a pejorative term.
Instead, madness is a state of agitation. All so-called geniuses are actually a little bit crazy and a little bit paranoid.
Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave the place,
suddenly his eyes glazed over. In the void, right where the Tao Lord Yuaning realm had drawn its power just now, there was a crack. Immediately, his mind moved.
A trace of divine soul power drilled in along that little gap.
This drill saw an extremely memorable scene in his life,
very much possessed of visual impact.
Is this the hijack?
Although Jiang Chen's voice was still considered flat,
it was hard to hide the shock in it. Chapter 47, Vanguard Heavenly Tribulation is Corpse Chi.
There was a dry place in the hole,
and behind the slit, it was a chaotic space with a corpse suspended inside. Countless bronze chains were bundled on top of the corpses,
and some of them were even embedded in the flesh and blood.
As the clicking sound made noise, the rolling black corpse chi was squeezed out. These black corpse chi, drifting toward heaven and earth,
fused with some kind of rules,
and transformed into all kinds of robberies.
There were 7 colored robberies,
silver heavenly robberies, and even black heavenly robberies. Jiang Chen had envisioned countless ways of forming a heavenly calamity, but never seen one like this. The plunder under the heavenly Tao of the ancient world is actually corpse chi? Just as Jiang Han was fuming, the chaos boiled over, seemingly revived by a terrifyingly powerful will. Immediately,
the sliver of Jiang Chen's divine soul instantly cracked open. As the divine soul was about to disappear,
Jiang Han saw the corpse suddenly open its eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Very peculiar. No pupils. It was a pair of white eyes with arcane runes branded inside. Vaguely, there seemed to be murmuring. However, the picture ends here. Outside, Jiang Chen's body couldn't help but retreat slightly, his face a little pale. At this moment, the gap in the void had healed. His mind, however,
still could not be calmed for a long time.
I can't imagine that the vast heavenly tribulation under the heavenly vault of the ancient world actually originated from the corpse chi of a corpse. This news, once it got out,
would more than likely shock the world.
Of course, Jiang Han wasn't that high-profile a person. Instead, they keep their secrets in their hearts. What was the origin of that one body? Is this the messenger who controls the punishment for the great Tao and delivers the heavenly calamity?
But, if they were really messengers,
then they shouldn't be treated like this, bound by countless bronze chains and squeezing out necrotic energy. At first glance, it's captivity. But if that was the case, who was the originator behind it? Who could imprison an existence as powerful as this?
The deeper Jiang Chen looked, the more he felt that the water was very deep.
They, the southern Ming continent, were nominally immortal cultivators, but Xian is not visible. The passageway between the immortal and the mortal world is closed. The mortal does not see the immortal,
and the immortal does not see the mortal.
Once one's cultivation had reached the inquisitorial realm, there was no more immortal realm, being stuck at the final step of immortal ascension.
Jiang Han rubbed his bulging temples.
It's too involved.
I'm sure I can't use my brain.
And when I do, it's easy to drain my mind. It's better to lie flat.
Who cares if you are a Taikumist or not? Those things can block his path to the strongest,
but they cannot block his path to immortality.
If he had to choose between immortality and the strongest, he chose both.
Phew!
Jiang Chen let out a light breath and clutched the great Luo heavenly tribulation in his hand before covering it up.
Suddenly, he walked over to Li Hu. This old piker, he died with a grudge.
It could be said that sadness and happiness were not the same, and at this moment, the corners of Jiang Han's mouth were slightly upturned.
A half-step infant transformation realm powerhouse must have quite a few good things on his body.
His palm slightly clenched, and the storage bag at Li Hu's waist flew into his hand.
The curve of his mouth couldn't be suppressed any longer after looking at it. Is this old man that rich? Let's not talk about the spirit stones, at least 5 million,
and the various elixirs by the case.
With these, then cultivating to the late Jiedan realm or even the peak of the Jiedan realm was no longer a problem. There is no rush in the path of cultivation.
But Jiang Chen liked to save for a rainy day and prepare what he needed in advance so that he wouldn't be faced with a panic situation when the time came.
Plotting before you move and hiding your weapon in your body is the supreme principle of heaven and earth.
Jiang Chen looked toward his eldest senior brother,
Lu Xun. At this moment,
eldest brother's physical condition had gotten much better and was about to revive.
Jiang Chen was staggered. Worthy of being the eldest senior brother, he recovered faster than the average person. Moreover, the trace of purple aura on eldest brother's body was particularly odd. It's like the great saint of heaven and earth with purple breath. Big brother has some secrets on him, but he didn't go deeper.
One had to maintain a sense of distance and space.
It was a sign of respect for others. After pondering for a while, Jiang Han waved his sleeve,
raising all the big mountains full of wolves to the ground,
disguising them as a deserted place.
He picked up his eldest brother on his back and swept towards another mountain.
3/4 of an hour had passed, and eldest senior brother Lucian rubbed his drowsy eyes, then held his forehead, as if he had thought of something, and woke up all of a sudden. The 3-foot green blade whistled, and the biting sword aura enveloped this mountain. He remembered that he was still against the enemy. Where's Junior? Lucian's face suddenly changed as he softly called out Jiang Han's name. Upon seeing Jiang Han nearby,
a hint of a smile emerged on his grim face.
Senior brother, it's good that you're okay. A nothing is fine is very bland, but the love of master and brother contained therein. Jiang Han could sense it. Right, where's the enemy? Lucian frowned. When he had beheaded Chu Long just now,
he had also sensed the presence of quite a few powerful auras in the surrounding heaven and earth. One of them must have been aimed at the little master.
Enemy? Jiang Chen pretended to be confused, but in reality, he was trying to figure out how to answer.
Lucian shook his head. Junior brother was still weak and was only in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Therefore, it was simply impossible to sense the presence of other cultivators. Jiang Chen still had a confused look on his face as he said,
"At that time, eldest brother fainted, so I brought eldest brother here to hide. As for what enemy or not, I'm not too sure."
His eyes were sincere.
It gives a sense of boy-next-door innocence, as if he's not yet in the world. The sword-shaped scroll spirit couldn't help but be staggered by the sword-shaped scroll hidden inside the storage bag. This old six, he can really pretend. In his hand, he was still clutching one of the 10 major Yuaning robberies. The Deluo robberies, sealing the heavenly Tao, ransacking the heavens. Why would such a ruthless man have such innocent eyes? Lucian nodded slightly after a little thought. It's the only possibility. With junior brother's strength,
it would be impossible to block an enemy if it really came.
After all, that involved the Yuaning realm. Even a half-step infant transformation.
After slightly sensing the light of the calamity on his body,
Lucian said, "Junior brother, you hide first.
Senior brother might have to cross the calamity."
Jiang Chen hummed,
then put a talisman on his foot and turned into streams of light,
instantly moving away.
Looking at the nervous movements of his junior brother,
Lucian smiled faintly. Junior brother is good at everything,
but he is afraid of death.
A bit lazy and doesn't want to practice. The bottom line that they, the ninth peak, the Tsongyun sect, could give Jiang Chen was that even if their cultivation was humble, there was still someone behind them. The Tsongyun sect was Jiang Han's backer, the great Luo Yuaning hijacking. Lucian took a deep breath.
This tribulation was known as the terminal heavenly tribulation of the Yuaning realm,
and it wasn't that easy to cross,
and he was ready to fight for his life. For the sake of the Tsongyun sect,
for the ninth peak, and for junior brother. He could not fall. Otherwise, if he, the first genius of the Green Continent, was really gone, the entire Tsongyun sect would be dramatically shaken. Hijack it. Lucian clenched his teeth and took the initiative to release the sealed light of the calamity on his body, trying to trigger the heavenly calamity. Yet the sky was no different. Crap! There's a delay. At this time, Zhang Han hurriedly released the Downlord Yuan Yinju that was clutched tightly in his hand. When he was about to let it go, he even patted its robotic body, as if he were letting his own dog go. Chapter 48, Can I Move Yet? The great Luo Yuaningjia's original body glanced backward at Zhang Han in extreme fear. The guy himself killed to the heavens and helped make it a 3-7. The body cracked in 7 pieces, and 3 additional strong seals were added. Such a character, raw and fearless, an immortal would have to be terrified at the sight of it. However, this calamity had almost become refined. Knowing that the reason why Zhang Han didn't kill it was because he wanted it to help that original calamity master to complete the final hurdle of the calamity. Whether or not we can return to the heavens alive depends on whether or not this mission can be accomplished. The great Luo Yuanin tribulation left Zhang Han's hand and appeared above the dome of the sky in an instant. As soon as he appeared, heaven and earth gave birth to a sensation, and the sound of whimpering winds suddenly rose, and pitch-black dark clouds grew out of the clouds. The robbery clouds overlapped one on top of the other. There were 9 in total, and the dark lightning crackled and sliced through the sky, which seemed to be very loud and powerful. But in fact, only the first weight is slightly capable of attacking, and the others are just holding up the stage and going through the motions. For this robbery, the questioner was Zhang Han, the examiner was Zhang Han, and as for the candidate, it was eldest brother Lu Shun. With Zhang Han cutting down the robberies and sealing the Tao, the dominant power that originally belonged to the heavens was stripped away by Zhang Han. The sword-shaped scroll spirit looked at Zhang Han, more and more determined to follow this person's heart. Once you've made friends, there's something you really want to do. Moreover, this son's talent could be said to be not weak at all, and in the future, it could not be said that he could really break the curse of the southern brightness continent and thus become an immortal. The body of Nanming blasted open the long dusty immortal path that no one had ever set foot on in the past 10,000 years. The great Luo Yuan Ing hijacking. Sensing the oppression from the nothingness, Lucian softly chimed, unconsciously gripping his green dragon sword in his hand. He may not return once he's gone for this journey. The great Luo Yuaning tribulation was known as the Wrath of Heaven, so he naturally knew the ferocity of it. Boom! Boom! At this time, before the great Luo Yuaning Jia moved, the sound of the Tao breaking through the air rang out. The Tsongyun sect's second peak master led the Tsongyun sect's many disciples to arrive. Zhao Yi and Zhao Mengai from the central continent came here with their immortal gourds. Kong Li followed close behind, speeding through the mountains as the ground shook. Seeing this group of people, Zhang Han's heart was warmed. He hadn't expected that the news of the Piaui sect's mutiny would stir up 1,000 waves with a single stone in the Tsongyun sect. Many elders and fellow students had come out to support him. The Tsongyun sect is too protective. In the face of great events, other things are put aside for the moment. First of all, make sure that your own disciples absolutely cannot be aggrieved. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. It was fortunate that he had cleaned up the Dala Yuaning robbery in advance, or else his strength would have been exposed and could not be hidden. The realm havoc was particularly odd. It's not like a strong person with a high cultivation level came and leveled out. For example, in the case of the De Luo Yuaning tribulation in front of him, if a strong person of the infant transformation realm intervened, it would be very likely to stimulate the evolution of this tribulation. By that time, let alone helping someone to cross the river, he himself would be a mud sculpture. Unable to protect himself, the second peak master let out a long breath after seeing that Zhang Han was fine, but then he turned a stern face and was about to give a lecture. Second senior brother Kong Li's palm, which was holding the sacred book, suddenly probed in the direction of Zhang Han's ear. Senior sister Zhao Mengai first let out a long breath, then crossed her arms and her cherry mouth slightly opened. Seeing this, Zhang Han secretly screamed that it was not good. It's ready to teach him a lesson. Elder, senior brother, senior sister, I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Jiang Chen's body couldn't help but retreat. You're wrong in that the first time you realize something's wrong, don't think about the clan mission and run away first. Quests can be done anytime, but when people die, they're gone. The second peak master was still prepared to give a lecture. Jiang Chen's face changed slightly as he hurriedly diverted his attention. Otherwise it's going to be a rant. You guys don't talk about me for now. Eldest senior brother is in the middle of a tribulation. When these words came out, the second peak master slapped his head. Right, I forgot about this. Lucian was still in the midst of his tribulation. The main thing was that this kid, Jiang Han, was so lazy that one had to want to lecture him. After Jiang Han reminded them of that, the crowd's gazes fell towards the mountaintop, above the figure holding a green blade. The only exception was Zhao Yi, who instead sized up Jiang Han. After scrutinizing it for a long time, he shook his head slightly. Sure enough, it was only a mid-foundation establishment cultivation. Such a cultivation level was not even eye-catching in the small green continent, let alone in the talent-rich middle continent. I just don't know why this kid has so many spirit stones to buy forbidden formations. He had suffered a lot at the hands of this person. An expert at the early infant transformation realm was defeated one after another, and was even pummeled by the formation. After slightly glancing at Jiang Han, Zhao Yi's gaze fell on the sky dome. A change occurred on his always bland face. The great Luo Yuan-ing hijacking. At the moment, he could no longer remain subdued. To be able to trigger the great Luo Yuan-ing tribulation proved that this person's talent was enough to defy the heavens. But it was a pity that he was envied by the heavens. This robbery is notoriously powerful. The faces of the Songyun sex people wore a strong look of gravity. They all knew the terror of the great Luo Yuan-ing tribulation. This is a heavenly calamity that exists in the ancient books. Who can face it? Who can shake it? No matter how brilliant you are, in the end, it's just a shovelful of dust. At this moment, the second peak master violently crushed the jade pendant in his hand and sent out a soul thought. He asked the first peak master to do whatever it took to bring in the Songyun sex saint weapon to assist him in a short period of time. Something mustn't happen to Lucian. In fact, he had no idea in his heart whether the Songyun sacred artifact would be able to preserve Lucian. After all, this was the great Luo Yuan-ing tribulation. Looking at the sky's dome of dark fog, and the suppressed black lightning, Zhao Mengdai even lost the color of blood on her pretty face. She tugged on Zhao Yi's sleeve robe, her voice carrying a hint of pleading. Please also ask Elder Zhao Yi to make a move. Zhao Yi shook his head and replied, it's not something I can do just because I want to. The higher the cultivation level, the easier it is to be tainted by the karma of the heavenly tribulation. It's possible that, instead of helping him, it could harm him. This calamity is only up to him. Zhao Yi sighed. Renewing the broken road and binding the dragon could only be described as a fantasy. At those words, Zhao Mingdia's beautiful eyes became more and more anxious. What then? Is there really no solution? We can only rely on Lucian? What if there's an accident? Everyone was worried. With the exception of Jiang Han. He's the examiner. What are you afraid of? A robbery? It's just a walk in the park. The ending is already written. Brother Lucian has a hard background. After a period of storing up his strength, Lucian finally adjusted his state to the best. A hint of surprise surfaced in his eyes. It's strange. If he doesn't move, this heavenly calamity doesn't move either? Waiting for him to strike first? In fact, it was hard for the Tao Lord Heavenly Havoc's own body to hold back. With its old 6 character, it can endure? If it was possible, it would have been a long time ago without a greeting, holding the endless thunder and lightning bombarded and split. But now that it was divided by Jiang Han in 3 or 7, he naturally had to look up to others and watch their faces. It didn't dare to slash without authorization if Jiang Chen didn't give the word. Boom! At this time, Lucian moved. A green dragon sword light shone out with unyieldingness, crashing into the sky. Brilliant sword intent stirred the 9 heavens. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. The 9th level sword chi transformation? This son's talent for sword Dao is truly frightening. As for that Jiang Han, compared to his senior brother, it was like a heaven and a hell. Jiang Han is by no means a good match, but this big brother, however, is quite good. They were all from the same clan, even from the same master. So why was the difference in strength so great? The green dragon sword light was pointed straight at the great Luo Yuan-ing Jia, but at this moment, the Dala Yuan-ing tribulation only had a rumbling sound, and the tribulation light was attracted but not released. Its afterglow glanced at Jiang Han if anything. It's like asking, can I move? It didn't even dare to pout without Jiang Han's command. Chapter 49, it's over before it's begun? Can I move yet? Pout a little. Change your position. You have to ask Jiang Han. Who would have thought that the Dala Yuaning robbery, being the nightmare of all Yuaning realm cultivators in the world, would actually have such an undignified scene? In fact, the great Luo Yuaning hijack itself was helpless. It fought, but couldn't be beaten. It also ran through and was eventually caught and ended up in an even more dismal state, getting a hard-on for a 3 and 7. Who knows if Jiang Han will kill it next time it acts without authorization? To this ruthless man, it was not impossible to seal the Tao, kill the Tao, or even destroy the Tao. What is the way of heaven? It does not know. It is just a kind of robbery born in heaven and earth, which accidentally awakens some spiritual wisdom. If it was crushed to death, it was not known whether the avenue would come through for it. It understands hijacking, similar to a battering ram, hanging under the institution of heaven and doing the most exhausting and dirty work. Mortals who cultivate immortality and are struck by a heavenly tribulation will only complain about the tribulation, not about the laws of the great Tao behind it. If the great Luo Yuaning Jie's mind like this was known by Jiang Han, he would definitely be moved. A direct hand grabbed it and refined it in a moment. Has the apocalypse become a spirit? Such a spiritually intelligent heavenly calamity is a great material for making magic treasures. Seeing that Zhang Chen was still unresponsive, the great Luo Yuaning Jie once again emitted a thunderous sound and made a second inquiry. At that moment, Zhang Chen nodded slightly, acquiescing that the great Luo Yuaning Jie could make its move. Boom! Immediately, the great Luo Yuaning tribulation blasted out a black piece of tribulation light. Boo! The sword chi and the black robber light collided together, and roaring sounds continued to resound as waves of sound shook the heavens and earth. However, the green dragon sword light was clearly superior. The sword clanked and broke through the pitch-black robotic light, and chopped all the way to the vicinity of the body of the great Luo Yuaning Jie. The great Luo Yuaning hijacker pretended to be alarmed and transformed into a black light, disappearing all the way away. Moreover, it took the initiative to collapse the 9 heavy robbery clouds, making it look as if it had collapsed under Lucian's sword. Jiang Chen looked odd. The traces of this Dala Yuaning robbery's performance were too heavy. Although he was the examiner and Lucian was the relation, but it's still more or less fake, only poorly. However, the Zongyun sect's group of people were kept in the dark and really couldn't see it. Because of Lucian's strength, he definitely stood at the top of the young generation. Many disciples of the Zongyun sect looked at the elder and asked in a low voice if the great Luo Yuaning tribulation had begun. When they saw the embarrassed looks on the faces of the several elders, they understood that it was indeed as they had expected. The apocalypse has not begun, but has ended. The rumored top 10 Yuaning tribulation was actually scared by senior brother Lucian's single sword chop? This sword, from the earth, falls beside the great way. Ongoing cries of alarm rang out. They had thought that the great Luo Yuaning tribulation would be very tricky, and no more. They might have to be seriously injured. The second peak master was even so nervous that he crushed his voice transmission jade talisman and asked the first peak master to invite the Zongyun sacred artifact. Of course, it's not that it's bad for the apocalypse to end quietly. Rather, they were prepared to expect the worst. But it turned out surprisingly well, and now everyone is dumbfounded. Boom! At this moment, 3 drops of golden liquid dripped down from nothingness. Crystalline and glistening, it echoed with the sound of rumbling avenues. Lucian's face showed joy and he hurriedly caught it with his hand. The heavenly calamity is a calamity and a creation. Having survived the terrifying heavenly tribulation, there is naturally something to gain. This golden liquid, after swallowing it, would allow for the washing of the physical body, and it would also greatly benefit cultivation. Zhang Chen stared at the drops of golden heaven and earth manna with a grave expression. He knew that the great tribulation of heaven and earth was all formed by the corpse chi of that mysterious corpse. It's very diabolizing. However, after careful observation, Jiang Han realized that the golden liquid only contained majestic aura, and there was no mixing of other so-called corpse chi, but it could be used for cultivation. After all this, the Tao Lord Yuaning Jie body looked at Jiang Han if anything, as if asking if he could go. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. After receiving an affirmative reply, the Tao Lord Yuaning Jie froze for a moment. Then, regardless, he directly scattered and ran wildly, drilled into the clouds, and instantly dissipated into heaven and earth. Many people saw this scene and they looked odd. The robbery of the 10 extinctions actually ran away in ashes like this? The ass-kicking looked like the cheer that comes when you've been beaten out of the shadows and learn that you don't have to take a beating and you can go. Ha! Zhao Yi frowned straight up. How was it that before that Tao Lord Yuaning Jie's original body left, it wasn't fearful of Lu Shen, but rather fearful of a certain direction on the ground? He looked in that direction. Finally his eyes slowly fell on a bright young boy. Jiang Chen? This inert-to-the-bone mid-foundation establishment cultivator? Immediately, Zhao Yi shook his head. It should be an illusion. Would the great Luo Yuaning Jie be afraid of an uneducated teenager? At this moment, the sound of breaking air rang out. A blue Dao-robed old man held a duster in his left hand and a burning furnace pot in his right hand as he came through the clouds. I'm coming. Don't be afraid. This blue Dao-robed old man was none other than Zongyun sect's first peak master, Jin Yuren. The whistling wind blew, and instead of going out, the fire of the furnace became more and more exuberant. Strangely enough, The embers had no source of ignition and just flourished for a long time. Dao fire? Zhao Yi's gaze stared, tightly scrutinizing that one furnace cauldron, and a slight surprise appeared on his face. The cauldron looks a bit familiar. The shape, and even most of the details, were extremely similar to the heavenly dragon tripod of the Dao Lin sect from the central continent. The only difference was that the heavenly dragon cauldron of the Dao Lin sect in the middle continent was carved with the totem of the dragon of the patriarch. There were even rumors that the Dao Lin sect's heavenly dragon cauldron's cauldron fire was an indestructible cluster of heaven and earth Dao fire. Surprise flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes. Fake or imitation? It's the only possibility. After all, it couldn't be that the heavenly dragon cauldron of the Dao Lin sect in the central continent was a fake, could it? At this moment, Jin Yuren arrived with a stovepipe in hand. But the gods froze. The sky is clear here. How does it look like a half-dozen tribulations? He looked towards the second peak master. On the side of the summoning jade talisman, he made the matter extremely serious, and looked as if he was waiting for him to plunge in to save the day. And now that he had invited that Song Yun's sacred weapon, he found himself a bit cold. You're late, the second peak master said. Coming late? Could it be that Lucian has? Sadness flashed in Jin Yuren's eyes. However, the afterglow soon met Lucian, who was a dragon spirit and held the mana of heaven and earth in his hands. The second peak master coughed dryly, knowing that Jin Yuren had misunderstood. Immediately, he explained, "You are indeed too late. That great Luo Yuaning robbery has escaped." Ran away? Kim Yuan frowned. He knew that it was impossible for a heavenly tribulation to fall away unless it encountered a great terror. But what exists in heaven and earth that can make even a heavenly calamity feel terrifying? That sword of Lucian's is truly amazing. The sword intent rushes into the clouds. The Deluo Yuaning Jia probably doesn't dare to take a hard hit. After a moment's pause, the second peak master nodded his head in praise. The others nodded in acquiescence. Only Jiang Chen knew the reason for this. He lifted his head and looked at the sky, his eyes wandering a bit. He had his own considerations as to why he had let go of the Dao Lord Yuan in Jiujia instance. Within his own body, he had 8 heaven and earth golden pills and 1 extreme realm golden pill. If he really breaks through, he will face the most terrifying heavenly tribulation of all time. Those horrifying Yuaning robberies that normally only existed amongst the ancient texts would surely make a collective appearance. It goes without saying how horrible the scene will be when it happens. Ordinary heavenly robberies were not qualified to get involved at all. So then it would be better to let go of the great Luo Yuaning Jia and keep its essence intact. With that old 6 as an internal counterpart, it would definitely be a lot easier for him to link up the inside and outside when he crossed the threshold. Chapter 50, The Evil Extreme Sect has such a capable person? Throughout the ages, various kinds of the strongest heavenly robberies had appeared in unison, reflecting the same heavenly dome. Such a scene can be shocking, but if you don't have enough strength, if a random robotic light splits down, you will really become a shovelful of robotic dust. In fact, the heaven and earth tribulation was not considered the most tricky in terms of Jiang Han. What was truly tricky was the physical shackles hidden within the body of the 10,000 burial robbers. 10,000 burial robbing body. These 4 words contained great terror, and quite exceptional. Searching through the ancient books and tracing the long history, there was no reference at all. As if he was an alien to this heaven and earth. Alien, seemingly idiosyncratic, seemingly forced. But the repercussions of true deviation are not something that ordinary people can endure. All in all, it's a long way to go. But for this, Jiang Chen had long been accustomed to it. He might be considered, among the ranks of geniuses, the one who has suffered the most blows and has been able to carry them the most. 8 times he had conjured the Dan. 8 times he had dispersed his power, hiding under the shadowy tomb, relying on drawing on the tomb chi to suppress the burial chi from his own body. It's now the 9th time, and there's no telling if it will work. If his cultivation experience was exposed, he would surely be envied by many. 9 jindans in your body? Very human to attain. But who knows the pain behind it? If a supreme celestial pride were to retrace his path, surely none of them would be able to come out with the same splendor. Who can endure the terror of 8 major blows? Of life and death floating in uncertainty? Of course, Jiang Han didn't have any complaints, because it's his life. It was meant to be, so the road was just meant to be. Others lay flat, at best, and step in place, but it's killing him if he lies flat. As Lucian successfully crossed the tribulation, the tense looks of the Tsongyun sect's elders and disciples eased a little. Just as he was about to reprimand Jiang Han, Jin Yuren, the second peak master, then noticed the old man beside Zhao Mengdai. That was the cultivation fluctuation of the infant transformation realm. Zhao Yi was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. Your Excellency, this furnace cauldron, it looks a bit familiar. I have to say, it really is too similar. It was exactly like that heavenly dragon cauldron of the Dao Lin sect, regardless of the Dao rhythm or the type. Aside from the fact that the body of the tripod was not branded with the true dragon of the patriarch, it was simply the heavenly dragon tripod itself. If he hadn't known that the Dao Lin sect was one of the largest sects in the central continent, no one would have been able to steal the heavenly dragon cauldron. I'm afraid that at this moment cannot help but crazy suspicion. In front of the eyes of the stove tripod is real. Oh, you're talking about this cauldron. Ha! One of my Songyun sect's holy weapons. The only thing it has going for it is that the attack power is a bit strong. The furnace cauldron that Jin Yuren was holding in vain in his hand slowly rotated. The luster on the body of the tripod shimmered and flowed with inexplicable Dao rhythms. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. It really was too similar. Fakes can be so real, enough to pass for the real thing. But it had never been heard that between the Songyun sect and the Dao Lin sect, there was any connection that didn't lead to the sending of forgeries. Forcing back his inner shock, Zhao Yi opened his mouth and asked, I wonder what the name of this tripod is. Carousel. Kim Yuin spoke up. Zhao Yi looked odd. What kind of crap name is this? It completely ruined the mystery and majesty of this furnace cauldron. Is it really called a carousel? Still a little less convinced, he inquired once more in an uncertain tone. What kind of name is that? It's too much of a drop. This is a revolving tomb horse. Do you want to go inside the cauldron and have a seat? Jin Yuren laughed slightly, emphasizing the word tomb. This grave is not a wood. Zhao Yi waved his hand to refuse. This would finally be understandable. And he looked a little odd. Good lord, are you even that sloppy with names? But it's quite fitting. The grave is also dead. Zhao Yi watched carefully for a while, and finally withdrew his gaze in embarrassment. This shouldn't be the Dao Lin sect's heavenly dragon cauldron. After all, that kind of treasure, once lost, the entire middle continent would have to be shaken dramatically. How could it be in the hands of a small Songyun sect? Jin Yuren looked at Zhao Yi. A trace of confusion flashed across his face as he asked, after chatting for so long, I still don't know who your excellency is? Central Continent Zhao family, Zhao Mingdia's elder. Zhao Yi cupped his fists and replied. Although his cultivation had already turned infantile, he still knew the manners he should know. Moreover, these two peak masters of the Songyun sect were not weaker than him. There was still a hint of it, a mystery he couldn't see through. The three of them exchanged pleasantries and stopped talking. At a cultivation level like theirs, they were bent on the great Tao and were only intoxicated with cultivation. As for the human condition, none of them are good at it, and they don't care. So the three were facing each other, eye to eye, and it wasn't awkward at all. It seemed like a normal way to talk. At this time, Zhao Mengdai ran over and pulled Zhao Yi to another corner. The two whispered, not knowing what they were talking about. Zhao Yi's eyes showed hesitation, and after some weighing, he finally nodded. This little tidbit went unnoticed, because at this moment, everyone's attention fell on Lu Xun. At this moment, Lu Xun had taken the mana of heaven and earth, and his cultivation level was completely stabilized at the early stage of the Yuaning realm. Without a doubt, Lu Xun was worthy of the title of the first genius of the Green Continent. Of course, Zhang Han was not involved in the settlement ranking. However, there shouldn't be many people who could match a cultivation level like Zhang Han's. It's already anticlimactic for the Green Continent to produce one. Alright, the class will return to the clan. Lu Xun, remember to keep a good eye on this little senior brother of yours. And calmly, you've been reading the Confucian scriptures for so many years. It's time to teach your senior brother properly. Jin Yuren's head was full of black lines, worrying over Zhang Han. It was really the first time he had seen one that was so lazy that he was unwilling to cultivate. All in all, Zhang Han was either lying flat or on his way to lying flat. The second peak master also had a headache. After those of them sit down and die, will there be anyone left to help Zhang Han out? If even the Songyun sect was gone in the future, then jerks like Zhang Han would certainly have a miserable end. Jin Yuren asked the other elders to lead a team to protect Lu Xun, Zhang Han, Zhao Mengdai and the others back to the clan. And with that, Zhao Yi paid his respects, very dashingly, and left in his immortal gourd. Zhang Chen watched with a burst of envy. Ah, the infant change realm. It was a pity that he hadn't even broken through his Yuaning yet, but that day is not far off. This time, he was bound to break the Yuaning curse and open the most chaotic and heaven-defying Yuaning tribulation in history. After the many Songyun sect disciples left, Jin Yuren led the second peak master to other places. They were aimless, like they were seafaring for something. They clearly sensed a half-step infant transformation realm expert from the evil extreme sect. But why was the breath suddenly gone after a while? It's amazing. It's as silent as dead. Elder Jean, has it ever felt strange that evil extreme sex half-step infant transformation, as you call it, is that capable of hiding? It even fooled both of us.
The second peak master frowned. It really was as good as dead,
with no breath emanating from it at all.
Such a means of hiding was truly heaven-defying.
I can't imagine that the evil extreme sect has such capable people. Jean Yurin couldn't help but praise. However, a moment later, his expression reshaped into seriousness, and a cold aura rushed out of his eyes. Hunting that kid Jiang Han, the evil extreme sect must have had some involvement. Humph. The Tsongyun sect, won't spare him lightly. Chapter 51, Crazy Master. Dishonorable becoming immortal? Don't look at the fact that Jiang Han's status in the Tsongyun sect was not high on weekdays, and he was often reprimanded by various elders. But in reality, many of the elders' intentions were just to let Jiang Han rise quickly, like one's own children.
One can scold them as one pleases, but if it were anyone else, but if they dared to move a finger, they would let the other party know what it meant to protect their calves.
Right now, the evil extreme sect actually sent out a half-step infant transformation realm powerhouse.
This was a clear indication that he wanted to completely kill Jiang Han.
Moreover,
they knew why Jiang Han had offended the evil extreme sect.
It's still not for the glory of the clan. This was the equivalent of, on top of the reverse scales, touching their reverse scales, the haze in the eyes of the second peak master was thick, and a killing opportunity flashed by. The Tsongyun sect had been silent for too long. Any demon or devil would dare to come and take a pinch. And an extremely nasty precedent was set. The hatred between two clans, the existence of the level of elders and above, could not make fun of each other's disciples.
This was the consensus of the Green Continent, and even the entire southern Ming continent.
Without such a consensus, the entire southern Ming continent would be in chaos. Today you kill my disciples, tomorrow I'll block your door, secretly hunting the disciples of the other clan. In the long run, no matter what kind of heavenly pride, there is no possibility of rising again, because how do you rise when you can't even live?
Both men carried a solemnity about them.
Obviously, the evil extreme sect's egregious incident of hunting Jiang Han had shaken them all to the core. It was good that the evil extreme sect finally retreated and did not succeed.
It was probably because they looked at their Tsongyun sect's great strength and were afraid that things would be exposed.
So they knew what to do and retreated. Otherwise that stupid kid Jiang Han will live or die.
In the midst of their contemplation, they passed a large hill. The two of them frowned as they were now in the air,
lowering their heads and looking at their feet. It was deserted. The barren landscape spread for hundreds of feet,
but the rest of the place, with its dense forests, was in stark contrast.
It's a bit odd here,
the second peak master said carelessly.
Immediately, he heatedly laughed. Elder Jean, do you think that the half-step infant transformation powerhouse from the evil extreme sect that we've been searching so hard for could be right here? Jean Yuren didn't say anything,
just dispersed his soul thoughts and then shook his head.
The second peak master also sensed it,
and there was indeed no scent of a living person, unless that capable person from the evil extreme sect had killed himself in order to hide. But such behavior is nothing less than cutesy.
The two left between shaking their heads. I don't know. Li Hu is not hiding here,
but fell here.
Back at the ninth peak, Jiang Han laid down flat at the first opportunity.
With his hands resting behind him, he lay on the rock that he had remodeled with his own hands, like a jade bed. That leisurely appearance was like a high immortal who had attained the way. Seeing this, Kong Li hated it and he brightened his voice, ready to give a good lecture. Having read through the Whirligig for many years,
he can be considered half a sage,
with a long list of great truths.
Don't think he's strong, but it's not muscle, it's all knowledge. Now Kong Li can be full of expression, but just as he was about to speak,
his mind went blank.
Suffered. All these years, just focusing on reading the content of the book. That's not even a little bit of memory. The great truths in the book, like his troubles, were gone as soon as he woke up from a nap. Surely knowledge, like his good looks, could not coexist.
Looking at his second senior brother's scratchy face,
Jiang Han couldn't help but be amused.
Kong Li tried several times to bite the words, but still remained intermittent.
Hard to say a complete sermon. Damn it.
I ate 10 extra drawers of buns last night and lost all my knowledge,
Kong Li said a little embarrassed. After a quick pause,
he subconsciously asked,
Senior brother, what are we going to eat later? Just after saying it,
the whole person froze, and in order to maintain the positive image of his second senior brother,
he hurriedly gave a dry cough. I mean, what are your plans? Laying flat like this isn't the way to go after all. Where's the fun in lying down? It's better to cultivate. Don't waste these great young years.
At those words, Jiang Han stretched his back. He has the capital of laziness.
Cultivation? Below the Yuaning realm, he did not have any cultivation bottlenecks at all. Plus, his cultivation had only just broken through. If he made another breakthrough, he would be prone to unstable foundations, and the loss would outweigh the gain. Second senior brother. What do you think people cultivate for? Naturally, it's for the sake of longevity. Naturally, it's for the sake of being invincible, and then leisurely spending 10,000 ancient years, sleeping peacefully, and fishing for a taiku immortal fish. Now, then, am I not enjoying this? Jiang Chen's gaze was clear. Kong Li froze for a moment. It's kind of funny, going around in circles and coming back to square one. It's better to start off lying at the beginning. After laughing a bit, Kong Li chose to lie down on the rock with Jiang Han. Together, we basked in the sun and looked at the white clouds in the turquoise sky. Lying down, Kong Li's tense nerves relaxed and assumed a state of relaxation. Recently, he had gone through a lot of trouble in order to break through to half-step Yuaning, but for some reason, the mind was so distracted that it never worked. This made him more and more agonized. After Jiang Han said that, his mind was enlightened. Before long, Kong Li fell asleep. The grunts were earth-shattering, the sound waves forming substance and possessing a certain degree of lethality. The rocks around them shivered and cracked like a spider's web. Even some of the smaller rocks directly exploded into pieces and floated away. Jiang Chen thumped inwardly, his body retreating. Good fellow. It's simply condescending for second senior brother not to go cultivate divine abilities like the golden lion's roar. Of course, Jiang Han just silently covered his ears and retreated to the side. Willingly enduring the torment of his eardrums, he was on the sidelines to protect the path for his second senior brother. In fact, he had long since seen that there was a problem with his second senior brother's cultivation. Just now it was a deliberate attempt to lead. This Han Yu, looking big and looking borderline, but the enlightenment is still good. A little bit goes a long way. A little bit of enlightenment. Jiang Chen watched while applying techniques to help his second senior brother channel his depressed meridians and the like. This sleep. 3 days passed. Only then did the second elder brother leisurely open his sleepy eyes as he stretched out in great comfort. Cool. After a good night's sleep, it felt like the thoughts were much more clear. Suddenly, Kong Li was surprised to find that his cultivation had actually smoothly broken through to the half-step Yuaning realm. Obviously, he did nothing and broke through to half-step Yuaning? Could it be that he's really an immortal cultivation wizard? It's kinda possible. Before following the 9th peak master, Yi Zifen, he had had a master. Just a little crazy. The madman's master said something about how he was bound to become immortal in the future. It's just not a very honorable way to become immortal. That tickled his curiosity. Become immortal? This is a great thing that shocked the ages. How many heavenly prides throughout the ages had difficulty in becoming immortal and got stuck in the last step? He became immortal. This can be honorable. That page of the genealogy will have to start with him from now on. Where's the dishonor in that? But no matter how much he pressed, the mad master was unwilling to say more. Finally, after he had been attacked with a meal of fine wine, it finally came out. The lunatic master was drunk and said that in the future there would be an immortal father who would kick him into the immortal realm with 1 foot. Chapter 52, Knocking my head into the ground. In the southern bright continent, the immortal road had been completely closed. How hard is it to become an immortal? Many old monsters spoke bluntly, saying that the questioning tripod realm was already the pinnacle of cultivators, and that such beings as immortals might no longer exist in the world. The future immortal emperor, kicking him into the middle of the immortal realm with 1 foot? This does seem a bit dishonorable, but really, it's not impossible. Fairy. Not to mention kicking 1 foot in, it's not impossible to gouge him in with 1 finger. Of course, this matter Kong Li had always dismissed as the crazy words of a crazy master. The words of a madman are not to be trusted, and now that the chaotic world is in flux, and Buddha doesn't even ferry poor people, why would a real immortal level powerhouse ferry you? It is better to trust in the illusion of drift and pray to the immortal father to ferry you. Then it is better to strengthen yourself and ferry yourself in the chaotic world. Congratulations senior brother for taking a half-step to Yuaning. Jiang Chen rushed at Kong Li and cupped his fists. Kong Li scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Congratulations on what? It's not like you're immortal. Jiang Chen smiled and said, with senior brother's natural talent, breaking the curse of heaven and earth to become an immortal isn't a matter of hand to mouth? This day is not far away. Suddenly, Kong Li's eyes flashed with some sadness. A mortal's life is but 100 years. A cultivator's life, though long, is still limited. With junior brother's talent, becoming an immortal is as difficult as climbing into heaven. I'm only afraid that one day, they'll still be alive, but Jiang Han will have become a small mound of dirt on the ground. What's wrong with elder brother? Jiang Chen could tell that something was wrong with the big-headed Hanyu in front of him. Kong Li secretly wiped his slightly moist eyes and squeezed out a smile. No, it's just a bit heartbreaking to think that in the future, senior brother will also die of old age. Jiang Chen's heart felt like it had been hit by something. Some heartache, some warmth, and some emotion. Elder brother sought immortality relatively late, although there was nothing good to eat. But my old man would not let me starve. When I was 11 or 12 years old, elder brother had grown as strong as an ox, taller than my father. But the good times didn't last long, and the next winter, my father died. And when I knelt down to kowtow at my father's grave, I realized that even though I had knocked my head into the dirt, my father still wasn't as tall as I was. It was really cold that winter, and after my dad died, the thatched cottage was torn down by the local bully. The only dwelling is gone, and the strange thing is that I'm not sad about the house. I'm sad that the house that has housed 3 generations of my grandparents is gone, and that no one in the world but me will ever again know how my father came to be, and that no one will ever remember my childhood again. Oh senior brother, I almost thought that I wouldn't survive the next year, and it was also at this time that I met my senior. Kong Li's voice was flat, telling his past. In a few words, it says all about his mortal life. As he spoke, a man as tall as a mountain actually cried. There is no doubt that his life was the most miserable. Jiang Han was fatherless and motherless, wandering the streets, which was rather less painful than the loss of a close relative. But senior brother is unfortunate, but also fortunate. The path of seeking immortality. How many mortals seek it? Kong Li shook his head slightly. He was content to be able to cultivate immortality. At the very least, it jumps out of the mortal frame and is qualified to pursue its own destiny. After half a quarter of an hour, that heavy atmosphere, which eased a lot, Kong Li also returned to his normal state and went back to reading whirligig. That secretly encourages his own strength. Seems to want to once again give Jiang Han a lecture. Jiang Han smiled and shook his head before continuing to doze off. During this time, junior sister Zhao Mengai came, but didn't disturb Jiang Han, just watched quietly from the sidelines. Jiang Chen didn't care. Anyway, handsome, just look. It doesn't hurt to look. As for senior brother Lu Xin, he was very motivated and busy cultivating. This was not surprising, as senior brother Lu Xin was originally a cultivation fanatic. On the third day, elder Jin Yuren came. At the first glance, he saw the leisurely Jiang Han, and a flash of depression flashed through his heart. This brat, he's only in the middle stage of foundation establishment, not to mention conjugation. Even the late stage of foundation establishment might be out of reach. Do you really want to die of old age in this realm? Jiang Chen's afterglow saw Jin Yuren, and his heart immediately thumped. This old man was very wordy and had a whole lot of great reasoning. If I get caught, I'll be annoyed for days and nights. Jiang Chen hurriedly pretended to meditate, but it was soon broken by a reprimanding voice. Stop pretending. Immediately go to the immortal ceiling cliff to cultivate for me. Don't come out for me if your cultivation is not at the late stage of foundation establishment. Elder Kim Yuan blackened his face. Late foundation stage? Hearing about this realm, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to it. It's not even a matter of changing your breath? Not to mention the middle stage of foundation establishment. Even the middle stage of Jiedan can give you the whole thing. If you want to cultivate to the late stage of foundation establishment in a short period of time, it's impossible without a large amount of spirit stones to support you. As Elder Jean also knows, our 9th peak, has always been poor and stretched to the limit. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together, looking like I'm having a hard time without money. Seeing this, Kim Yuan sighed. It's paying for an ancestor. This guy, he was simply not half as much of a cultivator as he was worldly. Shedding his immortal cultivation breath, he landed in a mortal home. Is $800,000 enough? Between Jin Yuren's wave of his sleeve, a storage bag instantly floated towards him. Elder Jin is magnificent, worthy of being the head of a peak. Looking at Jiang Han's figure as he took the initiative to go to the immortal ceiling cliff, Jin Yuren was slightly stunned. This kid has always been lazily practicing. How come you're willing to go and practice all of a sudden? But that's kind of a good thing. In a short while, Jiang Han arrived at the immortal ceiling cliff. In their Tsongyun sect, there were 3 major cliffs. They are the cliff of the sealed immortal, the cliff of the fallen immortal, and the cliff of the calendar immortal. Su Mu, on the other hand, was in the immortal calendar cliff. where both the fallen immortal cliff and the immortal calendar cliff had a certain degree of danger. But the cliff of the sealed immortal was comparatively much better. Obviously, Jin Yuren had taken this into consideration, thinking that Zhang Han's small body would definitely not be able to survive. Zhang Chen looked at the three large cliffs towering adjacent to each other, his gaze flickering slightly. There is one thing to be said for the names of these three great cliffs, and they are truly overbearingly named. Seal the Immortal, Fall the Immortal, and Calendar the Immortal. Many immortal cultivation clans did not dare to say the word immortal outright. I am afraid that the word immortal will corrupt their blessings, but for the Songyun sect to be so outspoken was truly unexpected by Zhang Han. Of course, Zhang Chen didn't believe in what these names said. The Songyun sect was just a sect in the Green Continent. On the southern Ming continent, it was unremarkable. Such a clan that says it wants to seal the immortals, fall into immortality, and experience immortality? The general public must have scoffed. But Zhang Han was different and thought it was cool. Without a kind of dominance that defies the Great Tao, one will only become subordinate or enslaved to the Great Tao. Cliffs of Seal. Zhang Chen's gaze flickered slightly before he took a step, taking the initiative to walk towards the immortal sealing cliff. The environment here is secluded and very suitable for cultivation. But Zhang Han was cautious, even if this was in their Songyun sect's territory. After all, it was on par with the other two major cliffs, and without two brushes, it would be impossible to retain its fame to this day. The scenery here is great. It's just that there's no immortal to be seen. Who came up with the name Seal Immortal? Zhang Chen shook his head slightly. However, just at that moment, the situation suddenly changed. The battle blood in his hand boomed out a powerful force. The light was heavenly, actually had the vision of flying immortals. Chapter 53, My Left Eye. There's an immortal. This battle blood was obtained when Zhang Han won the first place in Green Continent Foundation establishment and broke the ancient record. According to the sword-shaped scroll Spirit, half of this blood belonged to the blood of the Warfather, and half was suspected to belong to immortal blood. In other words, this blood had the attribute of immortality and the will to fight. These two types of blood, which had rubbed off on each other for an unknown number of years, had lost most of their killing aura. More of the divine essence left behind, but there is still a danger. Boom! The light of feathering erupted from the blood, giving one the feeling of lifting the haze and ascending. Luckily, Zhang Han was currently the only one at Seal Immortal Cliff, but that doesn't explain it. The vision of the flying immortal appeared, and it could be clearly seen that a Taoist was lifting his haze and ascending. However, Zhang Chen looked very diabolical. Where is this like lifting the Xia Ascension? Kind of like being held hostage and captured up in the fairy realm. Immediately, Zhang Han patted his storage bag. The thick and rounded battle blood then appeared in his hands. All the visions come from this blood. At this moment, the tiny droplet of blood, the two rays of light intertwined, and the divine substance was completely activated. The battle intent was indestructible. Spanning across the ages, the immortal blood was immortal, and there was still a vigorous vitality retained to this day. It was a sight not seen before. Immortal blood? Zhang Chen muttered, thinking a lot. He had gotten this drop of blood for a long time, but it was all in a state of dead silence and not much movement. But since coming to the immortal sealing cliff, a change had occurred. Generally speaking, only things with the same attributes will resonate with each other. Could it be that this immortal sealing cliff, it really sealed an immortal? So it caused part of the immortal blood within the battle blood to resonate? Thinking of this, Zhang Chen breathed heavily, his pupils visibly dilated. After looking at it for a long time, he still put the battle blood away. There was no telling what would happen if you directly refined this thing. It was not his style to act rashly, and he had never been superstitious about so-called fairies. An immortal was just a being with a long lifespan in his eyes. Categorically, it is not yet possible to do true immortality. After contemplating for a while, Zhang Han decided to explore the immortal sealing cliff. Spinning around, he took a random stroll. Even though the sealed immortal cliff had the word cliff in its name, it was really about the size of a mountain range. He didn't know how long had passed, but Zhang Han finally walked to the end of the immortal sealing cliff. The wind is cold here, whistling like a bone scraper. Even a cultivator like Zhang Han was struggling a bit. Boom! As a last resort, the 9 jindans in Zhang Han's body operated in unison and vacated outside his body, which protected him from the cold wind. He took one step forward, leaving a footprint on the ground. It's a struggle. It requires constant force from the feet, nailed to the rock, to take a step forward. How raw was Zhang Chen's strength? He's also, if it was according to normal cultivation, I'm afraid that even the Yuaning realm might not be able to survive. In the end, Zhang Han stopped at a distance of about 9 feet from the end of the immortal ceiling cliff. It wasn't that he didn't want to move forward, but he couldn't. There was a forbidden formation ahead, and the pressure rolled like a tidal wave. If he forced his way forward, I'm afraid his flesh would have to explode. Song Yun sect, seal the immortal cliff. Jiang Chen was shocked in his heart. This was the first time he had examined the sect he was in. It's a bit of a mystery. Separated by a distance of 9 feet, Zhang Han raised his eyes to look, yet his eyes were blank. Utilizing the extreme realm enhancement in the middle of his eyes, it was only then that he could see a little bit more clearly. On the edge of the cliff of Seal of Immortality, there is a tree. The bark of the tree was chapped, the tree was bent like a dragon, and the roots of the tree were rooted in the rock, so that it grew obliquely against the horrible gale. The leaves of the trees were whirling, and there was a Taoist sound echoing. Jiang Chen looked dumbfounded. What kind of ancient tree is that? Is it so powerful? How can it withstand the wind? Jiang Han's heart moved. If it weren't for his own lack of strength, he would have said anything to go to the edge of the cliff and pick off a few leaves. Rumor has it that some sacred trees and immortal medicines can lift the haze and fly up by casually dry chewing on them. The entire cliff break is very visible. Doesn't look like a natural formation. Instead, it looked like a blow from the sky had cut through the mountain range, leaving the place as a cliff. After a long time, Jiang Chen withdrew his somewhat reddened gaze. Treasures that you can only look at, but not collect, are really itchy to look at. It's just like taking it out of your own pocket. With a fraternal heart, doomed to a life of unhappiness, I just want to give the treasures of the whole world a warm home. Ugh, is that so hard? Jiang Chen sighed repeatedly. Then shaking his head, he left the cliff and met a black sandy area where he turned the corner to prepare for the descent. He was startled for a moment. The fury here was so thick that the fierce aura of the battle blood inside the storage bag was reduced by a lot. The battle blood was once again sacrificed by Jiang Han. Under the suppression of the baneful aura, the originally disorderly battle blood unexpectedly smoothed out a lot. This made Jiang Chen's eyes light up. As soon as that hostile ferocity calmed down, there was a possibility of refining it. It's an opportunity. The opportunity to refine this battle blood has come. Jiang Chen had been worried that battle blood was too jumpy, that he was not good at controlling it, and that it would be easy to create danger. The sword-shaped scroll was offered up by Jiang Han, and he opened his mouth to ask, "This blood belongs to your warfather. How is your warfather's nature?" Being questioned coldly, the voice of the sword-shaped scroll spirit rang out with a few hints of arrogance. "Battle the heavens and fight the earth. A body of pride can cut down the immortals." Jiang Chen stroked his chin and continued, "Does your warfather protect his calf?" "That's natural." The sword-shaped scroll spirit was arrogant. "Then it's a done deal. I'm your master." Rounding up, that Battlezune is also considered my half-brother. Since we're brothers, the warfather shouldn't harm me, right? Jiang Chen specifically said to the drop of war blood. This operation directly stunned the sword-shaped scroll. Still, this kid's buddies and friends never keep any loafers, right? Jiang Han smiled and said, "Brother, please bear with me. I'm coming then." After saying that, he grabbed the suspended battle blood and his cultivation exploded within his body. The entire palm, which seemed to turn into a furnace, kept burning and refining. Jiang Chen's face couldn't see a trace of movement. With 9 jindans in his body, he was a walking humanoid mana machine. Trying to make him run out of mana? It's not normally difficult. Half a month had passed before the battle blood had managed to be partially refined. In response, Jiang Chen was in no hurry. There's plenty of time, and it's not a waste if you can make progress. He practiced chanting through and through. Practice and life are clearly separated. And when it's time to practice, you leave no stone unturned and put it all together. But when it's time to live, don't think about practicing. In the world of immortal cultivation, happiness is the most important thing. Longevity is the most important thing. And everything else is just second. 3 months went by in a flash. This drop of blood was finally refined. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly pressed it among his left eye. Boom! He only felt a little stinging pain in his left eye. His whole left eye, crawling with blood. Battle blood, immortal blood, released surging power in his left eye and was transforming it. Although this blood has been refined, it has only discarded the element of danger, which is not to say that it is peaceful. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and insisted. Half a month later, the drop of blood was finally completely absorbed by his left eye. The eyeball in his left eye. Very strange. There are 2 marks. One was an immortal humanoid being that looked like a true immortal, and the other seal, high above the immortal, was shaped like a weapon, with the sword pointing at the earthly immortal. At this moment, the
The battle intent as well as the immortal rhythm and that drop of blood had been completely absorbed by Jiang Han and returned to his left eye.
My left eye. There are fairies. Chapter 54, Qian Kuan Borrowing Method, borrowing without returning.
Along with the battle blood being completely refined, Jiang Han's heart was as bright as a mirror at this moment. His frontal bone glowed, and a round of divine rings emerged from the back of his head, resembling the immortals and Buddhas of the heavens. But it was just a flash, and even Jiang Han himself didn't notice it. At this moment, his memory was hardwired with a divine ability that did not belong to what he had learned. After refining the battle blood, were there any unexpected gains? Is it the legacy of the warlord? After meditating on his realization, Jiang Han's eyes were like torches, shooting out light. Finally, he exhaled a soft, cloudy breath. It's 100% the divine ability of a battle exalt. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and continued his enlightenment. While he was immersed in his cultivation, a rumbling Taoist voice sounded. At the back of his head, a round of divine discs emerged once again. The light is dotted and mysterious. After refining the battle blood, Jiang Han had no trouble comprehending the memorized divine abilities. Almost after the first reading, one can understand the true meaning. This battle character technique has a total of 2 mysteries. The first level, Burning Spirit Battle Heaven. As the name suggests, burning spiritual energy to enhance battle power. This spirit refers not only to one's own spiritual energy, but also one's longevity, origin, and so on. And the higher the specs of what is burned, then the higher the power boost. The second Upanishad, the extreme realm of battle. This could be described as bringing the axioms of the battle character technique to the extreme. Once the extreme realm of battle is cast, firstly, the ability to perceive danger will be multiplied. And secondly, with this skill, one can evolve the enemies all the arts of the heavens. Suppose the enemy cast some sort of divine ability, although Jiang Han hadn't come into contact with it, but with the battle character technique, it could also be deduced in cast. It's rather anticlimactic. You know the true dragon treasure art, so I'll deduce the true dragon treasure art and fight you. You know the eclipse sobbing technique, then I will deduce the eclipse sobbing technique to kill each other. Once the battle character was turned on, who could see it and not be dumbfounded? In a trance, there is a definite illusion that one lives under the shadow of Jiang Han. However, the second layer of mysteries required a certain level of cultivation to push through. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level was, the closer the deduced divine ability was to the other party's divine ability, or even surpassed it. No matter if it was an unusual divine ability or a supreme immortal art, it could be deduced. There is no lower limit, and equally no upper limit. As expected of a battle exalt, the battle character technique created is actually this subtle. After digesting this battle character technique, Jiang Han sighed with emotion. No wonder he dared to behead immortals on Earth in the past. With this strength, becoming an immortal is only a lack of opportunity. Its own strength, not much weaker than the immortal. It's just that I don't know what happened. And in the end, the Warfather didn't become immortal. As Jiang Chen awoke, the divine disc floating on the back of his head instantly disappeared. No more ethereal as it was a moment ago. Hearing Jiang Chen's words of praise, the sword-shaped scroll spirit spoke in surprise. The battle character technique? Could it be that you've already obtained the inheritance of the war sovereign? No wonder the sword scroll spirit was so surprised. Because the Warfather had said in the past that a non-pale heavenly battle body could not obtain his inheritance. Could it be that this teenager was at Song Tian battle body? Or is there some unknown origin with the Song Tian battle body? What? I don't deserve the war word? Jiang Chen rubbed his chin. Was it necessary to be so surprised? Making it seem like he was bad. The sword-shaped scroll spirit continued to speak. Having obtained the Battle Zoon's battle character technique, cultivated well, it's not weak, and it can't be said that it will allow you to become the first immortal on Earth. It's not my ambition to be the first immortal on Earth. If I want to be, I'll be the first immortal in the immortal world. Jiang Chen continued. This skill is naturally not weak. It just has too many drawbacks. At this time, the sword-shaped scroll body clattered and rustled, seeming to inspire the 10,000 ferocious soldiers within the scroll. Seeing this, Jiang Han hurriedly explained. I don't mean to belittle the battle sovereign. Look at that first Upanishad. Burning spirit battle heaven, burning one's own spiritual life and so on. How much of a loss is this? Can't we just burn the enemies? This almost oddball-like conception caused the originally somewhat angry sword-shaped scroll spirit to be stunned for a moment. Take the benefits for yourself and the consequences for others? This kid, he's a little whimsical. If we really let him get on with it,
We can't say that he can really come up with a second version of the battle character technique.
Battle character technique. You open a separate page for yourself.
I've thought of the name for you. It's called Qiankuan borrowing technique. There is borrowing without returning.
The sword-shaped scroll spirit spat.
Great name. Jiang Chen also really thought back carefully,
and he was so excited that he slammed his thigh.
Why should I pay back what I borrowed? Daring to owe Qiankuan's mana? This was considered to be completely overbearing. Jiang Chen found it greatly to his liking.
List 10 things you must do for yourself.
He's robbed the heavens, and he's not allowed to owe them anything? Now,
it was the turn of the sword-shaped scroll spirit to be speechless.
This guy, he's not really bold enough to hit the heavens, is he? The average person doesn't, but it's hard to tell with this kid. He's capable of anything. I wonder how powerful this battle character technique is. Really? Try it out in a small way.
At those words, the sword-shaped scroll spirit shook in its heart.
You realized it so quickly? How freaking enlightened does one have to be? Back then, the war sovereign, within a cave,
sat withered for a full 3,000 years, flipping through all the arts of the heavens from ancient times to the present. It was only then that he managed to create the battle word.
After it was created,
an additional 500 years were consumed to polish it. This skill could be completely said to have condensed the cultivation insights of the warfather for most of his life. The fact that this son was able to comprehend it in such a short period of time really surprised the sword scroll spirit.
Boom! At this moment, with the operation of the battle word skill,
the blood in Jiang Han's body completely boiled.
Every drop of blood,
which seemed to want to sublimate in the extreme realm,
wanted to leave his body and follow him to battle the heavens and the earth.
This was the first layer of the battle character technique Upanishad,
burning spirit battle heaven. The second layer, which needed to be opened only after reaching the infant transformation realm. He was not qualified at the moment. Still, it was scary enough. Guided by his battle intent, Jiang Han's left eye was crimson. The eyeball of his left eye, branded with the seal of the earthly immortal, emitted a faint glow that followed the limbs and odd meridians and veins into his spiritual energy. It actually caused his spiritual energy to have a faint layer of immortal light attached to it. This was great. His spiritual energy actually had a hint of the attribute of immortality. Spiritual power is transformed into immortality, and its power is multiplied. The current Jiang Chen was only in the middle stage of the Jiedan realm.
With the multiple jindans in his body as well as the power of the extreme realm and so on,
he was able to deal with cultivators in the late Yuaning realm, or seriously injured peak Yuaning realm and half-step infant transformation.
But burning the battle character technique and transforming his spiritual energy into an immortal gave him a strong urge to be able to truly harden his body against experts at the peak level of the Yuaning realm,
or half-step infant transformation. Sword come!
The sword-shaped scroll spirit whistled and landed in Jiang Han's hands, and as Jiang Han danced,
terrifying mana whistled and exploded. The mountains shook slightly,
and this was still the result of Jiang Han suppressing his strength from exploding.
By the time one reaches the Yuaning level of combat power, the mana is like a sea, and can burn mountains and boil the sea. To say that it is a fairy in the eyes of mortals is an understatement.
The sword-shaped scroll spirit was in a constant state of shocked emotion.
It couldn't help but speak. Warlord? After a slight little trial and error, Jiang Han was quite satisfied. Well, the battle power has certainly increased drastically, and it just felt a little empty inside. So much better than the Evil God Codex.
The Evil God Codex can be completely discarded and not used.
Some other day when he was free, he would send out the free Evil God Codex. By then, everyone in the entire Green Continent would know the Evil God Canon, and even if they couldn't perform it, they would be able to chant a few verses at high and low levels. By then, the heads of the evil extreme sex executives would be buzzing, right? Woke up one night and changed the day. The Supreme Avatar, all of a sudden, sucks. Chapter 55, Wicked Man? You will. I will. Everyone will. And that's no deterrent.
The reason why a Jedi school is called a Jedi school is because there are few people who know how to do it.
If a divine ability was completely rotten,
it would naturally not be considered a supreme.
Jiang Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and when he left the sealed immortal mountain, this small gift was immediately arranged for the evil extreme sect. He was a man who was always generous and benevolent, and never remembered that there were no overnight grudges, because today there is revenge today. It's setting a nasty precedent for the top brass to personally go on a hunt.
With the Tsang Yun sect's character of protecting their calves, they would definitely make the evil extreme sect pay.
The entire Green Continent is afraid of the storm clouds.
This was no longer a matter between him and the evil extreme sect, but a matter between the sect and the sect. It's a fight between the number one hegemon of the Green Continent
and the rising second. For the next half a month, Jiang Han wasn't idle, meditating and practicing,
swallowing the dew in the morning and dining on the sunset like a reclusive old Taoist. He was particularly peaceful. After all, having experienced an unknown number of life and death crises, he saw through a lot of things. That is why his practice is not so utilitarian. No realm, no cultivation, just longevity, live and let live. The geniuses of the 10,000 realms are like the carp that crosses the river.
Who dares to say that they are invincible throughout the ages and can push across the entire length of the ages? There's always one or two geniuses who are even more unbelievable than you. That's why it's especially important to be alive. After you have boiled to death all the geniuses of your generation, or even across generations, then you are the invincible one. Living is ultimately invincible.
It was a kind of invincibility given by the years. One of the most important factors why Jiang Chen was obsessed with immortality was this.
Looking down on hundreds of millions of mortals, overlooking the change of dynasties, sitting and watching the vicissitudes of the world. One person sits alone on the throne of immortality, watching the coldness and warmth of the world. It's brutal.
But Jiang Chen instead had a feeling of attachment to such a feeling.
Maybe he was born a loner by nature.
2 months passed in this way,
and Jiang Han's cultivation continued to climb,
finally breaking through to the late Jiedan stage.
The price was that the storage bag was once again empty. It's hard to cultivate immortality, and it's even harder for poor people to cultivate immortality. Jiang Chen let out a bitter laugh.
He stood up and wandered around the cliffs of the sealed immortals for a while.
And there's no fun to be had here, except for the mountains. It's all about the cliffs and the trees.
The old tree at the edge of the immortal ceiling cliff was quite interesting to him. It was a great treasure, accompanied by the sound of the great Tao.
Quite extraordinary at first glance. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough to pick it. After a moment of slight reluctance, the aura on Jiang Chen's body changed violently. Late stage of foundation building. The banning order was completely unproductive for him, let alone cultivating to the late stage of foundation establishment. Even if he cultivated to the late stage of Jiedan, he likewise did not have a single bit of pressure. With a creak, the stone door of the sealed immortal mountain was pushed open by him. This stone door is oddly shaped, just like a large cabinet. Jiang Chen finally stepped out of the sealed immortal mountain. The nose flared and snapped.
A look of intoxication appeared on his face. It was the taste of freedom. The bones crackled as his hands stretched. Meditating within the seal of immortality could be painful for a lazy person like him. Although it is said that there are no years in cultivation, but half a year on, it still made Jiang Han a little uncomfortable.
Damn!
Senior brother Jiang Han is going to escape from prison.
Hurry up and call the elders. A disciple secretly screamed out in disbelief. Can you talk a little better? What do you mean you escaped from prison? It's coming out of the closet. Another disciple took over the conversation.
They hurriedly crushed the summoning jade.
Not long after,
Elder Jin Yuren stepped into the air and came with an aggressive appearance.
It's only been half a year and you can't hold back? I've said it all. Until the late stage of foundation establishment, you won't be able to leave here.
Jin Yuren's voice was like thunder, but at this moment, it violently stopped. His face showed surprise and incredulity.
You're in the late stage of foundation building? A successful breakthrough in half a year? Such speed, though not considered fast. But for Jiang Han,
who had been practicing for 40 years and whose cultivation was still in the middle stage of foundation establishment, this was already groundbreaking.
A yellow girl? The first moment
Jin Yuren's attitude towards Jiang Han had changed.
He nodded frequently.
Jiang Chen was actually not the same as the waste rumored to be in the outside world.
Just a little lazy. Looks like it's time to channel this guy. Even if he couldn't reach the heights of Lu Xun,
he could still protect himself in this chaotic world.
Elder, I didn't escape from prison,
Jiang Han said with a smile.
Jin Yuren nodded, seeing Jiang Han's flat and watery appearance.
He thought that Jiang Han had some kind of depression in his heart and was about to enlighten him. But at this moment, outside the Tsongyun sect, bursts of air-breaking sounds rumbled out.
An envoy from the evil extreme sect seeks an audience.
On top of the flowing ancient boat stood an immortal old man.
Next to this old man,
there were 3 other youths. Their faces wore the pallor of overindulgence and their eyes were somber and watery,
making them very unpleasant to look at. It's like a poisonous snake, staring at someone in the dark. Jin Yuren's gaze fell outside the Tsongyun sect and his face couldn't help but be gloomy. The evil extreme sect?
The matter of Jiang Chen being hunted by the evil extreme sect hadn't even passed yet.
The evil extreme sect actually dared to come here? There's a face?
Where's the face?
Strongly holding back his anger, Jin Yuren waved his sleeve robe.
only to see the formation shroud that enveloped the entire Songyun sect slowly dissolve out of a portal. The ancient boat turned into streams of light and rushed in at once.
My name is Qin Xiao. I am the third in command of the evil extreme sect, and this time I have come here. There is actually no big deal,
Qin Xiao said with a smile. Jin Yuren's face seemed to still be calm, but he was already killing inside. If it weren't for the consensus that the two clans fight and don't cut off their envoys, he was afraid that he would have to hold back and would strike at the first opportunity, breaking a few of this person's bones. Since you're fine, what's wrong with you? What are you doing here in my Songyun sect? Kim Yuan directly cursed roughly. At those words, Qin Xiao's complexion was slightly ironic. The three youths beside him clearly showed displeasure and even sharpened their fists, but they were stopped by Qin Xiao reaching out. They naturally knew that they weren't Jin Yuren's opponents and turned to sneer. Staring at Jiang Han, one of the python-robed youths swept a glance at Jiang Chen. Is this the so-called first foundation building of the Green Continent? TSK? Just a late-stage foundation establishment cultivation? It's true that you're a waste. You haven't even reached Dan yet. Speaking here, the python-robed youth intentionally or unintentionally released his middle-stage Jieden cultivation. There was a look of towering superiority on his face. Then he returned to Qin Zhao's side and whispered, Master, this person's cultivation is not high, so he is probably dispensable. Qin Zhao nodded. The southern brightness continent. Strength is honored. The higher the strength, the higher the status. As for Jiang Han, with such weak strength, he probably didn't have a strong presence in the Songyun sect, Qin Zhao said. In the Green Continent Foundation Establishment trial, Jiang Han used the Foundation Establishment King's treasure to decimate more than 100 people from my evil extreme sect. A few days ago, my clan's elderly who unexpectedly disappeared and has yet to return. I suspect it has something to do with this son. Therefore, on behalf of the evil extreme sect, I will capture this son and escort him back to our sect for processing. The arrogant voice carried the ultimate compulsion. Jiang Han, Jin Yuren and the two of them narrowed their eyes. The evil one came first? Chapter 56 Can't afford a pension. I'll pay. Such an aggressive state, swearing to detain Jiang Han, made Jin Yuren's eyes burn with anger. His knuckles clenched and crackled. The evil extreme sex experts were deliberately targeting Jiang Han, wanting to hunt him down. This in itself is bullying and setting a nasty precedent. In this matter, Jiang Han himself was the victim, and now he was going to escort Jiang Han back to the evil extreme sect? Shame on you. The matter of Jiang Chen being hunted down and killed had set off a huge discussion in their Songyun sect. From the upper echelons down to the disciples of the sect, each and every one of them was filled with a single voice of anger. Now it's the evil extreme sect that is the first to complain? Do you really think that their Songyun sect is a soft persimmon that you can pinch whenever you want? Just as Jin Yuren was about to get angry, Jiang Han's voice rang out. I'll be right here, so if you're up to it, feel free to come and bet on it. Jiang Chen's voice was flat. He glanced at Qin Xiao. Half-step infant transformation realm cultivation. To have such strength in the Green Continent was indeed not weak. But the current him, with the immortal in his left eye and the battle character technique, even if he couldn't fight, he could still escape, so he wasn't scared at all. Besides, this is the Songyun sect. Who can be wild? What a big mouth. You're right here? The python-clad youth snorted coldly, very dissatisfied. Little late-stage foundation establishment. In front of a group of their geniuses in the middle stage of Jiedan. What is the point of pretending? It's the same class, is it? Is it the same level? Yes, I'm right here, near the circumference, ready to be turned into a battlefield for the pouring sky. If you guys don't want to submit, then offer up magic treasures to kill me. The more magic treasures the better. My body itches. My whole body itches. Jiang Chen hooked his finger upward. No contest. Come and do it. The python-clad youth, and the other two youths, with their violent temper, couldn't help themselves in an instant. Vast mana erupted around them as their bodies moved slightly forward, ready to brutally beat Jiang Han up and then detain him back to the evil extreme sect. One foundation builder in the Green Continent? It was only by relying on the power of the foundation building king treasure that he had such strength. If the foundation building king treasure couldn't be moved, then the person is a piece of boom. The three of them were also the ones who were thunderous, instantly sacrificing their magic treasures and killing Jiang Han. The Songyun sect had fallen out of favor, and such a sect was in vain. How dare you resist? Then they, the evil extreme sect, would simply raise the Songyun sect, seeing the three of them take the initiative. Jiang Han couldn't suppress the curve of his mouth any longer. He swept his large sleeves away, wrapping all those magic treasures that were killing him in his sleeve robes. The luster on the magic treasure quickly dimmed. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with the color of wealth. Hey, but anyone who kills at him is his. All of them. At the same time, the heads of the python-robed youth and the others tingled as if they were about to split open. They were horrified to discover that the divine soul imprints they had branded on their magic treasures had actually been refined in a matter of moments. Before they could react, they heard Zhang Han's unique voice. Their hearts, in an instant, went cold. Really good ruthless foreign sect people, in the Tsong Yun sect, actually want to kill my own disciples. According to my Tsong Yun law, when beheaded, Jiang Chen forcefully bit through the skin of his mouth, causing blood to spill from the corners of his mouth, and his body turned several times in mid-air, seemingly not yet unloading the power of the magic treasure to kill. Finally, Zhang Han fell heavily to the ground. A look of worry first appeared on Jin Yuren's face before he realized that Zhang Han might be acting. Is this the intention? To get in on the ground floor with your body? In my Tsong Yun sect, killing my Tsong Yun disciples, evil extreme sect, you guys are really bullying people too much. Kim Yuen's eyes glared angrily, like an angry lion. Immediately afterward, a slap skyrocketed against the wind and slapped forward. Qin Zhao's expression changed drastically and he wanted to block, but he was still a step too late. Jiang Han, you're punking us? The pupils of the python-robed youth and the others shrank. The magic weapon is gone, and now the life is going to be gone too. They did their best to resist. However, in the face of absolute strength, it didn't have an ounce of effect. Under that palm blast, the three bodies of the python-robed youth instantly exploded into pieces. Not to mention the divine soul, even the blood mist was refined. Seeing this, Qin Zhao's eyes were enraged. These were the three disciples he had brought with him, and they had been pitched and killed just like that? You killed them? Qin Zhao spoke viciously. You can't blame anyone for your own death. Jin Yuren said indifferently. Qin Zhao let out a cold snort, his face grim, before walking towards the outside of the Tsong Yun sect. Your Tsong Yun sect is waiting to be crushed. The old order has passed and a new era is about to descend. Looking at Qin Zhao's departing back, Jin Yuren sighed. LOL. The two clans are hostile and do not cut off envoys. Otherwise he would have killed this person a long time ago. Just as Qin Zhao was about to take a step to leave the Tsong Yun sect, the entrance to the Tsong Yun sect instantly closed. With a boom, thousands of mountains and valleys glowed, and the entire Tsong Yun sect seemed to be transformed into a sea of immortals. The endless mana spread among them. An auspicious beast hovered over the Tsong Yun sect. There were true dragons, phoenixes, white tigers, xuanwu and so on. These Rue beasts, lifelike, flowed with terrifying mana. This is the Tsong Yun sect's protective formation. There was no doubt but that anyone who forced their way through the formation would be blasted to slag. Qin Zhao stopped moving, then turned around and coldly looked at Jin Yuren. What are your intentions? The two clans are hostile and don't cut off envoys. You guys are breaking the rules? Jin Yuren was also odd. He didn't activate the Tsong Yun Grand Formation. Just then, a cold voice rang out. It's true that you don't cut off incoming ambassadors, but you're a piece of. Do you really take my Tsong Yun sect as a soft persimmon? My clan's disciples, how can I allow you to take them? The words rang out first. Immediately afterward, a fiery red ruler quickly broke through the air. On it sat a red-robed old man on his knees. It was none other than their Tsong Yun sect's mysterious and unpredictable old patriarch. 2C. Qin Zhao was shaking with anger. As the evil extreme sect's third-in-command, when had he ever been treated like this? Toji, you're bullying people too much. You know what will come after doing this. Qin Zhao didn't even finish his words as the fiery red ruler burned, flaming across the sky and instantly broke through the air. A bloody hole instantly appeared on Qin Zhao's forehead. The blood gurgled and looked very creepy. Too much nonsense. Raucous. 2C spoke indifferently. Zhang Han watched from the sidelines and couldn't help but applaud. This sovereign has something he's really on, and it's never abrasive. You can kill if you want to. Jin Yuren was a different story, with a sad look on his face. Having killed one incoming ambassador and 3 geniuses, under the new hatred and old hatred, the evil extreme sect mustn't make a scene? Patriarch, this is not good. Right. In that case, the evil extreme sect is bound to. Jin Yuren wanted to say a few words. Is my Tsong Yun sect that poor? I can't even afford to pay the pension? If I really can't afford to give it, I'll pay for it privately. 2C said indifferently. Kim Yuen looked odd. Is this a matter of not being able to afford a pension? It's much more serious than that. How was it that they had never realized that their patriarch's brain circuits were actually that wonderful before? After thinking for a moment, Jin Yuren spoke. What about the evil extreme sect side?
2C grinned greatly and said in a loud voice, "What can we do? Since the evil extreme sect likes to go to war so much, and the Corpse sect has come to intervene, let's do it, and fight if you don't submit." Chapter 57, Songyun's Ancestral Tradition. Burning paper for something. As he spoke, a vast fluctuation erupted from 2C's body as his chi and blood rolled and shot straight up into the sky, shattering the floating clouds. His cultivation level had clearly reached the early stage of god transformation. Such a cultivation level was not considered top-notch in the Middle Continent, but in the Green Continent, it was already considered top-level. Jin Yuren let out a bitter smile, and with a wave of his palm, he crossed a layer of mana film over Jiang Han's body, isolating the fluctuations coming from that vastness rushing over. Looking at that one figure, he froze a bit. This patriarch, is still as young as he was. It's that bloodthirsty, it's that unstoppable. The years don't cut away the juvenility, they just hide it. And now this wave of juvenility has been rekindled. In a trance, he seemed to see the passage of years, and saw the young 2C who was invincible in the Green Continent at the age of 100 or so. "Patriarch, do you really want to fight?" Kim Yuan asked with some excitement. If it wasn't for the fact that just now he was concerned about the rule of the two clans not cutting off envoys, and that there was actually no need for the patriarch to make a move at all, he wouldn't have been able to resist making a move. Aha! 2C nodded, his gaze resembling a sword, wanting to tear the heavens apart. The reason why the Songyun sect has been able to stand horizontally for thousands of years is because of a piece of the Red City that never loses a disciple. If you just put up with it, you will get nothing but long-term humiliation in return. Fight when you need to fight, or suffer the consequences. Jiang Chen's heart was quite warm as he looked at the domineering patriarch. In fact, all along, Jiang Han had rarely revealed the sect he was in. The only time, it was when he was facing the half-step infant transformation realm of the Central Continent, that Chulong. For the first time, he unprecedentedly said that he was a member of the Songyun sect. Of course, it wasn't to save your life. Rather, it is a pride that makes it so, because he knew that even though there was a monstrous enemy in front of him, the Songyun sect would always be his firm backing. I've gotten word that the reason why the evil extreme sect dares to be so arrogant is because that old ancestor of theirs who was about to sit down and die has gotten a blessing from somewhere, and actually managed to break through to the late stage of transformation spirit, and his lifespan has been replenished. Kim Gwyn is well informed. In fact, he had long wanted to make a move against the evil extreme sect, so it was secretly investigated as a way of assessing the power gap between the two sides. The old ancestor of the evil extreme sect had been in death seclusion for a long time, and the outside world had even rumored that the old ancestor of the evil extreme sect might have already sat down. But to everyone's surprise, the evil extreme sect's old ancestor had not only survived the life and death situation, but also showed plenty of backbone. The qualification is destined by heaven, and if you want to change it afterward, without chance, it is almost impossible. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Something had definitely happened in the evil extreme sect, which was why Jin Yuren was showing caution. Otherwise, with his nature, would he not have spared the evil extreme sect? Who wasn't young once? Like the patriarch, although his face was old, the blood in his body was still fiery. As a teenager, that old fool has broken through to the late transformation god realm? 2C frowned. Jiang Chen couldn't bear it in his heart when he saw the two elders in such a difficult situation. Patriarch, Peak Master Jin, if it's really difficult, it won't be too late to settle the score after Might Songyun strong. 2C glanced at Jiang Han, somewhat relieved. Kid, this isn't something you should worry about. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up in surprise. Could it be that the patriarch has beaten that evil extreme sect ancestor? 2C shook his head. Can't beat it. If it's in the middle stage of god transformation, it's barely okay. Realm barriers are not so easily broken. To be able to kill an enemy across a small realm could be called a minor genius. Killing an enemy across 3 minor realms is demonic. As for killing enemies across a large realm, this was already alien. Such existences, not absent, are rare. Calculated on the scale of 1,000 years, it takes even 10,000 years for one to appear. In fact, the word alien is enough to see that, for the existence of that type of existence that can cross a large realm to kill the enemy, the human race already does not regard it as the same kind. The alien is also a king. Jiang Chen looked odd. He still wanted to fight if he couldn't? He wanted to say something, as if he could see the confusion in Jiang Han's mind. 2C grinned. Just because I can't beat it doesn't mean others can't. You underestimate the strength of Might Songyun sect. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Having been initiated for more than 40 years, He really didn't know the exact depths of the Songyun sect. Who doesn't have a few old ancestors? Wait for this patriarch to go to the ancestral lands to awaken an old ancestor, Toji said with full disinterest. Jiang Chen's expression flashed with an odd expression. Good lord, the entire clan's overall strength is all based on archaeology? Look at that. It doesn't look like it's raw. Was it like this before? When you couldn't beat them, you went to the ancestral land to test the ancient? Wow. At this time, 2C offered a paper talisman from his storage pouch. Then with a prancing motion, it burned. A wisp of black smoke looked like it had a spirit. It actually drifted in the direction of the ancestral land. There is no need to be surprised. My Songyun's ancestral motto is like this. If something happens, burn paper. 2C said indifferently. Jiang Chen silently looked at the trace of black smoke that had a fluctuation where he couldn't see it. That would be Songyun's unique technique. Already encrypted communications. A moment after the black smoke fell, an even more violent aura erupted from the ancestral land. It was clear that he was also in the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Immediately afterward, a rainbow bridge appeared in the heavens and earth, and an old man in rags took a step to come from within the rainbow bridge. He was rugged looking. His hair was disheveled and resembled a dead branch. Not a great temperament, but a square person at first glance. That face, in its entirety, is a large national character. As soon as old ancestor Song Yun arrived, 2 white fumes rushed out of his nostrils, like a savage bull in a rage. How dare a lowlife like the evil extreme sect touch my Song Yun sect? The old man had to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Great desolate heart-destroying claw. Old ancestor Song Yun looked up to the sky. Suddenly, his fingers curved and he rushed at the distant mountain with a booming grab, only to see that one big mountain instantly turned into pieces. Seeing this, Jiang Han's pupils shrank. With one move of the great desolate heart-destroying claw, all the big mountains have to be shattered. And it's really a literal talk about the heart. 2C laughed. Old ancestor, don't be too angry. This divine ability is just fierce and powerful. Old ancestor has just been born. It's not advisable to make such a big deal out of it. Old ancestor Song Yun looked at 2C and said, Little 2C, I think you're getting old. Toji looked odd. Who was older? But it does seem a bit of a big deal. And since we're not going to talk about it, let's be civilized and invite him to sit down. Old ancestor Song Yun's palm opened slightly and a magic treasure appeared. This magic treasure is a pocket-sized stone seat. This stone seat oozed endless blood and was covered in thorns. Sit down on your butt, let alone in the flesh. Maybe the gods and souls can't carry it, and they have to sit down. Jiang Chen looked at old ancestor Song Yun, who seemed to have noticed that the Song Yun sect was a bit of an anomaly. It is said that you know your fate at 400 years of age. But the elders of the Song Yun sect who were over 400 years old were all hot-blooded and more raw than one another. Chapter 58, Cultivation is different avenues, each competing with the other. Growing against time. Age never fails a teenager. Even if you have been through a lot, when you return, you are still a teenager. That fistful of heart has never changed. The more this class of human masters knows the fate of heaven, the more they want to go against the fate of heaven, and the more they want to get out of their own cycle of reincarnation. Not everyone can have such vigor and boldness. Of course, Jiang Han was just upholding such a cultivation attitude, but he equally respects other monks who hold different attitudes toward cultivation. There is no one who is right or wrong in the path, and there is no one who is nobler or more rebellious than the other. The path of immortal cultivation is meant to be different avenues, each competing with the other. The so-called radiant bloom was holding a collision of geniuses between various different Tao concepts. 2C, Jin Yuren has an excited face, seemingly returning to the time when he was a teenager and followed his old ancestor to conquer the Green Continent. The blood in him boiled to get back to being a teenager. Old ancestor, declaring war in 3 days? A cold aura appeared in 2C's eyes. Unable to hold back, he couldn't help but invite the cultivators of the evil extreme sect to sit down and have a heart-to-heart talk. Sovereign, you are still too reckless. We need at least 7 days to prepare. Kim Gwyn secretly calculated the time needed. 3 days is too much of a rush. In fact, 7 days is equally inadequate and remains an aggressive number. At this time, old ancestor Song Yun sealed the deal. What, 3 days and 7 days? You guys are too conservative. Let's kill them now. What's the point of declaring war? A direct kick. Kick their formations to pieces and kill them directly to their ancestral lands. At those words, Jin Yuren and 2C looked odd. It's worthy of an old ancestor. Ginger is still hot. They weren't really too shocked. When the old ancestor was in his prime, he was known as the Green Continent Bearer. The Battle of Fame was even cut from the Green Continent to the border of the Middle Continent. killing until countless geniuses fled. Killing has been heard of in the mortal realm. Even the name of their old ancestor had become a good medicine for children's night cries in that mortal realm. Old ancestor Song Yun turned around and stared earnestly at Jiang Han. A strange color in his eyes. You kid is very good. Actually can enjoy such a long time in the Foundation establishment realm. The old man back then, in the Foundation establishment realm only stayed for 1 year, and then conjugated the Dan. Still quite nostalgic for that Foundation establishment time in the beginning. Jiang Chen looked odd. There was such a thing as comforting people? However, he didn't care. Carrying the name of being a wastrel in the Foundation establishment realm for more than 40 years now, one had already gotten used to it. It is this carrying the name of this waste material that makes his character gradually change meticulously. It's better not to expose the strength. When this matter is over you kid personally come to me, the old man to give you a small stove, take you to a good place. Very exciting kind of all over, it can be very relaxing, especially, old ancestor Song Yun's gaze wandered, unkind, and he looked at Jiang Han's heart. Mysterious place? This doesn't look like a good place to practice. Kid, do you have the guts to follow us and kill the evil extreme sect, and show you what it means to be the second largest sect in the Green Continent? The old Song Yun looked at Jiang Han with a ghostly gaze, waiting for an answer. Aha! Jiang Chen nodded. The evil extreme sect was known as the second sect of the Green Continent, and its sect was even known as the Forbidden Land of the Green Continent. He would like to see if he could actually fight his way into this so-called Forbidden Land of the Green Continent by gnawing on his old age. For the first time, the Song Yun sect had archaeologized an old ancestor in their ancestral land. How could he miss such a feast? After today, it's possible that the entire landscape of the Green Continent will have to change. It would be a real loss not to become a witness. Ha ha, worthy of being my Song Yun sons and daughters. Elder Song Yun's eyes showed a strange color. A bit surprised at Jiang Han's boldness, he continued to speak. On the way forward later, we will be invisible, and you alone will show yourself. With your reputation as the #1 Foundation establishment in the Green Continent and carrying the Foundation establishment King's treasure, I'm sure you'll attract a lot of hostility. Since I'm making a move, I naturally want to eradicate all potential enemies at once. Jiang Chen nodded his head in understanding. It's called drawing a snake out of its hole. And he was the bait. Only behind this little bait of his, there were a few true dragons backing him up. Seeing Jiang Chen's always flat face, old ancestor Song Yun was slightly surprised. And you're not afraid? He was a ruthless man who had hacked his way from the Green Continent to the Middle Continent, and had never really seen anyone with guts comparable to his. But right now this Jiang Han made him look sideways. What are you afraid of? There's the patriarch, the old ancestor, and the Golden Peak Master. There's still a tall man to hold the roof when the sky collapses. If the situation isn't right, I'll just run back to the clan first to get help. Jiang Chen is very honest. If you can't beat them, run. That's the smartest thing to do. There is no point in forcing death, except to send it to death, which is really all you can do. Jiang Chen was not such a foolish and lacking person. Old ancestor Song Yun nodded and said with a smile, ha ha, the children are teachable. Immediately, he waved his sleeve robe. The figures of the three gradually dissipated and disappeared into the void, their stealthy stance very exquisite. Jiang Chen couldn't lock onto the trio's position anymore. The trail, breath, etc. were completely gone. After a moment's pause, he didn't head to the evil extreme sect, but instead went forward to the largest tavern in the Green Continent. And there, spreading rants and actively exposing his whereabouts, said he was ready to step on the official road alone, kill the evil pole sect, and raise the coffin of the old ghost of the evil pole sect. That's a wild statement, no doubt. And one layer stirs up 1,000 waves. They all gazed at Jiang Chen's figure. This person looks familiar. Could it be that, by virtue of the Foundation building King treasure before winning the first Foundation building waste of the Green Continent, Jiang Han? Well, it's this loser with that handsome back. Who else could it be? The tavern was in complete turmoil. All sorts of news, along with the 3 religions and 9 streams and 7 mouths, radiated in all directions at a terrifying speed. In just 2 days, the entire Green Continent almost knew that Jiang Han was going to step on the official road and kill the evil extreme sect. Take the official road? That's not a hidden road. So grandiose like that. Really not afraid of someone taking his Foundation building King's treasure? That's right. Although the Foundation establishment King's treasure isn't a terrifying treasure, it's still not bad for some old monsters to give it to the direct lineage under their sect. For a while, the crowd thought that Jiang Han, the punk, was stupid. Of course, there are plenty of people who suspect some kind of conspiracy, but many forces, Many clans had their minds tickled. Corpse sect abyss. At this moment, a black sarcophagus flew out from it. Inside the sect, the ancient, already unknown how many years, not rang the funeral bell. Actually clang 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 clang. The voice was urgent and loud. Shock surfaced on the faces of the Corpse sect's patriarch, elders, and disciples. What is it? What's the big deal? Their Corpse ancestor has actually awakened from the abyss?
It must be known that it was unlikely that the Corpse ancestor would come out unless it was a time of life and death crisis for the clan. The Corpse patriarch, the elders and others rushed to the edge of the abyss, and sure enough, they saw a black sarcophagus there. At this moment, a low voice sounded from within the sarcophagus. For the next year, no one from the Corpse sect may take a step outside. This strange order caused everyone in the Corpse sect to freeze. The Green Island is about to change? As the third clan in the Green Continent, how powerful! What had happened to actually close the clan? But in recent days, nothing major has happened. The only thing that was still lively and fun was the waste, Jian Han, mouthing off about killing the evil extreme sect. But a lot of people in Green Island know that's just cuteness. As silly words are just silly words. Chapter 59 Genius is just a qualification to see him. There are no major events in Green Island. Only fun to watch. If it's not the Green Continent, is it the Middle Continent? Old ancestor, we are really ignorant. Please clarify. What exactly happened? Could it be that the Lord from the Central Continent is here? The Corpse sect patriarch asked with his hands clasped in front of him. He was very large and not actually human. Green-faced and fanged, with a hideous face. The hairs on his body were like steel needles, bulging out his body. This looks more and more lanky. A ruthless person has come out. Inside the coffin, a low voice was emitted. Tough guy? Which one exactly? The Corpse patriarch looked confused. Who else in the Green Continent could be called a ruthless person? Could it be the old ancestor of the evil extreme sect who had recently been rumored to have broken through the life and death barrier and whose cultivation had jumped to the late stage of the spirit transformation realm? This rumor, if true, then the evil extreme sect would become the true number one sect in the Green Continent. Currently, the top battle force of the Green Continent was only around the early stage of the spirit transformation realm, and the late transformation god realm already belonged to the existence of the broken first stage. However, this time when he inquired, no other sound rang out from within the sarcophagus. Numerous disciples of the Corpse sect, the elders looked at each other in dismay, and finally they rose and bowed, bowing and retreating. Phew! A wind from the abyss blew, seemingly carrying a million sorrows. Inside the coffin, an old man with a dry figure snapped his eyes open, and in his eye sockets, ghostly flames danced. He didn't sit up, he just lay there, slowly tearing at his shirt. There was a hideous scar on the upper left side of the chest. At the moment, this scarred wound was radiating a light that was hard to hide. Song Yun, 9th generation ancestor. The Corpse sect's old ancestor's voice was as rough as a wild beast. It sounded fuzzy and low. It was suppressed to the point of anger and the slightest hint of fear. The injuries on his body were left behind by none other than Song Yun's 9th generation ancestor. In the end, it was only because the 9th generation of Song Yun's old ancestor stayed his hand that he managed to leave a life behind. He didn't feel grateful for a single moment, only that it was a nightmare. The scenes of that day still enter his dreams from time to time, disturbing his purification. I only remember that day when the great mountain crumbled. A huge gully spread from one part of the Green Continent to the border of the Middle Continent. Those are knife marks. The terrifying blade aura emanated, and it was unknown how many talented cultivators fell under this blade. Those who lost that day were geniuses, and he, just one of the great losers, was the only survivor. How ridiculous genius becomes in this moment, because genius is just a qualification for meeting that person. The youth, with his back to him, his sword slung over his shoulder, his head slightly turned sideways, the sunlight spilling behind him, and he walked off into the darkness, leaving only a cold phrase that still echoes in his ears, making them thunderous. The scar was left so that you would see it as you see me thereafter. It's an honor for you, because the closest you'll ever come to me in this life is having the scars I left on you. At this moment, the scar was once again alienated. Description: the erstwhile owner returned. That old thing, it's actually not dead yet. The Corpse sect's old ancestor gritted his teeth. At first, the entire Green Continent was saying that the divine abilities of the 9th generation of Song Yun's old ancestor, his gong methods, were all the most rigid and masculine. Behind the number one attack power of the Green Continent for 5,000 years was the exhaustion of longevity, of potential. That's why everyone thought that Song Yun's 9th generation old ancestor was about to die a short life.
But who had thought that the ninth generation of Song Yun's old ancestors had boiled to death one old monster after another, and now it's actually bucking the recovery trend? Of course, right now, the entire Green Continent didn't know that the ninth generation of Song Yun's old ancestor had been revived. Had it not been for the scar, he would have been equally unable to foresee it. Even he mistakenly thought that the ninth generation of Song Yun's old ancestor had died. What's he up to? The Incorp's old ancestor spoke in a deep voice. He's already given his full respect, and he's just going to close the clan. As for what happens, we'll just have to listen to God. At this moment, Jiang Han was walking on top of the official road, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. There's been quite a bit of tracking along the way, only they all hunkered down. However, the aura, if any, was still captured by Jiang Han and could not be hidden from his eyes. Jiang Qin didn't even know he was that sought after. To be more precise, it wasn't him who was grabbing the hand, but the Foundation Establishment King's treasure in his hand that was grabbing the hand. These people, there were old monsters, disciples of various great sects, and all kinds of ill-intentioned loose cultivators. Strangely enough, they all maintained a great deal of tacit understanding and did not strike at the first opportunity. After all, they're not stupid. Knowing that Jiang Han was still a disciple of the Zhongyun sect, on the official road, recklessly striking out to kill a disciple of the Zhongyun sect? Isn't that a license? It was better to wait for Jiang Han to arrive at the evil extreme sect before taking action. After all, there was a natural backstabber. Obviously, there is more than one person who holds such a mindset. In the darkness where no one notices, old ancestor Zhong Yun indifferently commanded, use the small booklet to write down all these sect forces that want to hunt Jiang Han, so that they can settle scores later. Toji nodded and pulled out a tome. White seal, red skins, black letter, name on the roll, happy stickers. It would be a mistake to really think of it as a wedding sticker. It's the Book of the Dead. Looking at Jiang Han, who was on the official road, as if nothing had happened, and still making a big deal of attracting the attention of the 8 parties, old ancestor Zhong Yun nodded slightly, his eyes showing appreciation. Ziffin has taken in a good disciple this time. This son is very intelligent and quick-witted. Only his cultivation is slightly lower, but with the old man giving him a little cooking, he can definitely catch up. Old ancestor Zhong Yun stroked his flowery white beard and said with a slight smile. He was feeling that Jiang Han had a strange aura about him, but didn't think much of it. After all, it was just a child. Compared to an old monster like him who had lived for thousands of years, what could be in his mind? You can't hide a teenager's heart. Even if he was 40 years old, he could not even be considered a baby in the cultivation world. And to say that he was a teenager was considered to be an exaltation. Without the accumulation of years, in terms of heart and mind, certainly not as much as him. Along the way, no one had made a move against Jiang Han, so Jiang Han basically had an unimpeded passage. After a whole half-month of fanfare, he finally arrived at the destination of his trip, the Evil Extreme Sect. At this moment, the Evil Extreme Sect was packed with people. Almost all disciples, elders and the like were out. In the sky in front of the crowd, the old ancestor of the Evil Extreme Sect sat cross-legged. He slightly closed his eyes, and a terrifying wave came emanating from his body. That was the cultivation fluctuation of the goddess of transformation realm. You're here? The Evil Extreme Sect's old ancestor snorted coldly. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth stormed out, transforming into a ferocious beast that pounced. Many of the cultivators who had tracked and hid in the shadows showed a grave expression. Was this the strength of a late-stage transformation god realm powerhouse? Fruity is really powerful. Every move, every word and deed can affect the surrounding environment of heaven and earth. Jiang Han's face didn't change as he watched a spiritual power-fierce beast pounce on him. He swept away with a slap, using only pure late-stage foundation establishment cultivation. Bang! Those demonic beasts that were pouncing on the future cracked apart in inches and turned into nothingness under Jiang Han's slap. Jiang Chen pretended to be injured by the spiritual power as his body stomped back, in addition to distracting himself from taking stock of the Evil Extreme Sect's top brass. Not a single one. The people are all together. Well, the most important thing in a family, naturally, has to be all together. Chapter 60. Heaven should not answer you, but the old man should answer you. Oh, the old ancestor of the Evil Extreme Sect, who was sitting in mid-air, had a trace of abnormality on his face. That cold snort just now contained an extremely faint amount of his power of transformation. It wasn't much, but in the end, it wasn't something that a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could stop. Strangely enough, the kid just thumped his body back a few steps. Other than that, there is no other physical abnormality? No injuries at all?
The evil extreme sex old ancestor pondered for a moment that it was possible that he had just broken through to the late stage of God transformation, so not quite used to the sudden spike in power. Looking at Jiang Han, who had been crumbled back by a cold hum, many of the geniuses of the major powers that had tracked him down, elders and the like, shook their heads. With this much strength, you dare to go against the official road and kill the evil extreme sect? They thought Jiang Han had much power. I thought I was going to pull a big one, but who knows? I pulled a big one. You're not afraid to talk big. The entire evil extreme sect was on standby, and the evil extreme sect's oldest ancestor even greeted him personally. Now, there was no hope for them to compete for Jiang Han's Foundation establishment King's treasure. The Green Continent hadn't seen a Wang Bao in how many years? Even the lowest level of Foundation establishment King's treasure was worth studying and had a high value. When the Green Continent Foundation building trial was first held, Jiang Han was relying on this treasure to crunch and kill and win first place. Otherwise, with that punk's strength, even if his ancestors' graves were smoking, he wouldn't be able to win first place. At this time, the old ancestor of the evil extreme sect stood up, like a pillar of the sky, holding up the earth at this moment. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly boiled. At the late stage of the spirit transformation realm, in this small green continent, one could indeed be considered unrivaled in the world. The evil extreme sect's old ancestor looked at Jiang Han and spoke indifferently. I heard that you want to kill me? Jiang Chen nodded. Looks like you're not too old and deaf. You didn't hear me wrong. I'm trying to kill you. Arrogant. The voice was like thunder. A late-stage cultivator of the spirit transformation realm. Every word and action was heavenly authority. Large white clouds crumbled from the sky, wrapped in a vast force that rushed underground and rolled in the direction where Jiang Han was standing. He didn't care to take a shot at Jiang Han. Such a small person. Just the pressure alone was enough to crush him. Clang! The sword-shaped scroll in the storage bag turned into streams of light and appeared with a bang. It only changed its appearance. Exactly the same as it was during the Foundation establishment trial. It was clearly the form of a soul invoker. It's not always possible for someone to recognize a sword-shaped scroll, but there's always that risk. Covering your tracks will avoid unnecessary trouble. Boom! At this moment, rolling white clouds fell down like a green sky falling to the ground. Jiang Han grabbed the soul-inviting streamer with one hand and shook it. One person and one scroll had long since honed their skills, and with a gentle tap from Jiang Han, it knew it was time to move. Boom! The flood of weapons reappeared. Of course, the thousands of weapons also took on the appearance of spirits. A clanking sound rang out, and in an instant, it seemed as if the ghost gate was wide open and 100 ghosts were walking at night. Boo! Heavy white clouds and the torrent of souls blasted together. Thunderous sounds rang out, and the brilliant light was very blinding. The spiritual energy was turbulent and filled with rage. In the end, however, it was the spirit of 10,000 souls that had the advantage. Crashing through the heavy white clouds, white smoke spreads after the white cloud breaks up, then dissipates with the wind. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he merged his fingers and pointed remotely at the sky. Those looks like two fingers tearing up the green sky. In the dark, old ancestor San Yun's eyes grew more and more appreciative. This son has a lot of guts. Under such circumstances, he can still play handsome? When I was young, if I had half his consciousness, I would have had to go east to that legendary Panglai Immortal Island and abduct a fairy home to watch the door. Old ancestor Song Yun muttered. His voice was slight. Realizing that he had exposed the secret of his youth, he hurriedly used a secret method to chop away some of the information. So, there was still Kim Gwyn and Toji who couldn't hear any sound. After a pause, old ancestor Song Yun's gaze was then placed back on Jiang Han's body. In fact, it wasn't just him. All the cultivators who had tracked him down had their gazes all converged at the moment. Daring to decapitate the might of a late-stage transformation spirit realm powerhouse? Isn't this the equivalent of pulling the dragon's scales? Now that's a good show. The Foundation building King's treasure is really good. Old me likes it a lot. In that case, let's kill you. Erase the brand of soul thoughts belonging to you, and completely refine this treasure. The evil extreme sect's eyes were gloomy. Many of their evil extreme sect's list geniuses had been pitted by this kid, indirectly stepping on their almost several hundred years of clan's chi. Come and get it if you can. Jiang Chen looked up and continued. By the way, one more question. You evil extreme sect executives, have all the people arrived? The evil extreme sect's old ancestor laughed in anger. Naturally, all of them will bury you. People are on the line, all together on the road together, so as not to leave anyone, so that the first to go to the heart. A lot of people couldn't help but listen to this statement. It's been a long time, and the kid's mouth is still as good as ever.
This is not even a little bit scary? Dare to flirt with the #1 powerhouse of the Green Continent? Without a doubt. These words were extremely lethal, and the evil extreme sex old ancestor, who had survived the life and death situation, gritted his teeth with a gloomy gaze. At this moment, he no longer concealed his strength at the late stage of the transformation god realm. The entire body's cultivation swept away in a flash. All the cultivators hiding in the shadows changed in color, only to see their faces instantly redden and their eyes turn scarlet. The whole person's consciousness was blurred, wanting to fall into the middle of a kind of madness. Spirit transformation realm warriors can cultivate the power of intent. This is the insanity intent. Once you are dragged in by his insanity intent, you will go insane if it's light, or your soul will burn and you will fall. An expert opened his mouth in surprise and spoke of the power of this realm of intent. The biggest gap that distinguished a transformation spirit cultivator from an infant transformation realm cultivator was the realm of intent. In the realm of transformation, the realms of intent cultivated by cultivators came in all shapes and sizes, each strong and weak. Therefore, the gap between the strengths of the cultivators in this realm, they were very large. Immediately, there were quite a few young cultivators who hadn't reacted to the situation, and they screamed miserably in succession. They clutched their heads, aching and bleeding from their 7 corners. Finally his mouth dropped open and he looked fearfully into the sky, his eyes losing their light. With a thud, he planted himself on the ground. Their divine souls were completely silent. All that's left is an empty shell of flesh. Panic spread. They had wanted to seize Jiang Han's foundation establishment king's treasure and run, and it would be best if the evil extreme sect took the blame. But I didn't think that I had gotten myself into this. Why did things evolve in a way that ended up being much more than they expected? It was like there was a big invisible hand that was fiddling with them, calculating them. Jiang Chen looked at the old ancestor of the evil extreme sect who was in the midst of a violent rage, his expression incomparably calm. When the old man strikes, he will make you despair and make you scream for heaven and earth. The evil extreme sect's old ancestor opened his mouth eerily. He took a step forward, his insane intent reappearing, wanting to subdue Jiang Han. I have a move to gnaw on the old man. I wonder if you can block it. Jiang Chen spoke flatly. Who am I afraid of? Seeing Jiang Chen still remain calm, the evil extreme sect's old ancestor was simply going crazy. He killed with fury, and all of his strength at the late stage of the transformation god realm was declared. This kid, what right does he have to taunt at him? Just at that moment, a voice came ringing out from heaven and earth. Heaven shall not answer you, but the old man shall answer you. Chapter 61, Others receive gifts on their birthdays, but he receives life? As the icy voice rang out, a biting aura filled the entire heaven and earth. It was clearly just a sentence, but for some reason, the sniffers were able to sense the clanking sword aura from it. Boom! The power of the insane intent collapsed, unable to spread to Jiang Han's body. A single word shatters the realm of intent. I can't imagine that there's still a Taoist friend of the god transformation realm here. Why don't you come out and meet them? The evil extreme sect's old ancestor's gaze fell on the other side of the sky. Only a wave emerged there, and immediately afterward, 3 figures appeared. It was none other than old man Song Yun, 2C, and Jin Yuren. You are the Song Yun 9th generation old ancestor? Aren't you? You, dead? How come you're still alive? The evil extreme sect's old ancestor's pupils shrunk, clearly recognizing old man Song Yun. He was actually a generation older than Song Yun's 9th generation old ancestor. But back in those years, Song Yun's 9th generation ancestor's popularity had suppressed everyone across the board. Whether they were of the same generation, or of the previous generation, they were all suppressed to the point where they couldn't raise their heads and lost all their colors. If you can live, why can't I? The old man is not old yet, only 2,859 years old, just the right age to fight. A good age to put up the sword on the horse and fight to kill the enemy. The voice of the 9th generation old ancestor of the Song Yun was powerful and neutral. Whether it was his mental state or his chi and blood, he was just like a teenager. This sentence was like a thunderclap ringing out. Hearing many people's chi and blood rolled over. Their hearts were hard to bear, and they were almost about to explode. As he spoke, the shine flickered. Immediately afterward, a scimitar blasted to the surface. The 9th generation old ancestor of the Song Yun held a curved sword in his hand, and his sword chi shook out, cutting through the 9 white clouds. The ground swept away in a circle of invisible aura, stirring up rolling dust. He was also at the late stage of the spirit transformation realm. Today, I, the Song Yun sect, declare war on the evil extreme sect, but I'll say the ugly words up front. All of the evil extreme sect's executives will have to die. The ninth-generation-old ancestor of Songyun opened his mouth in a domineering manner. At those words, the evil extreme sex old ancestor's face was gloomy as he spoke with a hoarse throat. Two clans fighting each other, not a child playing house. The upper and lower mouths touching. The mouth is a declaration of war? Where is the letter of war? The ninth elder ancestor of the Songyun Subetsa glanced at him and blasted away with a blade. Brilliant blade chi instantly erupted, like a silver-colored mountain crashing down. The pupils of the evil extreme sect's many elders and disciples shrank. It's chopping at them? Immediately, their complexion changed drastically, and their figures moved slightly, wanting to escape. But the body was locked by a powerful aura and could not move at all. Put! The blade energy blasted down, and a portion of the evil extreme sect's cultivator's flesh shattered into a bloody mist. And the rolling blade chi hadn't been consumed yet. Then it blasted away, cutting down a small half of the evil extreme sect's mountain gate. Songyun ninth generation old ancestor, what are you doing? The evil extreme sect's old ancestor gritted his teeth and spoke viciously. Don't you want a war cry? This is my war letter. The ninth generation old ancestor of Songyun looked indifferent. A real war book is often a silent fight, a large body count, a fight to the death. Handing out war letters and sending envoys is what passes for a family. You have only two ways, either fight or die. When bullying my Songyun sect disciples, you should be prepared to be exterminated. These words clanked out like a big invisible knife rolling down on everyone present. Those cultivators who were secretly hibernating, one by one, listened very clearly. Their bodies trembled violently and blood oozed from their pores. No one would believe it if they said it. They actually got negatively injured by a comment? Is this old man Songyun? How horrible the strength is. A late-stage transformation spirit realm powerhouse without a life and death barrier and still in his prime was truly awe-inspiring. The extermination of the clan comes today. The ninth generation old ancestor of the Songyun killed with a blade and instantly came to the side of the old ancestor of the evil extremity sect, frightening the old ancestor of the evil extremity sect to directly execute the insanity intent. A crimson light instantly covered the Songyun 9 generation ancestor. Got it. A cold smile surfaced on the face of the evil extreme sect's old ancestor. This was the meaning he had realized. Insane intentions. Everything under the sun is madness. Even if Songyun's 9th generation old ancestor was superbly strong, he couldn't break free without exerting an equally strong realm of intent. The madness mood suits you. Crazy like a cutie. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun shook his head. His own intent not released. There is no need for a release, so to speak. He shook his wrist and a silver-white blade chi blasted out. Those forces of intent that enveloped him were instantly chopped to pieces. The madness intention that made people scared was cracked in a light manner. It's very clean. Not a hint of a drag. Ahem. The evil extreme sect's old ancestor's chest rose and fell as he coughed violently, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The insanity intent realm was broken. His mind was in a trance, and his head wanted to split. Boom! Before he could slow down, the 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun once again raised his sword to kill. The evil extreme sect's old ancestor's face turned blue. This old thing has just been revived and is that fierce? Killing intent after killing intent. Immediately, the evil extreme sect's old ancestor gritted his teeth to resist. They were powerful and their mana was terrifying. The aftermath of the collision of a single move could easily destroy a towering mountain. They killed from the earth all the way up to heaven. The evil extreme sect's old ancestor executed his body technique, transforming into streams of light and constantly changing the place of battle. The 9 generation old ancestor of Songyun followed closely behind. One person and one blade, dominating the sky, whisking the so-called number 1 powerhouse of the green continent away. The rest of the war, still going on. Ha ha, today is the old man's 980-year-old birthday. I ask for 300 orders from the heavens, and I also ask all of you from the evil extreme sect to fulfill them. Jin Yuren grinned as he set his sights on the evil extreme sect's top brass. After saying that, he dodged and killed. The faces of the many senior elders of the evil extreme sect were furious. Other people received gifts on their big birthday, but this guy received life on his big birthday? Looking at the two open battlefields, the Songyun patriarch's expression flashed with an odd color. The old ancestor's sentence of being in his prime, a sentence of either fight or die, and his dominance was revealed. That guy Kim Yuan, who borrowed 300 lives from the sky, is equally no slouch. The Songyun patriarch's lips moved slightly, wanting to say something tart, but I don't have a few tails of ink in my stomach, so after holding it in, just 2 words came out. I'll do it. Immediately, the Songyun patriarch unfolded his madness mode. Either just talk about the heart alone or sit down and talk about it. Bringing their divine abilities, their magic treasures, to their fullest level. In the vault of the sky, mana was rolling, stirring and disturbing, and the killing intent was monstrous. The world was busy, but Jiang Han was idle. To follow a mountain of support behind you is to save yourself the trouble and not have to worry at all. There's one thing to be said for these three old men, growing up completely against their age. It's a handful of years old, still in its prime, and very hot. The teenage spirit in his heart has not dissipated to this day. Jiang Chen was willing to call it an elderly trio of hotheads. He was not a fan of fighting and killing, but the amassing of wealth for cultivation was especially on his mind. The evil extreme sect is at a time of extermination right now. The treasure vault must be sparsely defended. So it's still not just for me to scavenge? Jiang Chen grinned. Scent. His path of cultivation was already very resource-consuming. Immediately, while the sky was still erupting with mana fluctuations, Jiang Han quietly slipped his way towards the evil extreme sect's treasure trove. He had a good nose, like he smelled a treasure trove. Strangely enough, not a single misstep was taken, and he came precisely to the great door of the treasury. The sword-shaped scroll spirit was speechless for a while. This guy's a sperm? Smell the gas and come on. It's like strolling through your own back garden. Chapter 62, Run. Your life is your own. There's no need to be surprised. It's just a matter of what makes the difference. If you've been single for 30 years, who are the widows in a 10-mile radius that you can't know? This explanation left the sword-shaped scroll spirit dazed. But with that explanation, it figured it out all at once. One person and one soul streamer came to the door of the evil extreme sect's treasury. Who? What a big dog dare to trespass into the evil extreme sect's treasure trove. Arrest you and refine you into the soul streamer. One of the white-clothed evil extreme sect disciples had a grim face as he loudly rebuked, his hand touching his waist, wanting to offer a magic treasure to strike. There were a few guards in front of the treasure trove, not weak, up or down in the late Jiedan stage. Several of the other guards looked at each other in disbelief, raked their hands over the one who had spoken out, murmured a few words in hushed tones, and then turned and fled. The one who was in charge of the soul streamer and killed only to come to the treasure trove was definitely not a simple commodity. Moreover, if you can do it without changing your face and with ice in your eyes, where would you be a weakling? Not running? How much do they get paid a month? There's really no need to hold on for dear life. The treasure trove is the top level of the evil extreme sect, but the lives are their own. What a wimp. Watching the guards behind him all run away, the white-robed guard snorted coldly. Immediately, he sacrificed his magic treasure. Then, the entire person, along with the magic treasure that was just sacrificed, was blown to pieces by Jiang Han with a slap. To his death. He didn't know how he died, because the difference in strength is too great. This guy looks very young, like the boy next door, but I can't imagine that he is so fierce. The other cultivators who had disappeared, only felt a coldness in their backs, and looked down fiercely, and realized that their chests were pierced through without knowing when, and blood gurgled out. They feel that their life force is fading fast. However, fortunately, before the pain spread throughout the body, it was shattered by a blazing force, which wasn't too bad. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless as he kicked open the door to the treasure trove. His attack power was unmatched, especially after absorbing immortal blood. His immortal power transformed into a spirit. Although the current him was only in the late stage of Jiedan, he could shake the existence of a half-step infant transformation realm. After all, there's a hint of a connection with Xian, enough to go against the grain. At the very least, in this immortal-less Nanming continent, he was the most unique one. The door to the treasure trove collapsed, and the stones lay across the floor in what looked like a mess. This treasury collects so many magic treasures? The military aura is very good. The sword-shaped scroll absorbed violently, and its shaft trembled lightly, emitting a gust of luster to it, and its aura seemed to be a touch stronger. Jiang Chen looked at the sword-shaped scroll rather strangely. This treasure can evolve, but on second thought, it wasn't surprising. After all, this was an existence that had once killed immortals. Only the back is in disrepair, leading to a massive reduction in quality, strength, etc. This figure has 3 artifacts, 3 ancient swords respectively. The remaining 2 were completely stained red with immortal blood and could not be seen in their original form. If one were to refine the immortal blood and erase the bloodstains of the immortal blood, one might not be able to slowly restore this treasure to its peak. Go back to that peak moment of the 3 swords decapitating the immortals. Of course, the process won't be simple. However, the road has to be taken one step at a time and nothing can be rushed. Since the goal was the immortal domain Star Ocean, every step taken now was the root of the future goal. This treasure trove does have a large number of magic treasures. A handful of them exuded a faint glow, and when they were gathered together, they were a bit blinding. How about 50-50? The sword-shaped scroll spirit took the initiative to speak. Jiang Chen nodded after a brief moment of contemplation. Fair enough, although he was the owner, he had never treated the sword-shaped scroll as just a magic weapon. So, there deserves to be a copy of the sword-shaped scroll. Buzz! A roaring sound rang out, only to see the treasures within the treasure trove lightly trembling. Then one by one, they levitated up and flew towards Zhang Han as well as the sword-shaped scroll. In the end, the number of magic treasures obtained by one person and one axis were not comparable. Taking a slight inventory, Zhang Han nodded. It was indeed a big difference. The first split is done. The voice of the sword-shaped scroll spirit rang out. Jiang Chan's eyes narrowed. Wasn't this already a 50-50 split? What do you mean the first split is over? Is there a second game? At that moment, he clearly felt the gaze of the sword-shaped scroll spirit land on the magic treasure in front of him. One for you, one for me. Under his odd gaze, the sword-shaped scroll took the half of the magic treasure he had obtained and performed another 50-50 split. Jiang Chen looked odd. You call this a 50-50 split? Have you encountered any difficulties lately that you need so many magic treasures? Talk to me if you're really in trouble. I'll be sure to stay away from you. This was no joke. And Zhang Han examined the sword-shaped scroll up and down with great care. This treasure was once suspected to have followed the war sovereign Kill Immortal. The karma it has caused is monstrous. There could be a horrible hijacking. If he really attracted a terrifying catastrophe, I don't know if the drop of demonic beast blood that he used as a stand-in could carry it off. If he can't carry it off, he'll be implicated in the end? The origin of this magic treasure is heavenly. Very mysterious. Hardness bar. Carry a dozen times maybe unhurt. But he was different. Mortal flesh and blood. Not dead or crippled. After the second split, Zhang Han only had about 100 magic treasures in front of him. After contemplating for a while, he directly gave the remaining mana to the sword-shaped scroll. The sword-shaped scroll spirit was a little surprised. This son usually loves money. How could he be so willing to part with it? You don't want it? Don't. Consider it an investment. Not afraid of losing? The sword-shaped scroll spirit was skeptical. What are you afraid of? As your master, isn't that the way it should be? Jiang Chen waved his hand, with a greatly generous, I'm willing to cut meat look. However, this instead made the sword-shaped scroll more and more cautious. Something's not right with this kid. The last time something was off like this was the last time. Let's be honest, there's really no pitfalls in this? The sword-shaped scroll body boomed as luster converged above the tip of the sword, which then pointed straight at Zhang Han's heart. Jiang Chen pushed the tip of the sword away with his index finger, then said seriously, brothers are afraid you'll suffer, so they're giving you a tonic. And then, he looked at the sword-shaped scroll, his gaze slightly fiery. The sword-shaped scroll was looked at with a little bit of hairiness in his heart. That look, why does it look a bit like a mortal, trying to breed his own sow? You don't think you want me to build you a little 10,000 fierce soldier figure, do you? The sword-shaped scroll spirit sounded odd. Jiang Chen froze for a moment, then slowly nodded. Knowing me is like being a brother. Ah, you make up for it, and when your body recovers a bit, I'll find you a mother weapon. Investment, naturally have to reap the benefits. The father's debt, you cannot afford to pay. Just give birth to a child to pay. This is also considered a loan to pass on. Jiang Chen said seriously. The sword-shaped scroll spirit was instantly speechless. Let him have a baby to cover the debt? You call that a father's debt? Any landowner in the mortal world would have to be called a connoisseur when he came. Chapter 63, The Intentions of the 9 Generations of Zhang Yun's Ancestors. The sword-shaped scroll spirit was speechless for a while. This person is really clear thinking, and really from not letting himself suffer even if it is a loss, it is only temporary. Even if they have suffered a loss in the near future, surely they will have to make up for it elsewhere. Not one to put himself at a disadvantage anyway. It's just that when you're under a roof, how can you not bow your head? We'll talk about the future later. This is something that seems to be lucrative. Let's not talk about the mother arms for a moment. Even if it didn't seem to be able to produce a weapon. Isn't this nonsense? Good. Without any hesitation, it agreed at once. Really? Really? If there is any falsehood, I will immediately disintegrate. The sword-shaped scroll spirit replied forcefully. I don't see a tendency to lose out for a while, so there's no harm in agreeing to it. It's just a blank check anyway. Jiang Chen grinned. He had heard that there was a rootless water that could impregnate weapons. Later on, when he had achieved his cultivation, he would sneak off to a hostile holy land or forbidden land to capture an extreme weapon. and then by colluding the two weapons. You can't say that you'll be able to give birth to an immortal slayer weapon. It was up to which Holy Land would be ungrateful enough to offend him in the future. The sword-shaped scroll is unknown and is still in the dark. With a loud boom, the shaft erupted with a brilliant light, and the vast energy instantly enveloped all of the magic treasures in front of it. There was a clicking sound. The magical treasures within the evil extreme sect's treasury cracked apart inch by inch, and those pieces of divine gold were finally swallowed by the sword-shaped scroll. After absorbing a large amount of magic treasures, the sword-shaped scroll's aura was significantly stronger. However, Jiang Han realized that a portion of the power had been absorbed by the immortal blood. Could it be that this immortal blood and the scroll are in a parasitic relationship? When the host gets stronger, the parasite gets stronger with it. Or perhaps the sword-shaped scroll spirit deliberately strengthened the immortal blood and sealed the spirit of the other two ancient swords with the help of the immortal blood? Jiang Chen didn't ask much, because once the question is asked, the flavor changes. Stay in your mind and time will answer. After 2/4 of an hour, the process of devouring the magic treasure was over. You're really fast. Jiang Chen couldn't help but praise. To accomplish what you need in a short period of time is naturally something to be proud of. In fact, the sword-shaped scroll spirit did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, in their weapon clan, being fast was a braggable capital. Jiang Chen roughly surmised the time and said, the unrest outside should have almost subsided. The strength of the elderly hotshot trio is no joke. The strength is there for all to see. Jiang Chen returned outside silently, just in time to see the corpses and bones all over the place. The top and bottom of the evil extreme sect's hierarchy were all beheaded. Not a single one was spared. The evil disciples within the sect were likewise beheaded cleanly. The evil extreme sect cultivated a strange gong method. Their gong method dictated that they liked to sacrifice living beings and draw power from them. And the more living beings one sacrifices, the more spirit lines will appear on one's forehead. The more spirit lines you have, the more innocent killings you create. There were a total of 9 spirit lines. Therefore, but anyone who appeared to have 3 spiritual lines on his forehead, beheading one counted as one, and absolutely none of them were killed wrongly. Jiang Chen was staggered that the evil pole sect, which had a late-stage harmonized God realm powerhouse in attendance, was ultimately destroyed. The high level was decimated by all 9 generations of Songyun's ancestors and patriarchs. During the Foundation establishment trial, the young generation of geniuses were beheaded by him. It had to be said that the evil extreme sect really did have a couple of tricks up its sleeve. It was actually possible to mess with 2 demons who were arguably the strongest in their attacking power at the same level at the same time. Such a niche and certain death can be tapped by them. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun didn't even take a breath. The qi and blood in his body was extremely vigorous, like a river of stars. Jiang Han smiled and spoke. Old ancestor is mighty, handsome, especially back then. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun shook his head and said, it's not that I'm strong, it's just that this person is too weak. Jiang Chen looked odd. If this sentence was heard by the old ancestor of the evil extreme sect, he would more than likely be so angry that he would swindle. The insanity intent is indeed very strong. Cultivating it to the end can make the great Tao insane and enter one's own Tao. But unfortunately this person is not yet home. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun commented. In fact, to be able to cultivate to the spirit transformation realm and perceive a decent intent, one was already considered a human being. I wonder what old ancestor's intention is. Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. Speaking of the old man's intent will not do you any good right now, but will instead make you suffer in return. After pondering for a while, the Songyun 9th generation old ancestor opened his mouth in this manner. Jiang Chen was slightly surprised in his heart. The mere utterance of a name can turn him against his will? While being surprised, his heart became more and more curious. Seemingly seeing Jiang Han's curiosity, the 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun smiled faintly. This kid, he's got a rebellious streak just like a kid. The more you don't want it, the more you want it. The more you're not allowed to know, the more you have to know. Since you want to know so much, I'll let you feel it a little. After a pause, Songyun's 9th generation ancestor asked cautiously, Little one, are you ready? Aha! Jiang Chen nodded, and at the same time, there was a kind of excitement. Jiadan, Yuaning, infant transformation of God. Once one reached the God transformation realm, it was different from the previous realms, and the God transformation realm could execute intent to kill the enemy, and there are many moods. For example, the ordinary ones have moods such as wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and in addition to that, there are moods such as life and death. Everything in heaven and earth can be a source of meaning. What exactly would be the realm of intent of the 9-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun? Invincible realm of intent? Hegemonic intent? Or is it the realm of life and death? Jiang Chen made a slight guess because it fit the image of Song Yun's 9th-generation ancestor.
A young man's blood burns the void. Such a character, with the heart of a teenager,
naturally believes in his invincibility. Boom! At that moment, a trace of grey power flew out from the body of the 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun. The speed was fast, and in a flash,
it floated to the center of Jiang Han's brow,
and then with a boom,
it fused with his divine soul.
Jiang Chen's eyes instantly became blurry.
His consciousness was drawn into some kind of intention.
It was a white sea, and he stood on top of a lone boat. When you look up, there is no island, no shore, no fellow travelers. Even this piece of heaven and earth, he was the only one. Boom!
It was dark at the moment,
and the sea rose up in an endless storm, out of reach.
The only sound in my ears was the whistling wind and the lone boat that was simply unsteady under my feet,
going with the flow. At this moment,
the flavor of despair rose steeply from Jiang Han's heart.
What kind of horrible intent is this? It's so desperate. Even groping, they couldn't feel the end of the line and couldn't see any hope.
I don't know how much time has passed.
Maybe an instant. Maybe a day. Maybe countless years.
Time becomes the most meaningless unit of calculation here.
At that moment, an old voice echoed. This is the old man's realm of intent. The Tao without end. This life's path is endless. Just like that bitter sea, without boundaries, sinking and floating for the rest of one's life.
Seeking the way is all about sacrificing the way of the path.
Chapter 64. What is the Taoist heart? This life has an end,
but the path has no end.
To use a finite lifespan to pursue a nearly infinite Tao, it makes one despair when one thinks about it. No wonder the 9th elder ancestor of Song Yun didn't want Jiang Chen to know about his intent. If you know, you will be confused about cultivating immortality. Is there really an end to the endless way? Since there is no end to cultivation, does the so-called immortality not exist either? This is enough to shake the moral heart of many people.
The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun looked at Jiang Han, who had his eyes closed, and his gaze flashed with a hint of anticipation. He had voluntarily given away his intent 3 times in his life. For the first time, it was a mortal scribe. It took that scribe 100 years to get out of the mood. If he hadn't protected that mortal scholar's body, I'm afraid his flesh would have long since decayed.
After awakening,
that mortal scribe was still in the same physical state,
though his appearance remained 100 years ago. But still, the aura of lateness was all over his body,
and his eyes were full of confusion.
At last his single figure walked slowly into the darkness of the evening sun.
The 9-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun didn't know where the scholar had gone.
Maybe hide in the mountains and not practice immortality for the rest of his life. After all, once you enter the path,
the earth has changed.
Friends and family and so on have left, leaving you alone.
100 years is enough time for those who still remember him to have largely passed away.
Such a blow is undoubtedly huge. Of course, it's possible for that scribe to come out of his funk when he figures it out. From then on, he embarked on the path of immortality and pursued the endless. The second time, it was a demonic cultivator who refined his body.
That demonic cultivator had taken 10 years to walk out, but his eyes were still dim
with frustration, and his state of mind was greatly affected. The third time, it was a human cultivation genius. He had the fastest time, only 3 days. 3 days later, the teenager opened his eyes, the light in his eyes unsharpened. Only one sentence was left. If the way is limitless, then I will cultivate my body to the limitless, and spend the rest of my life hereafter in search of the heavenly way.
The Tao has no end intention.
Can make people fall among the confusion of the Tao. I wonder how long it will take for you to come out of the confusion. The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun looked at Jiang Chen's body with anticipation in his eyes. Just then,
he noticed that Jiang Han's eyelids jumped slightly.
An illusion? Is this an awakening? How is that possible? How long has it been? About a quarter of an hour, I guess? A quarter of an hour was enough to cancel out the effects of the Tao Wuya's intent, although he hadn't fully unfolded the true Tao endless intent. But even if it's just a hint, it's still considered terrifying. However, when he looked over again at the second glance,
Jiang Han's eyelids no longer fluttered lightly, but regained their composure.
Just when Song Yun's 9th-generation ancestor thought it was an illusion, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly opened. There was clarity in the eyes, not a hint of bewilderment.
As if witnessing the vicissitudes of the years,
experienced asked the end of the world. Return is still the same as the original teenager. You, awakened? A brilliant light flickered in the eyes of the 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun.
The time used by those in the past was both long and short, but none of them could be as short as a mere quarter of an hour. Such a time was a bit unbelievable even to himself.
The Tao has no end,
and can lead one into the midst of being confused about the Tao. If it was performed at full strength, those who fell into the realm of intent willingly sacrificed the great Tao and directly sat down.
What's wrong with this guy? Is it a silent genius? Keeping himself hidden from the world? Your Tao heart is unharmed? The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun asked in a deep voice.
Generally those who walked out of the Tao endless realm of intent had their Tao hearts more or less affected.
Tao heart?
Jiang Chen looked puzzled,
and after a moment's pause, he asked, what do you mean by Tao heart?
The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun froze for a moment. If that was the case, it would perfectly explain why Jiang Han could step out of Dao Wuya's realm of intent so quickly.
How can such a heartless person to monasticism have a broken heart?
Because they just don't even have the heart of the word. The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun rubbed his brows and let out a bitter smile. But 1,000 calculations have been made,
and there is still an omission. This brat is really lazy to the extreme. Laziness has taken its toll on your own morality. Follow me to the evil extreme sect's ancestral land.
The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun named Jiang Han to follow, while Tu Si, Jin Yuren retreated outside the evil extreme sect.
After today, the entire Green Continent will be shaken. Within a day,
the sect that ranked second on the Green Continent and was expected to compete for first place was destroyed just like that between silences.
It's like changing the world overnight.
Their Song sect archaeologized an old thing from within their ancestral land, and after a small show of muscle, they took out the Green Continent's second oldest.
With such strength, who else in the Green Continent would dare to mess with their Song sect after this? Who else would dare to assassinate their Song sect disciples? Respect and awe are earned by fighting.
The evil extreme sect's ancestral land was located within a large mountain. The unjust souls here were monstrous, like blood-colored clouds pressing down on the sky above the ancestral land. The sinister qi made the temperature here
drop extremely drastically.
This place was rarely approached even by people from the evil extreme sect.
As Jiang Han and also Song Yun's 9th-generation ancestor barged in, the unjust souls hissed and swooped down.
Scatter! The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun flicked his sleeve, and a terrifying power swept out.
In an instant,
the unjust souls that had bullied their way in dissipated in an instant. The rolling clouds of blood were immediately cleared.
Jiang Chen's pupils shrank. Was this the strength of a strong harmonized God realm practitioner? There is one that is powerful indeed. I wonder what deeper meaning old ancestor has in bringing me here. Jiang Chen appeared to be careless, but in fact, he deliberately asked a question.
The 9th elder ancestor of Song Yun paused for a moment and said, have you ever heard of
the Extreme Tao organization in the central continent?
Jiang Chen nodded.
He had heard about it. Many of the old monsters of the great clans have secretly allied themselves,
claiming the extreme path and poaching the strongest organs of the geniuses of the gods to piece together in their own bodies. The delusion is that the whole body is full of extreme organs,
by which one can become immortal. Can the pole path actually go through? Jiang Chen's eyes were thoughtful.
The entire body of the 10,000 burials robber body was filled with extreme organs.
If the old monsters of the central continent knew, they would be shocked.
And he was born with the extreme Tao,
not cobbled together at a later stage. The 9th elder ancestor of Song Yun didn't reply, instead looking at Jiang Han. What do you think? After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Han slowly said,
piecing together the extreme Tao organs in one's own body, although it can enhance one's strength in a short period of time,
how is it not another kind of shackle?
The true strongest lies in one's own self,
not in some extreme organ.
A grain of sand can still fill the sea of Swidden stars. A blade of grass can also cut down the stars of the ancient world. The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun looked at Jiang Chen, his eyes brightening violently as he kept nodding his head in approval.
Just remember your words and go your way. It doesn't matter what the answer is because there are many things in this world that don't have answers. That's why you can't be superstitious about authority. Not even if it's what the old ancestor says. The world's great Tao. Each one fights for it.
The 9th-generation-old ancestor of the Tsung Cloud spoke in a serious tone.
Jiang Chen seemed to have remembered something and immediately spoke.
Right. Old ancestor suddenly talked about the extreme Tao.
Could it be that this place is related to the extreme Tao?
The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun nodded. The old ancestor of the evil extreme sect had threatened him with the connections of the central continent before he died. The evil extreme sect is secretly connected to a certain extreme Tao organization in the central continent.
Here in its ancestral land, it should be warming a certain extreme organ, which is said to be fierce. Chapter 65, Heavy Pupil. Extreme organ. Fierce? Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and instead of fear, a bit of excitement rose within him. This was his first close encounter with the so-called pole organ. Immediately, he retreated behind the 9-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun. Why don't you go together? Afraid that I won't be able to shelter you? The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun laughed. This kid, he's really got a lot to live for. Is this ready to turn and run at the first sign of trouble? Can actually understand that. To put it bluntly, it's underpowered phobia. Jiang Chen's cultivation was still too weak after all, so a little breeze could make Jiang Chen walk on thin ice. When this matter was over, he must take Jiang Han to that place for a spin. Hey, the wonderful thing about dredging up roots and enhancing cultivation is that it's unmatched. Definitely a good place to be. Most importantly, is very exciting. The two of them walked towards the depths of the evil extreme ancestral land, one after the other. The further in you go, the colder the temperature gets. By the end of the day, it was actually snowing heavily, except that the snow was a bit oddly black in color. This scene was extremely bizarre. It was like Jiang Chen and the 9-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun were walking towards the darkness step by step and gradually being swallowed up by it. At the end of the evil extreme ancestral land, there was an ancient pool. The shape was odd, round on the outside and square on the inside, and the pool was turquoise and bubbling. There is a stone tablet on the side with a few large letters. The pool of extreme in cultivation of the way. But Jiang Chen's attention wasn't here at all, and was instead drawn to the earth engraved near the extreme in Dao nurturing pool. After a rough count, there were actually no less than 100,000 seats, densely packed and spread throughout the entire end of the space. Even earthy graves and earthy graves are stacked on top of each other, creating graves on top of graves and graves on top of graves. Rolling inchi seeped out from these graves, then was pulled by the underground formation and converged into the extreme in Dao nurturing pool. No wonder it's so cold here. Sucking in the yin chi of 100,000 graves, can it not be low? The yin chi of 100,000 earthen graves nourishing a pole organ? Just what kind of polar organ needs that much spectacle? It's a bit evil. Are you sure about this, old ancestor? Jiang Chen asked. The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yin smiled and said, the Qing continent has been attacking the first for 5,000 years. Do you think it's a joke? After saying that, he was dry, and he blasted a slap toward the front. A booming sound rang out, and an illusory palm instantly coalesced, golden in color, with a majestic and grandiose aura. Boom! Seemingly sensing the pressure of the golden palm, the entire extreme in Dao nurturing pool flowed with light. It was evident that the formation at the bottom of the pool had activated. The light of the formation penetrated the water, refracting the splashes of color. Rolling in chi transformed into hideous heads, one by one. Uncountable piles on top of the extreme in Dao nurturing pool. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out. This kind of pressure triggered the divine soul imprint left behind in this place. Fellow Daoist, this is the extreme Dao organ that my father has warmed up here. Please don't destroy it. Leave a thread now. It will be good in the future. Good for you, mother. The 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun responded indifferently. Words don't even let each other finish. The next second the golden slap slapped down. The formation shattered, the yin chi disintegrated, and that one divine soul brand was instantly blasted to pieces, and the remaining momentum of the golden palm did not diminish, blasting all the way to the bottom of the extreme in Dao nurturing pool. Endless water splashes came out. A golden glow spread throughout the pool, purging it of all potential threats. The remnants of mana boiled the pool of water and kept smoking. Seeing this scene, Jiang Han couldn't help but be staggered. No matter what means you have or don't have, no matter what formations you have set up or don't have, all in one clean slap. Up. At this time, the 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yun slightly hooked his index finger upwards, only to see a gray eyeball gradually rising from that turquoise pool of water. The warmed polar organ is an eyeball? Looking at the size of the eyeball, one could almost tell it was a human eyeball. But the odd thing is that there are two pupils inside. It's a heavy pupil eyeball. The pupils and pupils were superimposed on each other, as if they were sealing the great Tao of the heavens within, and there were countless strange runes branded on top of the eyeballs. To be more precise, the runes are not branded on it. Rather, it's innate. Can runes be born in the eyeballs of normal humanoids? The whole eyeball was gray and looked rather mysterious. Jiang Chen sighed, inexplicably sympathetic. Is this a hard-cut eyeball? If so, that would really hurt. To say it's a cone of pain is an understatement. Seemingly seeing the strange color in Jiang Han's eyes, the 9th-generation-old ancestor of Song Yin spoke. This one isn't the eyeball of a living person, but rather the eyeball of a dead person. If it's a living person's eyeball, it's fresh, and the divine essence on it is still there. Pick it and you can just offer it up without needing to warm it up. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun slightly opened his palm, and that one eyeball was seized in his hand. Boom! Suddenly a strange change appeared, and the runes above the eyeballs flowed with a faint glow, like it's come to life. Immediately afterward, a fiery and incomparable power burst out from the eyeball. Jiang Chen could clearly sense that his movements had slowed down. To be more precise, it's not that he's slowing down. Instead, time stood still slightly. An ordinary person might not be able to tell the difference, but Jiang Han could. The eye beam shot out, but the 9th generation elder ancestor of Songyun flicked his fingertips, instantly shattering the beam. This eyeball is nice. Give it to you. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun placed several seals on top of the eyeball and then threw it in front of Jiang Han. Jiang Han froze for a moment, then hurriedly caught it. This extreme double pupil seems to be able to stop time for a short period of time. Its power was no less than a terrifying king's treasure or even an ancient treasure. Just give it away? Old ancestor's atmosphere. Jiang Chen grinned. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun laughed and shook his head. This child was good at everything, but his strength was too weak. But strangely enough, this child's roots were not weak, and his temperament was extraordinary. Logically speaking, the natural talent should not be weaker than Lu Shun, or even surpass Lu Shun. Thinking about it, the 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun came to a conclusion. It should be that Jiang Han was too handsome and had a good image and temperament, making people mistakenly think that the natural talent was also high. Unfortunately, Jiang Han's qualifications were mediocre, and there wasn't much to be amazed about. You, this child, are truly pleasing to the heart, more to the old man's liking than Yi Zifen, Lu Xin and those two boys. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun laughed out loud. Jiang Chen had a twisted look on his face and said, "Old ancestor, I like females." The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun froze slightly for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Well, there's no creation here. Let's go." Jiang Han followed behind, hesitated for a moment, then asked seriously, "This is the extreme Tao organ that is warmed up here in the middle continent. If we take them away, aren't we afraid that those experts in the middle continent will come to pick a fight? They wouldn't dare come, unless they really don't fear the ancient covenant." The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun glanced at the pale sky and said quietly, Jiang Chen was still young after all, and didn't know about the so-called ancient covenant. The 36 continents of Nanning check and balance each other. The big continents have the hegemony of the big continents, and the small continents have the way of survival of the small continents, and everything has its own means of balance. As for what's behind it, it's too long ago, and you'll gradually understand it when you reach the transformation god. Speaking of this, the 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun sighed, waiting for this kid to turn into a god? I'm afraid I don't even know how many thousands of years from now. The premise is that this kid, he'll live for thousands of years. A few hundred years was already the limit for the district's foundation establishment realm, and a few thousand years was tantamount to the sky. Thinking of this, Songyun's 9th generation ancestor became more and more determined to bring Jiang Han to that place. At the very least it will sharpen this sun. Kid, go, old ancestor will take you to a place. Where to? Jiang Chen looked skeptical. Is that what the old man said before? That it's cool? Why did he feel a bit conspiratorial and out of place? Chapter 66, you call this a feast for the eyes? The 9th elder ancestor of Songyun looked at Jiang Chen and gave a bad smile. Naturally, it's a very cool place. How cool is it? Jiang Chen grew more and more suspicious. This bad old man. Bad old man. Unlike the decent image of a normal famous ancestor, Songyun's 9th generation ancestor's strength was powerful, but being unreliable was also really unreliable. Is it cool to feast your eyes? Is immersive play cool? There are many ways to play. Songyun's 9th generation ancestor raised his eyebrows. But the more this happened, the more cautious Jiang Han's expression became. I'll think about it. He spoke cautiously. Old ancestor can harm you? You're Yi Zifen's disciple, so you can't in any way, right? He said, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth. Is it okay not to go? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. You can. The old ancestor is the most fair. If you don't go in person, then you'll have to go in spirit. The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun slightly raised his shoulders lightly, pretending to stretch his muscles and bones, but in reality, it looked like he was about to swing his fist. If it goes willingly, it's intact. If you really don't want to, then the soul will have to walk in front of you and the person will have to chase after you. Jiang Chen shrugged helplessly. That was no choice. He asked after the place. However, The ninth-generation-old ancestor of Tsongyun remained mysterious and did not answer positively.
It just means that when we get to that place,
we'll know everything. Zhang Han's heart sank to the bottom. Why don't you let him know? Could it be that he was afraid he would run away from the battle? It seems like that place really isn't a good place. This is getting on the wrong side of the boat. Let's hope we don't get there and get really cool to the point of spiraling into the sky.
Walking out of the evil extreme sect's ancestral land, Sonyun's ninth-generation-old ancestor briefly explained a few words to 2C,
Jin Yuren,
and then led Zhang Han to step into the air and leave.
During that time,
several teleportation arrays were also used.
Jiang Chen couldn't remember how far he had traveled.
All they knew was that after 10 days or so, they came to an unknown place. It is not even known whether it still belongs to the territory of the Green Continent or not. The scene before us was not desolate, but it was uniform.
It's all swampland, not a single big hill.
Those swamps looked quiet, but in fact there were quite a few demonic beasts with terrifying strengths hibernating in the mire. And there was no lack of infant transformation realm and god transformation realm existences. In the end, Sonyun's ninth-generation ancestor brought Jiang Chen to the only place in the area that was still considered a hill. The hill was odd. Not a weed in sight. Jiang Chen stood on the hill with a strange look in his eyes,
and then walked around.
The strange look in his eyes becoming more and more intense.
See what?
The ninth-generation-old ancestor of Sonyun sat down on his butt on the rock.
Jiang Chen looked grave as he spoke in a deep voice. This isn't a hill.
Oh,
the eyes of the ninth-generation-old ancestor of Sonyun lit up violently.
Oh,
tell me about it. It is a petrified head, I believe.
And right now where we are standing is the canopy of that being, with most of its head buried in the ground. As Jiang Chen had just finished speaking,
the bright laughter of Sonyun's ninth-generation ancestor rang out. This kid should say no. The strength is not good,
but the intuition is still quite sharp.
Kid, these things are only known to those who kill a lot.
A light shot out from the eyes of Sonyun's ninth-generation ancestor as he stared at Zhang Han.
Did this son have a few strengths?
But whirled around and shook his head.
Zhang Han is only the cultivation of the late stage of foundation building. It is good not to be chased by others. After all, when breaking into the immortal cultivation world,
the foundation establishment realm was only the lowest level of existence.
Zhang Han scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, knowing all this is all thanks to the cultivation of the diehards. The deadbeats he talks about are really deadbeats. The dead bang hard kind.
9 times he dispersed his power. 9 times he buried his true body.
Where are the large and small tombs in Qingzhou without his traces?
He had gone to great lengths to pick a large,
comfortable tomb. Obviously, the ninth-generation-old ancestor of the Tsong clouds didn't understand the word dead friends in Zhang Han's mouth. That's right, this place is the head of a mysterious demonic beast. At those words, Jiang Chen's heart grew more and more confused. Old ancestor, what are we doing here? Is this the place you said was exciting and comfortable before? Stepping on the skull of a dead being is a bit eerie anyhow.
It's not even close to being exciting or comfortable.
Is it?
The gaze of the ninth-generation-old ancestor of Tsongyun flickered slightly,
emitting an evil aura before he spoke quietly. This is one of the entrances to the small reincarnation places on Earth. And there are other entrances, of which this is one. A small reincarnation place on Earth?
The ninth-generation-old ancestor of Tsongyun nodded.
Well,
there was once an old monster of the questioning realm who presumptuously attempted to reincarnate into immortality. And this was one of his test sites.
Only then it failed,
resulting in the yin qi that permeates this place, the wandering souls that roam the sky, and even the soul swallowing that has arisen.
Jiang Chen looked odd,
having been tricked by this bad old man.
According to the ninth generation of Sonyun's old ancestor, after that tripod realm old monster's experiment failed,
this place became a place for ghost cultivators and some geniuses from the central continent to practice.
What happened to the promised eye candy? What happened to the promised novelty gameplay such as immersive play? Just to trick him into coming?
Seemingly seeing Jiang Chen's doubts,
the ninth generation of Sonyun's old ancestor smiled and said, there are quite a few fierce-faced wandering souls in there. Soul swallowing? Wouldn't you say it's a feast for the eyes?
As for immersive playthroughs,
you'll find out later.
Jiang Chen was speechless for a while,
and in his heart, he silently labeled Sonyun's ninth generation ancestor as unreliable. Old ancestor went out of his way to trick me into coming here, not just to teach me a lesson alone, right? Clever.
The ninth generation old ancestor of Tsongyun laughed. The wandering souls of the earthly minor reincarnation land also have soul swallowing possessing special effects.
Cultivators who devour those wandering souls, devouring souls and swallowing them, can additionally coalesce a small yin vein in their bodies.
The lesserine vein allows cultivators below the infant transformation realm to break the barriers to cultivation and double the speed of cultivation.
Hearing this, Jung Han's eyes lit up. Breaking down cultivation barriers? Effective below the infant transformation realm? I wonder if it has any effect on his 10,000 burial robbery body?
Jung Han had only come up with one way to break the Yuaning curse of the 10,000 burial robber body at the moment. That is to cast the firstborn with the thoughts of all beings.
In other words, it was to break the curse of the firstborn with the power of qi. But Jiang Chen, as a person, always liked to make multiple preparations. Breaking through the Yuaning and breaking the curse was not a small matter, but a matter of life and death. One more way out. You know that old ancestor is good to you, right?
The 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun said.
Jiang Chen's heart warmed slightly, and he immediately cupped his fists. Many thanks, old ancestor. By the way, what did Lao Zu mean just now when he said immersive play acting gameplay? At this moment,
a golden talisman appeared between the index and middle fingers of the 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun at some unknown time.
This is the soul transformation talisman. As long as it is attached to your body, you can be transformed into a lone soul.
At those words,
Jiang Chen's expression flashed with an odd color. The so-called role-playing that turned him into a wandering ghost? How come it's nothing like the novelty of playing in a greenhouse that he imagined?
The 9th elder ancestor of Songyun continued.
I can beat you, who is a lone soul, into the earthly land of minor reincarnation.
You just need to take their wandering souls step by step,
swallow the souls and eat them.
Then you can condense the smalling vein.
Jiang Chen became more and more confused. Can't he just enter the earth and devour it? Why go through all the trouble of turning into a wandering ghost first?
Before Jiang Chen could ask,
the 9th generation old ancestor of Songyun took the initiative to explain.
The human form devours those wandering souls,
swallows souls, is forcibly plundered, and the process must be attritional. But when you are transformed into a wandering soul,
and then you devour those wandering souls,
swallowing souls, it's not plundering anymore, it's homologous fusion.
The smalling veins condensed this way are stronger and more efficient.
Chapter 67, Playing Mind Games with a Wandering Spirit.
Incarnated as a wandering ghost,
Jiang Han's heart was still a bit diabolical. Normally,
only mortals wander between heaven and earth in such a form after death.
But a wandering spirit is a wandering spirit.
As long as it could condense the smalling vein,
everything was worth it.
This chakra was not quite the same as the orthodox immortal cultivation's 8 chakras, and it was equivalent to opening up a new path.
Please grant the talisman to the old ancestor.
Jiang Chen cupped his fists and bowed.
Remember, once this talisman is affixed, you are a wandering ghost,
and your body will become so weak that you will need to devour and evolve step by step.
The 9th generation of Songyun's oldest ancestor admonished. Fearing that Jiang Chen wouldn't know, disciple keeps this in mind. Come on.
Disciple would like to see if that so-called earthly reincarnation ground is really that exciting.
Jiang Chen took a deep breath as he showed some anticipation in his eyes.
This world was marvelous,
possessing a splendor that far exceeded his imagination, completely explaining what was meant by different avenues, each competing with the other. At the same time, he felt an inexplicable pressure added to his body. Is it possible that the path to immortality has really been broken?
So many questioning realm elder monsters had gone to great lengths to become immortals.
There are extreme paths to immortality. There is reincarnation into immortality. There are soldiers who dissolve into immortality.
It was expected that traveling to a continent as large as the central continent, one could see other strange and bizarre ways of becoming immortal.
Who would develop such a path if the normal way was no longer possible to become immortal? Immortals don't see mortals, and mortals don't see immortals. This is the age of the unseen immortal. Even if you have the talent, the path of ascent has been broken,
and you can only sit down and die with regret.
Those questioning old monsters were naturally unwilling. Boom! At this moment,
the golden talisman floated away from the hands of the 9th generation ancestor of the Songyuns, and then affixed itself to Jiang Han's shoulder.
Jiang Chen only felt his body go cold. That one golden talisman was like a seal, blocking off his entire body's yang qi. Strange things happen. Only his flesh gradually blurred and finally became a transparent-like form. That's a lone ghost? With a thought, Jiang Han's palm reached forward and actually passed directly through the body of Songyun's 9th generation ancestor.
It is the form of a wandering soul without substance.
It's a wonderful way to die.
The yang qi in Jiang Han's body had not dissipated. It was just sealed, causing him to fall into a state of a kind of death. I will open the door of life and death for you and send you into the path of reincarnation.
Right now, you don't even have the cultivation of the late stage of foundation establishment. You're just a wandering soul. Remember, You have to do everything according to your ability. The ninth generation of Tsongyun's old ancestor repeatedly urged. Because the earthly minor reincarnation land was not some uninhabited land, there were still other cultivators. If he encountered ordinary ghost cultivators he wouldn't be too afraid. His greatest fear was to encounter those geniuses from the central continent. Of course, the current Jiang Han was in the state of a wandering soul. Even ordinary ghost cultivators were not interested in wandering souls. The pool is full of big fish, so who's going to eat the little shrimp? Open! The ninth generation old ancestor of Tsongyun placed his hands on top of the petrified head at his feet and then pressed hard. With a booming sound, the petrified head's heavenly aura gushed out a thick black mist. These black mists wriggled and tumbled, rising, and finally gradually outlined a portal in midair. An eerie ghostly aura surrounded the portal, and countless ghosts of injustice laughed at it. And it makes a weird chanting sound, like these ghosts are going to the afterlife for themselves, and also for Jiang Han. At this moment, Jiang Han's body shook and was pulled up into midair by a tugging force. It was bizarre, weightless, and the body floated. Within moments, it was through the portal. A momentary dizziness came from the bucket. By the time Jiang Han adapted, he had already appeared in a desolate battlefield. It was filled with a gray mist. The ground was littered with armor, weapons, and decaying skeletons, among other things. This is the little reincarnation place on Earth, Jiang Chen muttered. He looked at his body, and now he was just a tiny wandering soul. He tried to grab the armor on the ground, the arms and weapons, but found that he couldn't do it at all. Even if you used your mind to space out, the same failed. Oh no! This is really becoming a lonely ghost. Jiang Han hadn't expected the lone soul to be so miserable and have very weak mana. It can't even be called weak anymore. Rather, not at all. Without magical powers, what use was he now, other than being able to scare mortals? Devouring other wandering souls and evolving step by step to become a soul swallower? The first step, I'm afraid, will have to be a failure. The other wandering spirits are not weaker than him. The Extreme Realm Jindan, Heaven and Earth Jindan, Battle Character Technique, Left Eye Immortal, Extreme Heavy Pupil, and sword-shaped scroll that he was so proud of could not be exerted. Now he was simply, plainly, a little wandering soul. Jiang Chen thought hard for half a quarter of an hour, then suddenly clapped his hands together, his eyes showing excitement. Compared to other wandering spirits, he had the advantage of being alone. His spirit is still alive and not half worn out, but the wandering souls here are a different story. Wandering around,